Traversing to another world, Lin is captured right from the start. The captor is the antagonist princess from the original work, intending to control him by using him for hypnosis experiments. In a critical moment, Lin comes up with a quick-witted plan, feigning the success of the experiment and deceiving her with his acting skills, but this was only a temporary measure. Because in the original story, her ending is very tragic, and none of her associates meet good ends, hence, Lin must pretend to be under the hypnosis while secretly being ready to flee at any moment, but gradually things start to take an unexpected turn. The Princess's Diary. The experiment was a success. As the sole specimen, I've decided to keep him by my side. Due to the curse mark on my face, I am loathed by the public, but he says I'm beautiful. I'm happy because people tell the truth when hypnotized. Alone with him, I impulsively kissed him. The feeling was strange and made me lose my composure. Fortunately, he won't retain any memory of it after the hypnosis is lifted. So, it's okay to be a bit bolder, right? Chapter 1. I've long since wanted to die. Hey, beautiful, want a drink? Carol felt a tap on her shoulder. She frowned and turned around, illuminated by the dim light of the tavern. Carol saw a scruffy middle-aged mercenary leering at her. She sighed, then flipped him off without turning her head. Go home and drink with your mother, and for the record, I'm not here to sell myself. Amidst the laughter of the onlookers, the middle-aged mercenary left with a face as blue as steel. Having dealt with the annoyance, Carol's gaze returned to the distance. She wasn't averse to men hitting on her. It all depended on who was doing the hitting. For instance, the young man sitting at the bar at the moment. He was called a young man because, judging by his somewhat slender figure and the occasional profile glance this way, he wasn't very old, perhaps still a fledgling. There were several empty bottles on the table beside the young man, and though he was evidently drunk, he kept drinking non-stop. If burdened by memories he couldn't forget. Source: webnovel.com, updated on n0new. Of course, the point was that the young man had beautiful jet black hair. Even though it was a bit messy and slightly curly, it symbolized the noble lineage of the Saint Laurent Empire. Though she didn't know which family the kid belonged to, his intricately made deerskin boots suggested he came from a very well-off family. He was an excellent candidate to become prey. In fact, this was already the young man's third day in this tavern. Based on her observations over the past few days, Carol had roughly surmised the truth of the situation. The young man probably had a falling out with his family, so he ran away in a huff, only to realize how harsh the outside world was, yet he didn't want to give in, thus he was stuck in a dilemma, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Or these inexperienced noble sons were simply tender, juicy sheep. With that thought, Carol could no longer contain the excitement in her heart. She downed her glass of wine in one gulp, then stood up and gracefully made her way to the bar. Aren't you going to buy me a drink? She sat down confidently next to the youth with black hair. The black-haired youth didn't seem too surprised, and snapped his fingers at the bartender. Bring this lady an amber. Amber was the most expensive drink in the place, costing 10 silver coins a glass. Only a fool would order it. Seeing this, Carol's face lit up with a sly smile, radiant and charming. My name's Carol, and you are? Is that important? He was not standoffish but didn't bite as easily as she'd expected. Was it because of noble pride? Taking the glass pushed over by the bartender, Carol took a small sip, then lightly licked her lips, brushing her knees ever so slightly against the young man's thigh. In these inebriated moments, it was easiest to get swept away by emotions. Just as Carol was about to say something, the young man spoke first. Since you've had this drink, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. He put down his glass. Lady, this is your third day hiding in the corner and secretly watching me. If possible, please give me a reasonable explanation. Was she found out? Carol, who was a bit carried away before, now sounded the alarm bell in her heart, but at this point, she couldn't possibly give herself away because of a simple inquiry. So, Carol tilted her head, letting her chestnut hair cascade down, half joking and half serious. Because you're good looking? This was the truth. Frankly, the young man in front of her was the kind of person who made a good impression at first glance. Handsome, with dignified mannerisms, bright blue eyes, with one tear-shaped mole at the corner of his eye that only added to his delicately effeminate charm, rather than ruining his face's beauty. The only flaw was the dark circles under his eyes. He probably spent too much time with women and was physically weak, but that just played into her hands. After hearing Carol's explanation, the young man gave a women look and averted his gaze. Brat. Carol twitched the corner of her mouth as she understood his look. However, she immediately put on a pitiful look. You don't think I'm out here selling myself, do you? That icy pity look was enough to soften even the most stoic man, but the young man before her was clearly not just anybody. Is that not the case? Hearing this, Carol looked a bit upset. In truth, only she knew that after so many years of struggling in the slums of this frontier city, not a single man had had the privilege of climbing into her bed. But before she could say anything, the young man spoke again. In fact, we're all out here to sell something, he said nonchalantly. It's just that everyone is selling something different. This extinguished the anger that had just flared up in Carol's heart. Moreover, after thinking about it carefully, she even found it to be quite philosophical. This guy, feeling as though she had been teased by him, Carol felt a bit embarrassed, so she straightened her skirt, her cheeks flushing, and she lowered her voice. Since it's come to this, don't you want to take me home? The black-haired young man eyed her warily. Human trafficking is illegal. Carol's insides churned with frustration. Was this kid playing dumb or really dumb? Considering her plans for the evening, she gritted her silver teeth and stopped beating around the bush. I mean, buy me, I'm yours for the night. To her surprise, he instinctively covered his pocket. I have no money. It won't be very expensive. Lady, I'm not the kind of scum who takes someone home after just meeting them. Please do not insult my character, he responded. Free, but then again, indeed, all men are the same. After entering the guest room on the second floor of the tavern, Carol superficially surveyed the room's simple furnishings and layout, while in her heart, she definitively concluded, every time she thought of the other party's pathetically ridiculous excuse, her heart filled with contempt. So Carol said with a forced smile, wasn't I supposed to see a cat do a backflip? She had expected him to smile awkwardly before revealing his lewd and ugly face, yet, to her surprise, the dark-haired young man pointed towards a black lump lying on the bedhead. There it is. Following the direction of his finger, Carol was taken aback. She saw a small black cat yawning as it got up from the bedhead, elegantly stretching itself, and then looked over with emerald eyes. The young man snapped his fingers. Little Black, show this auntie a trick. Auntie. Carol's face darkened, just as she was about to say something, but the black cat seemed to respond by meowing. Then, before her eyes, she watched the little cat perform a backflip in a manner that defied logic. Carol was stunned. No way, you can actually do it? She had thought that my cat can do a backflip line was just a lame excuse lecherous men used to deceive women into spending the night at their place. She never imagined it would actually happen before her eyes. Has the world gone mad? Carol's temples throbbed as she felt that everything happening tonight was utterly unpredictable. No, this won't do. She couldn't keep arguing with this kid, or she feared her blood pressure would go through the roof. So, without further hesitation, Carol seized the opportunity while the young man was distracted and stepped forward to push him over. Watching the dark-haired young man lying on the bed, Carol saw a look of shock on his face for the first time tonight. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, very satisfied with his reaction. Then, as if she had lost her footing, Carol ouched and fell into the young man's arms. The situation took a dramatic turn. Little fellow, you're not getting away from me that easy. Carol was quite confident in her own attractiveness. She looked down, and at that moment, the two were so close they could feel each other's breath. Looking into his eyes, as blue and deep as the sea, Carol, who intended to tease him, found herself at a loss for words. Not only that, her heart beat slightly quick and up close, he looked even more handsome. No, that's not the point. Finally snapping back to reality, she heard the young man speak in a somewhat troubled tone. This isn't very appropriate, is it? What's not appropriate? I haven't taken a bath. That's okay, I don't mind you. The young man shook his head. I meant you haven't taken a bath. Carol, she clenched her silver teeth and took a deep breath to ease the throbbing in her temples. Don't take him seriously. If you take him seriously, you lose. So the next second, Carol executed a perfect zero-delay start, letting out a theatrically high-pitched scream. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the wooden door to the room was burst open. A burly man charged in, clutching a revolver in his hand. He first helped the quaking Carol to one side, then turned his gaze to the dark-haired young man on the bed. Yet, his look clearly harbored a tinge of guilt. Obviously, this must be his first time pulling such a stunt. But the burly man still tried his best to look fierce as he pressed onto the youth on the bed, pointing the gun at him. Don't move. Seeing this, Carol wiped away fake tears. I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Most people in these situations first react with panic, and then, they try to calm things down. Especially the high-status nobility, who value their reputations greatly, who knew that the young man showed not a hint of panic, only looking the burly man up and down. Are you her husband? Of course, the burly man feigned calmness. You slept with my wife. Give me one reason not to shoot you dead. Hearing this, not only did the young man not argue back, but he also sighed with a pained expression. I can't think of one. The burly man was taken aback. What? I can't think of any reason for you not to shoot, he said earnestly. if you really are her husband, then honestly, I think you should shoot me dead. This response struck the burly man speechless. He turned his head doubtfully toward Carol, looking for help, idiot. Carol cursed inwardly, still maintaining a pitiful demeanor. She continued sobbing intermittently, This is my husband Andre, he's killed people before. You must not defy him, he will shoot. Yes, I will shoot. The burly man came to his senses, clutched the revolver tighter, and swallowed hard. Then you've really done me a huge favor. With that, the young man seemed overjoyed. Come on, I've been longing for death. The next second, the young man reached out, took hold of the gun barrel, and pressed the muzzle against his forehead. Chapter 2 S-Class story characters. Lin had long since lost his will to live. Feeling the cold barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead, his heart was very calm. He even felt an urge to howl. Transmigration should have been a wonderful thing, and system binding was like an icing on the cake, but when these two things happened to Lin at the same time, what should have been a beautiful journey turned into a beautiful departure. Through and through a half a month had passed since he transmigrated to this world. He now had reason to suspect that this damned system had been out to get him killed from the very start. Character name, Carol Boyle. Plot level, C. Plot deviation, 0.00%. Looking at Carol, who was fake crying beside him with several lines of text above her head, Lin felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, she didn't meet the criteria either. As he thought this, he was about to shut down the system. Source, webnovel.com, updated on new. But just at that moment, a window suddenly popped up in front of him. The system has not yet been activated. Please complete the preliminary task as soon as possible to unlock all sections. Detecting host's current status. Detection reveals the host is still engaging in negative behavior. Warning! Warning! Here it came again, the annoying nuisance, watching the countless pop-up windows fluttering in front of him like snowflakes and the sharp buzzing echoing deep in his mind. Lin felt numbed. Just shoot. He spoke to the burly man with the gun in front of him once again. It wasn't that he truly wanted to die, but compared to being subjected to this kind of mental pollution every day, he would rather restart sooner. It was bizarre. The system was not like the ones he had read about in web novels from his previous life, which frequently coerced the host to complete tasks with various punishments. It didn't use punishments, just warnings, but these warning pop-ups were imprinted on his retina. He could see them even with his eyes closed, a horrifying red that unsettled him, not to mention the sharp buzzing, which directly affected his consciousness. Covering his ears was useless. As long as the system detected that he hadn't completed the preliminary task, it would judge his behavior as negative, and then harass him nonstop for 24 hours. Lin hadn't slept well in half a month. Now he only felt a splitting headache every time his head touched the pillow. It was as if he had committed some great sin, with pop-ups and buzzing bombing him incessantly, leaving him no moment of peace. Only drowning his worries in alcohol brought any slight relief. Up to now, Lin felt that the system's emotional value outweighed its utility. Yet if you asked what emotional value, aside from disgust, there really was none, but it indeed outweighed its utility. Alright, since it harassed him to this extent, why not just complete the preliminary task? That's what Lin had thought at first, but after learning the content, he went completely insane. The preliminary task was just a short sentence, seemingly simple. Please make contact with any S-level plot character and increase their plot deviation by 0.01%. Leaving aside what plot deviation meant for now, based on a literal understanding, such S-level plot characters should be intimately linked to the original story's main plot, even capable of affecting the future and everyone's endings, even without the system reminding him. He knew these characters must be extremely rare. Perhaps throughout the whole world, there might be only a handful of them. The good news was, this world was from a Western fantasy novel he had read in his previous life, and he roughly remembered the plot. The bad news was, he was currently in a remote city called Werner, light years away from the imperial capital of the Saint Laurent Empire. With a bit of thought, one would realize that these exceedingly rare S-level plot characters would most likely appear on grand stages like the imperial capital that attracted worldwide attention, since most plots unfolded there. Even if not, they definitely wouldn't appear in a place like Werner, not even mentioned in the original story. So the only way out at the moment was to head for the imperial capital, and the trip to the imperial capital required a considerable sum of money, which, in his current befuddled state, he found it difficult to earn quickly. The vicious cycle continued. While enduring the system's mental contamination, Lin let his thoughts run wild. On the other hand, the burly man pointing the gun actually felt scared. He had seen plenty pleading for mercy, but this was the first time someone begged to be shot. Am I really going to shoot? Come on. Don't push me. I'm begging you, just F***ing shoot. You! Watching the black-haired boy clutching his forehead and the ferocious, almost eager glint in his eyes, the burly man swallowed hard, but no matter what, he couldn't pull the trigger of the revolver in his hand. Despite his intimidating appearance, he had never actually been in a fight. It was like everything was reversed. This moment, the one being threatened with a gun was madly begging to be shot, while the one holding the gun had no courage to actually do it. The atmosphere grew strangely stale. Enough, Werner. Carol finally couldn't stand it anymore and let out a helpless sigh. Put the gun down. Okay, sister. The burly man even changed the way he addressed her, obediently putting the revolver back into his pocket and breathing a sigh of relief. At the same time, he subconsciously took a half step back, wanting to distance himself from this guy. You seem to have realized my purpose early on? When did you find out? Carol crossed her arms and gazed emotionlessly at Lynn. Today, to catch this big fish, she even sold some of her charm, but in the end, her efforts were all for naught. This man seemed convinced Werner wouldn't shoot, so he was fearless. Since that was the case, the leverage she had for blackmail and extortion was gone. After all, she couldn't really let her brother live with the guilt of taking a life from the start. The warning from the system gradually quietened, which eased Lynn's irritation quite a bit. His furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Hearing this, Carol raised an eyebrow. I don't believe you. Really? Lynn pinched the bridge of his nose. To me, a beautiful woman is like a rose with thorns. The closer you get, the more vigilant you must be about being pricked. You sure have a way with words. Carol wanted to scoff hearing Lynn calling her a beautiful woman, but couldn't resist a slight smile. But I didn't feel that caution from you. I must have been mistaken today, so I'll let you off the hook for now. After dropping that line, Carol left without a second glance, heading straight toward the door. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped. By the way, what's your name? Lynn. Lynn, I hope the next time we meet, actually, let's hope we never meet again. The thought of the previous events made Carol's anger surge once again. This kid was sly, clearly knowing everything yet putting on an innocent face and speaking those disgusting words. No, you'll be eager to see me again soon. Watching the siblings walk away, Lynn curled his lips into a smirk, then with a flip of his right hand, two items appeared in his palm. They were a gun and a woman's wallet. The gun, of course, belonged to Werner, and the wallet had come from Carol when she pushed him over. From the beginning, Lynn knew someone who looked as aristocratic as him would become her target. Too bad for the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And wasn't she just another sheep in Lynn's eyes? After all, for him in the present, making money was an urgent matter. He needed to interact with strangers, hoping to hit it big and complete missions, while also trying to save up for a ticket to the imperial capital. In such conditions, the source of the money became insignificant. Chapter 3 Facing the Transcendent. I never thought I, the second son of the esteemed Bartleyan family, would ever stoop to becoming a pickpocket, Lynn lamented while weighing the wallet in his hand. In fact, Carol had not misjudged the situation. Lynn, or rather the original owner of this body, was indeed a nobleman, and not just any nobleman at that. Unfortunately, for some reason, this title not only brought him no benefits, but had repeatedly attracted attempts on his life, forcing him to live a life of shame and submission. Just how wretched had his situation become? The former noble had committed a grave mistake over a certain matter and was branded the disgrace of the nobility, and following the incident, he was scorned by the entire imperial capital. To quell the public's fury, he was exiled to the borderlands as a criminal by his family. That in itself was bearable. After all, the Bartleyan family possessed countless assets within the Saint Laurent Empire, and Orange City also had its fair share. Even if he spent his entire life here, he would have enough to live without worry. But since Orange City was so far from the imperial capital, with inconvenient traffic and communication, as well as its backward living standards and being constantly affected by wars, the pampered family members were simply unwilling to suffer here. Thus, many of the local estates were left to the stewards and servants stationed here to manage. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Over time, problems arose. Since this place had been out of the family's control for so long, the steward and servants had developed a habit of arrogantly abusing their power over the years. Furthermore, many of the household staff, flaunting the Bartleyan name, seized properties and oppressed the commoners. The worst of it was that these damned individuals, whether following someone's orders or simply growing too arrogant from their standing in Orange City, had forgotten their place. They even dared to commit acts of servants deceiving their master. Since his predecessor had been sent here, the steward, servants, and even the lowest of the footmen looked down on him disdainfully. Outwardly they called him young master, but behind his back, they looked down on him with superior attitudes and secretly opposed him. For example, the monthly allowance the family sent to maintain his dignity was intercepted by them. And they pocketed every last penny. Or they can find him under various pretenses, forbidding him to go out. The most outrageous instance was when someone gave him a servant's clothes to wear, shamelessly claiming the estate had run out of money and needed him to earn some. They were overtly and covertly hinting that he should just get lost and fend for himself. When the steward found out, he merely deducted a day's pay from the offender, treating the whole matter lightly. It was an open insult. What's more, his predecessor had even suffered several assassination attempts. He had reason to suspect that these reckless servants were conspiring with external forces. It was then, at that critical time, that Lin had crossed over to this world, taking over this dying body, and found an opportunity to escape. Moreover, according to his memories, the scandal that had caused an uproar in the imperial capital was from the beginning to end a conspiracy against him. Regrettably, given Lin's current circumstances, he was temporarily unable to consider seeking revenge. With this in mind, he sighed. The black cat beside him seemed to sense his gloomy mood and gave a meow. He had picked up the black cat from the roadside when they had first encountered each other half a month ago. It was all alone, seemingly hungry, so it meowed at him. Perhaps it was because he saw something intelligent in the cat's eyes, or maybe out of a sense of shared misery. He took it in on a whim. Lin reached out to scratch its chin. "Don't worry, little black. Maybe it won't be long before we brothers can venture back to the imperial capital," he said, as if talking to the cat, yet also as if talking to himself. This might also help shake off those mysterious forces pursuing him. After all, who would imagine that the disgrace of the nobility, chased out of the imperial capital like a stray dog, would dare to return there? Lin thought silently. The next second, however, a jarringly abrupt voice suddenly rang out, causing his spine to tingle without warning. "No, you aren't going anywhere." The voice belonged to a man, spoken in a casual, dismissive tone, yet to Lin, it was as though thunder had exploded in his ears. Having encountered nothing unusual for the past week and feeling groggy, he had let his guard down and had no warning. How could someone appear in the room without a sound? Could it be that same force that had been secretly after his predecessor? These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Lin's body tensed as he gripped the revolver in his pocket, and yet, even so, he did not feel much reassurance. After all, he, who had read the novel, knew very clearly that this was an era where steam machinery and transcendence coexisted. Even the gods left traces to be found. In front of such power, a left revolver seemed laughably weak. To prevent a sneak attack, Lin pressed his back against the wall, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. He noticed the room had begun to grow darker without him realizing it. Even the light from the gas lamps had dimmed, shadows spread like ink diffusing in water, and even the air started to ripple strand by strand. Under Lin's watchful eye, a human shape wrapped in shadow slowly emerged from the pool of darkness on the ground, without making a sound. Indeed, this was the power of a transcendent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin drew his left revolver. The instant the shadowy figure appeared and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The bullets were aimed at the head, the heart, and the groin. What a vicious little devil! The shadow seemed somewhat surprised by Lin's ruthless action, but it was just that, surprise. The moment the bullet struck the figure, not a single drop of blood splattered. They hit what seemed like air before burying into the wall. No physical form. As this thought rose, a sense of alarm surged in Lin's heart. The next second, the inky darkness around the shadowy figure suddenly began to boil. Following this, countless writhing tentacles shot out from the shadows like a tidal wave, firing towards Lin. Although he sensed the incoming attack, the ordinary human body he currently possessed could not support high-frequency evasion. Moreover, half a month of sleeplessness had weakened him to the extreme. Thus, it only took a few seconds for Lin to feel his limbs and neck entangled by the shadowy tentacles carrying a powerful force. The tentacles lifted his body slowly until he was suspended in mid-air. At that moment, the human form shrouded in shadow slowly approached. Its face, also covered in shadow, was indistinct. "Don't resist, it will be less painful that way." The shadow's voice sounded quite young. "We can't let you get hurt before you meet that lady." It seemed he wasn't about to give Lin any chance to resist. As the shadowy tentacles around his limbs and neck started to tighten, the air grew thinner, making it harder for Lin to breathe. Yet, his mind was still racing. Based on the touch, the enemy was not without a physical form. Their body had just merged with the darkness, making physical attacks ineffective. That is to say, the power of the opponent derived from darkness. If that was the case, then use light to disperse the darkness. A sudden inspiration birthed a crazy idea in him. "Let's negotiate, shall we?" Lin said in gasps. "No matter who you work for, let me go, just this once, and I'll surely repay. My companions and I have been tailing you for nearly half a month, and to stop now would be a waste." The shadowy man sighed. "And in my view, your repayment isn't worth much. Besides, that lady specifically asked to see you. As an ordinary person, do you think you can defy her will?" Defy her will? This phrase implied a great deal, causing Lin's breath to catch. While this confirmed the shadowy man wasn't here to kill him, it was more troubling than that, but he had no time to consider the underlying meaning now. Alright, take a nap first, and you'll be there when you wake up. With that, the shadowy man once again manipulated his power, causing viscous shadows to surge over Lin's body. I refuse. Lin did not want to entrust his fate to someone else and, using the last of his strength, tightly gripped the left revolver in his hand. What needed to be done was actually quite simple. Bang. With the trigger pulled, a small hole was punctured in the gas pipe's metal sheet in the corner of the room. Hiss, hiss, the sound of leaking gas and an odd scent rushed in, soon spreading throughout the cramped room. The shadowy man's expression froze, disbelief flickered in his eyes as he subconsciously stepped back. What are you trying to do? Before he finished speaking, the trigger was pulled once more. Boom. Chapter 4, You crazy person. The main component of natural gas is methane, and when its concentration reaches a certain level, it explodes violently upon contact with open flames. So the moment the second bullet pierced the gas pipe, a fireball erupted with a loud bang. Boom. The violent reaction that occurred in an instant thoroughly illuminated the entire room. The scorching blast swept through, shattering distant cabinets and windows alike. Not only that, but the raging flames unleashed in the air ignited the bedsheets and curtains. The orange tongues of flame swiftly caught, spreading along the flammable fabric to all the wooden structures in the room. It was at this time that the anomaly occurred. In front of the intense firelight and explosion, the spreading shadows seemed to meet their natural enemy and receded like the tide. Madman! You madman! The man of shadows protected his body with the shadow power, shielding himself from the injury of the firelight and explosion. As he yelled furiously, he had not anticipated that the target would pull such a move just before the mission ended. Being responsible for intelligence and assassinations next to His Highness, the man of shadows rarely showed his face in public. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron. New Omicron. Most who had seen his face were dead due to the limitations of his extraordinary ability. He never undertook missions during daylight, yet, as a third-ranked transcendent, the man of shadows was certainly no ordinary man's match. But tonight, in this very room, whether it was due to underestimating the enemy or holding back, he panicked for a moment. The man of shadows never expected this youngster to make such a crazy move. Did he not fear dying in this explosion himself? At this moment, under the glow of the blazing fire, the man of shadows squinted, his expression dark. The pitch-black shadows that once protected him like armor were driven away by the flames, receding slowly like ink, revealing his frail body and pale face. Just as the gas exploded, his power was greatly reduced by the blaze. As shadows fear light most of all, however, in order to follow the command of His Highness, he still marshaled his power in the final moments to protect Lin. It was rather his own defenses that were compromised. His body exposed in the air, fortunately uninjured. Without any hesitation, he once again manipulated the drifting shadows around him, attempting to escape into the darkness. But before he could act, he heard a calm voice: "Don't move." Upon hearing this, the man of shadows looked up. Lin, who had been under shadows' control, had somehow freed himself and was now gasping for air on one knee on the ground, even with flames still burning on his clothing, his revolver steadily aimed at the opponent. His face was dirty, but he smiled with unusual excitement. Guess which is faster, your control of power, or a bullet traveling at 400 meters per second entering your heart from less than 5 meters away? At this moment, unable to summon the shadow power to protect his body, he was completely vulnerable, all vital spots exposed under Lin's gaze, and there was one bullet left in the chamber. For a third-ranked transcendent, their bodies weren't bulletproof. The man of shadows stared intently at Lin. The surveillance over the past month and a half had been to confirm the intelligence, eliminating the possibility that Lin harbored powerful extraordinary items. After all, he came from the Bartleyan family, and his father was the renowned iron-blooded marquis with substantial family heritage, and this extended period of peace had not only caused Lin to lose his vigilance but also led the man of shadows, preliminary in his judgment, to believe that the young man before him, since that incident, had truly become a helpless ordinary person, barely surviving by petty thievery. Therefore, he felt utterly confident before tonight. He hadn't anticipated that until the last moment, this kid would not give up the belief in turning defeat into victory. It made him very unwilling to accept. Normally, if he had used his full power, he could easily kill thousands of Lins, but today he had received His Highness's orders, forcing him to ensure his safety. If it wasn't, the man of shadows clenched his teeth, his voice deep. What are you trying to say? Lin suddenly frowned, growing impatient. Do you mean to say, if not for underestimating me, if not for protecting me, if you could have deployed all means, this brat wouldn't even have a chance to fight back? The man of shadows didn't respond, but clearly, that's what he thought. Idiot. Lin scoffed coldly. after being a transcendent for so long, don't you understand? It's not that the strongest always win, but that the one who wins is definitely stronger. This stern rebuke made the man of shadows flinch, his pupils shrinking. The words Lin had just said echoed in his mind, filling him with a surge of emotions. After a moment, he closed his eyes and slowly bowed his head. Lesson learned. Seeing this, Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed his last desperate bluffs had truly caught him off guard. Lin was indeed certain that the other would protect him at the moment of the explosion, which was why he dared to act in such a way. After all, judging from their tone, they had great respect for the lady, so they would definitely follow her orders and ensure his safety. Thus, Lin, who wanted to escape, no longer had this concern. Rather, it was simply the most foolish act for a human to hold back when facing a transcendent. After all, outmatched as he was, all he could do was risk his life. At that moment, Lin really wanted to kill him, but somehow, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. This guy wasn't here to kill him after all, just to bring him to meet someone. Wouldn't it be pointless to offend another power by killing him? Lin, already desperate, couldn't afford such consequences. Besides, this guy had just mentioned he might have companions nearby. There's a sheriff's office 300 meters away from this tavern. I just fired 5 shots, plus the gas explosion. It must have alarmed the people around here. The sheriff's squad will arrive soon. Lin took a deep breath and made his final decision. He was warning the other to leave quickly to avoid getting the officials involved. You're right. The man of shadows murmured lowly. Upon hearing this, Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking his risky bet had paid off. Calculating carefully, including the money stolen from Carol, it should be enough to barely buy him a train ticket. Lin decided to flee as soon as this guy left, grabbing his belongings and running into the night. However, contrary to his expectations, the man of shadows didn't hurry to leave. Instead, after a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes again. This time, his gaze turned elsewhere, his tone showing resignation. Stop spectating. Do you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough tonight? Damn, Lin cursed silently in his mind. He really did have companions nearby. Just as Lin was on high alert, trying to locate the other enemy, a melodious girl's voice suddenly rang out. Stop looking, I'm right here, meow. Lin's body stiffened, his pupils dilated. How possible? Under his shocked gaze, the black cat that had been protected in his arms stretched out in a peculiar way. It grew larger, gradually taking on a human form. Moments later, a petite figure clad in a tight leather suit and barefooted appeared seated on top of Lin, so light that her weight was imperceptible. The girl had porcelain white skin, shoulder-length hair, and her sharp cat ears twitched amongst the strands. She looked Lin up and down, with her green vertical pupils, her eyes gleaming as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. To think that as an ordinary person, you could come this far. Impressive. Xiao Hei? Lin felt utterly devastated at that moment. He finally understood that from the beginning, he had been like a toy in their hands. Probably, his resistance seemed to them merely child's play from the start. There was never any chance of winning. So, I'm a girl, stop calling me Xiao Hei. The girl in the leather suit seemed slightly upset, lightly hopping off. Let me introduce myself. My name is Aphia, I follow abundance, and I'm a third-ranked transcendent. And that one over there, he's Morris, following. Enough talk, just take him and go, I'll deal with the aftermath. Seeing that this blabbermouth was almost about to spill all his secrets, Morris glared at Aphia, commanding. However, Lin couldn't care less to remember all this. He said bitterly, Xiao Hei, I thought we were friends. I never starved you, I even groomed you every day, scratched under your chin, let you sleep in my arms. Lin recounted the warm moments they had shared together. On reflection, when she was with him, it indeed was very comfortable, without a worry or care in the world. It was as though he was the master. Aphia's fuzzy ears twitched, seemingly a bit softened. Even last time when you were in heat, it was me who used my hand, pervert. It was too late when she realized what he was saying. Feeling Morris's shocked gaze, Aphia, embarrassed and angry, interrupted Lin, and with a whoosh, her long tail whipped across his face. The heavy blow and the dull pain caused Lin's vision to darken, his consciousness gradually fading. If he were to be captured, the worst outcome would be death. Better to drag someone down with him. Who says social death isn't a death? In the last second before he passed out, Lin sinisterly thought. Chapter 5. The fool who thinks he's clever. When Lin regained consciousness, he found himself engulfed in darkness. The rough texture against his skin indicated that his head was probably covered with a burlap sack to block his vision. At the moment, Lin felt he was lying on his back on a platform, occasionally sensing the jolting of a carriage beneath him. His hands were handcuffed behind his back, rendering him immobile. Despite this, Lin managed to lightly rest his right index finger on his left wrist by using his body as cover. Simultaneously, distant bell sounds faintly emerged from the streets nearby. gradually left behind by the speeding carriage. The bell tolled a total of 10 times. In contrast, the inside of the carriage was very quiet, as if he were the only one there, but he was well aware that someone named Morris, who had the ability to manipulate shadows, was likely lurking in a corner watching him. As for Afia, oh no, Afia, whereabouts were unknown. Of course. Lin was rather pleased with this. It gave him a chance to think through his next moves on the way. Source: webnovel.com, updated on N0New0. But however, there was something he found particularly strange. Ever since his encounter with Morris and the others, the system had disappeared, failing to emit any more notification sounds or warnings. Though he did not know the reason, Lin was somewhat relieved to finally there would be some peace. With this in mind, Lin recalled his conversation with Morris. Who exactly is that lady referring to? What did they want with him? He had no answers to the first question at the moment, but for the second question, Lin had some ideas. It was most likely due to the Bartleyan surname, but now, having been banished to Orange City as a criminal of his family, stripped of his past privileges, he was almost reduced to nothingness, even in Lin's memories. His former self had contemplated suicide several times. He genuinely did not know what use he could still serve now. Thus, amid continuous thought, this unknown journey quickly reached its conclusion. The speed of the carriage gradually decreased. A slight inertia brought the somewhat absent-minded Lin back to reality. Before long, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, chilly air flooded into the carriage. At the same time, a hoarse, elderly woman's voice rang out not far away. Mr. Lin, it's time to get off. While speaking, someone approached and helped him up from his seat. Lin did not intend to resist because even if he could unlock the handcuffs, he couldn't overpower that lady's subordinates. Moreover, having a vague idea of the other party's intentions, he felt somewhat resigned until he met the man who claimed to be an interrogator. That was his thought. Is this underground? Although his eyes were covered, relying on his sense of direction, Lin realized he was being taken into some underground facility. This underground facility was deep, and it took about 5 to 6 minutes walking down the stairs continuously and winding along a circuitous path before Lin felt he was pushed onto a chair. Subsequently, the head cover was roughly pulled off. However, the handcuffs remained, locking his hands tightly behind him. The moment his vision was restored, the intense light caused him to squint, and he then realized he was now in a relatively tidy room, only a bare cement surface and a desk in front surrounded the area. A moment later, the prison door was pushed open. A blond man with an indifferent expression walked in, pulled out the chair opposite the desk, and sat down in front of Lin. He placed a stack of papers and a pen on the desk. Without any preamble or small talk, the blond man straightforwardly asked, "Are you Lin Bartleyan?" Lin gave him a once-over. The man in front of him appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, tall and handsome with blonde hair that shone dazzlingly under the light. One could tell at first glance that this fellow was extremely proud. Dealing with such people was actually very simple. Consequently, Lin responded with a cold smirk, "Indeed, I am." Then he deliberately acted arrogantly and propped his legs on top of the desk with the soles of his boots facing the other man. "Since you've captured me, you should be aware of my background. Perhaps in your view, the Bartleyan family is miles away from here, and Orange City is beyond their reach. If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. Baron Augusta was a close friend of my father. If you don't want to face repercussions later, you'd better release me now." The Augusta family was quite renowned in Orange City, their influence intricate and deep-rooted, making them akin to a local powerhouse. Hearing this, the blond man finally spoke up. "You claim your father and Baron Augusta were close?" "Of course. But I wasn't aware of this relationship," the blond man stated expressionlessly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Augusta, and I am the eldest son of the family." Lin hastily took his legs off the table, revealing a shocked expression. He hadn't expected that the one who had kidnapped him belonged to the Augusta family. Seeing his reaction, Ryan, the man called by that name, felt even more disdain. To be honest, having to come here for an interrogation in the middle of the night is truly bothersome. It would be much better if we could show some understanding toward each other. But you seem to not understand the situation you're in. From what you said earlier, you must think you're quite clever. Unfortunately, Ryan suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. "The thing I hate the most in my life are those fools who only know half-truths yet consider themselves clever." A moment later, 2 men resembling guards walked in, clenching their fists and smiling sinisterly. "Ryan, Princess did not request that you torture him harshly. You are overstepping your authority." Outside the prison, Morris's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows on the wall, looking sternly at the blond man. Ryan glanced at him. "The princess just finished dealing with a rebellion by the Creationist school and is currently resting at the estate. She will come here later. As her clerk, in her absence, I have the authority to handle this." Hearing this, Morris shook his head. Well then, I won't say much, but you should be aware of something. The guy in the cell is very smart, and he hides within him a craziness to the extreme. You must be cautious. He's nothing but a brainless fool. Ryan scoffed disdainfully. If he were truly clever, how would he have been branded a disgrace to the nobility and banished to this frontier city? It's you and Aphia who are truly foolish, even failing at such a task. When the princess arrives, apologize to her yourself. Enough. Morris snorted coldly, then disappeared into the shadows, watching his vanishing figure. Ryan's eyes openly displayed a trace of contempt. He and his Augusta family had sworn loyalty to the princess after she arrived in Orange City, while Morris and Aphia had been following her for much longer. For those lowly characters, as dirty as mud, Ryan had advised the princess more than once to eliminate such waste from the group. The Augusta family's support alone would suffice. Unfortunately, it seemed the princess was one to honor old loyalties and had not taken his advice. Chapter 6. Lynn's past. Lynn's body curled up like a shrimp, lying on the cold ground. Just now, those two guards seemed to have received Ryan's orders, one holding his body while the other continuously punched him in the abdomen. After 10 heavy punches, he no longer had the strength to stand, his stomach churning violently, yet a cold smile emerged at the corner of his mouth. Actually, that posture of his was nothing more than a performance for the other side. Lynn had no intention of leaving his fate in someone else's hands. And just as Lynn had thought a few minutes earlier, dealing with someone like Ryan was actually quite simple. All one needed to do was make him feel he had control over everything. After that, one's own arrogance would gradually devour them until flaws were exposed. What Lynn needed to do was seize that flaw and deliver a fatal strike. So far, everything was proceeding according to his plan, but it really did hurt. Source: webnovel.com, updated on N0 no Omicron. Omicron Lynn thought silently. After the punishment, the two guards helped him back into his seat and left without looking back. It wasn't long before Ryan returned to the prison. Looking at Lynn, who sat motionless in the chair, he looked down from on high and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm in a very bad mood right now. Morris and the others failed their mission today, and perhaps even I will be punished because of it. You must understand that, in the end, it's all because of you." His eyes filled with scorn. "If it weren't for your foolish resistance, none of this would have happened." This point of view was quite novel, as if the victim was to be blamed, but Lynn didn't argue, and although appearing weak, he nodded in agreement. "If it weren't for that night with your mother, you wouldn't be sitting here so pretentiously." He was trying to provoke the other side, to make him lose his calm judgment. Hearing this, Ryan indeed took a deep breath. It seems, then, the lesson just now was not profound enough. He turned and left again. Moments later, Lynn was greeted with another beating. Why can't people ever learn their lesson? Outside the prison, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, Ryan rested, listening to the sounds of punches and muffled groans coming from the cell. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of noisy footsteps from afar. Ryan immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the distant staircase. A group of people had come to the underground prison of Augusta Manor. Leading them was a long-haired woman dressed in a military uniform, draped in an army coat, exuding an atmosphere of iron-blooded solemnity. She was tall and stately, with a commanding presence, her long, slender legs encased in knee-high boots. She was like an empress who commanded the heavens, making everyone else dare not look directly at her. It was just a pity that her face was covered with a black patterned mask, obscuring her features. "Your Highness," even Ryan, as proud as he was, couldn't help but kneel on one knee and pay his respects when he saw her rise. "She said." The woman known as Your Highness stepped over Ryan in her long boots and came to the prison entrance. Upon hearing the noise coming from inside, she couldn't help but frown deeply. "I remember having said that before I meet with him, he is not to be harmed in the slightest." Her voice involuntarily took on an icy tone. "My apologies, Your Esteemed Highness." Ryan bowed deeply. "But you have also granted me the authority to make decisions on my own under certain circumstances. According to my judgment, if he were to meet with you directly, unpleasant incidents are likely to ensue. Thus, I took the liberty of disciplining this somewhat clever individual." In Ryan's view, violence and fear were best for teaching submission. Lynn was no exception. "Somewhat clever? Is that your assessment of him?" Upon hearing her subordinate's explanation, her icy voice softened slightly. "Yes, his abilities are quite decent compared to ordinary people and should be able to provide some assistance for Your Highness's cause." Ryan nodded. "However, that's all they are, decent." Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "Open the door. I wish to meet him in person." After the second beating, Lynn no longer had the strength even to sit up in the chair. At this moment, his hands remained cuffed under the table, his head resting weakly on the edge of the table. He was utterly drained. It wasn't long before the door was pushed open again. He thought he would hear Ryan's disdain-filled words again, unexpectedly. What he first discerned was the scent of roses and the crisp sound of a woman's boots touching the ground. It was just a pity he lacked the strength to lift his head. Shortly after, an icy yet pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Lynn Bartleyan, 17 years old, formerly a student at St. Laurent Royal Transcendent Academy. During your time at the academy, you excelled academically, boasted a remarkable talent, and were promoted to a 4th-rank transcendent after merely 2 years of enrollment. Not only that, but you also requested real combat experience multiple times. After passing the assessments, you were granted permission to lead a group of 4th-period students to the front lines of the Demon Clan's battlefield, where you repeatedly earned distinctions and were awarded the captain rank at a young age. You were supposed to become the youngest staff officer in the history of the Empire and, with the backing of Marquis Bartleyan, ascend even further. You had a beautiful fiancée, a teacher who cared for you, and classmates who respected you. Your future was supposed to be bright. But ever since that incident, everything came crashing down. Lynn remained silent. Seeing this, the woman with the lovely voice didn't seem angry. Since you're not talking, I will continue. 1.5 years ago, during the Holy Sword Army's 13th Annihilation campaign against the Demon Clan, you received orders to collaborate with the commander and your elite squad on an extremely dangerous decapitation mission. After the mission ended, believing you had spotted an opportunity, you failed to comply with military orders to return to camp and instead rashly ventured deeper into the battlefield, seeking glory. During that time, your squad members repeatedly urged you to turn back, but you turned a deaf ear, risking the lives of the entire squad for your own military honors. According to reports, you were later ambushed by the Demon Clan, suffered heavy casualties, and ultimately managed to escape back to camp alone, paying the price with the lives of all your squad members. Afterward, you were brought before a military tribunal and, through your father's intervention, you managed to survive, but in doing so, you incited the wrath of the entire imperial capital. Even your faith abandoned you. The Archbishop of the Heavenly Principal Church personally stripped you of the divine-given factor within you, rendering you an ordinary person who could never again pursue the path of the transcendent. Your family also condemned you as a criminal, exiling you from the imperial capital to this distant frontier. Am I not correct, Mr. Disgrace of Nobility? Chapter 7. Put it to my use. Hearing the woman's narration, Lynn, who had been deeply bowing his head, revealed a cold sneer. His predecessor was truly a complete wretch. According to his memory, the actual events of the war were vastly different from the report's description. He who should have been honored as a war hero ended up being slandered as a coward who abandoned his teammates, even erasing all his contributions. Lynn straightened up forcefully, allowing himself to lean back on the seat in a less painful posture. He was very clear about the theory of Theseus' ship. In one's life, all the cells in the body are renewed countless times through metabolism. Thus, strictly speaking, the person you are from birth to death are two completely different individuals. What exactly defines the essence of a person? In Lynn's view, it was memory. A memory determines a person's character and quality, and also determines the choices he makes when faced with countless crossroads in life. Why should there be such a clear distinction between his predecessor and Lynn? From Blue Star, source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New Zero. At this moment, having inherited his predecessor's memory, he was the youngest son of the Bartleyan family. Therefore, he did not acknowledge the report in the other party's hands. Thinking this, Lynn looked up. With the help of the light, he saw Rhine standing aside with her eyes downcast, and the woman sitting in the chair. Judging from her figure and temperament, the woman before him must be beyond ordinary beauty but also fearsomely extraordinary. Like a rose with thorns. Strangely, she seemed unwilling to reveal her true face, wearing a dark mask with a bizarre floral pattern that hid her fair features. Apart from a pair of cold and clear beautiful eyes, nothing else could be seen. A dangerous individual. Seeing her for the first time, he silently made a judgment in his heart. It seemed she was the Lady Morris mentioned. Lynn made his judgment, then smiled helplessly and lifted his tightly shackled wrists. By the way, these handcuffs are very tight. Could you unlock them for me? He complained to Rhine. Joking can wait until you're dead, Rhine said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Lynn sighed. It seems we really don't get along. In that case, I have another request. The cold woman with the mask raised her hand to stop the bursting Rhine and said, Speak. Let him leave. Lynn nodded towards Rhine. You probably want to ask me some things, right? With him here, I'm too scared to remember anything. Okay. The masked woman nodded slightly, agreeing to Lin's proposal, but Ryan hesitated. At that moment, Lin suddenly coughed violently, bowing his head deeply. With the help of the light, Ryan saw him cough up a pool of blood. It appeared he had suffered internal injuries from the guard's personal punishment earlier. If that's the case, this guy should pose no threat now, especially since, after being deprived of the divine given factor, Lin Bartleyan had long become an ordinary person. Even if he were a bit clever, in the heavily guarded dungeon, how could he possibly turn the tables? Ryan's last bit of doubt dissipated, however. Before leaving, he still decided to issue a warning. So, after nodding in understanding to the princess, he walked around the table to Lin, grabbed his hair, and whispered into his ear, "Behave." Lin parted his lips and flashed a brilliant smile at him. Seeing this, Ryan released his hair and then turned away. For a moment, the cramped cell was left with only Lin and the masked woman. "I have met your request. Now, it's time for you to answer my question. Do you have anything you wish to say about the details in this report?" The masked woman's voice was clear and cold, yet eerily melodious. "Have anything to say?" Lin seemed to be conversing with her but also seemed to be talking to himself. "Madam, being able to access this dossier indicates that you occupy a high position within the Empire's administrative system. In that case, you should also know to what extent those deadbeat idiots would go to cover up the truth for petty gains. The incident back then was a setup orchestrated by that woman. It was a thorough defamation. So, I do not acknowledge a single word of it." The atmosphere instantly grew tense behind the mask. The woman's gaze seemed to pierce through Lin, sizing him up completely. After a moment, she flipped to the next page of the dossier. "The woman you mentioned, is she your former fiancée, Miss Irina Moskva from the Snow Eagle family?" Lin glanced at her. "In your testimony at that time, you mentioned that she provided you and your squad with false military orders and intelligence, using you as bait and leading you into a trap that ultimately resulted in the death of all 132 members of your squad. And yet, she climbed over the corpses of your comrades to rise in rank, wiping out tens of thousands from the demon clan in the Battle of Soren Mountain Range and becoming the youngest Valkyrie in the history of the Empire. You even accused her of colluding with the demon clan, committing treason. Unfortunately, the Empire eventually denied these baseless accusations." Upon hearing this, Lin took a deep breath. "You didn't bring me to this place just to rip open my wounds then?" The masked woman nodded. "Then, let us discuss some information you are unaware of." She pulled another stack of papers from the dossier. With Lin's gaze fixed on her, that cold voice once again rang in his ears. "In the year and a half since you were exiled to Orange City, some major events have also occurred in the imperial capital. The first incident is, after leaving the battlefield, your former fiancée Irina participated in an experiment at the Saint Laurent Research Institute. With the help of the researchers, she successfully transplanted the divine given factor stripped from you and ascended to the 5th rank, becoming the only transcendent among her peers to reach the legendary rank. This further legitimized the title of Empire's Valkyrie. Subsequently, led by Irina and the Snow Eagle family, a group of nobles began to oppress the Bartleyan family. The first to be directly affected was your father, Marquis Bartleyan. Due to the mistakes you made, he, as the military affairs minister, was forced to resign and fell severely ill upon returning home, remaining comatose to this day. Your brother also died in a military operation. After investigation, the military department ruled it as an accident. As for you, after being exiled to Orange City, you must have felt it, right?" At this point, the masked woman suddenly raised her head, looking at Lin. "Those servants who lord over their master, and the forces secretly trying to assassinate you." Lin remained silent. Unexpectedly, after leaving the imperial capital, such earth-shattering changes had occurred there. The current Bartleyan family can only be said to be completely ruined. However, having said this, Lin was now somewhat curious about the masked woman in front of him. "Lady, what exactly is your purpose in seeking me?" Upon hearing this, the masked woman nodded. "Moving forward, I will speak plainly. After experiencing so much injustice, I believe you must be sufficiently enraged by now." The masked woman leaned forward, her palms intersected. "As such, I hope you can turn that rage into strength. Lin Bartleyan, I hope you can serve me. As for those who slandered you, I will silence them. Those who sit high and mighty, I will cast them into the abyss. Those who have wronged you, I will ensure they are beyond redemption." Chapter 8 Hypnosis Experiment. Hearing the other party's words, Lin fell silent. After a moment, he lowered his head and said, "That sounds not bad. So, what do you need me to do?" The masked woman appeared to have thought it through already and did not hesitate. I need you to return to the imperial capital, inherit your father's title, and then have the entire family swear allegiance to me. The Bartleyan family is considered an old honorable family, unlike those new powers without any foundation, and your influence in the military department is significant. Although it's somewhat declining now, it still represents a force that cannot be ignored. What's more, the masked woman paused and looked at Lin with an inexplicable gaze. Your family seems very wealthy. I need your family to provide me with a continuous flow of financial support. Currently, your father is critically ill, on the brink of death, and your brother died on the battlefield. Apart from your sister, you are the only one left in the Bartleyan family, of course, excluding the child in your sister-in-law's womb. So, for you to inherit the title would be the natural course of things. Lin shook his head. Madam, you should know, in the imperial capital, I am a target for everyone. They won't let me inherit the title easily. That is for me to worry about. You just need to answer me, agree or disagree. At this, Lin shrugged. It seems I have no reason to refuse? Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron knew that if this was indeed the reason they had captured him, then Lin might accept the proposal, even if he had to feign agreement on the surface and secretly look for an opportunity to escape. It wouldn't be impossible. After all, the other party really had made a huge demand, nearly wanting to devour the entire Bartleyan family. Perhaps it wasn't just her, but also those nobles in the imperial capital who were eager to get a share, and all of this could be attributed to his fiancée. Lin sneered internally. To it seemed that the other party had seen through his thoughts and continued, wait a moment, I haven't finished stating my conditions yet. This deal between us doesn't have any guarantee, as you should be well aware, the masked woman said, resting her chin in her hand and revealing a patch of her snowy wrist, which added a few charming qualities to her usually cold demeanor. So before this, you will need to cooperate with us in an experiment. What experiment? Lin furrowed his brows slightly. The other party clearly wasn't foolish and couldn't possibly base such significant cooperation merely on verbal agreements. An experiment related to mind control. The masked woman pointed to her forehead. In other words, a hypnosis experiment. She said bluntly, you want to make me your puppet? Lin scoffed. Without spending a penny, you could devour the century-long accumulation of the Bartleyan family. That indeed is a lucrative deal. So, what is your answer? I refuse. Of course, Lin could not agree. If he really underwent that experiment, he would be completely handing over the power over life and death to the other party. Once he became an utter slave, he would no longer be able to resist. Can you tell me the reason? The masked woman seemed unsurprised. Apart from this path, it seems the Bartleyan family doesn't have any other chance for a turnaround. Lin smiled. I don't want to become a prisoner without any autonomy. I'd rather die than that. What if I assure you that I won't manipulate your will through hypnosis unless you betray me first? That's still not possible. Now, the masked woman was genuinely curious. From her point of view, the condition she was able to offer should be irresistible to a fallen noble seeking revenge. She had seen people driven by vengeance to achieve their goals. They wouldn't hesitate to plunge into hell, but the young man before her seemed to have no such thoughts. Why? She asked succinctly, then seemed to suddenly realize something. Perhaps you don't know who I am, then it has nothing to do with that. Lin cut her off. For instance, madam, would you board a ship that is destined to sink? What does that mean? The masked woman slightly furrowed her brows. It means, no matter who you are or what you want to do, with only this ragtag bunch at your disposal, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Lin leaned back in his seat and said calmly. It seemed that her disdain had registered, and the masked woman's voice grew colder. Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about me, thinking I'm easy to talk to? Lin Bartleyan, you have only two choices before you. The first is to accept my proposal and become my subordinate after the experiment is completed. The second, after extracting your memories, I'll have someone transform into you and take over as the new head of the Bartleyan family. The outcome of the second choice went without saying. She was not running a charity. Once he had outlived his usefulness, his only fate would be death, or perhaps, there is a third option. Lin suddenly stretched out lazily. Following that, he leisurely placed a revolver, loaded with bullets, on the table. I could take you hostage and escape from here. A sudden change occurred to the masked woman's gaze intensified. Right now, the shackles had not been opened, yet Lin's right hand had somehow freed itself. Upon closer inspection, the base of his thumb was distinctly swollen. This thumb dislocation technique, which Lin had learned from a book in his previous life, had worked the first time he tried it. He looked at the silent masked woman and smiled cheerfully. See, wasn't I right? These men under you are nothing but a disorganized mob. While fiddling with the revolver, Lin continued to speak. The gun that had originally belonged to Werner had been confiscated. The gun in Lin's hand now had been smoothly pilfered from Ryan while they had whispered to each other earlier. It only required a bit of sleight of hand to effortlessly achieve this. He had already said it, dealing with people like Ryan only required making them feel everything was under control. Their own arrogance would devour them until they showed a flaw, and Lin had seized that flaw. Thus, at this moment, the situation had completely reversed. From the beginning, you intentionally pretended to be compliant, just to make Ryan let his guard down and create a situation where we were alone? The masked woman examined Lin up and down, as if seeing him anew. Exactly. While speaking, Lin pried open his mouth, revealing the bite marks inside. He probably thought I was too weak to resist after seeing me spit blood, which was incredibly stupid. Lady, once this is over, you should consider getting more reliable subordinates. Do you think you can escape this dungeon? The masked woman remained calm throughout. Even if you manage to get to the surface, this area is still our territory. Save your bluster, Lin interrupted her again. Lady, you can't fool me with that. Oh? The masked woman looked at him with interest. You think that because you blindfolded me and tied my hands during transport, I was utterly helpless? Lin stood up and walked towards her. When I was captured, it was about 9:40 p.m., and when I woke up, the clock tower in the center of Warren City had just struck 10. The sound of the bells didn't give me enough time to leave the city but allowed me to deduce our relative position. As for the rest of the way, I judged it by the time I felt moving in the general direction. Plus, a person's pulse, breathing, even heartbeat, can serve as tools to measure time. With all these factors combined, and my memory of an aerial map of Warren City, it's easy to figure out where we are now. 108 Kings Avenue Underground, am I right? Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Put down the gun, let's talk nicely. As he spoke, Lin walked up to the masked woman that he had no intention of treating her gently and blatantly pressed the gun muzzle against her forehead. As he laid out his deductions, the previously interested masked woman was now completely silent. She seemed unafraid of the dark muzzle of the gun, pondering Lin's astonishing statement instead. After a long while, she suddenly raised her hands and gently started clapping. You're right, that fool Ryan almost overlooked someone as talented as you. Just a bit clever? Ridiculous. Lynn Bartleyan, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Her clear, cold, beautiful eyes now revealed a hint of excited hunter's thrill. The more you act this way, the more I can't bear to let you go. Don't praise me like that, ma'am. I might fall in love with you. Lynn seemed to be flirting with her, though his words were soft. The gun in his hand didn't deviate at all. After all, the woman in front of him could make Ryan and the Augusta family bow their heads in submission. Even if her strength was unknown, she couldn't be underestimated. Even if she was just an ordinary person, she definitely had one or two powerful extraordinary items to protect her life. Source: Webnovel.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Moreover, her calm demeanor throughout made Lynn feel somewhat uneasy, but no matter what, in order to escape this place, he no longer had a way back. In love with me? Hearing this, the masked woman chuckled, and remained silent. Ignorant fool, would you still say such a thing if you saw what's beneath the mask? She thought silently. However, Lynn did not know what she was thinking and did not bother to guess. He gently tapped the masked woman's forehead with the revolver. Ma'am, let Ryan come in. No hurry, I still have some questions to ask you. The masked woman ignored his threat. There is something I am very curious about. From your previous words, I can tell you must hate the nobles of the imperial capital extremely, and I don't have much affection for them either. Ultimately, our goals are aligned. Is it more important to indulge in momentary satisfaction, or to unite and focus our strengths outward? Isn't it clear which matters more? As for the claim that your men are a ragtag bunch, I won't deny that, but that's definitely not the real reason you refused. Through the mask, Lynn's eyes met with those crimson ones. Digging too deep isn't something a lady should do. Lynn tried to change the subject. Pointing a gun at a lady isn't gentlemanly either, the masked woman said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Lynn sighed. All right, since you really want to know the reason, I'll tell you. It's the eyes. The eyes? The masked woman frowned slightly, not quite understanding. To me, your gaze is no different from those nobles of the imperial capital, Lynn said with a smile. Even though you were talking to me, your gaze never truly rested on me. Whether it's Morris, Ryan, or you. So, you and those nobles you despise are essentially the same. The masked woman instinctively wanted to retort, but when she tried to speak, she found herself speechless. All right, it's about time. Seeing her lost in thought, Lin, not wanting to waste more time on this trivial matter, indicated again. Hearing his words, the masked woman fell silent for a moment and then raised her voice. Ryan, come in. Yes. A responding voice faintly came from outside. Then, a blond man entered the room. He had thought that the princess had finished negotiating with the other party and needed him to handle the subsequent matters. He jerked his head up in that moment, but was suddenly stunned. This time, the princess sat in her chair with her arms crossed, and the prisoner at her feet had somehow slipped out of the handcuffs and was now pointing a gun at her. Seeing this scene, Ryan felt as if his brain would explode. His eyes turned extremely dangerous, and he instinctively reached for his gun, but after feeling the empty space at his waist, he was stunned anew. When did you? Shush, don't make a sound. Lin placed her right index finger on her lips. If I catch any movement from you trying to send signals, I won't hesitate to fire 6 shots right here. Afterwards, well, I'm surely going to die, but to make you die with me for your negligence would be worth it. Hearing this, Ryan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. His eyes widened with fury, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot, but the princess was currently being held hostage in his hands. Although he was well aware that with the princess's capabilities, she would not suffer any harm. Just the mere fact of a thug pointing a gun at her, after this incident, he as a clerk would rather die 10,000 times to be rid of the blame. Put down the gun, let's talk. Even the extremely arrogant Ryan had to face reality at that moment and spoke softly, looking at Lin's calm gaze. Ryan just wished he could go back in time and smack himself several times. Morris was right, such a dangerous person who could turn the tables with just a sliver of an opportunity. A madman, how could he possibly be evaluated with just a bit clever? Seeing his eyes red with anger, a trace of mockery appeared in Lin's eyes. Are you finally willing to look at me properly? As long as you don't do anything rash, I'll agree to any condition. Ryan managed to hold back his anger as he spoke. Agree to any condition? A sinister smile spread across Lin's face. Ryan had an ominous premonition but still grimly said, of course, I swear on the honor of the Augusta family. Fine, now take off all your clothes, then walk out naked, and shout I am gay to everyone you see. Hearing this condition, Ryan's expression twisted grotesquely. Could he not hear that Lin was deliberately humiliating him, revenge for the beating he had ordered earlier? This guy, seeing his hesitant appearance, Lin sarcastically said, it seems the lady's safety and the honor of the Augusta family mean little in your sight? Do you know who she really is? Ryan intended to tell Lin the truth, to let him know the noble existence he had offended, but before he could speak, he was stopped by a cold glance from the princess. As if to say, shut up, do as he says. And now Ryan was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the princess tolerated this kid's holding her hostage, why she didn't kill him on the spot, but instead played along with his kidnapper game. Yet as a subordinate, even if he did not understand, he had no choice but to follow the orders of his superiors. In the end, Ryan, like a man whose spine had been severed, despairingly bowed his head. You really have a twisted sense of humor. When she opened her eyes again, the masked woman saw only a pile of clothes scattered on the floor. Ryan had disappeared from the room. She certainly had no fetish for appreciating subordinates' nudity. Moments later, cries and screams emanated from outside the jail. Chaos ensued. All right, beautiful lady, please close your eyes for a bit longer. Lin pointed the gun at her while he began to strip off his clothes, swapping them for Ryan's uniform. At this moment, he looked just like her personal bodyguard. After making all the preparations, Lin tucked his gun-wielding hand into his pocket but continued to maintain his aim. Then he gestured for the masked woman to stand up. Let's go. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. How beautiful. Perhaps it was because Ryan's actions had caught everyone by surprise. So when Lin followed the masked woman out, all those present somehow failed to notice him, because it was simply too crazy. The majority of the guards watching the underground prison were from the Augusta family. They were well aware that the expressionless eldest young master, who was actually proud at heart, always looked at everyone with disdain. Such a person despised acts that would tarnish a noble's dignity through pandering to the masses. Yet now, the haughty eldest young master was running around completely naked, shouting, I'm gay, which was absolutely mind-boggling. Could it be that he had been repressed for too long and finally revealed his true nature? Quite a few of the armored guards shivered subconsciously, feeling the various gazes from around him. Ryan felt extremely indignant at this moment. I am not gay. He wanted to shout it out, but he had to obey the princess's orders. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Nuomicron. Even after the incident was over, even if he cleared up the misunderstanding and even forbade people from mentioning it within his estate, it would all be in vain. For those high society nobles, gossiping was an endlessly delightful affair. He had no doubt that after tonight, rumors of his homosexuality would spread quickly throughout the upper echelons of Orange City. For someone as proud as him, this was worse than death itself. With this thought, Ryan tried to signal one of his guards with his eyes, reminding him to hurry up and dismiss the surrounding people. However, after making eye contact, the guard seemed evasive, even stepping back unconsciously. Seeing this, Ryan's last bit of hope died. At that moment, he felt a surge of despondency, vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, then blacked out and collapsed to the ground. The escape route from the underground prison was infuriatingly smooth. So smooth that even Lin found it hard to imagine that he had expected to be discovered and would have to take the masked woman hostage and delay for a while, but nothing happened. As he stepped over the last step leading to the outside world, a breeze brushed his face. Lin let out a sigh of relief. Next, he just had to find a carriage, take her to the train station, and then board the earliest train to the imperial capital tomorrow. Lady, order a carriage, Lin said softly. Don't worry, you'll return after this is over. The masked woman glanced at him and, without a word, walked straight ahead. Soon, an elderly female housekeeper came up to meet them. Do you need a carriage? Her aged voice sounded very familiar to Lin, seemingly the one who helped him off the carriage earlier. Knowing that she had seen his face, Lin was about to bow his head, but suddenly noticed that the elderly housekeeper didn't even glance at him. It's ready and parked up ahead, the housekeeper bowed and said. Upon hearing this, the masked woman no longer spoke and slowly walked ahead. Lin tensed up, not wanting to be discovered by her at the last moment, but oddly enough, the old woman did not cast a single glance at him from beginning to end, as if she didn't care at all. With a hint of confusion, Lin followed the woman to the carriage. The carriage was luxurious, with intricate thorn patterns carved on it. The woman, stepping in her elegant boots, was the first to sit inside the carriage and then rested her chin on her hand, silently looking out of the window. Just as Lin was about to follow her into the carriage, the voice of the elderly housekeeper came from behind him. Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared red velvet cake for dessert and freshly brewed hot red tea. You can enjoy it upon your return. She bowed meticulously and then turned to leave, but upon hearing these words, Lin's step, hanging in midair, suddenly froze. Your Highness? The title struck him like lightning, leaving him stunned. He looked up like a puppet, his expression rigid as he turned to the elegant woman sitting by the window. He had mentally prepared himself thoroughly, yet, in the end, he still underestimated her. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind his abduction, the shadowy figure wanting to use him as a puppet, would be one of those few with the highest status and purest blood in the Empire? Why would he encounter such a prominent figure in a remote city like Warren City? Lin's back was soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounding. At this moment, he felt the gun in his hand burning hot. Although he didn't know which imperial princess the masked woman was, the early phases of the original story revolved around the king's election ceremony, mainly depicting the overt conflicts and secret struggles between the princes and princesses. It's no exaggeration to say that any one of them could be considered a ruthless person among the ruthless. Later on, one of the princesses even turned to the dark side, becoming the ultimate villain, the strongest in the entire novel, a force capable of tearing apart gods, almost destroying the world. Faced with such a person, where was his chance of survival? At this moment, all Lin could do was pray internally, hoping his luck wasn't that terrible. It had been half a month since he had transmigrated into this world. To this day, he had never encountered a character from the original story, and yet, today, he managed to meet one. With a nervous heart, he opened the system, since it was quite a useless thing and had let him down badly. Even Lin himself hadn't formed the habit of checking it all the time. Moreover, all his energy had just been spent in a battle of wits with them, completely forgetting about it. Now, he was finally tasting the bitter fruit. Meanwhile, the masked woman beside him witnessed his change of expression from beginning to end, a light smile curling on her lips. So, you can show such an expression too, quite cute. Let me introduce myself, she said with crossed legs and straight back, her figure's curves fully revealed, and the dignity unique to someone with high status also made itself apparent. My name is Ivis Laurent Alexini, the third imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire. Lin, oh Lin, should I say you're bold as brass, or should I say you're ignorant? Character name, Ivis Laurent Alexini, plot level, S, plot deviation, 0.00%, Lin's suspended heart completely died. The system had stopped issuing warnings about negative behavior, not because it was kind-hearted, but simply because Lin was on the right path. It turned out that the way to complete the preliminary mission was so simple. Just by doing nothing at all. He had overcomplicated everything. But why did it have to be this woman? Why did it have to be that antagonist princess who ended up torn limb from limb at the conclusion? Because she committed heinous crimes that nearly destroyed the entire world. In the end, everyone associated with her was settled by the protagonist group, no matter if they fled to the ends of the earth. Lin clenched his teeth and cursed the system's lack of ethics in his heart, and when he came back to his senses, he found himself bound by blood-red thorns. The thorns, like pervasive poisonous snakes, used their blood-rimmed vines and sharp spikes to fix his legs and hands in place at an extremely precise angle. Just a slight movement would bring numbness and stinging pain. Alright, the kidnapper game ends now. The woman named Ivest restored her usual cold demeanor. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be back on the right track. Under the influence of the thorn's poison, Lynn began to feel drowsy. Looking at her nonchalant appearance, an indescribable emotion surfaced in his heart, just like when Morris had captured him before. Even though he had fought back with all his might, staking his courage and wisdom to in the end, it was still all in vain. That he felt like a chess piece on a board, each move ultimately cornered. Forced to accept the scrutinizing gaze of the chess player, never able to escape, Lynn fell into deep despair, not only because he had to undergo a hypnosis experiment but also because he was on a doomed ship. Seeing no glimmer of hope ahead, he desperately wanted to resist. But as the antagonist princess from the original story, she was definitely not someone he could contend with at the moment. Even at this point in time, if the power she possessed were to fully erupt, it would be enough to easily destroy a city. Killing him would be no different than crushing an ant. But the more this was the case, the less willing Lynn was to resign himself to fate. He gritted his teeth, fighting against the overwhelming dizziness, looking at the short distance between them and her cold, bright eyes. A sudden impulse surged in Lynn's heart. At least, he had to complete the system's preliminary mission. He didn't know what exactly to do to increase the plot deviation value. So, he chose to follow the thoughts deep inside his heart at that moment. The next second, Lynn lifted his hand, he opened his fingers and, with lightning speed, pressed them onto her face. Then, under her stunned gaze, he tore off the black mask. Even Ivest hadn't expected him to dare to do something so audacious. You are courting death. The princess's voice was cold and merciless, as if filled with endless resentment. In an instant, an overwhelming murderous intent swept over him, as if it would tear him to pieces. Lynn wanted to retort defiantly, but as the mask came off, his heart skipped a beat involuntarily, and the insincere words he was about to utter could no longer be spoken. At that moment, a face of extreme coldness yet striking beauty came into Lynn's view. This was probably the most beautiful face he had seen in both his lives. It's a pity that a weird dark mark, about the size of a palm, broke the overall perfection, growing like a curse mark on her flawless fair cheek. To the people of this world, such a curse mark is a sin, a bad omen, a symbol of detestation by the gods. But to Lynn, the curse mark didn't detract from her allure. On the contrary, it added an eerily enchanting charm that made his heart race. She's so beautiful. In the last moments before his consciousness faded, Lynn murmured, for some reason, the blood-red thorns that were supposed to shred him to pieces suddenly stopped. The plot deviation of the S-level character Ivest Laurent Alexini has risen to 0.01%. Preliminary mission completed, system unlocked. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The existence despised by all life in the world. Ivest had never encountered anything beautiful in her life. This seemed foreshadowed from the day she was born. Her mother had died in that agonizing childbirth, with her eyes still open to the last moment. Not only that, all the other newborns born on the same day in the imperial capital silently perished that night. And the moment people saw her in her swaddle, they exhibited looks of terror. Infants are supposed to symbolize purity and cleanliness, yet they distinctly saw dark, evil patterns etched on her face. Those patterns, like a curse mark, were deeply engraved into her skin. Anyone who witnessed that curse mark would feel a terror and revulsion stemming from deep within their soul. Even some of those of weaker wills would faint from merely getting close to her. People from the Heavenly Principal Church had come to see her. Following that, they prophesied before St. Laurent 6. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. New. From the day of her birth, this third imperial princess was doomed to be despised by the gods. Her very existence was the root of evil and fear, and she was bound to bring catastrophic disasters to everyone. That curse mark was named Evil Seed, a curse amalgamating all the evil and filth in the world. Any being born into this world would instinctively feel disgust and repulsion at their first sight of her. According to tradition, Ivest, still in swaddling clothes, should have been sent to the heresy court for execution. Yet, St. Laurent Virgin Islands still spared her life. But since she had caused the death of his beloved wife, even as a father, he never showed Ivest any kindness. In her memory, St. Laurent VI's attitude toward her had always been different from his attitude toward his other sons and daughters. Filled with scolding and beatings, she felt as though she had never been loved by anyone. Ivest knew this from a very young age. The servants around her always wore fearful smiles in her presence, and behind her back, they invariably called her a monster, their words thick with undisguised disgust. Any companions she had never lasted long, either they died or went mad. Over time, she gradually understood that her mere existence was a mistake. Due to the curse mark, all life from this world could never love her. At best, they could only fear her because of her destructive power. But since this life was given by her mother, Ivest was not willing to give it up so easily. After much deliberation, on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, she declared something in front of a large audience: she would participate in the king's election, competing for the throne against the other 8 princes and princesses. Ivest had a faint premonition, or rather, a hope. She felt that perhaps, once she became the next Saint Laurent emperor and made the world less ugly, where everyone lived in beauty and hope, perhaps people's perceptions of her might improve, and naturally, everyone took this thought as a joke. How could a woman seen as a bane and demon boldly take that position? However, Ivest didn't care about their opinions. Furthermore, from that day on, she wore a mask, permanently sealing away her face. Ironically, her mother had once been the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, yet in the end, she became someone who dared not show her true face. The evil seed curse mark on her face and the extraordinary power she was born with seemed to her not a glory but a shame. And a scar. Her noble status, after masking her face, lessened her impact on the people around her. Gradually, people began to pledge allegiance to her, but no one dared to ever bring up terms like appearance or looks in her presence. They clearly understood that the curse mark on her face had always been a sore point for the princess. Who would dare expose her scars? Doing so would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. So when Lin unwittingly removed Ivest's mask, a repressed sense of shame and rage, along with a deep-seated resentment that nearly materialized, surged through her heart. You are courting death. She actually had some admiration for this destitute lad from the Bartleyan family. Just as he had said, the caliber of her subordinates was indeed average, nowhere near the other princes. Over the years, she increasingly yearned for talented individuals to aid her. Many things can't simply be done with strength alone. So after meeting Lin, she strangely felt an emotion called cherishment. But whoever it is, once they cross her bottom line, there's only one outcome. Death. Power surged. Countless blood-red thorns seemed to respond to her inner anger. They opened up the earth like waves and surged toward the figure before her. Human life is indeed too fragile for an ordinary person like him. A gentle application of force could utterly shatter him. Just as Ivest was about to cleanse the shame deep in her heart with his life, a weak voice suddenly reached her ears. How beautiful! The surge of thorns stopped at the last moment right on Lin's body. Ivest's movements involuntarily halted. You? What did you say? Upon hearing those unfamiliar words, Ivest's thoughts froze. Beautiful? What's beautiful? The carriage? The thorns? The night? Or is he speaking about me? Feeling Lin's gaze staying on her face, the answer was self-evident. Ivest took a deep breath. She looked into Lin's clear blue eyes, trying to find fear and disgust in his gaze. Even the slightest bit of hesitation would cause her to instantly grind him into blood mud. However, perhaps she stared too intently, or maybe it was due to the toxin on the blood-red thorns acting up, leading to his distracted mind. In any case, she failed to notice any of the negative emotions she had become accustomed to since childhood. Not only that, but she even sensed a hint of obsession from his eyes. What the hell? Surely all lives born into this world should be filled with disgust at the sight of her face. What's going on now? For a moment, Ivest felt a confusion like never before. The anger and shame that had filled her heart just moments ago had vanished without trace. Instead, they were replaced by a bewildering emotion. Hey, make yourself clear. She grabbed Lin's collar and slightly raised her voice, but he had somehow fallen into a deep sleep, with slight snores sounding out. Damn it, you aren't allowed to sleep. The princess still hasn't cleared up the question she wanted to ask. Ivest regretted her impulsive action just now, and her heart grew even more irritated. After a long while, Ivest waved her hand lightly. The chaotic thorns that had overturned the manor's lawn suddenly shattered into specks of extraordinary power and drifted away with the wind. Then, the elderly housekeeper who had left earlier returned. Her indifferent demeanor remained, without giving Lin a single glance from start to end. Your Highness, should we dispose of him? The housekeeper bent down. Ivest didn't speak, and handed the person she was holding over to her. The housekeeper nodded and prepared to leave, to let this little thief who had infuriated the princess disappear from the world completely. But the next second, she suddenly heard a somewhat hesitant voice from behind her. Send him to the lab. Let Milani handle it. Forget it, try to keep him alive. Yes, Your Highness. The elderly housekeeper, with her back to her, showed a touch of surprise in her eyes for the first time upon hearing this order and gave an unprecedented glance at Linny. Following that, she dragged him once more toward the underground prison. Chapter 12, Defying System. Wake up. Wake up! Half awake and half asleep, Lin felt someone slapping his face a few times. He slowly opened his bleary eyes. After clearly seeing the scene before him, Lin was instantly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? And why am I completely naked? When Lin realized he was stark naked and tied up in a chair, he fell silent. He was currently in another underground facility. Around him were many ancient instruments, colorful gemstones, and several magic matrices drawn on parchment, complex and obscure. Moreover, on a stone platform not far away, there was an open magic book. One of the pages featured an eye-like pattern that appeared vivid and bone-chilling. Source: webnovel.com, updated on N0. It seemed as if it could penetrate his soul, imposing some kind of suggestion on him. Lin vaguely remembered that this symbol seemed to belong to the Soul Sect, active during the second and third epochs. Later, for some reason, it had been declared a heretical sect by an empire and completely eradicated. You're finally awake. Test subject number 126. The previous voice came again. Lin looked around, but couldn't find a single person in sight. The entire laboratory was empty. A haunted, "Hey, I'm over here." Finally, Lin looked down and noticed a small girl standing on the steps below. She was about a 12 or 13-year-old girl wearing an ill-fitting white lab coat, with messy brown chin-length hair and some freckles on her nose, staring at him intently. "Who are you?" Lin eyed her warily, trying to squeeze his legs together. At the same time, he habitually accessed the system. Character name: Milani Vallinara. Plot level: D. Plot deviation: 0.00%. Sure enough, he heard her introduction next. "My name is Milani. You can call me Miss Milani." The girl scratched her tufty hair and put her hands in her pockets. "I won't say more than needed, but you should know why Imperial Princess Ivis sent you here, right?" Hearing this, memories from not long ago flooded into Lin's mind. He suddenly gasped. Had he done something terrible? It seemed that the villainous Imperial Princess was quite furious about him uncovering her mask. Recalling the bone-chilling dread he felt then, Lin couldn't help but shiver. After all, some things are only appreciated after one has experienced them. He understood the beauty of being alive now. He would rather streak naked down the street yelling "I am gay" than face that furious woman again. Still, for some reason, she had spared his life. However, it looked like the experiment mentioned earlier in the underground prison was unavoidable now. "Are you going to perform mind control on me?" Lin frowned. Hearing this, the girl named Milani shook her head. "It's not that low-level trick of mind control. It's hypnosis, understand? Abilities in magic related to mental interference are extremely rare. Currently only abilities like charm, forget, psychological suggestion, and others are available, yet they are rejected by the mainstream churches of the Saint Laurent Empire. And each of these abilities has its own drawbacks. For example, charm can easily evoke the desires of humans, causing them to lose their sanity, and psychological suggestion has mediocre effects and doesn't work on those with strong will. Therefore, research involving the mind is an interesting topic, one that I have been attempting for a long time. In general, my expected outcome of hypnosis is to completely control a person's body and mind invisibly. Usually, the hypnotized person acts just like anyone else, completely unaware of their state, but once that switch is flipped, they fall into a subconscious state, becoming absolute servants to the hypnotist. Any command from the hypnotist will turn into mental brands, etched into the psyche of the hypnotized, even capable of completely changing their understanding of the world and common sense. So, test subject number 126, you need to understand that you are participating in a groundbreaking experiment. Milani suddenly rose on her tiptoes, looked into Lin's eyes, and spoke with a heartfelt tone. Lin's mouth twitched. "Can I refuse?" "Of course not." Milani lovingly patted his head, then strapped a rudimentary helmet-like device onto it. "Well, we can talk more about whining later, but since you're awake now, the experiment can begin." While speaking, Milani walked over to a mud-stained stone slab. It was finely carved with the eye of the soul from the magic book, surrounded by various magic matrices and several sockets for filling with magic stones. The stone slab connected to several old instruments and finally to the helmet above Lin's head. Damn, it feels like sitting in an electric chair, Lin thought uncomfortably. His fate was in someone else's hands right now, and he couldn't resist. "May I ask, what eventually happened to the 125 test subjects before me?" Lin asked with a forced smile. Milani turned her head and smiled. Hee. It all went unsaid. Seeing this, Lin completely abandoned the idea of talking his way out. The person before him looked like a mad scientist, too engrossed in his work to be swayed by a few words from Lin, and besides, it was an order from His Highness. No, he had to save himself. As he thought this, Lin looked at his own body. His hands and legs were shackled to the armrests, and several straps tied his waist tightly. It seemed Ivist and the others were very cautious of him, but currently, as a normal person with no extraordinary abilities, he couldn't possibly break free using strength alone. Thinking this, Lin gave up the effort to escape and turned his gaze to his last hope: a system. The next second, a light screen appeared in front of Lin. However, it was different from the rudimentary interface he remembered this time. The system seemed to have completely opened up for him. Name, Lin, race, human, age, 17, belief, none, rank, none, extraordinary ability, none, divine given factor, 0, remaining system points, 1. The empty interface made Lin feel somewhat embarrassed. He recalled that his predecessor had once believed in one of the Empire's 3 mainstream churches, the Heavenly Principle Church, and had peaked with 136 divine given factors, making him outstanding among his peers. However, he had no time now to reminisce about the glorious past but instead focused on another item. Why do I have 1 system point? He silently asked the system. The host has successfully increased the plot deviation of the S-level plot character Ivis Laurent Alexini to 0.01%, receiving 1 system point as a reward. Additionally, the host can spend points to draw various extraordinary abilities and enhance them, or ignite new divine given factors to increase personal power. Hearing this, Lin was stunned. Only this much for an S-level plot character's reward? How pitiful must E and F levels be then? But thinking it over, most people belong to the E and F categories, and even when piled up, they represented a significant scale, truly contrary to any expectation. The system died in every sense, and not in vain after being tortured for a whole half-month. After reflecting for a few seconds, Lin turned his gaze to the right side of the system interface. There hung a disc that resembled a relief, divided into 36 sectors, each carved with an ancient and abstract symbol. One of them was familiar to him, looking like several twinkling stars connected together. It was the exclusive mark of the Heavenly Principle Church. Could it be that each mark pointed to a deity? It wasn't mentioned in the original work. Could there be so many? With a nervous heart, Lin touched the needle at the center of the relief disc, and then a prompt jumped before his eyes. Would you like to spend 1 system point to draw an ability? Yes. The next second, the relief disc started spinning rapidly as if getting wound up. Meanwhile, Milani was embedding various colored magic stones into the eye of the soul stone slab, about to start the final step. So, Lin muttered in his heart, please, system bro. I've never asked you for anything in my life. Give me a reliable ability, please. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Lie swallowing and prisoner of destiny. Transcendence, as the name implies, were people who possessed extraordinary abilities. Where did their extraordinary abilities come from? The answer was simple. In this world mixed with steam machinery, swords, and magic settings, they were naturally bestowed by deities. Therefore, transcendents could also be known as divine givers. Generally speaking, to become a transcendent, one first needed to choose a faith and join the corresponding deity's church. Then one could go to the cathedral for a qualification test. This test differentiated ordinary people from those with extraordinary talents, and those who passed the test would be promoted to candidates. Once the opportunity arose, the church would gather the candidates and systematically arrange the divine giver ritual. The ritual, those with sufficient devotion had a much higher chance of passing. And when you passed the divine giver ritual, you would receive a trial from the deity. Generally, the difficulty of the trial was related to the rank. The lower the rank, the simpler the trial required. For example, to become a first-rank transcendent, one often received simple trials like pleasing the deity, requiring only the sacrifice of some treasures. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. As the rank increased, the difficulty of the trials would exponentially increase. Take, for instance, the Empire's renowned strongman, Bio from the Holy Dragon family, known as the Dragon Slayer, whose trial to ascend to 5th rank legend was to slay a living giant dragon. Once you completed all the trials, you could actively communicate with the deity and pray for an upgrade to the next rank. Upgrading brought tremendous benefits. Not only could you gain new extraordinary abilities, but you could also ignite more divine given factors, enabling your abilities to have stronger effects. However, generally speaking, the types of abilities awakened by transcendence were often tied to the authority of the deity. Take for example a previous follower of the Heavenly Principle Church. The deity worshipped by this church was the Lord of Billion Stars, so the abilities awakened by transcendence were mostly related to airflow, gravity, weather, or even magnetic fields. After choosing a faith, it was no longer possible to involve another. Thus, the abilities of transcendence in this world often had limitations or were relatively singular. Very few people could master several types of faith-based extraordinary abilities. Or rather, there had never been such a precedent. From now on, Lin would become such a precedent. Though his divine given factors had been stripped and his faith had dissipated, with the system's existence, everything was readily resolved. He simply needed to increase the deviation of the original character's storyline to continuously gain system points, which he could use to draw or strengthen extraordinary abilities. According to the system, he could even ignite the divine given factors by his own power. the effect was nothing short of astonishing, but then again, improving someone else's storyline deviation seemed not to be an easy task. For that 0.01% change, he had almost been killed by the antagonist, Imperial Princess, so at this moment, watching the rapidly spinning bas-relief disc in front of him, Lin was unusually anxious. What would the first ability from the system be? For him, this was a matter of life and death, directly determining whether he could survive this experiment. Under Lin's gaze, the spinning speed of the bas-relief disc finally slowed down, and then gradually stopped in front of him. The pointer stopped at a strange symbol. The symbol was very abstract and complex, resembling a crying clown or a puppet controlled by silk threads. Congratulations on drawing a first-rank ability, Lie Swallowing. Lie Swallowing, Lin gasped in shock. Very well, as expected of you, crafty system. That he had thought there might be a chance to draw a physical strengthening ability, or an effect like Morris's ability to merge into shadows. In any case, as long as he could escape from here, anything would do. Yet, the system had bestowed him with something resembling a conceptual type of thing. Lin rigidly clicked to open the skill introduction and started browsing. Name, Lie Swallowing, rank, first rank, effect, the lies you tell will become more believable. Conversely, you can easily discern lies told by others. Activation condition, none, points required to upgrade, 10, as expected. It seemed to be a somewhat lackluster ability. Perhaps it could occasionally produce miraculous effects in daily life and combat, but it seemed unlikely to resolve Lin's current predicament. It seemed that only after upgrading would the effects gradually strengthen. Right now, it was merely a common ability corresponding to a first-rank transcendent. Moreover, it was unclear which faith it belonged to. A feeling helpless, Lin attempted to activate the ability. The next second, his vision was abruptly filled with layers of ripples, and suddenly, the underground laboratory scene disappeared before his eyes. In its place was an entirely different scene. Where was this? Lin suddenly felt as if he could move freely and stood up dazedly. However, his gaze remained fixed on the bizarre sight before him. Before him was a boundless void, yet it was more than just a boundless void. Aside from emptiness and desolation, threads as if breaking through the confines of time and space, traversed from the void. They moved like slender worms, dancing in bizarre postures. These threads seemed to have life and intelligence, and they had a very unified goal, continuously surging toward that destination. Countless threads gathered into a vast ocean, eventually converging toward a point high above. Lin looked up. He saw a withered humanoid figure enshrouded and pulled by those threads, the whole person twisted into a crucifix shape, suspended high above. Especially many threads gathered on its arms. Its expression was of pain, eyes tightly shut. Even so, those threads still rushed over like rivers and seas, torturing it over and over again, seemingly taking pleasure in it. Prisoner of Destiny. For some reason, Lin slowly spoke out the name. The next second, layers of ripples attacked once again, a strong sense of falsehood instantly snapping him back to reality. What are you spacing out for? Milani waved her hands forcefully in front of him. Oh, nothing. Lin replied as if unconcerned. Nothing, my foot. In reality, his heart had already been thrown into turmoil, and it took a long time to calm. What did that scene really mean? Lin's mind felt empty, only a severe dryness in his mouth. If there's nothing, the experiment is about to start. Milani blinked. Not good. He had almost forgotten the most important thing at the moment. The will to survive made Lin temporarily suppress the shock and confusion in his heart, focusing his attention on the young girl before him. He took a deep breath, then, under the effect of Lie Swallowing, he slowly said, Ms. Milani, there is something I need to tell you. Chapter 14. I lie to myself. Ms. Milani, I have something to tell you. A will? Milani made a joke that wasn't exactly humorous. As she spoke, she fitted the last magic stone into the groove on the stone slab. With a violent tremble, the carved magic matrix on the stone slab slowly lit up, and all nodes were connected in an instant. The eye of the soul, carved right in the center of the magic matrix, started to appear even more lifelike and terrifying. It was as if some powerful and bizarre being was peering through the stone slab into his mind. Seeing this, Lin switched to an anxious tone and immediately said, Oxygen is poisonous. If we don't leave here soon, we'll die. Let's save the jokes for later. Milani chuckled, seemingly amused. As expected, it didn't work. Lin realized this inside. Source, webnovel.com, updated on New Zero. Oxygen couldn't possibly be poisonous. On the contrary, without oxygen, people would definitely die. For humans, this was an ironclad common sense and law, impossible to change easily. Currently, the Lie Swallowing was only at first rank, not powerful enough to twist common sense. So the lie was instantly seen through as soon as it was spoken, but Lin wasn't discouraged. After a moment of thought, he continued, It's too hot in this room. In reality, since this was an underground chamber of the manor, it was damp and without sunlight year-round. Even if not cold, it certainly wouldn't be too hot. Thus, this was a lie. Hearing Lynn's words, Milani stopped what she was doing, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, she hesitantly nodded, tugging at the collar of her lab coat to let in some air. It does seem a bit. No, actually, it's not too hot. Besides, you're not wearing a single piece of clothing, so stop making excuses. The lie had been uncovered again. But unlike the last time, Lynn clearly noticed that this lie had briefly gained Milani's trust. Because the sensation of heat is different from ironclad common sense and law, it is a highly subjective notion that can change at any moment. Some people might feel cold to the touch even on the hottest days of summer, while others could romp around in a t-shirt in the depths of winter. After this attempt, Lynn had a vague sense that he was starting to understand how to use the lie. Swallowing simultaneously, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He decided to retract his previous assessment of this ability. On the contrary, if used properly, it could definitely allow him to safely escape this experiment. However, another attempt was needed. This experiment is bound to fail. Don't speak such demoralizing words, it will certainly be successful. Ms. Milani, you've fallen in love with me. I deeply love every test subject, provided they survive. Ms. Milani, I'm actually very ugly. Hey, don't believe that one. Several minutes later, Milani finished all the preparations before the experiment. You seem to talk a lot just now, she said thoughtfully, glancing at Lynn. Are you trying something? However, it's a pity, this place is a cellar 100 meters underground, with over 10 layers above. Even if you find a chance to escape from here, you'd still be caught by the patrolling guards. It might be better to give up these unnecessary thoughts. Although, having a resistant mentality in a test subject could affect the results. Milani sighed. I'll tell you the truth, Princess Ivest's command is to experiment without harming your life, and even if it fails in the end, you won't die. Lynn's eyes brightened. Oh? At most, you'll fall into a vegetative state and never wake up again. Milani said calmly. It's even more terrifying now. Hey, Lynn thought to himself bitterly. However, he did not show this on the surface. Instead, he put on a resigned expression. Since you've come to that conclusion, I guess I have no choice but to cooperate. But speaking of which, before the experiment begins, could you agree to my last request? In principle, that's not allowed. Milani scratched her messy short hair. The princess said that once you woke up, it would be best to not exchange even a single word with you. But you were quite eager just now, weren't you? After all, I'm not someone with many principles. Hearing this, Milani shrugged her shoulders, but because the clothing was too big, it caused the fabric on her shoulder to slip down a bit, revealing a snowy white patch of skin. As if she didn't see it, she casually pulled her clothes back up, and then asked, So, what's your last condition? Please give me a mirror. Milani pondered for a moment, turned, and sifted through the pile of miscellaneous items on the table, eventually procuring a palm-sized vanity mirror and presenting it before Lynn. Here you go. Milani remembered his earlier words and couldn't help but touch her forehead. You really are narcissistic. Can't help it, it's the ancestors' blessing. Lynn said offhandedly, then he lifted his head and looked at the mirror Milani was holding in front of him. The boy in the mirror was handsome and noble, with bright blue eyes that were vivid and spirited. However, Lynn didn't ask for the mirror just to appreciate his own stunning good looks one last time before the experiment. His purpose was actually very simple, staring at the other self in the mirror. Lynn took a deep breath and activated the lie-swallowing ability again. At the same time, he murmured to himself, I want to lie to myself. Milani was already prepared to sound the alarm, because in this situation, his behavior of calmly requesting a mirror from her was simply too bizarre. Taking into account his earlier strange questions, Milani could not help but suspect something. Although the other party was only a commoner, he was still someone the princess had specifically cautioned against. But out of professional curiosity, she wanted to see just what Lynn intended to do. In the end, all he did was glance briefly at the mirror as if reminiscing about his appearance, and then with a sigh of resignation, he said, Please begin. Upon hearing this, Milani, though confused, still nodded. Never mind, the experiment is more important. Thinking that, she, as a mad scientist, quickly pushed her doubts to the back of her mind, Milani walked to the side of the stone slab and did a final check on the integrity of the magic matrix and the connected helmet. Then she met Lynn's gaze, took a handful of silver white powder from a jar beside her, and with a light flick, scattered it over the magic matrix and the carving of the eye of the Soul in the center, boom, accompanied by a flash of silver flames, a light far more dazzling than before, like a miniature sun, filled the entire underground laboratory. Milani squinted her eyes and shielded her face with her palm, intently staring at the figure in the center of the light. Powerful energy physically poured into the helmet, turning into murmurs and suggestions, continuously reverberating in the ears. This force, like a baptism upon the soul, through repeated tidal-like washes, was enough to imprint the hypnosis switch into the depths of his personality. After a very long time, the light on the slab gradually dimmed. Milani's heartbeat slightly quickened every time the results of an experiment were unveiled. She felt this kind of heart-pounding sensation when the magic matrix on the slab finally settled down and all the instruments ceased their humming. She quickly approached the boy on the chair. "How do you feel?" "I feel terrible." The other's somewhat delayed speech came. Milani lifted his head to look. She saw that the boy's previously bright blue eyes had become dull and lifeless, filled with a vacant stare. It was as if he had become a robot that only knew how to follow orders. Could it be the experiment was a success? Chapter 15 Hypnosis? I'm faking it. Chapter 15 Hypnosis? I'm faking it. Could it be the experiment succeeded? Seeing Lin's foolish expression, Milani's heart beat quick and slightly, but she did not show it on her face, because among the past 125 test subjects, there were no lack of clever clogs who thought they could deceive her with their acting skills, only to meet with a very grim end. However, if it really was an act, then this fellow's acting was quite convincing. Remembering the odd impression Lin had given her before, Milani increasingly felt that he might be acting. This daredevil, who even dared to hold the princess hostage, what wouldn't he dare to do? And in fact, Milani's guess was not wrong. At this moment, feeling the doubtful gaze of the other party, Lin remained silent. His eyes were unfocused, his limbs weak, and his whole being was immersed in a muddled and unclear state of mind. But this was only a physical manifestation. In reality, Lin's thoughts still operated at high speed. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron.0. His consciousness and soul seemed to have left his body. Observing Milani's every move as a bystander, and like controlling a puppet, he manipulated his body to react. It all came down to Milani having agreed to his last request. A few minutes before, looking at himself in the mirror, Lin activated the lie swallowing. The effect of lie swallowing was to make the lies he told with his own mouth believable, and its scope of effect included everyone naturally. This also included Lin himself. So he lied to himself. Of course, just one lie was not enough. In order to escape from this underground laboratory with his self intact, Lin told a total of 2 lies. Having remembered a great deal of the original plot, he was very clear about the Soul Sect, this religious organization, active during the Second Era in the southern part of an ancient empire, worshipped an intangible and insubstantial god of the soul and believed that humans should abandon their physical bodies to embrace the ocean of consciousness. Later, for some reason, the Soul Sect was completely eradicated by transcendence dispatched by the upper echelons of the ancient empire. Only some fragmented texts were left, which spread through various secretive channels. Where exactly Milani's magic book came from, and whether the research content in it was truly effective, these Lin did not know, but he did not need to know. After all, being transported into the world of a novel was already quite magical, so even if more magical things happened, it wouldn't really matter. Therefore, Lin only needed to make himself disbelieve that the magic book was of any use. The first lie he told himself was that after the Soul Sect was wiped out, all the key documents were destroyed. Therefore, this experiment was a hoax, bound to fail and incapable of affecting his mind or consciousness in the slightest. For Lin, this lie was possible. Otherwise, all 125 previous test subjects would not have all failed. So when the experiment began, the mental energy contained within the magic stones and the magic matrix had a hard time influencing his personality, because this was a competition between external forces and his own willpower. As long as he believed that the experiment was a joke, the brainwashing and hypnotic effects of the eye of the soul could not take hold. After all, this was different from the extraordinary powers of the reality system. Reality needed to follow the physical laws of this world. For instance, being burned by fire would definitely cause burns, being cut by a knife would certainly result in bleeding, but the mind system tended more towards idealism, a field seldom touched by many. So looking at the outcome, Lin's first lie was a resounding success. He maintained his self-awareness and survived the experiment unscathed. Next came the second test. Lin, still maintaining the sensation of his soul being out of body, did not relax in the slightest. The girl in front of him had, at some unknown point, taken out a small gas lamp and placed it in front of his eyes. Observing him at close range with great scrutiny. A moment later, she pulled out a notebook from her pocket and began writing something down with a steel pen. breathing rate and heartbeat, slightly below that of a normal person. Milani muttered to herself softly. Suddenly, without any warning, she lifted the hand that was holding the steel pen and stabbed towards Lin's eyeball with the speed of lightning. Just as the distance between the pen tip and the eyeball was only a few millimeters, she stopped. After observing for a while, Milani lowered her head again and continued to jot down. Pupils are normal, no significant response to external stimuli. It seemed that she was measuring various data to confirm whether the subject was truly hypnotized or faking it. Perhaps a good half of the first 125 subjects had failed at this point. After all, it is very difficult to overcome the innate responses of the human body. Of course, he was an exception. Lin told himself a second lie, that Lin from Blue Star and Lin Bartley were two different people, the former having taken over the latter's body but, due to some accidents, had not been able to take full control of this body, resulting in delayed reactions as a side effect. Compared to the previous lie, this one was more complex and harder to believe. Therefore, he took advantage of the power of that mirror, using it as an amplifier to enhance the effect of the lie. Swallowing, looking at the reflection in the mirror that was utterly different from his past life. The point that Lin from Blue Star and Lin Bartley are two different people was corroborated. Thus, his subconscious chose to believe it. However, once the ability of the lie swallowing was lifted, he would recall everything and regain control over his body. Milani, however, knew nothing of this. After passing several basic assessments, Milani fell silent, furrowing her brow while sizing up Lin from head to toe. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she murmured, "You're getting off easy," then tugged down her white lab coat, revealing a patch of pristine skin. At the same time, she struck a seductive pose, her pink tongue lightly licking her lips. During this process, her gaze was firmly fixed on Lin's lower half. Several minutes later, Milani returned to normal, calmly straightening her lab coat and continuing to write in her notebook. Subject number 126 exhibited no noticeable physiological response to the impromptu addition to the exam, passing it perfectly. No, if it were any normal person here, they probably wouldn't have any reaction either. Of course, animals would be the exception. Staring at the copper mine in front of him, Lin found it hard to keep his composure, internally critiquing, all the basic assessments have been perfectly passed. Milani expressed a trace of surprise in her eyes. It seems that we can have the princess come over for the final inspection. The handcuffs must be quite tight. I'll undo them for you now so you can relax a bit. Saying this, Milani pressed a button on the instrument. As the iron hoops on his hands and feet slowly fell off, Lin's heart also eased. It looked as if the test was over had he just narrowly escaped disaster. However, he was also aware that he might soon face Ivest's examination. It really hadn't been easy. Yet just as this thought emerged, he heard the sound of gears turning from below. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him tightly. Lin felt as if a void had opened up below him, and along with the chair, he fell from the lab's level. Yikes. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. In a daze, he faintly heard Milani's cry of alarm from above. Chapter 16, the belated Ivest pressed the wrong button? Lin felt terrible as the seat plummeted. Fortunately, the height here didn't seem as tall as he had imagined, only about the equivalent of 3 to 4 floors, and there was a seat underneath to cushion his fall. Moreover, after falling to the bottom, he discovered a layer of accumulation water. In any case, his life wasn't in danger. He let out a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, he repeated the second lie in his mind, reinforcing the psychological suggestion using the power of the lie. Swallowing, the sensation of falling almost made him break out of this state. Once he finally reverted to his original dazed condition, Lin shifted his attention back to what was in front of him. Unlike the brightly lit laboratory from before, the scene in front of him was pitch dark, with only 2 dazzling golden lanterns hanging high above. Yet, for some reason, although the lanterns seemed bright, they did not illuminate the surrounding environment. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. Thankfully, some faint light coming from above prevented Lin from being left in complete darkness. This was utterly an undeserved disaster. He had already passed the assessment, yet he accidentally fell into such a place. Indeed, Ivest's subordinates were a group of people who were unreliable and prone to failure. They had countless opportunities to kill all the main characters from the original story in the early and middle phases but ended up letting them escape due to various situations. In the end, when the grand finale arrived, and the main characters nearly all became gods, those fools finally panicked, realizing catastrophe was upon them, and faced a dire reckoning. Lin grumbled internally and quietly waited for them to find someone to rescue him, but after waiting several minutes, nothing happened. Not only that, Lin faintly sensed a fishy smell and a barely perceptible hot wind. Maintaining a sluggish state, he shifted his eyeballs and glanced upward. Those 2 golden lanterns flickered on and off. They lit up at times and went out at others. Moreover, they seemed to be moving uncertainly towards him, gradually getting closer. Wait a second, it was as if Lin finally realized something. At this very moment, gazing up at those two enormous lanterns, Lin broke into a cold sweat, nearly breaking free from the false hypnosis state created by the lie swallowing. Those weren't any damn lanterns at all, but the pupils of some giant creature, from the moment he had fallen. It had been sizing him up. Suddenly, there was movement in front of Lin by the giant creature, accompanied by a deep roar reminiscent of thunder. The giant creature slowly lowered its head, drawing close to Lin's face. With the help of the light from the opening above, Lin finally saw the true form of the giant creature. A neck like that of a massive serpent, a mouth bristling with sharp fangs, colossal wings that obscured the sky, a slender tail dragging chains, and thick scale armor covering its entire body. This was unmistakably a juvenile black dragon towering over 10 meters tall. "Your Highness, you've arrived?" As the statuesque figure appeared in the laboratory, Milani approached with a narrowed-eye smile. Ivest, who had been wearing a smart military uniform moments ago, now wore a flowing black fringed gown, and her long, dark hair, which had been cascading down her back, was now tied up into a neat and efficient ponytail that hung at her waist. She looked like an aloof goddess ready to grace a banquet, untouchable in her elegance. "How is he doing?" When facing Milani, Ivest seemed to relax a great deal. She trusted this subordinate who had followed her for 7 or 8 years implicitly, treating her like a sister in their day-to-day interactions. But although Milani appeared quite young, she had already reached adulthood. It was just that due to certain reasons, her body had never been able to grow normally. Ivest ran her hand over the girl's head, smoothing out her messy brown hair without resisting. Milani placed an apparatus carved from a magic stone in front of Ivest and infused it with a little extraordinary ability. Moments later, a projection appeared before them. The image within the projection was Lin, trapped in the space below, sitting absurdly still on a chair, motionless. This is the last assessment. Of the 125 specimens before this, most died at this stage. If he truly passes this test, then he will be utterly under your Highness's control. He'll be unaware on ordinary days, but as soon as he sees the curse mark of the Eye of the Soul, he'll immediately switch to a hypnotic state. Milani's eyes were calm and cold now, nothing like her previously playful demeanor with Lin. Ivest nodded. If Lin was actually pretending to be hypnotized, she would still intervene to save him, but she would be somewhat disappointed. At this very moment, the black dragon's eyes, as large as wheels and golden in color, drew close to his face, exhaling hot, stinking breath from its nostrils, seemingly assessing its meal for the day. Feeling the breath rush towards him, Lin's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. The physiological reaction was unavoidable because he was facing a dragon. Being a dragon, possessing mighty and ancient noble blood, naturally came with an extremely powerful dragon's presence. Even though this black dragon was just a juvenile, it was still beyond a fourth-rank human. Under the effect of the dragon's presence, any pretense would easily shatter. Feeling the precarious state of the lie swallowing, Lin sensed he might lose his composure in the next second, gasping for air loudly and desperate to flee. After all, he was just an ordinary person without the divine given factor, and the distance between him and the dragon was less than 1 meter. The sharp teeth in the black dragon's mouth shimmered with a cold light, and there were even remnants of blood on them. It seemed to be extremely hungry. Lin wanted to take a deep breath to calm himself down, but logically, one shouldn't have such abnormalities when under hypnosis. Damn Milani, how could she not have found someone to come over yet? Didn't she know how terrifying the creature below was? Wrong. Thinking this, Lin seemed to suddenly realize something. Did she really press the wrong button by accident? Or was this whole thing another assessment from the beginning? Looking at the giant dragon in front of him gradually opening its mouth, and the saliva dripping from its lips, he fell silent. Lin only had 2 paths before him. The first path was to break the state and call for help. Loudly, someone might come to save him by doing so, but the chances were slim. After all, calling for help, apart from exposing his disguised behavior, wouldn't put a speed buff on Milani and those guards. The second path was to maintain his current state and fight to the death. There was no benefit, just gambling that this was another test. The bet was his own life. Both paths were fraught with peril, and the probability of death was high either way. But for Lin, the choice never seemed to need hesitation. That if he chose the first path, besides showing the ugly side of the struggle to survive, he would probably still die. Therefore, he chose the second. The reason was simple. At such a critical and tense moment, Lin remembered what Milani had said before. Ivest had said she would spare his life. Although he didn't know what kind of mental journey she had been through, she had said it herself. She wouldn't let him die. No matter the purpose, Lin chose to trust her. He trusted she could fulfill her promise. So at this moment, Lin exerted all his strength to activate the lie swallowing ability and lied to himself. maintaining the foolish and dull hypnotized state. Even so, under the pressure of the dragon's might, his mental will was faltering. Roar! Seemingly sensing that this time's food was lacking in spirit, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in the black dragon's eyes, followed by a roar as it raised its head. Feeling the trembling from his soul, and the dizziness gradually approaching, Lin really wanted to make a snide remark. In just one night, he was about to faint 3 times over. Looking at the gaping maw drawing closer, Lin's heart was almost in his throat. The foul stench from the dragon's mouth nearly made him pass out. Bush. Goman, at the critical moment, accompanied by the sound of cutting wind, a blindingly bright red light suddenly flashed. Bang! With the shockwave spreading in all directions, the black dragon let out a pained howl, its massive body falling backward with powerful inertia. The next second, the familiar scent of roses once again enveloped Lin's nose. A familiar and stunning figure hovered in the air, her pitch-black dress fluttering gently like a flag. I knew it. Seeing that figure, Lin's body nearly collapsed, and he let out a sigh of relief. The woman who had almost taken his life just moments ago now looked surprisingly pleasing to the EYE. At the same time, he was extremely grateful that he hadn't chosen the first path. In his discreet gaze, Ivest raised her right hand with her fingers spread, as if issuing a command to the black dragon in front of her. Retreat. Her voice, accompanied by invisible ripples, spread out, traveling along the black dragon's thick scale armor into its mind. The once haughty black dragon now appeared docile, a flicker of fear crossing its golden pupils. Then, just as she said, it really did crawl back into the darkness. Even a giant dragon had to humble itself in the presence of the villainous imperial princess, just like an obedient little dog. Having done this, Ivest gently lowered her hand and turned to look at Lin in the seat. A flicker of complex emotions passed through her eyes. Find him a room in the manor, let him have a good sleep. After he wakes up, bring him to me. After leaving these words, Ivest's figure disappeared abruptly. A dozen seconds later, the guards arrived belatedly. At the sight, Lin completely relaxed his consciousness. He knew he had temporarily survived this close brush with death and could finally get some rest. With this thought, a wave of intense sleepiness surged over him like a tide. He hadn't had a proper sleep in half a month, and after so much upheaval that night, he couldn't hold on any longer. Of course, in the last second before he fell into a deep sleep, another image surfaced in his mind. When Ivest arrived, due to the angle, he seemed to see something he shouldn't have. A purple, that really is, tsk. With these thoughts, Lin drifted off into a deep sleep. Chapter 17, Keyboard Warriors and Dump Trucks. What kind of brain-dead novel is this, to have followed it so painstakingly for over half a year only for it to end like this? At the street corner, the youth held a fried dough stick in one hand and swiped his smartphone with the other, ranting as he did so. Right now, the red light prohibited crossing, a perfect time to check the novel he had been following lately. He had a psychology final exam to attend in a bit, and with excellent results, he could intern at a related institution with his tutor's recommendation. But the ending of that novel really didn't suit his taste, so his current mood was completely focused on taking it online. With the fried dough stick clenched in his teeth, the youth held his phone with both hands, and his thumbs danced across the keyboard like shadows. A stream of eloquent text rapidly took form, posted in the comments section. Bush Gorman, I spend as much on your novels as I do on a pack of cigarettes each month, and after following it for so long, you end it so disgustingly? The latter half of the book is just pure filler, and if it weren't for wanting to see how my favorite character's story ends, I would never have wasted my money. Let's not even start on the filler, but do you know what the biggest problem with your book is in the latter parts? Character collapse. That pathetic protagonist you wrote, I can't even be bothered to critique, so noble and righteous in the beginning and out of nowhere turns into a human pile driver. Anyone would think you had a split personality. As for the women in the protagonist's group, they have no character at all, mere inflatable ditches. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. New. Omicron. Apart from throwing themselves at him, that's all they do, over and over with blushing cheeks and hearts fluttering. Isn't that annoying? Why don't I switch to the Japanese and Korean sections? Out of the whole book, the only character that left a strong impression on me turned out to be that antagonist, the Imperial Princess. Though ugly in appearance, at least her character is interesting, with a clear goal, persisting in her beliefs from beginning to end. Her eventual fate wasn't bad either, dying tragically alone instead of being whitewashed and pulled into the protagonist's harem, which is also the only commendable highlight. The above is a perspective from a 10-year bookworm like me. Those who disagree, feel free to argue. After such a satisfying outpour of words, the youth happily posted it. Sure enough, It didn't take more than a dozen seconds for that comment to be cursed out in a dozen layers, like the antagonist. What kind of values do you have? If you like it, watch it, if not, get lost. You think you can do better? Seeing these people's frantic appearances, the youth laughed with great pleasure. As he countered the comments above, he crossed the crosswalk. Just then, a new notification popped up. The youth clicked it open and saw that a fellow reader had sent him a private message. He anticipated another round of swearing. Unexpectedly, the content of the private message was just a short sentence. If you had a chance to change all this, would you steer the story toward the ending you desire? Of course. The youth replied without a second thought. After all, the emotional impact the first half of the book had on him was not fake. If he didn't truly like it, why would he seek such scolding? The next second, the classic and cliched scene happened alongside the sudden screeching of a dump truck's brakes. Slowly opening his eyes on the soft bed, Lynn woke up. He seemed to have had a blurry dream and remembered some things from before. While sitting up from the bed, Lynn looked around at his surroundings. In a daze, unlike the dank and gloomy underground prison he remembered from last night, he was now in a spacious room. The decorations around were extremely luxurious, complete with a dressing table, wardrobe, washroom, and the like. It almost compared to his private residence back in the imperial capital. After spending over half a month in the slums, feeling the softness of the double bed beneath him felt like another world to Lynn. Presently, he was in high spirits, free from the prior discomfort. Fully recovered. This must be Augusta Manor, Lynn thought to himself. Although he didn't know how long he had slept, it seemed that, on that night at the underground laboratory, he had passed Ivest and the others' test. She must truly believe that the hypnosis experiment had an effect. With this in mind, Lynn quietly got out of bed, put on the clothes prepared by the bedside, freshened up in the washroom for a while, and then rang the bedside bell. Seconds later, a young girl dressed as a maid came in, smiling as she said, "Sir, your awa." She paused when she saw that Lynn was neatly dressed. "Actually, you could have just rung the bell for anything," the young maid said somewhat nervously, bowing. "For things like washing and dressing, you can leave it to us." "No problem, lead the way." Lynn shook his head to indicate it didn't matter. Upon hearing this, the young maid was once again stunned. "What?" Lynn explained patiently, "Take me to see Her Highness." Oh, okay. The maid moved aside in a fluster, smiling flatteringly as she led him out of the room. Obviously, she had not expected this odd guest to have anticipated everything, causing her to lose the initiative. Lynn followed behind her, winding through the long, ancient corridors, where lifelike statues and murals on either side showcased the Augusta family's understated luxury and nobility. As he pondered what to say upon meeting Ivest, two other maids suddenly approached from up ahead. Compared to the one in front of Lynn, they appeared indifferent. On further thought, this innate arrogance was exactly like that of the homosexual young master of the Augusta Manor. Like master, like servant. Fortunately, the two maids coming towards him seemed to know their place and didn't do anything as stupid as forcing him to assert himself. Rather, they bowed quite earnestly. "The imperial princess is enjoying afternoon tea on the lawn in the side courtyard." "I see." Lynn nodded and continued forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard a suppressed scolding from behind. "Did you finish the cleaning you were supposed to do? Did you mop the floor? Always trying to skive off, you really are base at heart." Those from the slums really lack upbringing. I'm sorry, I'll go do it now." "I've said it before, don't try to fool us with that kind of smile, it's infuriating." "I heard your sister is very sick and you must be in need of money lately. But with your housework done like this, you can forget about this month's pay." But my salary from last month was also taken by you." Slap. A crisp slap noise suddenly came from behind. Hearing this, Lynn stopped, turned off the system, and sighed faintly. Character name, Nina Bellamy. Plot level, E. Plot deviation, 0.00%. "Sorry, I don't know the way forward. Could the young lady who was here just now please lead the way for me?" He turned around and said helplessly, "Why not do something when it's convenient?" Terribly sorry, guest." Realizing that Lynn hadn't gone far, the two haughty maids were suddenly flustered. However, seeing that Lynn seemed to have no intention of getting involved in their dispute, they breathed a sigh of relief. After the two maids left, Nina, the young maid named earlier, seemed hesitant. She turned her head, attempting to hold back her tears, but she accidentally blinked, and the glistening teardrops began to stream down. Seeing this, Nina hurriedly wiped her eyes, and then with reddened eyes and pursed lips, she managed a servile smile towards Lynn and guessed, "I shall guide you." Honestly, it's rare to see a servile smile on the face of a young girl. Only those too accustomed to pandering to others and weak-willed become adept at such expressions as their protective coloration. The drawback, however, is that to those with malicious hearts, the smile only spurs them to bully her more. Lin considered himself a kind-hearted person, so he pretended not to see the tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned a bit oppressive. Augusta Manor was vast, and after walking for a good 10 minutes through the winding estate, he finally reached a side door on the first floor. At that moment, the sunlight outside was bright and beautiful. A guest, just ahead is where Her Highness is having afternoon tea. It's not appropriate for me to go further, please continue on your own. Nina spoke softly. Lin nodded and prepared to push the door open and leave, but just as he took hold of the brass handle, he seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "There's a saying from my hometown, you are what you eat." While I don't fully agree with it, I'll leave you with this thought. Eating bitterness and enduring hardships won't make you stand out but will bring endless suffering. If you aspire to be above the rest, don't learn to eat bitterness, learn to eat the rich. Chapter 18, Your Highness, your loyal subordinate Lin reporting for duty. Plot level character Nina Bellamy has deviated by 20%. After leaving the mansion through a side door and walking on the grass, Lin suddenly heard the system prompt. He froze. Those words he had just casually spoken, he hadn't expected them to cause a change in the plot deviation. Moreover, the increase seemed a bit too large. Lin opened his system and checked his personal panel, only to find that his system points had not increased. Upon reflection, it made sense. If grades from F to S indicated the importance of the plot level, then naturally, the difficulty to raise the plot deviation would differ greatly. Made Nina's plot level was E, essentially the lowest, so changes could occur so easily. In contrast, the other night, he had pulled out all the stops in front of Ivest, and had even staged a grandiose death. It had only increased the plot deviation by 0.01%. With this in mind, if he could raise Ivest's plot deviation to 100%, he would earn 10,000 system points. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0.0 by the decreasing relationship. Raising a plot deviation of an E-level character to 100% would give 0.1 system points. 1 point could only be gained by maxing out the plot deviation of 10 E-level characters. No wonder there was no reward for this increase. Afterward, Lin tried clicking on the roulette next to his personal attributes for a draw. Would you like to spend 10 system points to draw for an ability? As expected, the first draw only needed 1 point, and the next one went up tenfold. By that logic, the third time would require 100 points, wouldn't it? Lin took a sharp breath. While he was exploring and summarizing the system's rules, he suddenly caught sight of an umbrella in the distance. Lin immediately lost interest, his expression solemn as he closed the system and walked in that direction. Under the umbrella, a woman clad in a black frilled long dress leaned back in her chair, legs crossed, gently sipping from a cup of hot tea. Unexpectedly, today, the princess had removed her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Beside her stood the elderly housekeeper, silent as a statue. Of course, if one were to only see such a scene, it would undoubtedly be tranquil and beautiful, but, a few meters away from the umbrella, there was a glaring pool of fresh blood on the grass. Two prisoners were seen completely pierced by numerous thorns, standing amidst the blood, resembling torture victims, their deaths exceedingly gruesome, seemingly nourished by the blood. A crimson rose was budding at the tip of the thorns. Next to the two corpses, 6 more living prisoners were present. From the strange tattoos on their necks, one could deduce that these were likely members of some cult, captured for reasons unknown. At that moment, they were shivering, curled up on the ground. Whether it was the negative effects of the curse mark on Ivest's face, the sight of their dead companions, or both, it was hard to say. Despite his trepidation, Lin nonetheless approached as if nothing was amiss. Facing Ivest's calm and indifferent gaze, he was silent for a moment, with certain images unconsciously flashing through his mind, recalling the unjust treatment he had suffered at Augusta Manor and the humiliation of his fate being trifled with. Lin bit down hard on his teeth. That he was a man, and he had to fight, to vent the bitterness and anger in his heart. Thinking this way, Lin took a deep breath. Then with a thud, he kneeled on one knee and loudly said, "Respected and great princess, future Saint Laurent 7, your loyal subordinate and inseparable family ally, Lin Bartleyan, reporting for duty." Ivest, however, had not expected Lin to find her during her interrogation of remnants from the creationist school. Seeing his readiness to face death, she thought he was going to make a fuss about leaving the manor, wanting his freedom. Unexpectedly, the moment they met, he actually knelt down with a thud. "Respected and great princess, future Saint Laurent 7, your loyal subordinate and inseparable family ally, Lin Bartleyan, reporting for duty." His gaze was so sincere it almost sparkled with devotion, akin to a faithful believer beholding their deity, which was quite unnerving. The elderly housekeeper next to her seemed to have never seen such a scene before. Although she maintained her composure, the corner of her eye twitched subtly. Even Ivest herself couldn't keep it together, and was momentarily choked by the warm tea. Cough, cough. She coughed lightly, then set down the bone china teacup. For some reason, she felt a subtle, inexplicable pleasure in her heart. The future Saint Laurent 7, this title deeply pleased her, typically surrounded by clumsily spoken subordinates who, despite their loyalty, inevitably made things dull with prolonged association. She had never met someone who could speak like this. It was as if a scheming, wily minister had suddenly mixed into a group of loyal retainers. With this thought, she looked at Lin playfully. What, had a sudden change of heart? Lin shook his head repeatedly. I've suddenly reflected on my previous narrow-mindedness and stupidity and decided to stay by your highness's side, to listen to your teachings. As he spoke, he stealthily surveyed Ivest, then bowed his head again. Seeing this small action, Ivest couldn't help but frown deeply, her previously good mood instantly vanishing. She hated being looked at like this the most. Did he think that just because she spared his life, he could be so brazen? The atmosphere abruptly grew colder, but who would have known? Lin spoke again in the next moment. Today, you are as beautiful as ever, he said eloquently and cheerfully. I hope that every day in the future, I will have the opportunity to admire your highness's beauty as I do today. Hiss, although she perceived them as likely flattery, Ivest felt extremely comfortable at that moment. The tenseness at the corners of her eyes relaxed a bit, transforming her usually grim expression into something much more radiant. Cough, cough. This time, it was the female housekeeper beside her who coughed, seemingly unable to tolerate the young man's sycophantic words any longer. She opened her eyes and looked towards Ivest. Princess, the interrogation has not yet concluded. Upon hearing this, Ivest nodded, then shifted her gaze, deciding not to focus her attention on him any longer. Lin could only maintain a kneeling position on the ground. Meanwhile, he glanced from the corner of his eye at the cult members who were terrified to death in front of him. What was going on here? He was somewhat puzzled. As soon, Ivest reverted to her usual cold and formidable demeanor, her eyes seemingly devoid of any emotion. Next one, heads or tails? Heeding these words, the prisoner on the far left trembled violently, wanting to lift his head to look at Ivest, but the fear made him shiver uncontrollably. Seeing his reaction, Ivest's frown was imperceptible indeed. Any normal person who saw her would show the same expression, apparently, only that man was different from others. The prisoner called upon, after seeing the miserable state of the two companions before him, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The previous two had both chosen tails. By probability, heads this time should have a greater chance, right? This thought made him incredibly anxious. I choose heads. Seeing this, Lin suddenly understood it was a coin-guessing game. Ivest did not pay attention to the prisoner. Instead, she picked up her teacup and took another sip. On the other hand, the elderly female housekeeper stepped forward, her expression placid, lifted her left hand with the back facing up, and flicked an ancient coin into the air with her right thumb, letting it spin upwards. As the coin descended toward her hand, the housekeeper gently covered it with her hand. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she slowly revealed the outcome. Princess, it's tails. Put. Before the prisoner, pale as a ghost, could react, countless thorns surged forward like a tide. In an instant, they pierced countless bloody holes through his body, and like the previous two prisoners, he was propped up by the thorns, standing erect while convulsing on the ground, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Simultaneously, a blood rose formed in the center of the thorns, bloomed a bit more. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Coin-guessing game. Blood trickled down the executed prisoner's body, gradually staining the grass, crimson and verdant hues, now starkly contrasted. Ivest couldn't help but recall the night she arrived at Blin village in the northern part of Orn City, where the entire village had been sacrificed by the creationist school. Religion was the greatest scam in this world. Watching the despair of those prisoners, her mood became even more elated every time she saw such evil scum displaying helplessness and panic in the face of a stronger and more malevolent force. She felt a sense of profound relief. Ivest didn't know whether this was a sign of her own psychological aberration or something else. It was probably a rather niche hobby. Her life experiences had taught her not to need others' understanding of her peculiar tastes, nor to care about their stares. As the remaining 5 cult members watched another of their brethren die a pathetic death, they shook like chaff in the wind. But at this point, aside from following the commands of that female demon and playing her despair-filled coin-guessing game to the end, there was no other choice. To guess wrongly meant becoming nourishment for the thorny rose. Source, webnovel.com, updated on N0 no Omicron. All the prisoners present hung their heads and feigned being quail, none willing to break the terrifying silence. Just then, a sudden burst of urgent and intense clapping startled the prisoners. Clap, 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 clap. Ivest's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to look. Lin, who had been kneeling to one side, suddenly straightened up and solemnly began clapping vigorously. The pace was so fast that even the palms turned red. What's the matter? Her voice remained cold, seemingly displeased. Your Highness, you are truly amazing. Lin stopped clapping. Not only did he display no fear, but his eyes were also filled with admiration. I must admit, as a noble, I always thought killing was a crude and bloody affair, a disrespect to life. But today, Your Highness, you have shown me that killing and execution can indeed become an art form. The harrowing dance between life and death, the heart-racing intoxication, the pure, bloody primal beauty. My goodness, you are simply the greatest artist in this world. At this moment, Lin was practically Ivest's adoring fanboy, as if he would walk through fire and water for the imperial princess in the next second. Hearing this barrage of words, Ivest couldn't help but hold her forehead and sigh, as if her understanding of this person's limitless sycophancy had been refreshed yet again. After a long while, she slowly turned her head. Shut up. Lin immediately fell silent, however, seeing Ivest's gently swaying delicate ankle. He believed that his barrage of flattering nonsense had had a fairly good effect. In reality, facing such a bloody scene had made Lin somewhat queasy. After all, he wasn't any sort of psychological deviant, but on the surface, he still pretended to be all knowledgeable. This was all just to dispel Ivest's wariness toward him, to make her believe he had truly submitted. After all, Lin had undergone hypnosis experiments and deceived everyone. In Ivest's eyes, she could hypnotize this fallen lad from the Bartleyan family at will, issue any command, and he would have no chance of escaping her grasp. But Lin's thoughts had never changed from start to finish. He was determined to save himself, to survive. To avoid getting tangled with this villainous imperial princess, lest he be branded as a villainous lackey by the protagonist group and face retribution later. Lin had made great efforts. He had to escape and make it a far distance, never to appear before her again. Perhaps only then could he scrape by to the end of what you say an S-class plot character. Please, there's a whole wide world out there. Why should one insist on hanging from this one tree if the main characters are all gone, and not far away? The coin guessing continued. Next. Ivest's icy voice was like the reaper's call. Heads, heads. Put. Next. Tails? Put. It seemed that due to Lin's arrival, Ivest hastened the pace of the executions. With the ancient coin flipping in the air, the remaining cult members set foot on the path to death amid their despair. Perhaps when they wantonly sacrificed the citizens of the Saint Laurent Empire, they should have anticipated that a scene like this would one day unfold. And as more and more thorns gathered together, the blood-red rose in the center bloomed even more vividly, as if dripping with allure. Eventually, the 8 prisoners on scene all perished in the ocean of thorns. They knelt on the ground until the last moment of their lives, as though making a confession to the innocents. Having done all this, Ivest picked up the bone china teacup with an unchanged expression and calmly sipped from it once again. Next. Lin looked around, only to realize there were no living prisoners left. A bad feeling suddenly welled up within him, but he glanced at the silent maid. When he saw her taking out the ancient coin again, his face turned pale. No need for nonsense. There were only 3 people left on site. If not him, then who? Damn it, his flattery had been in vain. Seeing his expression, Ivest couldn't help but let out a light laugh. As expected, I do love the look of you being frightened. It's so adorable. Lin cursed this vicious woman countless times in his heart. This only made his determination to escape even stronger. However, I am still curious. Her eyes narrowed slightly. If you were one of the prisoners and faced the situation just now, what kind of choice would you make? Just choose a side and leave it to fate? Seeing him evasive, Ivest shook her head. I actually know that right now you're still scheming to escape. Your Highness, Lin started to argue but was interrupted by her. After all, I've been forcing you from the beginning, never considering your wishes. Ivest suddenly began to self-reflect. Thinking about it, that's actually wrong. How about this? Since you dislike me so much, I'll give you a chance. If you can win a coin toss against me, I'll allow you to leave Augusta Manor, and I won't stop you. Lin looked up instinctively at the lie swallowing gave him the ability to detect lies. So at this moment, he could tell that what Ivest was saying was true, but why would she suddenly be so kind? Lin's eyes were full of suspicion. Seeing this, Ivest said calmly, don't look at me like that. Even I wouldn't keep a subordinate with a different heart in the team. It's like a ticking time bomb, you should understand. Hearing this, Lin gave an awkward smile. The next second, he saw Ivest flip her hand, revealing a delicate necklace inscribed with mysterious runes in her palm. Since it's a game, it's only interesting if there are rewards and punishments. She showed a meaningful smile. The reward is for you winning the game, and this necklace in my hand is the punishment should you lose. If you don't guess the coin right within 3 tries, from today onwards, you will have to wear it. As expected, that was the true purpose of this twisted woman. Lin's expression grew serious. What do you say? You in? I'll take the gamble. Chapter 20. The first hypnosis. Very well, said Ivest, nodding after hearing Lynn's response. Let's begin straight away. The aged female housekeeper quickly stepped forward and handed the antique coin to her, weighing the coin in her hand. A flicker of anticipation crossed Ivest's eyes. She was eager to see if, after observing the death pattern of the prisoners, this guy could bring her some more surprises. Indeed, this coin was not an ordinary coin, but an artifact imbued with extraordinary power. Item name: Deceit Messenger's personal coin. Item number: 0719, sequence rank 6, specific origin: once just a commonplace copper coin. After prolonged contact with a high-rank transcendent adherent of deceit, it gradually acquired some traits in line with that belief system, but it does not possess self-awareness. Effect: introduction makes guessing outcomes impossible. Containment recommendation: just keep it as a common coin in a wallet. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Clearly, this was the reason why all those cult members had failed. The coin would change its outcome based on people's guesses, although it didn't have self-awareness, and its sequence rank was only level 6, classified as harmless. It could still, to a certain extent, understand and read human thoughts. For example, those cult members, when they chose heads, the coin would automatically switch to the opposite side, and vice versa. This was somewhat akin to the transcendence of the deceit belief, revealing a hint of mockery towards the fates of others through its unpredictability. So no matter what, the person guessing the coin was bound to lose the game. Unfortunately, Lynn was unaware of this since this thing did not appear in the original story. However, after observing for a while from the side, he did have some gains. Actually, most of those prisoners played the game from a gambler's perspective. Lynn suddenly spoke. But if you look at it differently, you will realize that things are not as they thought. According to a gambler's mindset, after 2 consecutive wrong guesses on heads, the third person will surely still bet on heads. It's been tails twice already, it must turn up heads this time, right? That's what they think. Seeing this, Ivest pursed her lips slightly. So, as the 9th guesser, with their precedents in mind, would you choose tails? Lynn shook his head. No, I would think there's something wrong with the coin. Just from the perspective of probability, the chance of getting 8 consecutive wrong guesses is 1 in 256. On a macro level, this is an extremely low probability event, almost impossible to happen. Ivest narrowed her slender eyes. Are you suggesting I'm cheating? Not at all, Lynn sighed. As the host, this is a right that you inherently possess. Then stop talking and just guess, she said. Ivest fiddled with the exquisitely crafted collar, seemingly imagining how the piece would look around Lynn's neck. However, Lynn ignored the psychological pressure she was deliberately trying to create. At the same time, his brain was working at high speed. Despite Ivest's somewhat psychopathic tendencies, she wouldn't have let him play a game he was doomed to lose. Carefully reconsidering, all of those deceased prisoners, whether they chose heads or tails, ended up with the same result. So, what commonality did these failing individuals possess? A flash of insight suddenly struck Lynn. Could it be? All right, no more stalling, said Ivest, frowning slightly at his silence. You have 3 chances. Lynn immediately came back to his senses. Seeing Ivest urging him on, he nodded. I understand. However, since it's a game with stakes of winning and losing, I believe your highness should also participate. Upon hearing this, the aged female housekeeper suddenly opened her eyes wide, and Ivest too revealed a trace of surprise in her eyes. Indeed, he had discovered some patterns, but what of it? As the 3rd imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire, personally invited by a subordinate, she had no reason to refuse. Agreed. Hearing this, Lynn completely relaxed. Seeing his relief, a mocking smile appeared on Ivest's face. Lynn slowly raised his head. To win this game, he must not repeat the cult members' mistake. What was their reason for failure? They took the initiative and stated their guesses. Lynn had once heard a saying in his previous life: after eliminating all possibilities, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Therefore, Lynn just needed to avoid these 2 errors. The task was simple. Which side do you choose? Ivest urged again, feeling the gazes from her and the housekeeper. Lynn cleared his mind, trying his best not to think about either heads or tails. I choose the opposite side of whatever your highness chooses. Did I really succeed? Standing outside Augusta Manor, looking at the bustling streets, Lynn suddenly felt a sensation of surreal disbelief. This moment, he still couldn't fully believe that after winning the gamble, Ivest really did let him go. Not only that, she had also given him a bag of gold coins as capital for his journey to the imperial capital. This was really, Lynn cautiously looked around. ensuring no one was following him from the shadows, and finally let his guard down with relief. He then hailed a carriage and immediately set off for the train station. As for whether he would return to the imperial capital or venture to another country, none of that mattered. After all, he had no desire to stay in this border city any longer. Recalling Ivest's nonchalant demeanor when she let him leave, Lin's mind was still a jumble, but since the opportunity had been given, he should seize it even more. Last time, in the heavily guarded underground prison, I found an opportunity to escape, so the possibilities now were even greater. Your Highness, do you really intend to let him leave? Under the parasol, the aging housekeeper poured Ivest hot tea as she spoke softly. As a maid who had accompanied her since childhood, their relationship was extraordinary, their mutual trust beyond normal comprehension. And Kasha, what do you think of him? Instead of answering her question, Ivest narrowed her eyes comfortably and asked, very smart. The housekeeper, named Kasha, said calmly. After all, realizing the effect of the deceit coin in such a short time and finding a way to counter it was not something ordinary people could do. Obviously, by observing those prisoners, Lin had detected the common point in their failures. First, they moved first, second, they all voiced their guesses, and his solution was also very clever. I choose the side opposite of your highness. This answer did not voice his own guess, but also cleverly handed the real choice over to Ivest, ingeniously making her the one who moved first. After all, the deceit coin was of low level and had no living consciousness. It couldn't understand Lin's response, nor could it detect from his empty mind which side he truly wanted to choose. So in the end, Ivest became the one who moved first, and once she voiced her choice, the deceit coin would flip to the other side under the work of its trait. Lin won. It seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. At least Kasha herself claimed that she couldn't do what he did. I think your highness should rely on hypnosis to keep him firmly under your control. Kasha, usually reticent, unusually spoke up at this moment. If he really returns to the imperial capital and falls into the hands of the other princes, it would be very troublesome for your highness. No need to hurry, even a pet dog will bark if you tie it too tightly, let alone a person. Ivest spoke calmly. Just then, a melodious bell rang from far away. Seeing this, Ivest put down her teacup, stood up like a lady, lifting her skirt elegantly, and placed the black mask back on her face. It's about time. I'll be out for a bit, I may return very late, be sure to prepare a double portion of dessert. Yes, your highness. Deep into the night, with the carriage coming to a slow stop, Lin, wrapped in a thick scarf, stepped out of the carriage looking at the unfamiliar town in front of him. The anxiety he had held previously loosened slightly. It seemed that Ivest's people had kept their promise after all. Or perhaps his own misdirection had worked. Not long before, Lin had pretended to go to the train station, bought a ticket in the presence of many witnesses, and deliberately caused a ruckus, arguing with someone, to leave a lasting impression and mislead anyone who might come to investigate later. In reality, he wasn't headed for the imperial capital. After all, traveling by train would take about 6 or 7 days, a journey too long and too prone to unexpected changes. So afterward, he found a passerby, paid some money for his clothes, and swapped outfits with him in a back alley, transforming himself from head to toe into another person. After all this, Lin hailed a carriage and rushed towards Remy Town, the closest to Orn City. As the sun set, this place was famous for its apples and various fruit wines. Of course, beyond that, it was also the nearest checkpoint to leave the Saint Laurent Empire. If you're going to run, do it thoroughly. As long as he remained within the territory of the Saint Laurent Empire, who knew when Ivest's claws would reach out for him? Thinking of that beautiful yet terrifying woman, Lin couldn't help but shake his head. He arrived at the brightly lit Adventurer's Tavern by the roadside, booked a room at the front desk, and then headed straight upstairs. During this process, he was still contemplating the matter with Ivest. On reflection, she hadn't inflicted any real harm on him. She even tacitly allowed him his act of retribution after knowing that Rhine had used extrajudicial punishment on him. Honestly, if Ivest wasn't the antagonist imperial princess from the original story, Lin might have chosen to stay and try to assist her. Despite her intimidating presence, she seemed to treat her subordinates quite well. Moreover, back in the underground laboratory, Ivest had kept her promise to save him. So, at the end of the day, Lin's impression of her wasn't bad in his past life. When he read the novel, he was very impressed by this character. What a woman, both lovable and detestable. Lin opened the door to his room and sighed. Then, do you love her or hate her? The sudden familiar voice petrified Lin as he stood still on the spot. In the room, a woman in a black fringed long dress wearing a mask sat on the edge of the bed, watching him with narrowed eyes, gently spinning a delicate necklace on the tip of her finger. Damn it. I knew it. Lin turned and ran. While running, he shouted, "Help! A woman is being assaulted." Lin tried to draw the attention of everyone in the tavern, but as soon as the words escaped his mouth, he felt a tremendous pull from behind. As if gripped by an invisible hand, his body involuntarily flew backwards, bang. The instant he flew into the room, the door slammed shut. Lin looked up, grimacing, and turned his gaze towards the nonchalant Ivest. "You're not keeping your word." Hearing this, Ivest spoke indifferently. "I only agreed to let you leave Augusta Manor. I never agreed to let you leave the Saint Laurent Empire." "Word games, huh?" Lin sighed. He wanted to say more, but suddenly saw the stunning woman in front raise her hand, pointing her palm towards his forehead. A green eye of the soul mark slowly appeared on her white, delicate palm. She was invoking the effect of hypnosis on Lin. Chapter 21. Tell me, what are you thinking about? A glimmer of emerald light flashed by it with the appearance of a vertical pupil mark in the palm, an invisible psychic power spread out. Ivest watched Lin intently. Under her gaze, the dark-haired young man before her gradually stopped his futile struggle. Moments later, his hands fell weakly to his sides, and his entire body hunched over, as if he had lost all his strength. Not only that, but Lin's originally spirited blue eyes also lost their luster under the effect of hypnosis, until at last, they dimmed completely, dull and lifeless. In just a few seconds, he had swiftly transformed from a resistor into a servile existence, like a servant. Seeing this, Ivest's heart finally settled. It seemed that Milani's experiments really had made significant progress this time. Ivest extinguished the eye of the soul mark in her hand and then slowly sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at Lin, who knelt before her. For some reason, a faint smile graced her lips. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron new.0. Such obedient behavior somewhat caught her off guard. However, Ivest's mind was already filled with many questions she wanted to ask this fellow. While pondering, she casually twirled a strand of hair around her fair fingertips. Regrettably, no one was fortunate enough to witness such a scene. At this moment, there were only Ivest and Lin in the room, making it the perfect time to interrogate. According to Milani, once a person was hypnotized, their subconscious would be revealed. When that happened, she would be able to see Lin's most candid side. Recalling the night he forcefully removed his mask, Ivest couldn't help but sneer. Whether he had been real or pretending, they would find out soon enough. With this thought in mind, she was about to speak, her lips parting lightly, but before she could say anything, she suddenly heard a knock on the wooden door not far away. Following it was a deep voice. "Guest, I am the inn's waiter. I heard earlier that someone might mean you harm. Do you need help?" Damn it! Hearing the question from the doorway, Ivest frowned deeply. Without a word, she raised her right hand, where a blood-red energy slowly surfaced in her palm, ready to transform into sharp thorns at any moment, capable of shredding the person at the door who dared to disturb her peace. But if she really did so, she feared it would cause quite a commotion, and afterwards, she would have to leave this place with him in tow. Yet hypnosis appeared to have a time limit, although she didn't know the principle. It probably had something to do with the mental will of the person being hypnotized. If she had to wait until returning to Augusta Manor, she probably wouldn't be able to use hypnosis to interrogate him again tonight, but she didn't want to wait all night, so she had no choice but to compromise. With this realization, Ivest extinguished the extraordinary power in her hand, clearly displeased. Noticing the unusual silence inside the room, the waiter outside seemed to sense something. His knocking and voice gradually grew louder. "Guest? Guest? If you don't respond, I'm going to have to come in," the waiter inquired, quite diligently. Although this place was on the border, due to its industrial features, every year many nobles and rich merchants from nearby areas would come to town to participate in the festival and to taste the newly uncorked fruit wine. So at this time, the town's security management level would always raise another notch. And once an aggressive woman committed such malicious deeds in the tavern he owned, he feared they might have to shut down for restructuring the next day. Just as he was about to fetch his keys to unlock the door and check the situation, a cold yet pleasant voice sounded from within the room. "What, do you have a problem with that?" The waiter's actions halted. A woman's voice. Even without seeing her face, he could sketch out her imposing and unyielding presence in his mind. Could it be? The waiter suddenly realized, and immediately a trace of apology appeared on his face. "I'm very sorry to have disturbed the two of you. I'll leave at once." With that, he sighed with pity and quickly left the floor. The cry for help he had just heard was unmistakably from a young man, and by the sound of it, someone quite young. But the woman's voice that emanated from the room sounded more mature. It seemed she was the dominant party. The waiter couldn't help but think of certain wealthy noblewomen's wicked hobbies and immediately felt worried for the boy. Little did he know, he was the one who had narrowly escaped from the brink of death. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ivest's tense eyebrows finally relaxed as the irrelevant person left. She turned her gaze back to Lin, who was under hypnosis, Damn it, good thing I reacted quickly. Feeling Ivest's gaze return to him, Lin didn't dare to even breathe deeply. Actually, he was hoping that the waiter would come in to take a look, which might have helped him escape the predicament. Unfortunately, Lin hadn't expected Ivest to back off as a strategy, holding back the urge to act and acquiescing to the insinuation of wrongdoing, which completely refreshed his understanding. The woman probably really thought he was hypnotized, which is why she let down her guard a bit. Normally, she might have killed the waiter rather than dealing with him. Using that explanation, feeling the sluggish response in his body, Lin couldn't help but sigh in his mind. In fact, the moment he saw the eye of the soul, he realized what Ivest intended to do to him. Fortunately, he was quick to use the ability of the lie swallowing to shift himself into his current state, so he didn't give himself away. The first time he had needed a mirror to assist him, but this time he managed it quite handily. He feared it would only get easier in the future. Sensing Ivest's dangerous gaze, Lin helplessly thought, I was still somewhat naive. According to the original story, if there was something Augusta couldn't have, she'd rather destroy it than let it fall into someone else's hands, and having shown such a strong interest in him, how could she possibly let him go so easily? However, the only good news for now was that she didn't know he could stay rational during hypnosis. Although it seemed far off to escape from this woman's clutches, at least there was a glimmer of hope. There's time yet. The most important thing right now was to survive the immediate crisis. Lin lowered his head with a dull expression, pretending to be foolish and dazed. Seeing him like that, Ivest, who was sitting on the bed, lifted her delicate white right foot and used the tip of her high heel to tilt Lin's chin up towards her. Then, she gracefully removed the mask from her face, revealing the half of her cheek covered by the evil curse. Feeling their gazes meet, Ivest suppressed the irritation in her heart towards the unknown. Look at my face, and tell me. Her eyes conveyed a hint of danger. What are you really thinking about right now? Chapter 22. Chapter 22. I want to asterisk you, this is a death sentence. The reason Ivest spared Lin's life after he offended her was entirely because of his thoughtless words that night. Those words had wrapped around her heart like a curse, and if Lin gave an answer that deeply disappointed her, given Ivest's temperament, she might do something impulsive. Feeling her gaze upon him, Lin immediately fell into thought, not about how to answer the question. But he suddenly thought of Ivest's inexplicably increasing plot deviation, recalling the night he first saw Ivest's true appearance. Lin's initial reaction was an indescribable astonishment. After that, he felt deep confusion. Having read the original work, Lin knew that this antagonist princess was born under an ominous sign, with an evil curse mark on her face, a pitiful existence abandoned by the gods. Any life born into this world would feel an uncontrollable terror and revulsion toward her. This was the origin of Ivest's progressively twisted personality. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New.0. Before transmigrating, Lin had always regarded this character as an ugly woman, yet, upon seeing Ivest's true appearance, he immediately felt a strong contrast and dissonance. He didn't feel any repulsion towards her. In fact, he believed from his heart that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. For this question, Lin believed the only possibility was that his soul did not belong to this world and was therefore not influenced by the evil curse. Perhaps he was the only being in this world, besides the gods, not affected by her. In some sense, for the first S-rank plot character he had met, it did seem somewhat fated. At this moment, Lin was not just thinking about whether he could survive safely from Ivest's hands, but about some more profound matters. If he could find the key to changing her plot deviation, wouldn't he easily gain a large number of points? For his future escape plans, Lin felt it was essential to learn how to flee. So the question arose, what caused the plot deviation that night? He merely removed the mask without making any actions that would change the main plotline, but it caused a change. Lin believed that the change was not external but within Ivest herself. The words he had unconsciously uttered might very well have influenced Ivest's future. Although it was just a trivial phrase, it could affect her personality, character setup, and the decisions she would make when faced with choices. Like the butterfly effect, a gentle flurry of the wings could change the future. However, from a numerical standpoint, this change did not seem to be enough. So, for more points, Lin needed a more potent dose. Suddenly, he remembered a plot setup from the original story, and a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Take a gamble. Although these thoughts had run through his mind from beginning to end, in reality, only a short instant had passed. Ivest had not noticed his thoughts, her gaze coldly set upon him. Seeing this, Lin fully activated his lie-swallowing ability, clumsily pretending to be foolish and dazed, saying slowly, the great imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire, Helena, is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. No one can compare with her. Before the words had finished, countless blood-red thorns exploded instantly in the room. Like a relentless tide, they instantly submerged Lin's body. In mere moments, they left him covered in blood from head to toe. You, as expected. At the instant she heard that name from Lin's mouth, Intense anger and humiliation completely shattered her rationality. At this moment, Ivest's eyes were frigid as glacial ice, and the temperature of the entire town dropped by more than 10 degrees in response to her fury. Her proud chest heaved violently, and a flush of red appeared on her cheeks due to cerebral congestion. While beautiful, it was incredibly deadly. Feeling the tearing pain all over his body, Lin was nearly unable to maintain his lie-swallowing state, but he did not regret his decision. Instead, he felt relieved. Indeed, the stronger the dose, the better. At this moment, the more she displayed extreme emotions, the stronger the rebound would be later. Besides, even in her complete loss of rationality, even upon hearing that name she detested immensely, at the last moment, she still had not killed him. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. After all, Lin was well aware of what the great imperial princess Helena truly meant to her. She was the first heroine of the original story and the existence indirectly responsible for the death of Ivest's mother in childbirth. In the novel, she had tried to take revenge countless times, but due to the opponent's protagonist Halo, she ended up humiliating herself every time. To Ivest, Helena was a mortal nemesis with whom there was absolutely no room for reconciliation. This also led her to the point of no return, becoming the great antagonist. Furthermore, according to the timeline of the story, there was a period in the original work when Ivest left the imperial capital. The reason was merely that she had an argument with Helena at a banquet, accidentally revealing her strength and scaring away all the guests. Saint Laurent VI, who had never liked her, was instantly enraged and told her to get as far away as possible. Now, it seemed that this was probably why she appeared in Orange City. Therefore, Lin's words just now were akin to dancing in a minefield. Seeing that the atmosphere had frozen, he knew it was time to stop playing. Controlling his body, he slowly continued the sentence, "But now, seeing your highness's countenance, I realize how utterly ridiculous and laughable the former me was. Although Princess Helena is pretty, she isn't even worthy to carry your shoes in front of you. That is what I'm truly thinking right now." He spoke very slowly. He didn't use any fancy language to describe Ivest's appearance. If anything, compared to the afternoon, Lin's words right now could even be described as crude, but the situation was completely different. In the afternoon, no matter how extravagantly he had praised her, the inherently suspicious Ivest wouldn't have believed a single word. Only now, under hypnosis, did she think that he was revealing his true inner thoughts. Therefore, although the words were clumsy, they surpassed the sweetest rain in the world. That is the art of language. When you go out of your way to praise a woman, she might not care at all, and might even find it annoying, but when you say she looks better than her girlfriend, the nature of things changes. Moreover, since Helena and she were sworn enemies, like fire and water, this comment was even more valuable. What could bring her more joy than besting that woman? For a moment, Ivest stared at the boy surrounded by crimson thorns, her red lips trembling, unable to speak. After a while, the blood-colored thorns shattered with a clear sound. Seeing the boy wounded all over because of her anger brought a sense of guilt she had never felt before. Ivest averted her gaze and took out a vial, emitting a faint silver glow, and tossed it into Lin's arms. Seeing that he stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do, she remembered that he was still under hypnosis. "Drink it all. Don't leave a drop," she said, her voice softening slightly as if she felt it was too cold. "This is the Moonlight Original liquid from the Silent Church, which can perfectly heal all bodily injuries." Lin dully took the potion and gulped it down. In an instant, a faint moonlight radiated from his body, all scars healed in a moment, and his skin was as good as new, except for the ripped clothes and occasional bloodstains. There were no more signs of injury. Seeing this, Lin's last bit of dissatisfaction completely dissipated, because he now heard the system's notification. The storyline deviation of S-rank character Ivest Laurent Alexini has raised to 0.1%. A full 9 points reward credited. He was close to drawing for an extraordinary ability again. Looking at the system interface, Lin felt a joy of harvest. He could guess the reason for such a major shift in the story. Ivest was, in fact, a tragic and warped being who had never been loved since childhood, and her psyche was extremely twisted, and in this moment, Lin made her feel something she had never experienced before. That was the feeling of being admired. For a woman of slightly above average looks, that's probably a very common experience, but Ivest had never felt it. Lin looked up and noticed that Ivest had turned her back to him at some point, standing by the window. At the same time, her soft murmur reached him, "It's actually true, but why?" She seemed caught in a deep confusion. After a long time, Ivest turned back around. As the pale moonlight poured in through the window, Ivest, now clad in a layer of cool glow, appeared especially graceful and serene, perhaps because Lin was under hypnosis. Her gaze now lacked some of the sharpness and coldness of the past and had gained a bit of softness. Regaining her composure, Ivest spoke softly, "Next question. Do you resent me for what I've done to you?" "No," Lin said. Of course, the lack of resentment was a lie. He wished he could run away right now, the farther the better, but Lin wasn't truly hypnotized, so he had control over what he said. He wanted to take the opportunity to farm some more system points. However, Ivest was quite surprised by his answer. She had been prepared for him to hate her enough to want to kill her, yet there was none. Could there have been a problem with the hypnosis? Ivest looked at him intently. What are you thinking about every time? I'm thinking about what to name our children in the future. His answer left Ivest baffled, prompting her to ask, what do you mean? Whose children? Yours and mine. Ivest frowned slightly. Speak like a human. I want to fuck you. The storyline deviation of S-rank character Ivest Laurent Alexini has raised to 0.13%. Chapter 23 Good Dog in Lin's eyes, women like Ivest were akin to terminally ill patients plagued with diseases. A cure was unlikely, but there were ways to at least alleviate her symptoms. So in the end, it all came down to the same conclusion. A strong medicine was needed, one with a very high dosage. Only by exposing her to things she had never seen before could change in the storyline's deviation be triggered. Had anyone ever dared to tell her, I want *U to her face, it was impossible. Everyone who met her saw her as a demon and a harbinger of disaster. Even her father and siblings were extremely cold toward her. Besides, Ivest was only surrounded by subordinates who revered her greatly. These people would never even think of uttering a single blasphemous word toward her. Thus, the events of tonight could create a shockwave unlike any before, completely shattering Ivest's original gloomy outlook on life. She would realize that there was someone in the world who found her attractive, even harboring sexual fantasies about her. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Moreover, Lin was supposedly in a state of hypnosis. In that state, the dark thoughts suppressed deep within one's heart could be greatly magnified. Regarding this, Ivest should have been prepared long ago. From her perspective, whatever happened here, only she would know. So in the end, what Lin said was just consistent with his condition. Even under such dangerous circumstances earlier, she didn't kill him, and she was even less likely to do so now. From the result, he had just gained 12 system points for free, a total win. Lin thought silently. On the other hand, after hearing that audacious statement from Lin, Ivest fell silent once again. But surprisingly, this time she did not show any intent to kill nor any sign of anger. Perhaps there was a twinge of guilt from having hurt Lin, or maybe it was for some other reason. In any case, her thoughts were very delicate at the moment. You are the first person who has dared to speak to me like this. After a moment, she looked at Lin with a cold smile. Should I say you are audacious, or should I say you are courting death? Lin did not answer her. After a pause, Ivest turned her head away. By the moonlight, she saw a graceful figure reflected in the window, but it's not entirely displeasing, strangely enough. Ivest murmured to herself, looking at herself in the mirror, at the face that brought her shame and hatred day and night. Ivest felt an impulsive urge at that moment. She suddenly wanted to smile at her reflection in the mirror, not a cold smirk, not mockery, just a peaceful smile like one would share with a friend. But no sooner had this thought formed than the corners of her mouth that had begun to rise fell again. Ivest suddenly remembered her nominal older sister, Helena, the first imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire. Her face always held a merciful expression, as if the Holy Mother herself, showing a patient smile towards everyone and everything. She really hated such pretentious behavior. I really am confused. She shook her head. To be tangled for so long over this guy's nonsense, it's absurd. Saying this, Ivest raised her hand, lightly sweeping it across the window. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, dense cracks immediately spread across the entire window. The figure that had been reflected in the glass disappeared. Afterwards, Ivest's expression returned to its usual indifference. The energy of the Eye of the Soul's curse mark in her hand was about to dissipate, signaling the end of today's hypnosis session. To use it again, it would need to recharge automatically. The cooldown time was roughly a day, meaning Ivest could only hypnotize Lin once a day, but regardless, Lin could now be considered completely under her control. No matter how reluctant, as long as the issue with hypnosis wasn't resolved, he would continually serve her. Of course, as someone in a superior position, Ivest understood the tactic of carrot and stick. She wouldn't just send Lin on errands relentlessly, for, setting aside his intelligence, he was also quite an interesting fellow, making her daily life less dull, although there were many other questions she wanted to ask. Considering the cooldown, Ivest had to hold back her inquisitiveness. She raised her hand, showing the Eye of the Soul's curse mark to Lin again. After the hypnosis ends, you will forget everything that just happened. No, he couldn't actually forget it all. In every sense of the word, Lin silently complained in his heart. At the same time, he deactivated Lie Swallowing's ability. The next second, his eyes cleared, and he stood still on the ground. What did you do to me? Lin burst into acting, looking at his ragged clothes with a shocked expression, but, unknown to him, Ivest had returned to her initial aloof demeanor as if everything that had just happened never occurred. Women are truly born actresses, Lin mocked internally. Unfortunately for her, the roles had now reversed, and he was the one in control. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard Ivest speak. "It's nothing, just hypnotized you for a bit. Thanks to you, I saw something quite interesting." "What did you see?" Lin struggled to look deeply serious. Ivest raised an eyebrow. "Don't remember? That's really too bad. Earlier, I'm not sure who it was, suddenly acting like a dog in heat, ripping their clothes while kneeling and begging, saying something like, 'Princess, I really like you.' Truly shameless. But I must admit, it's the first time I've learned that you like me this much, hee hee." Ivest lightly covered her mouth, a mocking smile appearing at her lips. Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, was this woman adding her own dramatic flair? It was clearly her who lost her composure because of Helena at first, ruining his clothes, and now she dares to turn it around on him. The worst part is, he merely complimented her looks, and she twisted his words, making it sound like he was groveling. Lin felt he was almost at his breaking point. This was the first time he realized that the princess had such an unknown side to her. So full of herself, but the more she was like this, the more he had to avoid showing any flaw. If she discovered that he wasn't actually hypnotized, he didn't even want to think about the consequences. Watching Lin lower his head in a daze, Ivest thought he was trying to recall what happened while he was hypnotized, feeling a rush of triumph. Next time something similar happens, I'll cut off your thing. Yes, princess. When under someone's roof, one has to bow their head. However, Lin silently swore that someday he would turn the very words she just spoke against her. He clenched his fists, but in that moment of distraction, Lin suddenly felt something cold around his neck. It turned out Ivest had once again taken out that collar, hovering it near his neck. Lin instinctively wanted to resist, but Ivest leaned in quickly. The serene scent of roses overwhelmed him, making his head spin. This moment, the distance between them was quite close. Ivest's gaze remained cold and calm, fixed on the unbuckled collar. Her cold, delicate fingers unintentionally slid across his neck, causing goosebumps. "Don't move." Just a single sentence halted Lin's attempt to resist. It wasn't feared. It was simply because it's improper for men and women to touch, and they weren't even superiors or subordinates. How could he just shove her away? "You, don't do this. Isn't it enough that I agreed to join your ranks and pledge my loyalty to you?" Lin said with a distressed expression. At this point, he could only compromise temporarily. However, Ivest didn't respond to his words. Click. After securing the collar, she showed a satisfied expression. Lin felt like he was being strangled, wanting to tear off the collar, but before he could move, he saw the collar on his neck suddenly turn into a red light, which shot into his skin and completely vanished, accompanied by a mild burning sensation. Lin suddenly discovered a thorn-shaped blood-red mark on his chest. This was not just any ordinary collar, but an extraordinary item. Though normally invisible, in critical moments, it allowed Ivest to track his exact location to prevent him from escaping. Lin cursed inwardly. This is the second collar I've fastened personally. Looking at the mark on his chest, Ivest's eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. It's been exactly 16 years since the last one. Lin, spurred by his competitive male ego, couldn't help but look up. Who was the first one? It was a puppy I had when I was 6. And what happened to it? Lin suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a moving smile appeared on Ivest's face. On my 8th birthday, it bit me, so I strangled it. For those disobedient dogs, a punishment is absolutely necessary. The atmosphere instantly cooled down. Lin quickly knelt on one knee, performed an obsequious gesture towards Ivest, his expression as firm as if taking an oath. "I pledge my life in service to you, princess." Seeing this, Ivest stroked his head. "Good dog." Chapter 24, Mess. The next morning, Lin stared blankly at the ornate relief on the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Why had things turned out this way? With a sense of desperation, Lin yawned, sat up, dressed, and prepared to wash up. Why now? He was truly in too deep, trapped from all directions, all retreats cut off. As long as the positioning collar Ivest had put on him was not removed, he could never escape her grasp. Thinking about the inevitable future confrontation with the protagonist group, Lin felt despair, although he didn't know if this world had something like a world setting. Since the system mentioned a plot deviation degree, it meant they were strictly following the preset path of the original story. That path ends at a sheer cliff, completely devoid of any rationale for survival. But, at this point, there was no other choice. He could only act as a double-crosser, blend into Ivest's team, and always look for a chance to escape. To rid himself of that woman. He might even Need to cozy up to some original characters. Of course, there was another way. By changing the plot deviation of Ivest and those around her to earn a huge amount of system points and upgrading like mad until he became stronger than her, he could liberate himself. Source, webnovel.com, updated on New Omicron. But undoubtedly, this path was even more difficult. He had managed to increase Ivest's plot deviation degree only slightly after several dangerous days. It was indeed a long and arduous journey. Lin sighed and spat out the toothpaste in his mouth. After finishing his morning wash, he rang a small bell. A few seconds later, the maid Nina came in. Master Lin, Her Highness mentioned that after you wake up, she wants you to meet the others at the dining hall. Clearly, she still hadn't adjusted her view of Lin from a guest to something else, as she occasionally stole glances at him. Unfortunately, Lin was not in the mood to chat. He nodded gravely. I see, lead the way. Augusta Manor was vast. It took about 10 minutes, guided by Nina, for Lin to reach the so-called dining area. Though it was called a dining room, the opulence of the scene could be felt deeply upon entering the main hall. Long banquet tables made from expensive beechwood were neatly arranged, with silver candlesticks and exquisite utensils pressing down on the tablecloths. At this moment, some people were already seated at the tables, quietly chatting and eating. Looking around, Lin realized that aside from Ryan and the housekeeper named Kasha, he didn't recognize anyone else present. Oh, there was also a black cat squatting in a corner, licking minced meat from a plate. The atmosphere seemed quite lively. Even Princess Ivest was sitting at the head of the table at the far end, currently wearing a half-face mask, revealing her tender white chin. Her fork and knife gestures were elegant, rhythmically slicing the food and gently chewing it, sending the pieces into her red lips. During meals, she really resembled a well-mannered noblewoman. Lin curled his lips. It seemed that this woman was quite approachable. Dining together with her subordinates, apparently sensing Lin's critical gaze, Iva suddenly opened her eyes and locked her gaze precisely on him. Lin immediately adopted a solemn expression. Add another breakfast. Ignoring him, she whispered to the housekeeper Kasha beside her. Soon, a new plate was brought over, containing steaming sausages and lamb chops. Lin glanced at the filled beechwood long table and chose the most corner seat to sit down. Then, he faintly felt several covert gazes coming from a distance. It seemed that seeing a stranger arrive here, and given that Her Highness had allowed him to sit, the people began observing this tall and handsome young man with different looks. Lin ignored these people and picked up his knife and fork to start eating. Hungry after a whole night, he ate voraciously. Seeing his manner, many expressed a slight disdain. Most of the people present were nobility, and though some followers of Her Highness from early on had no titles, they were at least titled knights. Who was this newcomer that appeared from nowhere to dine with them? This thought arose in their minds. Situated closest to the main seat, Ryan watched Lin's eating, his face showing contempt. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall that night a few days ago, his anger flaring instantaneously. One day, he would completely reclaim this scene. The proud Ryan almost snapped his fork in hand. Sadly, the princess was present here, so he dared not and could not cause any trouble. I'll let you off this time. Ryan sneered inwardly, but what he did not expect was that though he avoided trouble, trouble found him first. Homosexual, help me grab the pepper from over there, thank you. Lin suddenly called out loudly in a voice everyone could hear. So shameless. At that moment, this thought arose in everyone's mind. The events of that night were clearly unwilling to escape through the gossiping mouths of the residents. At least, most of the people present already had some knowledge of it, although he later clarified ambiguously. Not many believed him. Sure enough, Ryan exploded instantly. He intended to slam the table and stand up, but looking over at the princess, who was dining with her head down, he felt extremely stifled and withdrew his hand. Right, with Her Highness present, how could he show himself in such an unrefined light? His temples bulged with a raging vein, but he ultimately restrained himself. All right, stop arguing, Ivest suddenly spoke up. Let me introduce the newcomer. This fellow here is Lin, and he will be your companion from now on. Later, remember to go to the cellar to collect some extraordinary equipment. You are too weak now, completely lacking the ability to defend yourself. Ryan, show him around. She instructed both of them simultaneously. Ryan paused for a few seconds, then a look of uncontrollable joy spread across his face. Yes, Your Highness. If he could take him down to the cellar, then things would be easier. Although he did not know why Her Highness had brought him here, it was definitely a good thing. Thinking so, Ryan sneered coldly as he looked his way. Feeling his hateful gaze, Lin seemed oblivious as he flashed a brilliant smile. This incident was merely a slight interlude. Soon, the crowd would put it out of their minds. Your Highness, Duke Tiras has once again declined your invitation. What should we do? In the crowd, someone started discussing official matters with Ivest. Seeing this, Ivest couldn't help but frown deeply. The stubborn old man. Suddenly, she lost her appetite. By Lyre Tiras, one of the 7 imperial electors of the Saint Laurent Empire, possessed the supreme power to elect the emperor and was the ultimate target for Ivest's trip to Orange City. After all, unlike the other princes and princesses, she was naturally disliked by Saint Laurent Virgin Islands and many of the ministers. Not only that, but she also did not have a powerful maternal family like they did. Therefore, Ivest needed even more the support from outside forces. Thus, her sole purpose in coming to Orange City was to win over Duke Tyrus, who was in his prime. This would strengthen her position in the upcoming king's election. Unfortunately, that old man was very stubborn and, like most others, held a poor impression of her. Let's discuss this matter later. Are there other urgent issues that need addressing? Ivest, unable to come up with a solution, decided to temporarily put aside the matter. Of course, there is. The man speaking nodded solemnly. Your Highness, you recently eradicated the Creationist school, which was a significant achievement for Orange City. However, the 300 innocent civilians saved from the school have become a troubling issue. These people seem brainwashed, steadfastly believing in the dogmas of the Creationist school, even to the point of endangering city safety. Therefore, the City Council and the Security Bureau refuse to deal with this mess and do not allow those 300 civilians to enter the city. What do you think should be done about this situation? Another headache-inducing matter for Ivest cropped up. She has always been relatively inept at dealing with cases involving ordinary people. After all, these were over 300 lives that couldn't be abandoned and left to survive for long outside, possibly even triggering a series of problems, yet they couldn't simply be killed. What should be done? Ivest's brow furrowed slightly. After much thought, she decided to delegate this troublesome matter to her subordinates. So, Ivest raised her head, her gaze sweeping across both sides of the long table. Soon, the lucky person was chosen, looking at Lin, who was currently hunched over in the corner concentrating on his meal. Ivest's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 25. The 7 Imperial Electors. Feeling Rhine's resentful gaze, Lin smiled at him. Seeing that everyone treated the incident as a minor squabble, he bowed his head and continued his battle with the roasted sausages on his plate. A moment later, someone started discussing official matters with Ivest. Your Highness, Duke Tyrus has once again refused your invitation. What do you think, Duke Tyrus? Lin felt that this name seemed somewhat familiar. After reflecting for a while, he remembered that this person seemed to be a duke in the Saint Laurent Empire from the original story, also serving as the governor of the southern province. Besides this, he was also a venerable elector. Although the elector system gradually weakened in the recent times of strong imperial power, the influence over the king's election ceremony was still not to be underestimated. All in all, there were a total of 7 electors. Apart from the 4 secular electors, there were also 3 ecclesiastical electors, each served by an archbishop from one of the 3 major churches of the Saint Laurent Empire. Therefore, before the start of each king's election, princes aspiring to ascend the throne would try to get on good terms with these old fellows. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron New. Once a prince garnered the support of more than 4 electors, it was almost equivalent to securing the throne. It seemed that Ivest, who was currently weak and alone, was a bit anxious, not willing to fall too far behind others. Reflecting on the original story's plot about the king's election, Lin shook his head. Saint Laurent 6 had a total of 9 children, most of whom were not benevolent. To win the king's election, they calculated against each other from start to finish until, in the end, it was the great imperial princess Helena who, with the help of the male lead, had the last laugh. Generally speaking, after winning the king's election, the victor would temporarily serve as the regent king, managing the empire's affairs, waiting for the formal coronation. As for Ivest, Lin could only wish her good luck. She had neither Helena's protagonist's halo nor the support of a powerful family. Not only was she seen by others as an evil force, she couldn't even obtain the favor of others. That was akin to being handed a death sentence. After all, public opinion is a very important loop in becoming an emperor. Of course, this public opinion refers not to the commoners, but to the nobles like worms clinging to the roots of the empire, sucking its lifeblood. Lin shook his head. Since he wasn't interested in politics and such, he refocused his attention back on his plate. The sausage was delicious. The starving Lin ate ravenously, with grease smearing all over his mouth. Just then, a voice filled with admiration and curiosity suddenly came from beside him. I can't believe you managed to humble that arrogant guy like that. It's really impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin looked up and saw a blond young man sitting beside him. The young man looked a lot like Rhine, but he didn't have Rhine's arrogance. Instead, he seemed somewhat dazed. Who are you? Lin wiped the oil from his mouth. My name is Glaya Augusta. I'm sorry my brother has troubled you. The young man named Glaya scratched his head. Lin nodded, then pointed to the food on his plate and said, Do you eat sausage? I don't eat, thank. Glaya felt a warmth in his heart. just about to refuse his kindness, but before he could finish speaking, he watched, wide-eyed, as the guy gleefully stabbed the untouched roasted sausage from his plate. Damn it, Glaya finally felt what his brother had felt just a moment ago. What a cheeky person. He felt somewhat aggrieved in his heart that he himself was quite fond of sausages. 2.so Glaya thought for a second and decided to repay Lin in his own coin. He pointed to his plate and said, "Then do you eat lamb chops?" Glaya had planned to mimic Lin's earlier action when he refused, thinking it would even things out. Unexpectedly, Lin again gleefully stabbed the remaining lamb chop from his plate. "Eat," he mumbled indistinctly, "you're such a nice person." Glaya's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting this kind of maneuver. Staring at his empty plate, he felt an urge to slam the table in frustration, but before Glaya could act, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had become quiet. He instinctively raised his head and discovered that the esteemed highness sitting in the main seat had, at some point, looked over with a calm and indifferent gaze. Glaya nearly wet himself with fright at that moment. "Lin set me up," he drooped like a frightened quail, and spoke with a wilting tone. "Why, your highness? You seem to have something to say," Ivas said indifferently. "No, nothing, your highness." Glaya was close to crying. "No, you do." Ivast's domineering presence resurfaced. "Since you have something to say, that means you have your unique perspective on how to handle these 300+ civilians. In that case, I'll leave this task to you. Within 3 days, I want to see the results." Ivast's words drifted lightly down, but they landed heavily on Glaya's heart, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. He was completely dumbfounded. Though he was the second son of Baron Augusta and a semi-master in the manor, with Rhine firmly above him in both strength and aura, Glaya never had a chance to inherit the baronetcy in his lifetime. His greatest hope in life was to build a plantation in the south and then marry a noble lady as his wife, to live a stable life. Although his father and elder brother had sworn allegiance to that highness, it didn't really have much to do with Glaya. He just hung around the manor in Orn City every day, idling away his time. After all, no one really expected anything from him, but at this very moment, that highness had suddenly tossed such a heavy responsibility onto his head. Glaya was stunned. "What? Me?" Just as he was feeling lost and helpless, he suddenly heard some noise beside him. Glaya glanced sideways from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, there was Lin, head lowered, his whole body trembling as he tried to hold back laughter. "Right, you can bring Lin with you as your assistant. If you mess this up, you should both be aware of the consequences." Ivast's voice came again. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin's face instantly froze. He lifted his head with a grim expression. Now it was Glaya's turn to stifle a laugh. It seemed that a smile doesn't vanish, it just transfers from one person's face to another's. "Let's go." After breakfast, Rhine came straight to Lin. He pointed at the door with a cold expression, signaling Lin to follow him. In fact, he was already imagining in his heart just how he was going to thoroughly discipline this infuriating person. The cellar was not simply a storage place for odds and ends as it was suggested on the surface, it was situated even deeper than the underground prison. Rhine had been there a few times and was deeply shocked by it. Simply put, it was a storage room used by Ivas to collect various extraordinary items and ancient curses, filled with all sorts of rare and strange objects. There were even many highly ranked dangerous items. It was said that if they were released, they could easily become a natural disaster sweeping through the city. Fortunately, most things there were perfectly contained. Thanks to the efforts of that highness, her power was terrifying, and she was capable of suppressing even the most fearsome ancient curses. Upon entering the cellar shortly, Rhine planned to use the characteristics of a certain ancient curse to teach the lad a lesson, letting him know who was the real boss of the manor. With this thought, Rhine revealed a cold sneer. Seeing this, Glaya looked at Lin with some sympathy. "Let's talk about the task assigned by his highness after you get out, and also, good luck." There weren't many of his peers in the manor, and even fewer he could actually talk to. He still hoped Lin could stay on here without harm. After all, he seemed like an interesting fellow. Watching the two figures depart, Glaya thought silently. Chapter 26. The show begins. "Your Highness, you should know that Lin and that egomaniac have a very tense relationship. How could you still arrange for the two of them to be together?" Inside the study, Aphia, transformed into a black cat, lay in front of Ivast's desk, curiously asking. In fact, during the meal just now, she felt several times that Lin wanted to greet her, but remembering the unpleasantness between them before, Aphia was very angry, so she ignored him. However, after breakfast, she ran to Ivast and voiced the doubts in her heart. While reviewing documents, Ivast casually asked, "Do you think I am favoring Rhine? Isn't that so?" Aphia was somewhat doubtful, sticking out her tongue to lick her smooth fur. "You're overthinking." Ivast shook her head. "What you should be worried about is not his safety, but how badly Rhine is going to be sorted out later." She had made these arrangements from the beginning, not for Ryan. It was merely to let Lin properly vent. After all, he had been beaten badly by Ryan that night, and combined with his demeanor at the dinner table, he was likely still upset. Therefore, Ivis gave this chance to vent to Lin as a bit of compensation. As source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron notice for the task she had just assigned to Glaya. It was another diversion. She merely wanted to see how Lin would solve the resettlement issue of these over 300 civilians, but in order not to let her many subordinates notice how much she valued him, she indirectly handed the matter to Glaya. Thinking this, Ivis reached out and gently scratched Athea's chin. The little black cat couldn't help but squint and purr happily. After leaving the dining hall, guided by Ryan, Lin entered the underground passage again. Compared to the entire underground facility, the prison area was just a small part. Walking through the interconnected underground passageways, the view soon opened up. Since it was daytime, there weren't many people stationed in the underground facility. Even so, he and Ryan were still thoroughly checked, searched from head to toe. They even used a lantern that could nullify transformation effects in case someone was impersonating them. Lin looked up and saw before him a deep corridor that seemed to lead nowhere. The corridor was quite narrow and noises came from it intermittently. These sounds were very strange. Sometimes it was like someone scraping a door with fingernails, other times it sounded like the gurgle of slimes, and occasionally even the deep growls of non-human creatures were heard. Plus, with the lack of bright light sources, the atmosphere around was particularly eerie. Just staying here was enough to drastically reduce one's sanity. Therefore, the guards stationed here were rotated regularly and required daily mental health assessments. This was to ensure that they were not contaminated by those weird curse powers. In the past, the entire manor, even the whole of Orn City, was helpless against these terribly extreme things. Fortunately, with the power of the princess, they gradually figured out how to contain these things. Simply put, items that could be completely used by humans and that were harmless or only minimally harmful were usually called extraordinary items. As for those extremely dangerous items that could cause casualties or even disasters if not handled carefully, they were known as ancient curses. Most extraordinary items were made by humans, from small items like the frozen bullet and magic stone to large ones like the steam train and the ironclad warship. All were included. The origins of the ancient curses were mysterious, with some even possessing their own consciousness. However, as long as one grasped the pattern and paid a certain price within expectations, ancient curses often provided unimaginable assistance to the user. Feeling the gloomy and dark environment around him, Lin remained silent. Clearly, he was of the tougher sort internally. Despite being a man who had managed to survive the mental pollution before the system for a whole half-month without collapsing, his willpower was evident. Although the two of them had been silent along the way, Ryan finally spoke up when they arrived. To go straight, turn left. The armory is in the room at the end of the road. You can pick something for self-defense. If it's a firearm, you can also take some extraordinary bullets for backup. Seeing his benevolent demeanor, Lin showed a grateful expression. Thank you, Gay Master, he said, emotionally. I didn't expect you to be so warm-hearted. How about this? From now on, I won't call you Gay in front of others. Unless you want me to call you Gay, I'd still call you that. But personally, I hope. Shut up. As soon as he mentioned that word, Ryan looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly, extremely discomforted. He gave Lin a cold sidelong glance and then left without turning back. Watching his frustrated departure, Lin thought deeply. Lin could guess why Ivis had this guy bring him to the cellar, so he did not refuse. For someone like Ryan, if one didn't completely break his spine, he would only come to bother Lin more often. Moreover, in his view, the other party was just a jumping jack. So even though Lin knew this guy had ill intentions, he still followed, because he didn't take it to heart. There's no one in this world who can make me, Lin, lose face, except for that smelly woman. Of course, Lin thought to himself. For the next second, following Ryan's instructions, he proceeded deeper into the corridor. Sure enough, this guy was too conceited. Watching Lin's forward steps and the fearless curiosity on his face, Ryan smirked. This moment, he was staying in a small resting room, with an antique mirror placed on the table in front of him. But this was no ordinary mirror. Right in the middle, particles like smoke were gathering, displaying the specific situation in the cellar on the mirror's surface. Seeing Lin enter the room without any suspicion, Ryan's tension completely relaxed. Clearly, he had followed his instructions to that room. You have a really disgusting laugh. Suddenly, a scoff echoed in the room. Ryan instinctively looked up and saw a petite figure appearing across the table at some point. She was wearing a somewhat loose white coat, her signature brown hair messy. Milani? Why are you here? Ryan frowned, slightly annoyed. I just ran into Miss Milani on the way here, so I invited her to join us. From the darkness, the shadowy figure of Morris slowly emerged from the wall beside him. Milani yawned casually. This kid is my precious experiment. Don't you break him. Ryan snorted. Are you here to hinder me? No, I'm here to spectate. Morris glanced at him. I just feel like something fun is going to happen, so I came. Milani was non-committal. I'm here to confirm whether this child has the ability to stay by Her Highness and assist her. Humph, then get out of the way and don't disturb me. Ryan waved his hand impatiently. Then he turned his attention back to the mirror, watching Lin standing in the room, looking clueless. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The show was about to begin. Chapter 27. Roulette. Lin, following Ryan's instructions, arrived at the door of the containment room at the end of the corridor. It seemed no one had visited this place in a long while, as the doorknob was coated in a thick layer of dust. One could guess why with just a thought. If it weren't for the intense danger and uncontrollability, there was absolutely no need to hide it in such a secluded corner. Lin didn't hesitate and pushed the door open directly the next second. The situation inside the containment room was immediately visible. Lin couldn't help but pause, perhaps due to the contained item itself not being large. The entire room was only about 10 square meters or so, appearing quite cramped. Even so, a table still occupied the already small room. A rustic wooden box the size of a palm lay quietly on the table, its rough surface engraved with strange patterns and even some mottled bloodstains. Of course, these weren't the focal point. What truly made Lin pause was the thing sitting opposite the table. Yes, he had no choice but to describe it as a thing. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron.alt. It had a human form. From any perspective, the object before him could only be considered a doll. Or rather, a doll that was half flesh and half puppet. It undoubtedly still possessed certain human characteristics, for example, breathing, but apart from that, all its joints had clearly turned puppet-like, as if assembled from parts, giving off a bizarre flavor. Looking at the creepy puppet sitting quietly on the high stool, Lin felt a bit like making a sarcastic remark. Are you going to play a game with me too? While scoffing internally, Lin casually closed the door behind him. Bang! The entire containment room vibrated. It seemed that the sound had awakened the puppet before him, and moments later, Lin heard a click-clack sound from the high stool. Under his gaze, the somewhat dusty puppet seemed to be pulled by some invisible thread. Then it slowly rose from the chair. The puppet opened its eyes and looked towards Lin, its wooden jaw slowly moving. Oh, it's been a long time since someone came here, it said in a somewhat sinister voice. Who would have thought that at this point, fools would still come knocking? Do I sense the scent of prisoner of destiny on you? Are you a transcendent of the deceit faith? Deceit, Lin recalled the lie-swallowing ability he had extracted that night in the underground lab. The symbol of this ability appeared to be a clown pattern that was half crying and half laughing. Was that the emblem of the deceit faith? Lin pondered. However, outwardly he feigned ignorance. No, you might have the wrong person. After all, from the creature's tone, it seemed it didn't favor the transcendence of that faith. Not being one is for the best. Have a seat. The puppet pointed stiffly at the chair opposite the table. Gesturing, Lin walked forward, pulled out the chair, and sat down instantly. An invisible force pressed down from above onto his shoulders. It wasn't heavy, but it suddenly made Lin lose the ability to leave the chair. He tried to struggle a couple of times, but finding it useless, resignedly reclined in the chair. At the same time, he tried to activate the lie swallowing in secret. As expected, it was also restrained by an invisible force. From the moment you entered the door, the gambit had already begun. Until it ends, there's no way to escape. The puppet twisted its stiff-necked joints. Upon hearing this, Lin asked in confusion, what gambit? Ignorance is bliss. Despite being a puppet, its face revealed a human-like sneer. Didn't they tell you the information about the deadly demon doll before you came in? Having said that, the puppet pulled out a revolver from behind. Under Lin's gaze, it opened the cylinder and dumped out 6 yellowish bullets, which clattered onto the tabletop. Of the puppet looked at him with eyes full of malice. Seeing this, Lin seemed to guess something, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Are you going to play Russian roulette with me? This was a favorite attraction in some underground gambling dens, extremely bloody, extremely thrilling. It took just a few minutes to experience the descent from heaven to hell, causing one's adrenaline to surge. Typically, in Russian roulette, only 1 bullet was used. Before each shot, gamblers could choose to shoot directly at the temple or spin the chamber again before firing. As for a higher number of bullets, that was a more advanced game. After all, this wasn't purely a game of luck, it involved the matter of probability. If handled correctly, one could increase their chances of survival. Seeing Lin's look of imminent doom, the puppet seemed to derive a lot of pleasure from it and cackled. You a shot, I a shot. Apart from one of us being shot in the head, there are no means to end this gambit. The puppet's fingertips flicked the bullets on the table, looking at him ominously. So how many will you choose? Lin's expression was a bit solemn. Before that, may I ask who will shoot first? The puppet sinisterly responded, as the host of the game, naturally, I take the first shot. Hearing this, Lin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. You should have said that earlier, then I choose 6. Alright, HM? The confused puppet had just reached for the bullets, but suddenly realized something. It glared at Lin malevolently. Kid, that's not funny. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Lin spread his hands. Seeing this, the puppet grew even angrier. Now I'm somewhat certain, you must be garbage from the deceit faith, even your way of disgusting people is exactly like theirs. Thus, it stopped asking Lin's choice and grabbed 2 bullets, loading them into the cylinder. Click. With a swivel, the puppet forcefully closed the cylinder. Under Lin's watch, it picked up the gun, slowly pressing it against its own temple. Click. With the hammer pulled, a crisp sound echoed in the cramped containment room. The puppet survived unscathed. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. Your turn. It placed the revolver on the table and slowly pushed it towards the opposite side. As Lin looked at the firearm on the table, he fell into a rare silence. Seeing this, the puppet venomously said, even if you want to buy time, it doesn't matter. I don't need to eat, even 10,000 years, I can wait, but you can't. It seems you lack the courage to pull the trigger? That does align with what I know of the deceit faith, a bunch of cowardly wretches, like sewer rats, only able to spend their lives in darkness and distortion. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 28, Give me a drop of blood, I'll give you a gold coin. Lin slowly picked up the revolver, imitating the puppet's posture, and pressed it against his own temple. The puppet laughed full of mockery. I didn't expect that the cunning and intelligence of deceit would not be reflected in you at all. What a waste. Lin frowned involuntarily and glanced at the puppet. Seeing this, the puppet laughed even more wildly. I have loaded 2 bullets, so there are 2 possible arrangements, consecutive or separate. If they are placed consecutively, and with the shot I just fired, by using enumeration, the probability of your death is 1 in 4. And if they are placed separately, by the same reasoning, the probability of your death is 2 in 4. But if you choose to spin the cylinder before firing, then the probability of your death would drop to 2 in 6. To think that, as a believer in deceit, a transcendent, you can't even calculate such a simple math problem? The puppet made a mocking face. Lin ignored its provocation and suddenly asked, I have another question. If you are shot, will you die just like a human? Or perhaps, have you used some method to ensure that you are always invincible? I'm not a follower of deceit, I don't do things like that. The puppet seemed quite dismissive. Although this body is no longer human, if a vital part is hit, I can still be killed. But I will resurrect after 10 minutes. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. The puppet's tone changed and it was about to let out a derisive laugh, but its expression suddenly froze. It looked at Lin incredulously, and it found that Lin was looking back at it with equal disbelief. Isn't it? So you can die? His eyes were full of shock. Then why do you dare talk to me like this? Didn't you know I have martial arts skills? At that moment, the black muzzle was pointed at the puppet's head, freezing it in place. The puppet hadn't expected this one to suddenly make such a move. It tried to look calm while watching Lin. You'd better think about whether this would violate. Before it could finish speaking, Lin suddenly squeezed the trigger, firing 5 shots. Bang. Bang. With 2 flashes of gunfire, the puppet's body was knocked backward by the powerful recoil. Can it really be done this way? Staring at the image in the mirror, Morris's forehead was lined with cold sweat, not knowing when it had appeared. As the mirror couldn't reproduce the original conversation, it only presented a silent film-like effect. Even so, he had witnessed Lin's every move. Morris actually had some understanding of this sealed object, but he always thought survival could only depend on strong luck. Hearing this, Milani looked at him silently. The guy was indeed loyal to the princess, but it seemed his brain was not quite up to par. However, if it's just that wouldn't be much difficulty for that guy, right? Morris said, eyeing Ryan with a weird look. He had thought Ryan had brought him here to get rid of Lin, but it turned out to be much ado about nothing. Ryan, who had witnessed the entire incident from beginning to end, was not furious. Furthermore, a strange smile surfaced on his face. Just a month ago, the princess brought back something from an ancient, lost site. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the surface of that object was tainted with the blood of an ancient demon. It might have been corrupted by the power of the demon and undergone an evil transformation over the eons. Evil enough that, even the princess found it troublesome, so she had to resort to some containment method, temporarily sealing it away. Let me ask you, Do you still remember the details of the Deadly Demon Doll project? Upon hearing this, a page of text flashed through Morris's mind. A series rank of 6 meant that this thing was as dangerous as the deceit coin, since Princess often brought back various strange curses and Morris wasn't particularly interested in containment. He had little understanding of them, but recalling the information related to the Deadly Demon Doll, he finally realized something. He thought of the last sentence in the containment recommendation. You mean the Deadly Demon Doll is just a front, and in fact, it's being used to seal something even more dangerous because of its ability to forbid extraordinary powers? I'd prefer to describe that thing with the word dangerous rather than powerful. Its name is the Greed Magic Box. Ryan's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Milani didn't speak, but her expression seemed non-committal. Staring at the puppet that lay motionless on the ground, Lin shook his head. He felt the guy was just there to be a joke, but could Ryan really be stupid to such an extent? Did he think that with such a laughable trinket alone, he could be frightened into firing a gun at himself? Holding that thought, Lin rose from his chair. The invisible force that had restrained him had now completely dissipated. The extraordinary abilities that he had been unable to use before were once again available to him. This was undoubtedly proof of the doll's death. Considering it would revive after 10 minutes, Lin decided to wait for it a little while, not for any particular reason, but because from its words, it seemed the doll had a deep understanding of deceit. So Lin wanted to inquire about it, especially since that day when he first used the lie-swallowing ability. A strange image had suddenly appeared in front of him, the huge figure wrapped and tortured by countless threads. Moreover, he seemed to have inadvertently mentioned the term prisoner of destiny. Lin knew very little about this belief. After all, it hadn't even appeared in the original story, but he had some guesses. Just as the Lord of Billion Stars symbolized the god of natural order, perhaps the prisoner of destiny was the god symbolizing deceit. As Lin was filled with various speculations, he suddenly heard a clack from somewhere. He looked up instinctively and then suddenly remembered there seemed to be an old wooden box stained with blood on the table. At first, he thought it was a prop of the doll, but it hadn't been used even after the doll was killed. Looking at the wooden box that had suddenly sprung open, Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. But he still bent down to glance inside. Inside the empty box, a slightly yellowed piece of paper lay quietly. It seemed as though the paper sensed Lin's gaze, and blood-red letters gradually appeared on it. Give me a drop of blood, give you a gold coin. Chapter 29, reporting to the organization, I seem to have discovered a perpetual motion machine. Give me a drop of blood, and I'll give you a gold coin. Lin raised an eyebrow as he watched the blood-red letters slowly emerge on the paper. Curiously, he took the note from the box and examined it closely. After a moment, he tried to tear it apart or crumple it into a ball, but no matter how he tried to destroy it, it seemed impossible to inflict any damage. It appeared that this ancient curse object had a very high hierarchy, because according to the original setting, those indestructible ancient curse objects often possess terrifying and dangerous characteristics. However, compared to the world-destroying ancient curse objects Lin recalled, this one seemed to be within the safe range. From the message on the note, it was possible to infer that, like the puppet encountered earlier, it operated on an inherent logic and set of rules. As long as you didn't break the rules, there probably wouldn't be any danger. With that thought, Lin turned his gaze to the puppet lying on the ground, having been shot in the head at close range twice. The puppet now lay on the floor like a corpse, but because it possessed some human physiological traits, thin streams of blood were oozing out from the bullet holes in its head. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Lynn's eyes lit up. After all, no one specified whose blood it had to be. Thinking this, he placed the note back into the wooden box and then grabbed the puppet's wooden leg and lifted it upside down. Moments later, a drop of blood fell into the wooden box. After doing all this, Lin watched intently for any movement from the quaint wooden box. Clank! Accompanied by the flash of a shiny golden shadow, the drop of blood in the box disappeared. In its place was a brand new Empire gold coin, stamped with the valiant image of Saint Laurent 6. Fuck, Lin was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He pocketed the gold coin with lightning speed. At the same time, the look in his eyes towards the box became profoundly meaningful. As expected, this was far from over. As the transaction ended, the blood letters on the note inside the box gradually vanished. Immediately following, a new line of blood-red letters emerged. Give me 2 drops of blood, and I'll give you a gold coin. What a swindler, Lin muttered to himself as he shook the puppet's body vigorously, dropping 2 drops of blood into the box. The puppet's body, not truly human and feeling light in his hands, made Lin figure that it wouldn't take many uses before the blood ran out. So, before that happened, he intended to make a good profit. Clank! A fresh gold coin quickly popped out of the box. Lin pocketed it again. Give me 3 drops of blood, and I'll give you a gold coin. Clank! 10 minutes later, looking at the pocket full of gold coins, Lin couldn't help but smile from ear to ear, striking it rich. But on the other hand, the note's requirements had become incrementally more terrifying as time went on. Give me 1,000 drops of blood, and I'll give you a gold coin. At first, the demand grew arithmetically, but after a few transactions, the box's need for blood began to increase exponentially. Clearly, the puppet's small frame was insufficient. Looking at the still motionless puppet, Lin suddenly got an itch to use it like a yo-yo to perform an around-the-world trick, using centrifugal force to squeeze out all its value. However, after a moment's thought, he held back. From the box's mode of operation, it was apparent that this trade probably had no end. After all, human capacity is finite, and there surely wasn't anyone in the world capable of killing all life to satisfy the box's demands. Lin wanted to know what would happen if the conditions set by the box exceeded one's capacity to fulfill them. After all, it was only the puppet's blood he used, and the transaction was merely concerning that thing. It had nothing to do with him. So he placed the puppet to the side and quietly waited for the outcome. Time ticked by second, just as Lin's perceived minute was about to be up. A sudden change occurred. Pop. Accompanied by a muted explosion. While Lin watched, the already withered puppet suddenly deflated like a punctured ball, collapsing rapidly until it could no longer deform, and then silently shattered. Seeing the parts of the puppet scattered all over the floor, Lin gave a silent second of mourning in his mind. Then, he turned his attention back to the paper. Slowly, a new line of blood-red letters appeared. Give me a drop of blood, and I'll give you a gold coin. Indeed, his guess was correct. In the end, it was still that same old set of rules from the debt collector. Having read plenty of web novels in his past life, he knew too many similar setups. If he didn't complete the transaction as the note directed, the magic box would forcibly take its repayment. Once the threshold of endurance was exceeded, the debt would be cleared with death, and a new cycle would begin. Just like a puppet unable to provide 1,000 drops of blood, it would then be forcibly drained by the magic box, ultimately meeting a shattered fate. If it was just that, it would seem rather dull. Lin stroked his chin, sinking into deep thought. As he was silently contemplating, the scattered puppet parts on the ground suddenly made a noise, drawing his attention. Under the influence of an invisible force, the broken body of the puppet was pieced back together bit by bit. Not only that, even the damaged parts seemed to undergo a reversal of time, healing so completely that not even a crack remained. Under Lin's gaze, the puppet gradually became whole, its body restored to fullness. Lin suddenly remembered this thing had said before that even if it died, it would resurrect after 10 minutes. He gasped, and his eyes shone brightly looking at the puppet. I take back what I thought before. How could this possibly be uninteresting? Watching the puppet slowly regain its ability to move, Lin really wanted to send a message to his past life and Blue Star. Report to the organization. I seem to have found a perpetual motion machine. Feeling someone's greedy eyes, the recently resurrected puppet, still unclear about its situation, couldn't help but shiver. You filth of deceit. Faith, what do you think you are doing? Before it could finish its sentence, even before its ability to ban supernatural phenomena could activate, Lin preemptively grabbed its head, lifting it up once again. Then, he slammed it heavily against the wall. Inside the observation room. Watching Lin's demonic actions, Morris gasped. Considering this stance, did this guy actually go easy on him that night? Thinking of the incident that had occurred and combining it with the blood smeared on Lin's face and his glittering innocent eyes, he felt his legs go weak. Did I just bring a potential psychopathic killer back to the manor? And from the side, Milani was laughing nonstop, hand covering her flat stomach. I knew it. This kid is definitely a talent. Ha ha ha. It seemed that Lin's behavior had amused her, as she wiped her tears and laughed. No one had thought of this before. After all, for them, the deadly demon doll seemed more like a measure of ceiling. Sensing the different emotions of the people beside him, Ryan's face turned iron blue. Originally, Ryan only thought to have this guy bleed a little, but now, it seemed that not only did it not trouble Lin, it had also inadvertently gained him dozens of gold coins. Don't celebrate too early, Ryan said darkly. This is far from over. You should know that this box has its own consciousness. Don't kill me. I give in. Does that not suffice? After the fifth resurrection, the puppet seemed to finally break down, crouching with hands over its head, letting out an unprecedented wail. At this moment, Lin's desk was already piled with gold coins. Don't be like this. How can it end just like this? Lin revealed a devilish smile. You're a tough one. Let's surpass the limits here. Saying that, he lifted the puppet once again. I know secret information about the prisoner of destiny. The seemingly pain-fearing puppet, with closed eyes, shouted loudly. Lin paused in his action. It was at this moment that the rule of the puppet's game finally descended, an invisible force completely banning all the supernatural phenomena around. Seeing this, Lin threw it into a corner of the room. He wasn't truly bewitched by money, so he decided to let this thing go. After all, information about a suspected divine presence was not something that could be measured by money. As the puppet was thrown into the corner, Lin and the ancient wooden box also broke free from the rules. After all, its effective range was only within 5 meters. You just squat there and don't move. Lin commanded. Hearing this, the thing actually did as told, huddling up against the wall and closing in on itself. Meanwhile, it muttered blankly to itself, "I'm so stupid," knowing that all deceit believers are perverts. But still, seeing this, Lin curled his lips, then shifted his gaze back to the wooden box. A line of blood writing emerged anew on the note, but unlike before, this time the blood writing had a new change. "Give me 1 drop of Lin Bartleyan's blood, give you 1 gold coin." Looking at this line of blood, Lin smiled. "That's more like it, interesting." Chapter 30. Lin kills the competition. Has the blood writing on the note changed? Morris exclaimed as he watched the scene emerging in the mirror. Seeing this, the darkness that had clouded Ryan's face vanished. It was replaced by a barely concealed smirk. Indeed, the autonomous consciousness of the greed magic box was not something those clownish deadly demon dolls could compare to. Lin, oh Lin, it was your arrogance that doomed you. Once the trade was deemed successful by the greed magic box, its priority surpassed the rules of the deadly demon dolls and was no longer affected by the prohibition of supernatural phenomena. At this moment, Lin faced a dead end: either release enough fresh blood to satisfy the box or beg the princess for help. If he chose the former, then I am sorry, the greed magic box was named so because its greed knew no bounds. Only by squeezing out every last drop of his bones and blood could the ordeal end. As for the latter, that was the scenario Ryan preferred to see. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. New. The princess seemed to value this clever fellow greatly, though he didn't know what had transpired between the two, but it surely was a bad signal for the Augusta family. Thus, once Lin chose the latter, it would greatly diminish the trust the princess had in him, possibly even abandoning him completely. This time, I have won. Ryan finally found his footing against Lin, seeming to regain his usual haughtiness. Morris, you are the fastest. Prepare to notify the princess and let her clean up the mess, he commanded indifferently. While watching the dramatically changed demeanor of Ryan within a few seconds, Milani pursed her lips. This guy seemed to have developed some sort of delusion that he was capable again. Wait a minute, what has he done? At that moment, Morris, who had been staring at the mirror, exclaimed in a somewhat exaggerated tone, "Interesting." Staring at the fresh blood writing on the note, Lin rubbed his chin while pondering. According to the patterns summarized before, a trade with this thing must be completed within a minute, otherwise, it would forcibly take payment without giving anything in return. Moreover, the magic box would raise its demands with each transaction, yet the gold coin remained singular. Throughout thinking about it, the initial trade of a drop of blood for a gold coin was undoubtedly a lure, making one feel like they had struck a great bargain, but little did they know, they had fallen into a trap. Pondering this, Lin pulled a thin wire from the seam of his sleeve cuff. Having learned his lesson from being handcuffed previously, Lin had since made it a habit to always carry a wire in his sleeve for emergencies. Staring at the sharp wire, Lin didn't use it to pierce his forefinger. After all, he had never been one to play by the rules or listen to some decrepit box. Feeling time ticking away, Lin hesitated no longer. He held the wire like a pen between his fingers, dipped in the fresh blood the doll had recently shed, and began to write on the note, "Give me 2 gold coins, and I will give you a drop of Lin Bartleyan's fresh blood." Lin wrote so. After doing all this, he put the note back in the box, as only then would it be considered a complete process. Then Lin squinted, silently watching the box. After all, the cost this time was just a drop of blood. Even if the magic box tried to forcefully take it, it wouldn't cause any loss. Then why not try? Moments later, under Lin's watchful eye, indeed, something changed. With the disappearance of 2 lines of blood writing, a new line emerged: "Give me 3 drops of Lin Bartleyan's fresh blood, I will give you 2 gold coins." Success. Looking at the blood writing on the note, Lin revealed a profound smile. This thing indeed possessed immense intelligence, not inferior to humans, and since this was a bargain, it was naturally possible to negotiate. Thus, the box's offer impressively changed from 1 gold coin to 2. However, at the same time, its demand for blood also increased. All in all, it's a creature unwilling to face loss, such a greedy fellow. Lin calculated the time. At this point, the initial minute deadline was long past, yet the magic box hadn't tried to take any blood from him. Could it be that negotiations like bargaining didn't count towards the time limit? Lin pondered. So he continued to write on the note, "Give me 4 gold coins, I will give you 3 drops of Lin Bartleyan's fresh blood." Soon, the blood writing reappeared. Give me 5 drops of Lynn Bartleyan's fresh blood, I will give you 4 gold coins. Lynn didn't give in. Give me 6 gold coins, I will give you 5 drops of Lynn Bartleyan's fresh blood. Thus, the pair seemed to have fallen into some strange and wonderful balance, with one line of blood writing after another being written on the note. The stakes between them grew ever larger. It seemed as though he could write infinitely without paying any cost, potentially in an eternal loop with the magic box. Of course, there would come a day when this would backfire. After all, Lynn was not a machine, and he could not keep on writing forever. Once he stopped, the wooden box would default to a successful transaction and forcibly collect. By then, the price might have already accumulated to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of drops of blood, which was far more than Lynn could afford. Upon this realization, another speculation formed in Lynn's mind. Why was this box continuously demanding blood? Could it be that the consciousness residing inside needed blood to restore its power and break free? Lynn felt this speculation was very plausible. On the other hand, the compensation provided by the wooden box was exactly in gold coins of the Saint Laurent Empire, which he also found too coincidental. If someone from a neighboring country found this box, would it still dispense Saint Laurent gold coins? Or perhaps, the compensation from the box was not limited to gold coins? Thinking this, Lynn suddenly wrote on the paper, "Give me a steam car, and you get 18 drops of Lynn Bartleyan's blood." This was a significantly uneven trade. 18 drops of Lynn Bartleyan's blood were not comparable to the value of a steam car. He just wanted to see what reaction the wooden box would have as expected. This time, his handwriting did not disappear immediately. It lingered on the slip of paper for a moment, seemingly pondering before it slowly faded away. Give me a drop of Lynn Bartleyan's blood, and I give you a gold coin. The blood characters emerged once again, and this time, everything seemed to revert to the beginning. Was it because the wooden box determined that the transaction could not be completed, so it reset? After all, based on the size of the box, it was impossible to fit a steam car inside. Lynn seemed to have a guess. Then he continued to write, "Give me a smartphone, and give you a drop of Lynn Bartleyan's blood." His blood was also not worth a smartphone, but unlike the last attempt, a smartphone could be fitted inside the box. However, the development of events did not surprise Lynn. As the blood characters emerged, the transaction was reset once again. Indeed, things that did not exist in this world could not be materialized, Lynn silently thought. Thus, time quickly passed in one attempt after another. After a long while, he suddenly stretched, straightening his body. Pretty much figured it out, Lynn sighed. It ultimately isn't much fun, making me waste so much time. This boring game should end now. Muttering to himself, Lynn cracked a sinister smile towards the empty room. There must be someone watching now, right? If so, the next second, Lynn pinched the slip of paper he had yet not placed into the wooden box and then showed it in a certain direction. On it was a new line he had just written, "Give me a gold coin, and I promise you, Rhine Augusta will set you free." Once put into the wooden box, according to the rules, it would forcibly complete the transaction. Next, it was time to torment Mr. Rhine. Morris was sweating profusely, nearly running out of words. That was too cunning. Watching Lynn play back and forth with the cycle and the greed magic box, Morris was unusually apprehensive. Being able to come up with such twisted ideas meant he could play him to death with the same dirty tricks. Who knows how vindictive this guy is, and whether he would settle scores after autumn. Meanwhile, Rhine watched the scenario in the mirror silently, seemingly struggling to accept it. "If I were you, I would go and apologize to him right now," Milani said, curling her lip as she looked at Rhine's pale face. The two were on entirely different levels. In Lynn's eyes, Rhine was probably just a clown. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Rhine was filled with rage. He thought he could have his revenge, but in the end, it turned into a solo performance by that guy. Rhine could not accept this outcome. With his arrogant nature, how could he possibly go and apologize to Lynn willingly? With that thought, a stone-faced Rhine prepared to leave first, but just then, Lynn in the mirror suddenly revealed a somewhat eerie smile toward their direction. That smile infuriated Rhine. "What are you so smug about?" Just as he was about to burst out, he suddenly saw that Lynn was holding a slip of paper. For some reason, a bad premonition flashed through Rhine's mind. Under everyone's gaze, Lynn slowly displayed the slip of paper. Seeing the content on the paper, Milani's expression instantly changed. "Quick, go call the princess. If he really puts that slip of paper into the wooden box, it would be terrible. He's trying to release something from the box." Chapter 31: The True Vulnerability of the Greed Magic Box. "Princess, this is bad," Morris shouted in a panic. He materialized slowly in Ivast's room, transitioning from shadow to substance. Seeing her subordinate burst into the study without knocking annoyed Ivast, yet she didn't set down her teacup. "What happened?" "Lynn. Lynn is now in the cellar, and he's about to release the thing." "What thing?" Ivest frowned. At the same time, Aphia, who had been napping on the desk, also opened her sleepy eyes. It's the greed magic box. Morris swallowed nervously. Lynn has discovered some patterns of the box, and it seems like he's about to do something. In truth, he didn't fully grasp the real meaning of that statement, but seeing how even the intelligent Lady Milani showed a profoundly concerned expression made him somewhat anxious. Upon hearing this, Ivest involuntarily put down her teacup, standing up with a chilly demeanor, a formless authority enveloping the entire study. Who allowed you to bring him there? Is he all right? Lynn was the only successful subject of hypnosis experiments, her most valued subordinate at the moment, and perhaps even the next head of the Bartleyan family. From any perspective, he couldn't die over such a trivial matter. Ivest could have never imagined that Ryan would be daring enough to take him to the greed magic box. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. After all, the mansion had lost over 100 prisoners just testing the properties of such an item. A slight misstep could lead to the box ceaselessly demanding payment until nothing but bones remained. Seeing this, Morris's face turned white, and he forced a smile. He's fine. Rather, that guy seemed to thrive in the cellar, which made people genuinely believe this kid was gifted. Instead of worrying about Lynn, it might be more prudent to worry about Ryan, although Morris thought Ryan had brought it upon himself. Princess, I'm afraid you'll need to handle this, Morris suggested, though it was tough to do so. Upon hearing this, Ivest closed her eyes, seemingly pondering something. Moments later, her displeasure suddenly vanished, and she appeared as if nothing had happened, seating herself back in the chair. You don't need to bother with this matter, let that fellow do what he wants. However, she added, remind him that if I'm indulging him this time, he should succeed in that task all the more, as a way to repay this imperial princess. Yes. Morris accepted the order. He felt a twinge of anxiety for Ryan. Could her words mean that even if Lynn were to kill the heir of the Augusta family in the cellar, the princess would still forgive him this once? Good heavens, that's definitely. For a moment, Morris was filled with astonishment. After Morris left, Ivest let out a soft sigh. She massaged her temples, trying to alleviate the boredom and annoyance that came with reviewing documents, murmuring to herself, such a worrisome fellow. Princess, aren't you afraid that he might actually do something irreversible? Aphia blinked curiously, having been awoken by the commotion. Hearing this, Ivest's face remained calm. Don't worry, he's smart and won't choose to cause trouble at such a time. It was precisely because she knew this that she had said she would indulge him. To Ivest, it was an unspoken tacit agreement, trusting that Lynn could differentiate importance. Regaining her composure and seeing Aphia's eyes darting around excitedly, Ivest understood what she was thinking. Hakimis were inherently restless and curious about everything. Simply put, Aphia wanted to join the commotion. Ivest picked up her pen again to continue her previous work, casually instructing, go then, keep an eye on him for me. Hearing this, Aphia nodded repeatedly, then scampered away. You're here? In the holding cell, Lynn, who sat leisurely with his legs crossed on the chair, greeted the breathless, blonde-haired man at the door with a slight smile. At this moment, he was enjoying a puppet's leg massage while crumpling the note in his hand and tossing it back and forth. From time to time, he even made a three-point shot gesture, as if ready to throw the crumpled paper into a wooden box at any time. Watching the boy in the containment room, Ryan was seething with anger. What do you want? He looked at Lynn warily. The reason for his battle-ready stance was entirely because of the words written on that piece of paper. Give me a gold coin, and you'll get a promise. Ryan Augusta will set you free. The sentence was easy to understand. Once the deal was concluded, Ryan Augusta would be obligated to follow the note's content and release the being sealed by the box. If he violated the trade rules, he would face the punishment of death, but if he released the unknown and terrible being from inside the box, not only the princess but also his father would never forgive him. Therefore, at this moment, Ryan faced a checkmate situation. Of course, all this was predicated on the assumption that Lynn would throw the note into the wooden box and complete the transaction. Upon hearing this, Lynn smiled and said, that's not quite right, is it? How could you say it's what I want? You brought me here, you were the one who looked on indifferently at the prospect of my death, and even now, I can feel the hidden anger in your heart. So, it's not about what I want, but what you want. Watching the unperturbed Lynn, Ryan clenched his teeth and suppressed his irritation. You seem pretty confident in your power over me? Don't think you can figure out all the rules of the greed magic box within just tens of minutes. To my knowledge, the trade written on the note must be completed by myself in person. If you really want to throw the note in there, the greed magic box will recognize only you as the party to the promise. And in the end, you will be the only one who pays the price. Despite his words, Ryan still dared not gamble. After all, one's life can only be lived once. Moreover, regarding the mysterious and unpredictable greed magic box, he admitted to not fully understanding all of its rules. What if it really came true? He looked at Lin, hoping his words would be heeded, but to his surprise, a hint of scorn flashed across Lin's eyes. You keep denying you're an idiot. Do you really think I'd openly present this note without being absolutely certain I could kill you? Ryan was stunned. What are you saying? It's true that the trade has to be made by the person themselves, and that part is correct, Lin said with a sneer, so why not let the person do it? The details, I can't be bothered to explain, and you are not worthy of hearing them. Suddenly, Lin frowned and glanced at the doll beside him. Seeing this, it put on a fawning smile, massaging harder, only praying this disaster would not turn its attention towards itself. The logic was actually quite simple. In a previous attempt, Lin had written, "Give me a gold coin, I will give you a drop of my blood." Unlike the previous phrase, he changed Lin Bartlian's blood to my blood. At the same time, Lin activated his lie-swallowing ability and told himself a lie. The lie was, I am Ryan Augusta, the eldest son of Baron Augusta, the future heir to the manor. And then, something interesting happened. The content on the note hesitated for a long while, and then it reset. Lin surmised that it was probably because the subject of the trade had changed, causing the greed magic box to crash. After all, it desired Lin's blood, but suddenly the one writing became another person, necessitating a reboot of the cycle. This showed that, although the magic box could know the identity of the traitor, it was only through reading their consciousness. As long as Lin believed he was someone else, that would allow him to complete the trade in place of another person, and this was the biggest loophole Lin found about the greed magic box, and as far as he could tell, he seemed to be the only one able to exploit this loophole. Sensing Lin's aura, Ryan was already sweating profusely. Although he did not know where Lin's confidence came from, it was likely not unfounded. Seeing his condition, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so nervous, after all, considering our colleagueship and for the sake of Her Highness, I really can kill you. But while the death penalty may be pardoned, punishment cannot be escaped. Ryan, oh Ryan, you came to me on your own initiative, so how should I punish you? Chapter 32. You must repay this imperial princess. Well, feeling Lin's gaze, Ryan's heart turned to ash at that moment. He had no options left. He couldn't kill him, and his own life was still in his hands, so what could he do? Thinking this way, Ryan, who had always harbored intense hatred for Lin, suddenly became somewhat dazed. Then, an overwhelming fear and regret surged up within him. But if that night, he hadn't provoked this guy, if he had just obediently taken him to choose an extraordinary weapon when he first came to the cellar, but in this world, where do so many ifs exist? Ryan's face turned deathly pale, and he gritted his teeth. Go ahead then. Seeing this, Lin's face darkened. Go ahead with what? I'm not gay. I'm not either. Damn it, Ryan's frame shook, and he was on the verge of fainting. He had actually guessed what that guy was going to do to him. Lin looked him up and down. Here's the deal. Although we both wish we could kill each other, out of respect for Her Highness the Princess, I'll still give you a chance. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Leave the cellar immediately, go back to the manor, and then say to everyone you meet, I'm not gay, it was Lin who forced me. Hearing this, Ryan shivered and then incredulously lifted his head. Could it be that he truly wanted to make amends? Just as this thought arose, Ryan saw Lin suddenly flash an evil smile. In the next second, he continued what he hadn't finished saying, actually, I'm into bestiality. That's right, same as usual, remember, fully nude. Ryan's heart finally sank like a stone. Regarding that matter, I'll ask you properly when I come next time. After leaving this remark to the fawning puppet, Lin left the containment room. He hadn't gone far when he encountered Madame Milani in the corridor. Seeing her leaning provocatively against the wall, Lin couldn't help but whistle. Good morning, beautiful lady. Hearing this, Milani shook her head. You really do have a distasteful sense of humor. Thinking back to Ryan's zombie-like appearance just now, she felt somewhat helpless. This guy didn't seem to be the cruel and cold-hearted type, just that his taste was really questionable. Thinking this, Milani casually mentioned, I have an experiment later, so I can't stay long, but you'd better come to my place in a while to check if there are any aftereffects from the last experiment. Of course. Lin nodded his head while being inwardly critical that he would avoid it if he could, afraid that either Milani or Ivest would find out that he was faking it. Why would he rush to his demise? With that thought, Lin left the cellar. Not far away, he saw a seething Hakimi. After leaving the princess's study, Aphia stealthily made her way to the entrance of the cellar. Hakimi's nature made her want to join in on the excitement. Although Lin had made her angry for several days, Aphia still wanted to see how the guy would resolve this problem. Thinking this, Aphia tiptoed down the steps. Before her feet had even settled, she saw a fully nude blonde man walking towards her, who, Athea tensed her body. Getting into her sword-backed dragon-formed eye in the dim light, Athea recognized the man in front of her. It was the soulless Rhine. She had never liked this guy, but restrained herself because of the relationship between the princess and the Augusta family, and after finding out he was a gay nudist, she felt even more disdainful. Asa transcendent of fertility, she worships gods who hold the right to procreation, believing there are only two genders in this world, male and female, and advocating for absolute heterosexuality. In the fertility church, homosexuality is strictly taboo, and violators could even face execution. But as for Rhine's personal preferences, Ivest also had no interest in passing judgment. After all, it was just a matter of homosexuality. As long as they didn't bother her, there would be no issues. Thinking this, Athea prepared to slip away in a flash. Just being in the same room with this pervert made her feel mentally unwell. Who knew that just as she lifted her front paw, she heard Rhine speak in a hoarse voice like a walking corpse. I'm not homosexual, it was Lynn who forced me before. Ophia's expression instantly became alert. What's he planning to say by mentioning this? Just as this thought arose, she heard Rhine continue, actually, I have a thing for bestiality. He's coming at me? Athea immediately got her hackles up, swung her tiny paws, and slapped him flying out of the cellar. Yo, isn't this little black? Haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so? Ow, ouch. As soon as Lynn saw the little black cat squatting on the side of the road, he couldn't help wanting to tease her, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Athea leap up with a mournful look, grabbed the back of Lynn's head with all four paws, and bit down. This bad guy, last time in the tavern room too, and now this, always bullying me. Clearly, Athea attributed Rhine's behavior just now to Lynn, and indeed, she was right. At this moment, the small-bodied black cat clung like glue to the back of Lynn's head. He tried to pull her off several times, but it felt like his scalp was going to be torn off, so he could only give up helplessly, exiting the cellar with an ornament attached to his head. Looking at the bright sunlight in the manor, Lynn squinted his eyes. What's this all about? Glya's voice came from nearby. Seeing Athea biting the top of Lynn's head, his expression grew somber. Lynn shook his head, causing the little black cat's tail to also swing, looking like a braid. Let's walk and talk. Walk and talk? Glya seemed shocked by something. Do you not realize my brother just went crazy a moment ago? Not wearing clothes and running at me saying he had a thing for bestiality, ugh. The very thought is terrifying. Hearing bestiality, Athea on the back of his head bit down even harder. Pretty wild, huh? I did it. Lynn revealed a smug expression. You did it? Glya was stunned, subconsciously raising his thumb. Lynn, brother, no, elder brother, from today on, you're my real elder brother. Teach me. Sure thing, sure thing. As the two were chatting away, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows beneath the distant wall. Because the surrounding area was full of sunlight, Morris's power was greatly weakened. Why are you standing so far away? Looking at Morris's wary demeanor, Lynn was quite puzzled. No, nothing. Morris now sweated a bit whenever he saw this guy. Princess has told me to relay that she'll let you off for today's incident, but in return, you have to properly complete the task she's assigned you. That's it? Alright, I got it. Lynn nodded his head. He was about to ask something else, but before he could speak, he saw Morris zip away from the spot, as if avoiding some plague. This guy, Lynn shook his head, but after Morris's reminder, he recalled that the woman indeed had set a task for him. Looking at Glya beside him, Lynn spoke, Tell me about it. Tell me about the creationist school, and the situation with those 300 plus lost sheep. Chapter 33 Second rank ability, Thorny Crown. Do you want to spend 10 system points for ability extraction? Looking at the lottery disc embedded with more than 30 fan-shaped bas-reliefs in front of him, Lynn swallowed. He felt the vibration from the carriage beneath him, stirring a sense of tension in his heart. At this moment, Glya was grumbling incessantly by his side, but he had no intention to listen. Lynn decided to extract another ability, the first-rank ability, Lie Swallowing, that he had previously drawn seemed useless at first, but actually turned out to be quite beneficial. During the past few days filled with dangers, Lie Swallowing had proved extremely valuable. Therefore, Lynn had come to view it as an incredibly effective ability. However, even so, what he lacked most were straightforward offensive methods. Apart from using a gun, there was no other way. Recalling the night at the tavern room when he had to risk his life, along with Morris having no intent to kill him, he had barely managed an upper hand. But risking his life felt terrible, just like how he now found himself unwillingly working for Ivest, obliged to attend to her duties. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. New Omicron. Thus, at the end of the day, becoming stronger was the fundamental solution. Recently, by some minor manipulations, Lin had managed to increase Ivest's plot deviation to 0.13%, gaining an additional 12 system points. Therefore, he decided not to use these points to upgrade the lie swallowing ability yet. The current lie swallowing was sufficient, but system points were scarce. Rather than wondering if an advanced version of lie swallowing would evolve into an ability with offensive power, he preferred to take a risk for potentially greater gains. With this thought, Lin nervously pressed the confirmation button. As the needle twitched, his heart leaped into his throat. The needle finally stopped on a very strange icon. It was a mark glowing faintly with a blood-like light, vaguely showing a distorted human face comprised of countless mournful souls. Well, that was another setting not mentioned in the original story. Lin sighed. Meanwhile, a system notification rang in his ear. Congratulations! You have drawn a second-rank ability, Thorny Crown. Oh, the name sounds pretty cool. Lin's eyes slightly brightened, and he then opened the ability introduction. Name, Thorny Crown. Rank, second rank. Effect, under the effect of this ability, the pain you feel will be doubled. However, you can accumulate this pain and release it all in one go. Activation condition, possess at least 3 divine given factors. Points needed for upgrade, 50. Lin couldn't help but want to wail. From the effect alone, this stackable type of active skill was undoubtedly an incredible existence. The problem was that in order to make the enemy feel the pain, he would have to bear it first. It's like killing the enemy at a great cost to oneself. Lin was not a masochist and did not have any inclinations towards self-torment. He was quite pain-averse, though he had put up with it in the underground prison to avoid showing weakness. But that didn't mean he could ignore the pain. Moreover, according to the ability description, once activated, the pain he felt would double. Lin just wanted a straightforward offensive ability. Even something like the fireball technique or waterball technique would do, but the system refused to comply with his wishes. Lin sighed inwardly and turned off the system. At the same time, Glaia's voice, laced with doubt, reached his ears. Are you listening to me? Of course. Lin answered nonchalantly. Seeing his manner, Glaia's already anxious heart sank further. Truly, it was a mistake for the princess to entrust such a challenging task to them, but even so, staking the honor of the Augusta family, he couldn't shrink back now. With that thought, Glaia took a deep breath. I'll repeat one last time, when we get to the slum area later, try not to be too conspicuous so as not to incite public anger. What we need to do is to have each of the 312 civilians who cannot enter the city sign this contract. Glaia handed half a thick stack of papers to Lin. These contracts have a certain supernatural effect, capable of constraining their behavior to prevent the spread of the creationist school's beliefs in the city. It is also the minimum requirement from both the City Council and the Security Bureau that each person must sign one before we let them pass. Lin took the contracts from Glaia and briefly glanced over them. They were written in the ancient Saint Laurent language. The gist was that the signatories would commit not to promote the ideals of the creationist school in Orange City. If violated, they would suffer dire consequences. I understand, Lin shook his head, but ironically, these civilians are not even under Her Highness' jurisdiction. Technically, this should fall on the City Council, but nobody wants to take responsibility, and now it has fallen onto our heads. Glaia sighed helplessly. Those nobles simply thought less of Ivest because she was out of favor, sent to the borderlands due to Saint Laurent VI's disapproval. Thus, they treated them with negligent disregard. Of course, there was also the possibility that some prince was pulling strings behind the scenes. After all, this was a necessary struggle for the king's election. No one would treat it as a joke. By the way, how long do you plan to stay on my head? Lin suddenly said to Aphia, who was biting his nape. On hearing this, the little black cat then released her bite and lightly landed inside the carriage. You deserve it. Aphia huffed and then turned her head away. Just then, with a slight forward inertia, the carriage slowly stopped by the roadside. We're here. Glaia and Lin exchanged glances. Then, the two of them pushed open the door and stepped down from the carriage. Aphia hesitated for a moment, but remembering the princess's instruction to her, she couldn't help but jog to catch up with the two. Accompanied by the intense midday sun, Lin squinted his eyes as he observed the scene in front of him. At a glance, he saw a large area of rundown shacks outside the city, some even topped with straw. The simplicity was extreme. In front of these shacks, a dense crowd of people stood. Most of them were in ragged clothing, their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Many were kneeling on the ground, in a devout posture, praying to the creation goddess they believed in. It seemed they sensed someone's presence, as many eyes suddenly turned towards Lin and Glaia. Seeing the two lavishly dressed youths, their eyes showed a hint of wariness. Moments later, two men in sheriff's uniforms, touching their holsters, ran over. It looked like these two were assigned to keep watch over the civilians. Master Glaia? I didn't expect someone from the manor to be you. One of the sheriffs said with a grin. Obviously, as the local influential Augusta family, their power was formidable. However, inside the tangled power webs of Orange City, there were still families stronger than them, and now, this incident involving the Creationist school was like a brief skirmish behind the great families, involving a wide aspect. Ivest was in the firing line, unavoidably entering the fray. So, in a sense, many eyes were fixed on the shantytown area at this moment, waiting for the final handling of this matter. Aglaia could be said to be in an Alexander-like position that if he couldn't handle it, it was the princess's face that would ultimately be lost. Even if he managed to deal with it eventually, if the means were not decisive enough, it would still elicit criticism. So, he frowned and asked the sheriff in front of him, "What's the situation now?" On hearing this, the sheriff bowed his head and replied, "They were causing a ruckus about entering the city again just now. It took injuring 2 of them to calm them down. Rest assured, the chief has already told us beforehand that you're fully in charge of this matter, and whatever you say goes. We will not interfere at all." Saying this, a sly look flickered in his eyes. In just a couple of sentences, he had managed to distance the security bureau from the incident and shifted the responsibility entirely onto Ivest. Clearly, they were also reluctant to deal with this mess, and upon seeing that the Augusta Manor had sent only 2 young lads, they nearly burst with joy. These types were the easiest to hoodwink. For a moment, Aglaia felt somewhat between a rock and a hard place. The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat silent, but just as the 2 sheriffs prepared to say something, a voice suddenly came from beside them. "Really? Whatever we say goes?" On hearing this, one of the sheriffs hesitated. Upon seeing that the speaker was a handsome young man with a distinguished demeanor, although he couldn't discern his identity, he still said with a grin, "Of course, young master, we keep our word." Lynn nodded. "Then go and kill all these commoners." "Hey, hey!" Aglaia was immediately stunned, a shiver running down his spine. The princess had only asked you to resolve the issue, not to get rid of those who caused it. The lives of commoners might not count for much, but truly killing them would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar across the empire. Countless people would use this as leverage to put Ivest on the gallows. Seeing this, the 2 sheriffs were also somewhat embarrassed. You're joking. You are joking, right?" Lynn chuckled and remained non-committal. Then, he suddenly turned his head and asked Athia, who was squatting nearby and enthusiastically eating melon, "By the way, what's on the menu at the manor tonight?" "Stewed vegetables and beef stew." "Wait, why are you asking this?" Athia looked at him warily, getting a bit hungry again. Lynn touched his stomach. "It's probably around 1 or 2 in the afternoon now, so timing it right, we should be back in time for dinner." "You've been talking in riddles from the start. What are you actually trying to do?" Aglaia finally couldn't help but ask. In his view, Lynn hadn't proposed any helpful solutions to the issue and even seemed somewhat negligent. However, Lynn didn't answer his question. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he quickly walked towards the crowd gathered in the distance. While walking, he spread his arms and activated the ability of lie swallowing. For such a small matter, Lynn decided to bring it to a swift conclusion. "Everyone, eyes on me." Chapter 34 Scandal involving Ivest. If these guys decide to get violent later, let's all push back together. We outnumber them, and in the end, they'll be the ones to lose, whispered a bald man at the front of the crowd. The people around him immediately looked his way with nods of agreement. Seeing this, the bald man's expression remained stern, but a cold laugh began to echo in his heart. These fools really were easy to manipulate. With just a little brainwashing, they had become the most fervent disciples of the creation goddess. Easy to command like dogs. He felt not a shred of pity for these stupid people. Although most of them had been abducted by the creationist school, besides being social outcasts, there was no other value to them. The man was named Mark, considered the ringleader among this group. Of course, he had another identity, that of a former member of the creationist school, now hidden among the crowd after the organization had been destroyed. As the last surviving member, there wasn't much Mark could do. But if he could use these foolish people as pawns, causing trouble for that demon-like woman, then it was all worthwhile. Remembering the instructions given to him that night by the masked person claiming to be from the high ranks of the Saint Laurent Empire, Mark's face twisted with malice. The other party had ordered him to ignite this ticking time bomb at the right time and sling the mud at Ivest. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. In simple terms, these 300-plus people were destined to be sacrificial lambs. Their only value was to bring in unprecedented scandal to the third imperial princess of the empire. Mark was very well aware that not everyone among these 300 was brainwashed. In fact, a great portion of these fools thought they were being clever, believing that the nobles wouldn't dare dispose of over 300 lives at will, so with greedy thoughts, they prepared to hold out for the best offer, thinking like that was a sure path to death. Mark thought to himself. Just then, he suddenly saw a handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes, walking quickly towards him. As he walked, he also called out, "Everyone, focus your attention on me." His voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present, who looked at him with wary expressions, but the young man didn't stop. He even quickened his pace. For some reason, Mark detected a glint of fervor and devotion in the young man's eyes, similar to that of the numb masses around. The next second, he heard the young man speak again. "I was once like you all. Feeling life in this world to be agonizing, having completely lost faith and hope. I was listless and wanted to die. Waking up every day to nothing but numbness and despair, all that was left was an overwhelming void. Even the people around me looked down on me in contempt, calling me a disgrace, wishing I would just disappear from the world. And that's probably what should have happened to me. Yet perhaps by fate, in the endless darkness, a light illuminated the way before me. I want to say, I was once like you all, and now we are no different. As disciples of the creationist school, let us praise the goddess." Praise the freaking goddess. Watching Lin's maneuvers, Glaya was dumbstruck. He gazed at the devout Lin, and for a moment, part of him actually wanted to believe, but knowing the guy, it was probably the prelude to some underhanded scheme. He turned his head and saw that those two sheriffs had, at some point, placed their hands on their gun holsters. "Seriously, you believe that?" Glaya felt a bit exasperated. But at that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from the distant crowd. "Praise the goddess." Among the crowd, many voices echoed back excitedly. "So you believed it too?" Glaya's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, Lin maximized his lie-swallowing ability as he faced the densely packed crowd before him. While it was somewhat challenging to influence so many people at once with his current power, it was not impossible. Clearly, Lin had used his ability to lie, convincing these 312 civilians to believe in his faith. The reason Lin did this wasn't primarily to complete Ivest's task. Right after he had stepped off the carriage, he casually opened his system to take a look. Unexpectedly, he found an unanticipated gain. To put it simply, all of the over 300 people before him were E-ranked characters in the story, among which there was even a hidden C-ranked one. The sudden surprise made Lin's eyes light up. If he could bring everyone's deviation level to the max here, it would be over 30 system points coming his way. What could be more profitable than this? Feeling hundreds of gazes staring straight at him, Lin did not show any signs of fear, even in his eyes. These people had become delectable lambs ripe for the picking. So, Lin returned to the carriage and brought out a chair. After that, he sat down with royalties right in front of the 300 people. "As you can see, I am a respectable person of status," he said with composure. "This time, I come with the great expectations of Her Highness Ivest herself, to resolve your troubles. If any of you have difficulties, you can either come to me one by one, or appoint a representative to speak. No matter what, I will ensure you a satisfactory outcome." Under the influence of the lie-swallowing ability, every word of Lin's was refreshing and easily garnered the favor of most people present. Suddenly someone in the crowd spoke up. "What about those nobles and officials forcing us to change our faith? How do you explain that?" "My friend, I myself am a follower of the creationist school." Lin shook his head. "In fact, you should be aware that Orange City advocates religious freedom, otherwise, there wouldn't be other faiths besides the three major churches. So this matter is sheer nonsense, I can assure you." Seeing this, people first looked at one another, then burst into cheers. Watching these ignorant and naive lower-class citizens, Lin remained expressionless. Should he say they are pitiable? But in this dog-eat-dog world, compassion and sympathy are the most useless emotions. Once the people had finally calmed down, Lin spoke again. "Of course, my promise above comes with a major premise. That is, your faith must be truly devout." "Our faith is certainly devout." A strong man with a big beard, standing at the forefront of the crowd, suddenly spoke up boldly. "Oh?" Lin suddenly became interested. "Come here, I have some questions for you." Feeling the urging glances from around, the big bearded man swallowed hard but still walked up. "Sir, ask away." He seemed somewhat nervous. "Relax, I'm not going to eat you." Lin smiled at him. "I ask you, why do you believe in the creation goddess?" Big Beard was stunned for a few seconds, then stammered, "At first, I was kidnapped, but later I gradually realized the benevolence of my Lord, so I bathed in her glorious light." "And before you were kidnapped, was your life going smoothly?" This question seemed to touch a sore spot for Big Beard. A struggle flashed in his eyes, and after much internal conflict, he finally shook his head. "My wife was unfaithful to me, and even the child she was carrying wasn't mine. I wanted her to get rid of it, but she threatened me with suicide. During that time, I drank every day. My life was a mess. If not for the goddess directing me, I probably wouldn't have survived." Big Beard, or perhaps more accurately, the cuckolded brother, shared his tragic past in front of others for the first time that he had thought this might win Lin's sympathy, thereby granting him entry into the city. Unexpectedly, he heard a snicker from the youth sitting on the chair. "You're not qualified." Chapter 35, Faith is not absolute, is to absolutely have no faith. You're not qualified. With Lin's sneer, Big Beard stood stunned. After a short while, he cautiously began, why? Lin sized him up. "I ask you, what is the core doctrine stated in Chapter 1, Section 6 of the Creation Scripture?" Although unsure of the relevance of the question, Big Beard pondered for a moment, then, earnestly, he replied, "To love all creatures in the world as thou lovest me." Clearly, this guy's faith seemed to be of the more devout kind. After all, he was someone who had suffered real-life trauma, easily taking up a cult as a spiritual crutch. Meanwhile, Glaya, who overheard their conversation from a distance, was shocked that he looked down and exchanged glances with Athia. Feeling a storm rising in his heart, Glaya was well aware that, given Lin's character, everything said just now was probably a lie. How could someone who hailed from the imperial capital and was a bona fide noble possibly believe in the twisted teachings of the creationist school? Yet the way he spoke so fluently, even quoting content from the scripture, didn't seem feigned at all. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0. The only possibility was a moment ago, while in the carriage, Glaya had given Lin a copy of the creation scripture. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. It would be useful to understand a bit about the sect for targeted measures. At the time, Lin appeared uninterested, flipping briefly through the book before tossing it aside. Glaya felt a bit helpless about Lin's laziness then, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Could it be that by just flipping through it briefly, he remembered most of the key information? Such memory was unheard of to Glaya. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he continued to watch. After hearing Big Beard's words, Lin repeated thoughtfully, "To love all creatures in the world as thou lovest me." It seems you remember it very clearly. "Of course, my devotion to the goddess is absolutely sincere," Big Beard said confidently. "Bullshit." Lin suddenly cursed, "You're still lying." A noble's exclusive aura of authority erupted, causing Big Beard's face to turn pale. I'm not." He took a half step back, seemingly frightened, and retorted a bit indignantly. Lin eyed him scornfully. "If that's the case, then let me ask you, do you resent your wife?" "Of course, I wish I could kill that bitch right now." Thinking of his tragic past, Big Beard's head heated up and he blurted out without thinking. After speaking, he felt somewhat relieved, as if he'd released the resentment in his heart, but seconds later, he began to regret it. With so many people here, including 2 sheriffs armed with explosive bullets on the scene, was it appropriate to say such things? For a moment, Big Beard felt very pessimistic, losing hope of being able to enter the city and return home. Little did he know that Lin didn't care about his desire to kill, instead asking indifferently, "Why do you want to kill her?" "I told you already, because she's carrying the bastard of someone unknown." Big Beard said sorrowfully. "That's exactly the problem." Lin glanced at him. "Even if that child isn't yours, it is still an innocent life. If you can't even love the child in her womb, how could you possibly achieve what the scripture says, to cherish all people? You have violated the teachings of the school, and this is a desecration of the faith in the goddess." He spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Big Beard's body staggered slightly, as if pondering Lin's words. After a moment, he asked with an ashen face, I can do as the creation scripture says, except for the child in her belly and her herself." Lin merely shook his head. "Faith that is not absolute, is absolutely not faith." "Glaya, bring the contract here." Lin waved his hand. Hearing this, Glaya, who had been observing Lin's magnificent manipulation, finally came back to her senses. Realizing that there might be a glimmer of a turnaround in the situation, she hurriedly pulled a sheet from the stack of extraordinary contracts and, scurrying over with a steel pen, approached him. Lin took the paper. After glancing at the clause that read "Promise not to propagate the ideals of the creationist school to others," he sneered disdainfully. "Change this clause for me." Lin pointed at the text. "Change it to from now on, no longer believing in the goddess." Glaya appeared somewhat puzzled. She whispered in Lin's ear, "Isn't this pressing them too hard?" After all, the first draft of the contract did not stop them from believing in the goddess, it only prohibited the propagation of beliefs. However, the second draft that Lin requested directly kicked him out of the ranks of the faithful. "Just change it as I said." Lin offered no explanation. Soon, the new draft of the contract was revised. Lin nodded in satisfaction and then handed it to Big Beard beside him. "Sign it." Big Beard looked at the clause and became furiously angry. You previously said you wouldn't force us to change our beliefs, didn't you?" But I also said, there was a prerequisite. Lin glanced at him indifferently. Only those who, like me, show absolute devotion to the goddess can retain their faith. For the others who want to muddy the waters, I will single each one out. I won't sign. Big Beard waved his hands in agitation. I really am a follower of the goddess, believe me. In that case, are you willing to treat that child as your own after you return home, to care for him as your biological child, ensuring he eats well and stays warm, living a life of luxury even if it means you eat less? Lin stared at him, asking. Big Beard's expression became extremely rigid. Clearly, he was caught in a struggle of agony. It was time for the final blow. Lin thought silently, if you can do as I say, then I might agree to let you keep your faith. Lin watched him coldly. Of course, don't think I am easily deceived. Once you return, I will send someone to check on you every day. If I detect even the slightest mistreatment of your wife and child, I will let you taste the punishment that a heretic deserves. As he spoke, he took out a revolver from his pocket and weighed it in his hand. This was a gun he had casually picked up when he left the cellar, loaded with special explosive bullets, with an extremely impressive killing power. After all, Lin was no longer a transcendent now and wasn't qualified to use things like ancient curses. However, for dealing with ordinary people, it was more than enough. Looking at Big Beard, who was sweating from his forehead, Lin said nothing, continuing to apply pressure. Under the influence of the lie swallowing, his threats became absolutely true words in the ears of Big Beard. After what seemed like an eternity, his already somewhat hunched back bent over completely. I'll sign. Big Beard answered weakly. Clearly, compared to the ordeal of raising some unknown man's child, in the end, Big Beard chose to give up his faith. Chapter 36. This guy is pretty handsome. Amazing. Gazing at the successfully signed first extraordinary contract, Glaya cheered inwardly. He looked at Lin with admiring eyes, feeling that this guy was simply a genius. Since the extraordinary contract had to be signed willingly, he couldn't conveniently use his family's power to coerce them, and after signing his own name, invisible constraints were thus born. Looking at Big Beard, who walked to the side dejectedly, Lin had an expressionless face, but in reality, he was overjoyed. E-level character Zaid Remiro plot deviation has been raised to 100%. A system notification sounded in his ear. The people in the distance, upon seeing Big Beard signing the contract, suddenly became chaotic. There were those who cursed him for betraying his faith, and others whose eyes were rolling incessantly, as if contemplating some vile deed. Bang! Lin fired a shot into the sky. Be quiet, next. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. He spoke in an unquestionable tone. However, with the example of Big Beard before them, everyone hesitated for a moment, not daring to come forward. As they stood frozen in place, someone in the crowd suddenly collapsed. People scattered to the sides, leaving a part of the open ground in the center. Seeing this, Lin rose from his chair, parted the crowd, and quickly walked towards the circle. The one lying on the ground was an old lady with white hair and ragged clothes, her breath faint, appearing in very bad shape. Is this a scam? Lin complained inwardly but outwardly showed a concerned expression. What's wrong with you? Young man, I'm sick, very severely sick, the old lady murmured in a barely audible voice. I need treatment, please, let me into the city. Of course, it is my undeniable duty, Lin responded gravely with a nod, but before that, I would like to ask you a question. Do you believe in the goddess? Of course. When I was homeless, several elders of the creationist school took me in, gave me food, and let me listen openly to the gospel of the goddess. The old woman replied softly. She was quite a devout believer. Glaya thought to himself silently, suddenly feeling a headache. If this person died here, and it got exaggerated by some schemers and spread outside, it would ultimately ruin the princess's reputation. They would say that it was Ivast who forced these people to change their faith, thus leading to her death. They wouldn't care how the creationist school was actually an abominable cult. After all, most people in the Saint Laurent Empire had never heard of this faith and their heinous deeds of using living people for sacrificial rituals. Glaya momentarily didn't know what to do, yet Lin's expression remained unchanged. Really? That's wonderful. Since you are a devout believer of the goddess, you must remember what is written in the 3rd chapter, 18th verse of the doctrine, right? He spoke gently. The old woman was silent for a moment, then shook her head. I feel very confused and sick. I can't remember anything right now. It's okay, let me repeat it for you. Lin didn't mind. The 3rd line of that verse says, all things have their patterns of living, and since there is birth, there will be facing death. Do not be afraid of this, for I am with you. Yes, that's it, exactly that. The old woman nodded weakly. Lin looked at her. Do you agree with this sentence? Of course. Lin's expression suddenly became serious. Since so, you must also agree with the following statement. Some are strong in body, some are plagued with illness. Do not fear this, for it is penance and redemption, until the soul is pure, and after death, you will return to my divine kingdom. Lin repeated each word slowly, trying to make her hear clearly. The old man lying on the ground was stunned. Young man, are you saying, yes, the illness you're suffering from now is actually a test bestowed upon you by the goddess? Only by persevering to the end, cleansing the sins of your life, can you enter the divine kingdom after death. Hearing this, the old man became anxious immediately. But I really can't hold on anymore. If only I could take some medicine to ease the pain a bit. No. Lin suddenly became stern. I've already told you, this is the penance you must endure. At this very moment, the goddess might be witnessing your perseverance. If you use drugs to treat this, wouldn't that be evading the trial? Old man, you wouldn't want to provoke the wrath of the goddess, would you? Lin said seriously. As his words left the old man completely speechless, she suddenly became panic-stricken and fell into a lengthy silence. Seeing this, Lin sighed, I don't mean to make things difficult for you, but there are only two paths before you now. The first, to adhere to the teachings of the creationist school, to endure this trial until you cleanse your sins completely. The second, like the one before, if you want to enter the city to receive treatment, then sign this. I personally suggest you choose the first one. Saying so, Lin looked at the old man with an indifferent expression. Time passed, second by second, under everyone's gaze. The old man lying on the ground closed his eyes, seemingly feeling utterly disgraced. I'll sign. E-level plot character Rona Muir's plot deviation has increased to 100%. Silence fell once again. After the old man signed the extraordinary contract with Glaya, he was sent into the city by the accompanying coachman to receive treatment. Watching those varied expressions around him, Lin smiled softly. Then, he casually pointed at someone. You, come here, let me test how devout your faith really is. E-level plot character Danelle Kessler's plot deviation has increased to 100%. E-level plot character Walter Sloan's plot deviation has increased to 100%. E-level plot character Victor Crouch's plot deviation has increased to 100%. E-level plot character Arlen Colbert's plot deviation has increased to 100%. As one contract after another was successfully signed, Glaya's smile became uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the two sheriffs, who were supposed to maintain order, were taken aback by their counterparts' amazing maneuver and exchanged looks. They would definitely need to report today's events to their superiors. After returning to IT, was clear they weren't completely unaware of the conflict happening within Orange City. Even at that moment, they were executing orders issued by some presence. Everyone was initially just bystanders, wanting to see the imperial princess embarrass herself in this incident. Little did they expect that a young man, whom they had never met before, would step forward and completely turn things around. And Athia, crouching by the carriage, was also dumbstruck. She had witnessed all of Lin's actions from start to finish, watching his actions, smooth as flowing water, and his commanding presence. For some reason, a strange feeling suddenly arose within her, though not strong. In terms of martial prowess, a clever man seriously engaged in his work also possessed an indescribable charm. It must be said, this guy really did seem quite handsome, Athia thought to herself, while absent-mindedly grooming the fur on her paws. Chapter 37, Racking Up Points. Another ability of the lie swallowing was that he could discern the lies of others. With the help of this effect, Lin easily picked out the most devout believers and conducted the first wave of talk therapy. The main reason these 312 people had gathered here was largely to do with those devout believers causing trouble. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. It was simply a matter of dissolving this rebellious force one by one. After which those with impure faith or ulterior motives would be much easier to deal with. They were but a rabble of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lin thought to himself. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the evening sun draped over the land, casting everything in a magnificent red hue. Unwittingly, Lin had already spent an afternoon outside the city walls. Several hours had been spent interacting with the believers. Finally, accompanied by the system's 232nd notification sound, Lin had bamboozled most of the devout believers present into signing an extraordinary contract. Meanwhile, he pocketed 23 system points. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. An afternoon's bustling had left Lin feeling somewhat tired. Unfortunately, there were neither afternoon tea nor sweets to replenish his sugar levels. He was about to lift his sleeve to wipe off his sweat when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Glancing over, it turned out Athia had hopped onto his shoulder. Here you go. In her mouth was a handkerchief, faintly exuding a young girl's distinct sweet fragrance. Oh, thank you. Lin took the handkerchief and after wiping twice, he realized something was amiss. Wasn't she huffy just a while ago? How had she become so docile after not seeing her for just a few hours? Noticing Lin's gaze, Aphia seemed somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. She turned her head away and said huffily, "It was the Imperial Princess who asked me to keep an eye on you, and you were doing this for her, after all. I couldn't just watch you exhaust yourself to death here." "Oh, where did you get this handkerchief?" "A girl's secret." After playing around with Aphia for a while, she leaped off Lin's shoulder in her cat form and scampered back to the carriage. Watching her diminutive figure, Lin couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. After that, he turned his gaze back to the last group of people in the distance. The remaining 80 or so were mostly there to fish in troubled waters. They neither believed in the creation goddess nor did they wish to simply enter the city. Their speech implied only one thing: settlement fee.to. Keep them from making trouble. They had to be given a sum of money satisfying enough for them, otherwise, they were resolved not to leave. Of course, this excluded a certain bald man hidden among the crowd. He appeared very ordinary, so much so that one might barely notice his presence. However, in the system interface, he stood out starkly from the rest, because among all the believers present, he was the only one with a plot level of C. Character name: Mark Blanchard. Plot level: C. Plot deviation, 0.00%. If Lin could maximize his plot deviation, that would be a whopping 10 system points as a reward. How could he let such a plump and juicy lamb escape? Concerning this fellow's identity, Lin had some speculations. Clearly, amongst this group of chaotic creation goddess believers, there had to be an organizer. Perhaps other people were innocent, but the one who had orchestrated this chaos certainly deserved punishment. It might even be possible that he had acted on someone else's orders. With these thoughts, Lin hesitated no more. "You, come here." He addressed the bald man. Mark was clearly stunned for a few seconds, seemingly unaware of why this young man was calling him. Had his identity been exposed? A trace of unease crossed his mind. "Sir, is there something you need from me?" He spoke in a humble tone. Lin observed him for a while and suddenly asked, "Are you an ordinary believer of the creationist school?" "Of course, I can recite every doctrine from the holy texts by heart." Mark claimed confidently. This was a lie. Lin immediately discerned his lie. Exactly where was he lying? In fact, he couldn't recite every doctrine from the scriptures by heart. There was no need to lie about that, as it would be too easily exposed. So, the lies must be earlier. In fact, Mark was not just a common believer of the creationist school, he also held another identity. Combining his ability to recite each doctrine and his plot level, which was as high as C grade, Lin was certain that he was the organizer behind this chaos. That he was also a remnant member of the creationist school, far from a mere believer. So, he suddenly leaned close to Mark and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Mark, it must have been tough to reach this stage, but rest assured, the school will remember your contribution." Seeing him casually reveal his real name, a flicker of panic and suspicion flashed through Mark's eyes. How did this guy know his real name? He had always used a pseudonym when being introduced. Could it be? He began to suspect something, his emotions stirring with excitement. At this moment, he wholeheartedly believed that Lin was a devout follower of the creation goddess. With this belief, there was really only one possibility for Lin to say such things to him: the school hadn't been annihilated completely, there were still remnants, ready to rise from the ashes at any moment. With this thought, Mark was as excited as if he had found his organization, but a lingering doubt prompted him to play it safe. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing his reaction, Lin patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. "You're very cautious, and that's good. But it seems that the order you and I received from that higher-up differs somewhat. My task is to minimize the impact of this incident. It seems to conflict somewhat with your mission. What's the situation?" Lin looked at him inquiringly. Hearing this, Mark finally let down his guard. He sighed in relief, glanced around warily, and then lowered his voice. "The higher-up you mentioned, is that the one from the Imperial capital?" "Imperial capital, just as I thought," Lin speculated within his heart, but outwardly he nodded in agreement. "That's right." Recognizing his reaction, a hint of surprise crossed Mark's eyes. "But the order I received from that higher-up was to find an opportunity to poison the food and drink of these people, killing them all and framing it on that demon who destroyed the school, namely, the third Imperial Princess." "He's targeting Ivest." Lin couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such a plan was extremely malicious. Once implemented, even if Ivest had evidence to prove her innocence, no one would believe her. By then, she would have no chance at the king's election. She might even be disowned in the public eye, under the wrath of Saint Laurent VI. Perhaps in the original story, this was how she gradually got pushed onto the path of becoming a villain, and was my intervention indirectly changing her destiny. After This event, Ivest's deviation from the plot would likely increase once more. With this thought, Lynn no longer hesitated and flashed Mark a small smile. By the way, about that higher up, it seems he had another order for me. Would you like to hear it? What order? Mark was curious. He told me to send you on your way. As he spoke, Lynn smoothly drew out a gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mark fell backward, his eyes wide with uncomprehending surprise. C-grade plot character Mark Blanchard's plot deviation has increased to 100%, 10 system points have been credited. Indeed, this is the most effortless way, Lynn thought to himself, watching him murder Mark. The people gathered in the distance panicked. Lynn raised his sleeve to wipe the fresh blood from his face, revealing a kindly smile as he tried not to appear too cold and ruthless. 100 copper coins each. Take the money and sign the contract immediately, then get lost. 100. That's too little. Bang. Lynn fired another shot into the sky and then said with a smile, now it's 50. With that, the remaining 79 opportunists could no longer sit still and rush towards Glya's location. Even a mosquito's worth of blood is still flesh, right? If they continued to be stubborn, they might miss out even on those 50 copper coins. Besides, this guy was truly willing to commit murder. There was a palpable fear among the people watching the obedient queue forming in the distance. Lynn whistled to himself. It was just that simple. 43 system points were in the bank at the end of the afternoon, adding to the previous 2 points. The total was now 43 points. Time to report back to that woman. Chapter 38. A surprise for His Highness. How did you kill him? After the signing was completed by everyone, Glya finally came to Lynn's side. Looking at Mark lying on the ground, he asked with some regret, if we had captured him and interrogated him properly, perhaps we could have uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes he mentioned. Sorry, Lynn said with a helpless expression. When I heard him say that he wanted to pin the deaths of these 300 people on Princess Ivest, I was too angry and acted impulsively. I understand, don't be too hard on yourself. Seeing his loyally concerned expression, Glya suddenly found himself at a loss for words and quickly offered consolation. After all, everything that had happened today was thanks to Lynn, otherwise, he would still be scrambling around, trying to figure out how to extricate himself from this mess. Fortunately, it was all resolved. Watching the refugees enter Orange City one by one after receiving permission, Glya's heart completely settled. Leave the rest to me. I'll temporarily house these refugees in the properties of the Augusta family. After you return to the manor, you're to report back to your duties. It will also be a surprise for the princess. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron.0. Glya winked at him and threw the stack of completed extraordinary contracts to Lynn. Then, he briskly walked away with the 2 sheriffs, whose thoughts were all over the place. As they left, one of the sheriffs gave him an inexplicable look up and down, leaving Lynn wondering what was on his mind. Watching their retreating figures, Lynn smirked. The words he had just spoken were all nonsense. He would have run away if he could. How could he possibly have felt angry for that woman Ivest? In truth, he had never encountered anything in either of his 2 lifetimes that could anger him so much that he lost his reason. Even if he suffered a temporary setback, he would eventually find a way to take revenge. The reason Lynn had killed that man without hesitation was to avoid getting too entangled with the king's election. There weren't many who would reach for Orange City at such a time. Having read the original story, it was easy for him to guess that the suspect was likely one of the princes. If he followed the clues and dragged him into the light, wouldn't he become complete enemies with that prince? This was Lynn's initial concern. Since he was currently working under Ivest, it was inevitable that he would be seen as her ally by others. A small matter like today's incident was still manageable, but if he helped Ivest to severely dent the pride of a prince, it would mean that he was irrevocably on her side and could never wash himself clean of the association. After all, he knew that one day he would have to flee. It was better to have one less enemy than one more. With this in mind, Lynn sighed and walked towards the carriage Glya had left behind. At that moment, Aphia was lying on top of the carriage, squinting her eyes to enjoy the afterglow of the sunset, purring continuously. Seeing Lynn approaching, Aphia lazily flipped over, stretched, and unconsciously exposed her belly. Are we done here, meow? Aphia said languorously. Her voice, for some reason, had taken on a gentle tone that made Lynn quite uncomfortable. Are you sick? He looked at Aphia with a puzzled expression, suddenly acting like such a lady. It's a bit too much for me to handle. I figured it out, Aphia huffed. Being angry with someone like you is endless, so from now on, whatever you say, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. Oh, quite a prideful hockey emies. Looking at her smug expression, Lynn felt an inexplicable urge to tease her. So he looked at Aphia and said, by the way, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you. How was my technique when you were in heat at the inn? The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. For the next dozen seconds or so, Aphia vividly demonstrated what it meant to be mortified to death. She first looked at Lin with some confusion, as if trying to grasp the deeper meaning of his words, then slowly tensed up, baring her small white fangs as if to enter a fluffed state. Read new chapters at Empire. I'm going to fight you. With a sorrowful expression, Aphia pounced forward, clinging to Lin's face like a burrowing bug, biting fiercely onto his forehead. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Lin's voice was muffled as his face was buried into Aphia's belly. Guest, welcome to, hey. Guest, your face, oh, I'm fine. Lin felt Aphia on his face and nonchalantly waved his hand. At this moment, he was in a commercial district of Warren City, stepping into a luxurious-looking women's clothing and hat shop by the roadside. Perhaps because the sight of a customer with a cat on their face was too peculiar, all the shop assistants had stopped what they were doing. Hearing Lin's response, the shop assistant managed a forced smile. Then, what do you need? Do you sell women's shoes here? Bring out the most expensive pairs for me to see. Upon hearing this, Aphia, who was clinging tightly to Lin's head, twitched her ears for some reason. Soon, the most expensive shoes in the store were brought out. Because of the creature on his face, Lin had to assume a rather comical posture, using his peripheral vision to examine the styles of the shoes. In the end, he pointed to a pair of cute-style black princess shoes. I'll take this pair. That will be 3 gold coins. The shop assistant replied very politely. That's expensive. Though Lin felt some pain in his wallet, he still took out the gold coins he had earned from the greed magic box earlier in the day. After paying, Lin went to the changing room within the shop and patted Aphia hanging on his face. You come down first and try on these shoes to see if they fit. Aphia seemed a bit confused. She loosened her teeth and landed on the ground with great nimbleness, looked at the pair of exquisitely made cute princess shoes and frowned. What are you doing? Hearing this, Lin shrugged his shoulders. I saw you take human form without wearing shoes last time, so I'm giving you a pair as an apology gift. Upon hearing this, Aphia's expression turned extremely complex. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She was conflicted for a moment, then said softly, You're the second person who's given me shoes. Now Lin was a bit miffed. Last time, in front of Ivest, he had been the second one to get a collar. Although that wasn't something to boast about, at this very moment, his competitive male spirit surged again. He asked seriously, who was the first? It was His Highness. Oh, that's good. Lin averted his gaze. The atmosphere turned silent all of a sudden. After a brief silence, Aphia was the first to break it. You're a good person, but I'm sorry. For some reason, after a moment of indecision, Aphia suddenly said this with a tense expression. Then she picked up the shoes and ran off in a flash. What's going on? By the time he left the changing room, Lin was still befuddled. Seeing him like this, the shop assistant who saw him out couldn't help but show an anti-smile. Doesn't the guest know? What? For females of the Beast Clan, they do not wear shoes in their lifetime, with one exception. That is during marriage, when the husband-to-be will give them a pair of shoes as a marriage proposal gift. Lin felt dumbfounded. No wonder she had said that had he been forcibly handed a good guy card. In a moment, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment rushed over him. Not only that, but he had also lost a pair of shoes worth 3 gold coins for nothing. So, accepting a gift is not equal to I agree? Looking at the evening streets, Lin stepped onto the carriage parked by the roadside, feeling extremely displeased. Back to the manor. Chapter 39. A visitor from the Heavenly Principal Church. When Lin returned to the manor, it was already evening. This time, the moon hung high in the sky, with the last trace of the sunset barely visible. However, the estate was brightly lit. To be honest, being able to build such a residence in the most prosperous part of Warren City showed that the Augusta family still had considerable power locally. After returning to the manor, Lin intended to find a maid to take him inside, but unexpectedly encountered Morris. You're back? For some reason, he still seemed a bit reserved. Lin nodded. I need to see the princess. Can you show me the way? Upon hearing this, Morris hesitated for a moment, but then, considering the level of importance this guy held in the princess's heart, he immediately agreed. As he led the way, Morris kindly said, the princess just had a meeting. Her mood didn't seem too great. If there isn't an absolutely urgent report, I would advise you not to rub her the wrong way. Who was she meeting? Lin was somewhat curious. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Morris glanced around and then lowered his voice. It seemed to be someone from the Heavenly Principal Church. The Heavenly Principal Church, that was the church his former self had once believed in until the Archbishop ultimately stripped him of the divine-given factor within his body, reducing him to an ordinary person. As one of the 3 major churches of the empire, the Heavenly Principal Church, along with the Silent Church and Fertility Church, had countless followers, even in a border capital like Orange City. They had a presence. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, however. Outwardly, he pretended as if nothing was amiss. I was planning to report on my duties. There shouldn't be a problem. Report? Morris glanced at the contract in his hand and showed a trace of sympathy. It must have been a busy day. Is it that the 3-day deadline was too short, and you want to ask the princess for a few more days' grace? If you could put in a few good words then, given the princess's kindness toward you, given her mercy, it's highly likely she'll allow it. In my opinion, this matter is indeed troublesome. Right now, during this critical period, who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching? One misstep could likely get you roasted on the fire. Morris prattled on. Upon hearing this, Lin shook his head. You misunderstand. I've completely settled the matter and am now preparing to bring my report to the princess. Morris came to an abrupt stop. You've resolved it? Lin didn't speak, merely flicked the stack of contracts in his hand and handed them over. In the light, Morris quickly skimmed through the extraordinary contract in his hands, his mouth gradually falling open. The princess is currently with a visitor. Mr. Lin, please wait in the next room. Unsurprisingly, Lin saw Kasha's figure at the study door. The elderly housekeeper curtsied slightly. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Lin nodded and sat down on the sofa in the adjacent lounge. After the housekeeper served him a cup of hot tea, she left him alone in the room. Seeing no one around, Lin opened the system to examine the new ability he had just drawn today, Stay Updated with Empire Thorny Crown. Although the effect of this ability seemed to hurt the user almost as much as the enemy, the skill description didn't mention a limit to the amount of pain it could store, and as everyone knows, abilities without limits are often very buggy. So after careful consideration, Lin decided to give it a T or Y.to activate Thorny Crown. One must possess at least 3 divine given factors, which wasn't a problem for the former Lin at all. Sadly, he now lacked such prerequisites. Being merely an ordinary person, according to the setting in novels, divine given factors were recompenses granted to believers by gods after they completed divine ascension trials, which could greatly enhance one's strength. To put it simply, they were akin to stamina bars and ability buffs. The quantity and quality of divine given factors determined the number of times one could use abilities and the effects produced. The original host, being a 4th-ranked transcendent, possessed 136 divine given factors, making him exceedingly powerful. Not only that, but he also had a rather rare extraordinary ability, the Gravity Hammer. This was an immensely destructive power on the battlefield. The original host quickly accumulated a massive amount of military achievements with this ability, rising to become the youngest captain in the Empire. Regrettably, his current situation was a bit skewed. Not only did I lack any powerful attack skills, but the only 2 abilities I had were also somewhat off-kilter, either befitting a scam artist or a masochist. I always felt my way of fighting was gradually becoming more sneaky and twisted. To Lin's side. He opened the Divine Given Factor tab in the system interface. After all, the system had said before that he could spend points to ignite Divine Given Factors. To Lin, who had been deprived of faith, this was undoubtedly the best news. You see, the biggest factor limiting a transcendent's growth and strength is the number and quality of Divine Given Factors. A Divine Given Factor from a 4th-ranked transcendent of the Heavenly Principal Church was undoubtedly extremely rare and powerful. That's why his fiancée Irina had transplanted his divine given factor into herself, eventually ascending to become a legendary warrior. Would you like to spend 10 system points to ignite a divine given factor? Yes. Lin confirmed without hesitation. I earned so many points this afternoon just for this moment. My escape plan could finally begin to take shape. While everyone believed I had become an ordinary person, I was actually accumulating strength in secret, which felt utterly exhilarating, but it really is expensive. 10 points for a single divine given factor, Lin thought silently. Unexpectedly, the next second, he received a prompt from the system. Ignition failed. Please activate faith first. It actually failed. Lin stared at the message somewhat blankly, then he remembered something. Name, Lin, race, human, age, 17, faith, none, rank, none, extraordinary abilities, lie swallowing 1st rank / thorny crown 2nd rank, divine given factors, 0, remaining system points, 43, since my former self was kicked out of the Heavenly Principal Church, the faith column now showed none. And divine given factors are dependent on the birth of gods, the system couldn't possibly create a source of power out of nothing, so it was impossible for Lin to successfully ignite a divine given factor. It looks like I'll have to choose a new faith, but here comes the problem. After losing his faith, the former self was branded as God-forsaken by the Heavenly Principal Church, and records were made with the major churches as well. Under such circumstances, no one would accept his conversion. Unless it was some heretical belief or some small, obscure churches, but those beliefs are too weak, some aren't even regarded as gods, just slightly stronger transcendence stealing the power of faith. As mentioned before, the divine-given factors bestowed by different deities vary in attributes and strength. For example, transcendence of the three mainstream churches, with an equal number of divine-given factors, are definitely much stronger than those of other faiths. This is mainly reflected in aspects such as attack power and combat endurance, having a profound impact on the future. Although Lin had a system that allowed him to draw abilities at will, he didn't want to be weaker in terms of divine-given factors. For him, it was either go big or go home. For a moment, Lin fell into deep thought. He began to recall the original story plot, to see if he could find any clues. Thinking carefully, who exactly was the strongest faith and deity in the original story? As soon as this thought emerged, the image of an aloof female figure suddenly appeared in Lin's mind. It seemed to be that woman. Damn it, now I'm caught in a vicious cycle. Chapter 40. Praying to Ibis. 10,000 years later, among the many gods in the original work, aside from the main character in the climax, there seemed to be only one who was the strongest, Ibis. She was indeed the ultimate antagonist, bringing infinite despair to the protagonist's group. How powerful was she towards the end? Take her revered title for example. Shadow of despair lingering at the end of the river of death, the supreme being who hunted the gods, the doomsday witch who brought destruction and fragmentation to the world. Absolutely incredible, and her war record truly lived up to such a revered title. As the Doomsday Witch, she was the terrible existence that ignited Ragnarok. In the later stages, with her power spiraling out of control, countless gods were hunted and killed by her hands, absorbing divinity as nourishment. Because of her unparalleled divine power, even though the protagonist defeated her in the end, he couldn't truly kill her for a time. Ultimately, they could only unite the gods to seal her within the pantheon. Later, it took tens of thousands of years to refine a large planet into a magic weapon, which turned into Dharma's sword falling from the sky, finally annihilating her in the explosion of the stars. Ibis's display of power was the one point that the original book's fans never debated. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New Zero. Even some readers, with a kind of self-mocking spirit, often speculated whether she would later be redeemed and added to the male protagonist's harem. After all, once she became a wife, it would turn into a power for the protagonist, and no matter how strong, she would be utterly devoted to him. Then it wouldn't matter. Thank goodness the author didn't go down that trashy route. With this thought, Lin heaved a sigh. Honestly, if possible, embracing the faith of annihilation would indeed be the best choice. This faith granted transcendence, the divine-given factor, arguably the strongest in the entire work. To a point of being infuriating, though Ibis had hardly any followers from start to finish, and both her power of faith and divinity were stolen. Lin couldn't remember all the specifics now, but from what he could recall, it could enhance a transcendence extraordinary ability by 3 to 10 times, and also had annihilation properties. Outrageous. Thinking this, Lin felt somewhat tempted, but the problem was, at this point in time, the faith of annihilation did not exist. It was something that would happen about 10,000 years later, with the entire world's style turning into dark wasteland due to the commencement of Ragnarok. Lin couldn't just travel to the future and pray to her, could he? He sighed internally. Explore more adventures at Empire. But the next second, a flash of insight streaked through Lin's mind. Wait, he vaguely remembered a plot that the original male protagonist had experienced. In a dire situation, the male protagonist had taken out a holy relic, calling upon an ancient god who existed only in the remote past to descend, and somewhat by fluke, it actually worked, allowing him to survive the ordeal. Even though there might have been the factor of the protagonist's halo at play, since it appeared in the original story, that meant it was feasible. Praying across the river of time was possible, so it stood to reason that reaching the future should not be impossible either. Moreover, because the scene was described very meticulously at the time, Lin still remembered the general process of that ceremony. It wasn't complex. The key to success was that the protagonist possessed a holy relic corresponding to that god. With this thought, Lin's heartbeat quickened slightly. His partiality towards the faith of annihilation wasn't merely due to its strength as a belief, but because it was his best choice at the moment. Once Lin succeeded in activating this faith, it meant he would become its only follower. No one would be able to grasp his secrets. They would be deceived by the various extraordinary abilities granted by his faith. He wouldn't need to worry about this action binding him too closely to that woman, making it impossible to escape later, because at the moment, Ibis hadn't achieved divinity, so the faith of annihilation didn't exist in the world, not even a trace of it. Moreover, as a god forsaken, he had already been rejected by most faiths within the Saint Laurent Empire. If I truly wish to become a transcendent once more and possess powerful strength, perhaps there is only one path. betray the human faction and worship those ancient demons. That is simply a path to death. So, right now, the only option Lynn considers while balancing strength, secrecy, and legitimacy is the doomsday faith. As for the current Ivist, she is unaware of what will happen in the future. And the future Ivist cannot forcibly change the past. Lynn can take advantage of this information gap to extract enough benefits. If anything does happen later, it's not a big deal to just cut ties. After all, not only can gods abandon their believers, but believers themselves can also choose to change faiths. Quite a few high-ranked transcendents have embarked on a different path this way to gain stronger abilities. With a motive in place, it's time to consider the method. Obviously, to do the same thing as the original male protagonist, he must possess his prerequisites. Holy relics. Lynn picked up his teacup and sipped it, sinking into thought once more. This term had also appeared in Christianity in his previous life. Like the shroud of a saint. What exactly makes this piece of cloth a holy relic? Is it because it has come into close contact with him, imbued with divine power and the breath of life? At the end of the day, holy relics are defined by the believers. Originally, it might have been just an object left behind before he became divine, but over time, it has evolved into a legend and thus, cloaked in a shroud of mystery. Some holy relics may still possess extraordinary abilities while some are just extremely ordinary objects. Even if there are real relics left behind, their commemorative significance is far greater than their real value. Lynn slowly came to a realization. If that's the case, could objects infused with Ivist's extraordinary power and life essence also become holy relics to communicate with the future Doomsday Witch? It's worth a try. Lynn thought to himself. Creak, just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Lynn quickly returned to his senses and looked up. His Highness has finished receiving guests and would now like to see you. The housekeeper Kasha said emotionlessly. Therefore, Lynn temporarily set aside the series of thoughts he had earlier and nodded, picking up the stack of extraordinary contracts from the table. Kasha's gaze lingered on the stack of contracts for a few seconds, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Under her lead, Lynn quickly arrived at the study room door. It was at this time that the door was pushed open. The middle-aged man in clerical attire held the doorknob while saying gloomily, "I implore your Highness to consider our church's proposal carefully." Scram! A cold voice laden with murderous intent emanated from the study. To dare command priests of the three major churches so brazenly, she truly has that woman's style. Lynn even doubted, if someday in the future St. Laurent Virgin Islands angered her, whether she would show the same attitude towards her own father. After the clergyman from the Heavenly Principal Church had completely disappeared down the corridor, Lynn then slowly entered the study at Kasha's gesture. Gazing at Ivist's fiercely beautiful face, Lynn bowed. He didn't know what the Heavenly Principal Church had demanded to infuriate her like this. Lucky for him, he was here to bring good news, otherwise, he might unavoidably have been caught in the crossfire. He thought silently. Meanwhile, as Ivist saw who had come in, the coldness on her face eased slightly. What is it? Chapter 41 unfailingly completed the task. Ivist was fuming with anger. As the third imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire, she hadn't felt threatened by anyone in a long time. Although she was the least favored one, her innate powerful strength meant she seldom encountered such situations. What she encountered most was fear, but today, some blind worm had the audacity to come before her and try to threaten her, and that worm was from the Heavenly Principal Church no less. As one of the three major churches in the Saint Laurent Empire, the Heavenly Principal Church had become increasingly autocratic over the years. It even showed signs of surpassing the Silent Church and the Fertility Church. In terms of the number of transcendents and their power, the Star Knight Order they had established inside was almost catching up to the Royal Guard. Even the top transcendents were not far behind, just fifth-rank legends alone, if you included the newly promoted daughter of the Snow Eagle family. There were no fewer than Six. For the even more powerful sixth-rank demigods, there were rumors that a former archbishop of the Heavenly Principal Church had been lying in a coffin, sustaining life through various means, waiting to appear only when the church faced cataclysmic danger. When it came to sealed objects, the Heavenly Principal Church was terrifyingly formidable. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron New 0. There were as many as 4 zero-tier sealed objects officially registered, not to Mention those hidden assets that should not see the light of day, and setting aside transcendence and sealed objects, the Heavenly Principle Church was rightly the number one church in the Saint Laurent Empire in terms of the number of followers alone. Take Orange City, for example. As the capital of the border, it had a population of 800,000, of which about a quarter were followers of the Heavenly Principle Church. It's no wonder they were no longer as modest as before, but the problem is, Ivest is royalty, and now they even dare to disrespect the royal family. She scoffed when she recalled the conditions demanded by that clergyman. Speaking of which, that man had come to see her today regarding a matter also relating to Duke Tiras. As the governor of the southern province, he had become increasingly dissatisfied with these churches in recent years, due to the empire's somewhat weak control over the south, coupled with the border's proximity to the demon clan's battlefields. There had been frequent wars in recent years. Many cities lacked governance and deterrence, showing a trend towards becoming lawless areas. The more this was the case, the harder the ordinary civilians lived, and, the harder life was, the more they needed some spiritual sustenance. Hence, the beliefs of various large churches began to grow wildly on this fertile ground. The Heavenly Principle Church was one of them. This force had become so vast, even official bodies like city councils and security bureaus in places like Orange City dared not make rash moves. Or perhaps, they themselves, due to tangled relationships and the lure of interests, had chosen to stand with the church. Here's something quite ridiculous: the royal family hadn't received the population tax from these border cities for several years now, which added up to a very substantial amount. These churches often banded together, using tax reduction policies to fool people, but the civilians didn't live any better for having paid fewer taxes. In fact, for the sake of loyalty to their faith, they donated money to the churches, which was 5 or 6 times the original amount. The governor of the southern province, Duke Tiras's visit to Orange City this time was to deal with these musty old affairs: tax collection, still bloody tax collection. This was also one of the reasons Duke Tiras didn't want to see Ivest. He was simply too busy. This wasn't a battlefield. He couldn't just send the troops to roll over those parishes for not paying taxes. If he did that, he'd be removed from his post as governor tomorrow. And perhaps sensing something in the wind, once they learned that Duke Tiras himself was coming to Orange City, those churches began to grow restless as well. So the Heavenly Principle Church sent someone to have an audience with Ivest. In the end, they parted on bad terms. It was laughable, really. Those fools had actually hoped that Ivest, a royal princess, would fight on behalf of the church against Duke Tiras in their disputes. Or worse, create some chaos in Orange City to muddy the waters, which would delay the tax investigation, allowing them time to move their assets. In return, they would generously offer her 50,000 gold coins as campaign funding for the king's election. Was the imperial princess only worth a measly 50,000 gold coins? Ivest felt insulted in her intelligence. Besides, everyone knew that her visit to Orange City was to foster good relations with Duke Tiras. Such a proposal only proved that those behind it were either foolish or malicious. Ivest was already quite displeased, but then that fellow dared to threaten her. "Your Highness, if you need assistance with those 300 innocents outside the city, the church will definitely offer its strong support. But I hope you will consider this carefully, as if too much time passes, I'm afraid something unforeseen may happen." On the surface, his words seemed earnest, but the last sentence betrayed the intention. No matter their thoughts, Ivest took this as a threat. In her heart, she already sentenced that guy and those fools to death. Her instinct was to kill him right then and there, which would have been in line with her personality. But then she pondered, were the people from the Heavenly Principle Church really that stupid? They knew such a proposal would anger her and sent such a fool to see her. Could it be that they were hoping she would make a move and kill someone here, to blow things up and play the victim to obfuscate the situation? With that thought, Ivest managed to suppress her murderous intent for the time being. Nonetheless, the over 300 civilians stranded outside the city were indeed a huge problem. Ultimately, this might just be the trap set by the Heavenly Principle Church and the city council for her. Yet she had no choice but to walk into it. Thinking about it, she felt an even greater headache coming on. She wasn't sure if that fellow had any countermeasures. It was a bit like grasping at straws. After all, this was a serious matter that implicated the well-being of the people, which couldn't be settled simply with quick thinking or schemes. But for now, it seemed she only had the option to trust that this fellow would create another surprise. 3 days were indeed too short a time. Even processing 50 people a day would take about a week. So Ivest had already mentally prepared for their temporary failure. If Lynn came to beg for a few more days, Ivest wouldn't refuse, but she would take the opportunity to give him a good talking to and thoroughly suppress his arrogance. Ivest coldly picked up her teacup and sipped from it. Then she caught sight of Lynn sneaking in through the door, looking rather guilty. Seeing him actually lightened her mood somewhat. She couldn't fathom why. "What's the matter?" Appearing to have guessed his purpose for visiting, Ivest asked with an authoritative tone. The next second, Lin knelt on one knee, presenting a stack of papers in his hands. Your Highness, these are the extraordinary contracts signed by the refugees stranded outside the city, Lin said solemnly. A total of 312 people, with 311 actual signatures. Except for one criminal who resisted stubbornly and whom I killed on the spot, all are accounted for, mission accomplished. His voice was loud, as if wanting the entire estate to hear. Even the maids passing by outside stopped in their tracks, thinking there was some joyous occasion. Ivest looked at him, somewhat taken aback. What did you say? Chapter 42. Lin, the Imperial Princess wants to reward you. What did you say? Ivest's voice, full of surprise, came through upon hearing this. Lin repeated his previous statement calmly. At the same time, a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ivest Laurent Alexini, an S-class plot character, has an increased deviation of 0.53%. What? 40 system points were credited. Lin was stunned. He hadn't expected that a bit of will sheared from Ivest could match a whole afternoon of hard labor. At the same time, Lin's accumulated points had reached a total of 83. For him at the moment, this was undoubtedly a windfall. He could even upgrade the lie swallowing and the thorny crown again, though, upon further reflection, it seemed rather pointless. His guess had been correct, however. Source, webnovel.com, updated on N0 knew. His action had indeed altered Ivest's future destiny to a certain extent. While Lin's thoughts were flowing, he suddenly felt a refreshing rose fragrance wafting toward him. Then, something lightened in his hand. Lin looked up and saw that Ivest had approached him at some point. At that moment, she took over the stack of extraordinary contracts, quickly flipped through them with a serious expression, and read the articles carefully. Different names were signed at each section, and fingerprints pressed down. Seeing this, Lin scrutinized Ivest with a muted gaze. The princess's style of dress seemed to have changed again. Today, her black hair was pinned up behind her head, adorned with extremely luxurious jewels of various colors, giving her a bright and grand appearance. Furthermore, she was wearing a bohemian-style wavy long dress akin to those from a previous era, predominantly crimson with scattered flowers and diamonds adorning the hem. The dress fell just below the knees, revealing slender calves enveloped in black stockings, with dainty high-heeled boots on her feet. Compared to her previous demeanor in a black dress, which was stern and commanding, Ivest now seemed somewhat softer and much more mature. Though still very young, she possessed an elegance reminiscent of a noblewoman. To use a phrase from his previous life, she had an exceedingly perfect wife appeal. Regrettably, such beauty could only be appreciated by Lin. Others would feel disgust and fear at the sight of her. Even unable to meet her gaze, time ticked away by the second. As Ivest continued to flip through the contracts, the shock on her face became increasingly uncontrollable. She was acutely aware of the faint power contained within the extraordinary contracts. This made it even clearer that these items were not forged. After all, verifying this matter was simple, requiring only sending someone outside the city. If the situation hadn't been handled flawlessly, those nobles and officials would definitely not permit the refugees into the city so easily. Rather, in collusion with the heavenly principal church, they would rather see her troubled by this matter. But no one had expected that such an unknown youth could so effortlessly resolve such danger and crisis. Ivest's breathing started to quicken. She had thought finding Lin, this talented individual, was a fortunate surprise, but up until now, the capabilities and wisdom he had shown time and again had stunned her. The perfect resolution of this matter had undoubtedly solved her pressing emergency. Not only did it severely undermine the arrogance of those scoundrels, but it also subtly enhanced her reputation, and, with the safety of the refugees no longer a threat, at this moment, Ivest felt a heavy stone falling from her heart. She rarely took a deep breath of relief. Then, somewhat confused, she wondered, how long had it been since she'd felt such unprecedented relief? It was incredibly satisfying. All she needed to do was sit in her chair and give orders, and soon someone would come with good news to please her. Could this be how her siblings felt with their top-level think tanks at their disposal? Ivest's heartbeat began to quicken. She suddenly appreciated the elegance of handling matters without relying on violence. Unfortunately, before this, none of Ivest's subordinates could compare to Lin, not even close. This made her realize more than ever that no one but herself should possess this treasure. With this thought, a flicker of excitement appeared in Ivest's eyes as she looked at Lin. Tell me, how did you manage to accomplish this in just one afternoon? Lin was energized upon this topic. He rolled up his sleeves and said, Your Highness, I must say I've been quite aggrieved. You must stand up for me. Those security bureau goons are really unbearable, not only acting all weird around us but repeatedly obstructing our work. And those refugees aren't any better. The moment I arrived, they surrounded me, threatening to kill me with a single hammer strike. But who am I? I am your subordinate, representing you and the Empire. Naturally, I couldn't just submit because of threats to my life. So I stood up right there and told them. While Lynn rambled on, a flicker of red light passed over the ring on Ivest's fingertip. She looked down and frowned slightly. The ring was an ancient curse, capable of discerning the truth or falsity of someone's words in a short time. She had worn it during her meeting with the clergy from the Heavenly Principal Church but had forgotten to take it off, and now, to her surprise, she found Lynn was lying. Ivest was suddenly a bit taken aback. Had she been too kind? Just now, letting this guy take advantage and overstep, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit colder. Seeing this, Lynn gave an awkward smile and stopped beating around the bush. He scratched his head. Actually, it was just the same old tactics, dividing a group, allying with another, using threats or inducements, and then killing the leader of those causing the trouble. The rest of the disorganized group would collapse at the slightest touch. But as simple as it sounds, it was extremely difficult in practice. People have their own thoughts, and each person's situation and perspective on issues are entirely different. They can't be expected to change their beliefs because of a few words. Lynn's ability to handle those guys owed a lot to the lie swallowing. Ivest looked at the young man with black hair and blue eyes before her, and for a moment, she was silent. He was only 17 years old. If he grew up for a few more years, what would he become? Perhaps the foolish nobles of the imperial capital should regret having provoked someone so formidable. Ivest even vaguely felt that even without her help, Lynn might one day succeed in his revenge. Fortunately, the current relationship based on hypnosis connected the two, preventing him from running away. However, she didn't quite like the methods of coercion and intimidation. Ivest hoped that one day, he would choose to stay by her side of his own accord to explore more stories with Empire. Thinking this way, she uncharacteristically showed a slight smile. You've done very well with this. Ivest placed the contract on the desk, leaning against the windowsill. So, I want to reward you. Lynn, if you have any wishes you want fulfilled, you can tell me now. I will satisfy whatever it is. With her arms crossed and bathed in moonlight, she looked unspeakably pure and beautiful. Chapter 43, Hypnosis. Again feeling Ivest's gaze, Lynn lowered his head. The passive effect of the lie swallowing told him that what this woman was saying now was the truth, yet a cold sneer kept echoing in his heart. Fulfill any wish. If he were to say he wanted to touch her cast eye, would she really agree? Even if she agreed on the surface, it was likely to be just playing word games like last time. A woman's words could be heard, but at most, only half could be believed. Lynn guessed that Ivest's question was merely to test his sincerity at this moment, to see if he still had thoughts of running away. Unfortunately, he saw through it at a glance. Thinking so, Lynn kept shaking his head. Having the honor to listen to your highness's teachings is already incredibly fulfilling for me. I have no other desire but to stay by your side just as I am now. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one thing. This was not a simple fantasy novel but a real world. Many things had never occurred in the original work and would not develop step by step as expected. A source, webnovel.com, updated on New Omicron. Like, for example, the ring that Ivest wore on her hand. He couldn't have anticipated that this woman would pull such a stunt. After hearing Lynn's flattery, Ivest should have been quite pleased, as she had been before, but glancing at the flickering red light on the ring at her fingertip, she narrowed her eyes. This guy was lying again. However, Ivest did not fly into a rage but indifferently said, "You better think it through carefully. I rarely make such promises to anyone." It was also a stereotype held by Lynn. Ivest offered him this sweet juju because she wanted to win him over. So at this moment, her offer to fulfill one of Lynn's wishes was not false. Of course, in a certain sense, there were still conditions. This wish could be for money, a sealed object, power and status, or even someone's life. In short, it had to be in line with Ivest's preferences. If he truly voiced a wish to grab a bucket and run away or to find a beautiful girl to attend to him, he would inevitably face a beating. Unfortunately, Lynn had not grasped this layer of implication. I have no wish, or rather, your wish is my wish. He would not be fooled again, Lynn thought to himself in silence. His expression was so resolute it was as if he had once lost something. Feeling the searing heat from the ring, Ivest had to suppress a laugh out of anger. Strangely, when this guy always wanted to run away before, she used various methods to stop him, to keep him by her side. For that, she had used quite a few tricks and told quite a few lies. But this time when Ivest genuinely wanted to fulfill a wish for him, he instead began to play coy. Why couldn't he make things easy? Why couldn't he just make a wish immediately, as she desired? At this very moment, a streak of rebellious mood was stirred within Ivest. The more Lynn seemed to want her promise, the more she wanted to see the despair on his face when his hope shattered. But when Lynn declined her kindness with lies, Ivest instead wanted to force him to submit. At the end of the day, she was such a nasty woman. Sensing Ivest's silence, Lynn seemed to realize something. He had just raised his head when he saw Ivest's expression had become cold. Lying doggies aren't nice, her voice was chillingly cold, and naughty doggies need to be punished. Damn, Lynn almost instinctively used the lie swallowing, conditioned by reflex, and sure enough for the next second, without any warning, Ivest swiftly raised her hand, showing Lynn the shining eye of the soul imprint in her palm. For a moment, his consciousness seemed to detach from his body, and he became sluggish and dazed. Aren't you going for a pre-swing before attacking? Fortunately, my buddy was well prepared. Seeing that his true self had entered a false state of hypnosis in time, Lynn let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, watching Lynn suddenly become vacant-eyed and dispirited, Ivest held no suspicion. She stepped forward and leaned her voluptuous posterior against the edge of the desk, pressing out an enticing curve. Then Ivest, with a light movement, lifted her right leg encased in black stockings and gently rubbed Lynn's chin with the tip of her boot, as if teasing her own pet dog. She did not immediately ask Lynn about his true desires. At that moment, while the effect of the ring was still present, Ivest pursed her glossy red lips. Who is more beautiful, Helena or I? Experience tales at Empire. Of course, it's you. The ring showed no reaction, and Ivest's lips slightly curled up. If Helena and I fell into the water at the same time, whom would you save? I would save you, and by the way, throw a stone at her head. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Ivest Laurent Alexini. Tell me what you think of my outfit today. I don't like it. This dress perfectly accentuates your beauty, Your Highness. However, it is precisely because of this that I do not wish for others, aside from myself, to behold your beauty. Hearing this, Ivest could no longer restrain a smile on her lips, her expression becoming radiant. This guy is not only smart and capable, but also has a way with words. Most importantly, all these words are true. The ring showed no reaction. The slight dissatisfaction Ivest had felt a moment ago dissipated like smoke. When someone is under hypnosis, they speak what's in their heart. What was she suspecting? She silently thought to herself. However, on the other side, Lynn was already sweating profusely. At this instant, he finally realized something was off with Ivest. This woman seemed to be able to discern his lies. Recalling how she had glanced repeatedly at her ring earlier, Lynn didn't need to guess what had happened. Fortunately, the previous questions had not strayed from the realm of truth. After all, Lynn had never seen Helena and only knew her from novels. Aware only that she was described as the Empire's most beautiful woman in the original work, nor could he recall Helena's appearance from his predecessor's memory, and indeed, Ivest was the most beautiful woman he had encountered so far. Thus his answer was not a lie.as for his opinion on her attire. It was genuine as well. Even though Lynn had always wanted to keep his distance from Ivest, it was natural for a man to desire possessiveness over a beautiful woman, and being in the prime of youth, this body was no exception. But these weren't the things that truly made Lynn nervous. The crux of the problem was, he didn't know if the lie swallowing could negate the truth-revealing effect of the ring. Even if it could, Lynn dared not bet on it. That meant he was, at this moment, in the awkward position of being able only to tell the truth. This was worse than being hypnotized. Lynn roared internally. If at this moment Ivest whimsically asked if he was truly under hypnosis, then it would be all over. Calm down, calm down. Lynn tried to soothe himself and think of a strategy. After all, after so many tests, Ivest should have been utterly convinced that he was under hypnosis. So then, why would she suddenly ask a question that expressed doubt about him? Rather, this seemed like an opportunity. Remembering the previous concept, Lynn's heart rate quickened slightly. It was right then that Ivest asked her next question. Tell me, what is the real desire you want to conceal? She gazed at Lynn's sluggish expression, excluding the desire to escape from my side. Chapter 44. I want Your Highness's holy relic. Here it comes. Upon hearing Ivest's question, a tightness gripped Lynn's chest. Though he was not too surprised. For him, this was a test, but it was also an opportunity. The task at hand was actually quite simple. Given that Ivest was wearing the lie detector ring, his maneuvering space was inherently limited. So, he simply shouldn't think about anything else. That he just needed to reveal his most genuine thoughts to her at this moment. Although this made Lynn feel like he was compromising with her, there was no other choice at this stage. I want Your Highness's holy relic. Lynn answered in a dazed control of his body. Holy relic. Ivest furrowed her brows. The term was quite common in numerous religious texts. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. It was even applied to some high-ranking sealed objects. Generally, only the extraordinary items left by gods received such a title, and those items were often incredibly precious. Although Ivest possessed quite a luxurious containment facility, she had never dealt with holy relics. Moreover, what concerned her wasn't the holy relic itself, but Lin's strange statement, her holy relic, Ivest found it somewhat absurd. Although she was powerful, she currently did not possess strength comparable to the archgods of the major churches. So what beside her could be called a holy relic? Full of doubts, Ivest looked at the ring on her finger. No reaction. Sure enough, this guy was telling the truth. He truly desired that holy relic. Ivest remained silent for a moment before asking, "What exactly is the holy relic you are talking about?" He ponders, yet Ivest could not figure out what beside her could be worthy of being called a holy relic, but she did not believe that Lin was spouting nonsense. With his intelligence, he wouldn't ask for something trivial. Perhaps this object was something he had coveted for a long time, something that could help him escape his current predicament, or perhaps enable him to exact revenge in the future. Perhaps, to Lin, this object was very important enough that even when put under hypnosis, he would subconsciously ask for it. Ivest thought silently. Under her gaze, Lin spoke very slowly. "The holy relic I am talking about refers to items imbued with your extraordinary power and essence of life." Ivest frowned deeply. "I don't understand, speak plainly." "It's those, the underwear you've worn, or perhaps your stockings and high-heeled shoes," Lin said with a blank expression. In fact, he was somewhat numb at this point. Even he, after making such lewd remarks in front of the person concerned, wished he could just find a crack to crawl into. Fortunately, the effects of lie swallowing were robust and did not dissipate because of this. After he said these words, the entire study suddenly fell into a kind of indescribable silence, as if the fall of a needle could be heard. The atmosphere was downright eerie. At this very moment, Ivest's face was filled with shock. Clearly, this turn was too abrupt. Even she had not fully adjusted to it. She had thought this young man was secretly planning something terrible. Unexpectedly, he only wanted those items? Ivest glanced instinctively at the ring on her fingertip, only to find it still unresponsive. Indeed, this statement was also the truth. He really wanted the stockings and lingerie she had worn. Was such a thing considered a holy relic to this guy? Ivest found it utterly absurd. "What do you want with the clothes I've worn?" "Use." This answer was highly cunning. It could only be said that the language of Saint Laurent was profound and nuanced. Hearing this, Ivest seemed to understand something, and the confusion and bewilderment on her face gradually transformed into another emotion. She looked at Lin with a scornful gaze, as if looking at some filthy scum. "I don't recall raising a dog that harbors such filthy thoughts toward its master." Ivest stepped on Lin's shoulder, her boot tip gently grinding. It wasn't very painful, yet it was extremely humiliating. Feeling the movement of her foot, Lin frowned inwardly. Was his favorability not enough yet, and was it still too early to bring these things up? Lin stared at Ivest with a dazed look, secretly taking in her current state. Though her gaze was filled with indifference and scorn, aided by the light in the study, Lin still noticed a hint. It felt like this woman's face was a bit red. Was it because of shyness? No, impossible. Lin instinctively dismissed the thought. This was something that would never happen to Ivest. Of that, he was quite certain. Thus, there was only one other possibility left. Lin vaguely remembered from a past life reading in a book that whenever people felt stimulated or excited, it reflexively triggered the sympathetic nervous system, causing an increase in heartbeat and dilation of capillaries, which led to blushing. Damn it, could it be that this woman was feeling excited because of the fantasies her subordinates were having? Lin thought with a tingling sensation on his scalp, but if that really was the case, it meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, the next second, things changed. "However, since I've already promised to fulfill one of your wishes, as a master, the imperial princess will not go back on her word." She suddenly changed her tone, saying so. Listening closely, one might even notice her slightly hurried breathing. Ivest herself didn't understand what was happening to her. For the first time in her life, she was experiencing a sensation that was thrilling, mixed with a hint of shame and excitement. It was bizarre, yet it didn't make her uncomfortable. It really shouldn't be like this, but thinking about it, there was only Lin in the study, and he was under the spell of hypnosis and wouldn't retain any memories afterward. So, no one would know what I did, right? Ivest thought silently to herself. For the next second, she took a deep breath, slipped off the high-heeled boots, and then lifted her long skirt up a bit, revealing her slender and beautifully encased legs in black stockings. Facing Lin's dazed gaze, Ivest slightly bent over, slipping her hands under the hem of her dress. Throughout the process, there was a continuous rustling sound, the noise of fabric rubbing against the skin. Moments later, a pair of pale, delicate feet gently stepped onto the soft carpet. At a glance, the toes appeared delicate and small, arranged closely like pearls in a shell, the red nail polish strikingly enchanting. Unfortunately, the black stockings originally enveloping them had vanished into thin air. Just as this thought arose, a sheer, black gossamer-like object slowly fell into Lin's palm. It still retained the fresh warmth of her body and even emitted a familiar rose fragrance. To be honest, this moment, Lin's heart uncontrollably skipped a beat. Chapter 45. The tail wags the dog. In this world, there is no one whose exterior matches their interior perfectly. No matter how honest one's heart, a mask is always worn upon one's face. The only difference is in the thickness of these masks. Some are thin, while others are prohibitively thick to the point that the behavior they exhibit to the outside world is starkly different from the true shape hidden beneath the mask. Yet, even so, when the night deepens and solitude ensues, they choose to briefly remove their masks, relaxing their weary souls in unseen corners. For Ivest, it was the same, but unlike ordinary people, she had two masks. One was worn on her face, concealing the curse mark that repelled and disgusted all life. The other was worn on her heart, due to the strange look she had encountered since childhood. Ivest started long ago to present herself to others not as she truly was, but with a different appearance and personality. To win the king's election, she donned the mask known as Third Imperial Princess. To maintain this persona, she twisted her own soul, forcing herself to become ruthless and unyielding. She displayed the most cruel and bloodthirsty side to her enemies and her most majestic and stern side to her subordinates, utterly extinguishing her weakest aspects. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. In time, even Ivest herself grew accustomed to this persona. Or rather, she ultimately became the very image she aspired to be. But what Ivest truly thought in her heart, whether she ever felt tired, was unknown to everyone except for Lin. It was only when faced with a hypnotized Lin that Ivest would completely let down her guard, treating him as a robot that simply answered her questions, rather than a thinking human being. That's why she had just taken such an outrageous action. Of course, part of her truly wanted to fulfill Lin's wishes. After all, she had said so herself. Following through was a quality of an excellent leader. Without all these conditions in place, Ivest would never have revealed a vulnerability like the one she had just shown. At that moment, her complexion was flushed, as if she had drunk a glass of strong liquor. A bit tipsy, she lacked some of her usual sharpness and indifference, with added allure befitting a mature woman. Seeing Lin's dumbfounded face as he held her freshly removed stockings, Ivest let out a light chuckle, like an idiot. She put on her boots barefoot and then leaned back against the edge of the desk. Sensing his gaze, Lin felt a strange emotion flicker in his heart. Thanks to this woman, he had indeed seen some wonderful things and learned that Princess seemed to have an affinity for purple, even obtaining a holy relic underwear. These were unexpected delights. Lin sighed, feeling the warmth in his palm. Lin sighed, somewhat embarrassingly. He felt almost as if he was touching her thigh. It was inconceivable. Thankfully, he wasn't some fetishist. Even a slightly deranged one could probably sustain on that for 3 years. Seeing his silence, Ivest casually asked, "Well, do you like it?" At her words, Lin's consciousness jolted. It was a casual question, but to him, it was a deadly one. Like it, having already declared himself free from fetishistic perversions, how could he possibly take pride in this situation? So he couldn't say he liked it, because she was now wearing a ring that could detect lies, capable of discerning if he lied. But to answer that he didn't like it would also risk exposure. If not, then why had he previously requested the holy relic underwear from her? Was Lin to tell her that it was to obtain the holy relic to connect with the future doomsday? Which Ivest, it was indefensible. For a moment, Lin felt a cold sweat break out on his back, but he couldn't continue to be silent, as that too would raise her suspicions. Out of options, Lin once again relied on the power of the lie swallowing, hoping the great prisoner of destiny would help him one more time. Like it. As he watched the unflustered response of the ring, Ivest humped softly, "You really are a little pervert." Did it work? That must have been the efficacious lie swallowing at play, not a true confession. It had to be just as he had said earlier, he had no such fetish. Lin thought, feigning calm composure. Just then, the eye of the soul on Ivest's palm flickered a few times. Clearly, the hypnosis session was swiftly coming to an end. Seeing this, Ivest let out a small sigh. She pinched the bridge of her nose, recollecting the muscles in her relaxed face as she gradually returned to her usual cool and haughty demeanor. As if she had once again donned the mask of the Third Imperial Princess. Ivest displayed the mark on the palm of her hand in front of Lin. As usual, it was now time to begin the aftermath work. After the hypnosis is lifted, you will forget everything that just happened. But she stopped mid-sentence as Ivest suddenly froze. There was something she nearly forgot. Once the hypnosis was lifted, what would this guy think when he found the stockings in his hand? Although he wouldn't remember what had just occurred, surely one could figure it out with just a little imagination, right? So Ivest decided to take a different approach. After all, he was currently under hypnosis, which meant any psychological suggestion could be implanted. As for how his logic would reconcile the situation, that was not her concern, was it? Fortunately, this loophole didn't stump her. Ivest quickly came up with a countermeasure. After you leave this room, you will forget everything that just happened. Her face suddenly twisted into a mischievous smile. You will only remember that you are a perverted thief who secretly coveted the princess. took the opportunity to steal her stockings, and planned to satisfy your unsightly desires in the dead of night. As long as you're happy. Lynn was too exhausted to retort, who knew this woman would not be satisfied with just letting him off the hook. Repeat what I just said. Ivest crossed her arms, accentuating the full outline of her bosom. Hearing her bizarre request, Lynn felt like cursing. Just as he started to speak, he was interrupted by a gesture from Ivest. She waved her left hand lightly, and from nowhere, produced an imaging magic stone and started to take pictures of Lynn. Go on, she said with interest, apparently wanting to capture the moment. Hey, you're going too far, bad woman. Lynn's lip twitched, but alas, under another's roof, one must bow one's head. He had no choice but to comply for the moment. I am actually a perverted thief who secretly coveted the princess, took the opportunity to steal her stockings, and planned to satisfy my own unsightly desires in the dead of night. Very good. Joy filled Ivest's voice. Even as he left the study, Lynn clenched the item in his pocket tightly. The black stockings of the warmth that Ivest's body had left on them had already dissipated, yet still, there lingered an odd sensation in Lynn's heart, indescribable and elusive. His mind subconsciously recalled the sight of Ivest removing her stockings earlier in front of him, her movements gentle and seductive, every gesture imbued with feminine allure. Damn woman, if one were to ignore her horrid temperament and sharp tongue, she would be. Wait, why ignore those traits? She was definitely the worst kind of person. Lynn silently thought to himself, what are you smiling about? Around the corner of the hallway, Glaya unexpectedly appeared, looking at Lynn with curiosity. He had finished dealing with the aftermath of the Creationist school's followers and could finally rest. Lynn startled. I said, what are you smiling about? You look quite radiant. Glaya looked at him intrigued, sensing something off about the GUI.at his words. Lynn was incredulous. You say I'm smiling? Yes. Smiling radiantly? Indeed. Hearing his response, Lynn fell silent. He had once heard a saying in his past life. If you can't control your desire, it controls you. The old Lynn had disdained such ideas, thinking women were just so. Those controlled by their desires were either weaklings or cowards, yet here he was, almost turning into the very type of person he used to despise after just one body swap. Becoming someone controlled by their lesser head. I should truly be damned. He gave himself a slap. Lynn initially wanted to reprimand his lesser head with a slap, but ultimately didn't have the heart to, so he turned the slap to his own face instead of slap. Hey, teacher Lynn, don't be like that. It's not necessary at all. Chapter 46, Doomsday Witch. The next morning, after waking up from sleep, Lynn was led by the maid Nina to the library of Augusta Manor. Having received the holy relic from Ivest the night before, Lynn had been fiddling with the prayer ritual described in the original book in his room, hoping to attract the attention of the Doomsday Witch from 10,000 years in the future. But it wasn't until late into the night that he sadly came to terms with reality. Many of the settings in the original work were irrational and glossed over. With limited understanding of the mysticism of this world, it was difficult for Lynn to replicate the protagonist's operations. There were many missing details, magic matrices, and even materials. Fortunately, Lynn still remembered the key parts, and the prayers were imprinted in his mind. He probably just needed to acquire relevant ritual knowledge and fill in the missing parts. According to the original text, those processes were tedious and complicated, but there was nothing too far beyond reach. As long as one understood the principles and possessed the key items, even someone else had a chance of succeeding. It was just that the protagonist had a halo, so he succeeded on the first try in the original story, and in order to figure out the principles and composition of the ritual, Lynn had no choice but to head to the library and look up some relevant information. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New 0.0. On the way there, he saw many of the figures he had encountered at breakfast the day before. Many people consciously made way and nodded in greeting when they saw him. Lynn wondered if it was because he had perfectly resolved the issue with the followers of the Creationist school, but Lynn didn't bother with them and went straight to the library. Augusta Manor was large, and even the library was built like a small library, with rows of neatly arranged books on the antique wooden shelves. Each book was orderly catalogued and well preserved. With the help of the index, Lynn quickly found a row of bookshelves and a staple book, An Elementary Analysis and Wondrous Uses of Ritual Magic. This book was even mentioned casually in the original work. Its author was a scholar renowned across the continent. Of course, the reason the original work mentioned this scholar was solely that she was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. So those who knew Umeviscolinster. Looking at the signature on the book, Lynn shook his head. He wondered when he would get the chance to meet these women, who appeared frequently in the original work. Their plot levels were mostly not low, they were Lynn's potential veins of wealth. With that thought, Lynn prepared to take the book to a nearby rest area for a bit of reading. However, upon seeing the person sitting in the distance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Afia, for some reason, had taken on a human appearance today and was currently sitting at a wooden table, frowning sorrowfully at several books, perhaps because she had no missions today. She had exchanged her black leather jacket seen the other night for an exquisite princess dress. The whole persona appeared even more delicate and adorable. Lynn cleared his throat softly and prepared to go over and greet her. "Good morning, beautiful miss." Lynn whistled as he walked toward her. Upon clearly seeing who was approaching, Afia's eyes showed a flash of joy, but then, as if suddenly thinking of something, she became rather nervous. Her slender, delicate legs, which were originally under the table, shrank back. Lynn looked down and saw that the princess shoes he had given her the other day were now enveloping her slender, delicate white-stockinged feet. He immediately had an epiphany and looked at Afia with a meaningful gaze. Seeing this, her cute little face instantly flushed red, and she stammered, I just put on the wrong shoes this morning, meow, I'll change them when I go back." Before she could finish her sentence, Lynn suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. "Yo, what brings you here?" Turning his head, he found Morris standing beside him with several books in his arms. "Just bored, thought I'd borrow a book to read." Lynn replied. Morris nodded his head and then turned to look at Afia, who was slumped over the table. Seeing her despondent appearance, he couldn't help but tease, "How come you're not showing off those shoes today? Really now, you even came over specially yesterday to boast about them to us and made a point of showing the prince. It's the first time I've seen you so fond of something. I wonder who gave them to you." Lynn inhaled sharply. Actually, he hadn't planned to say much, ready to smooth things over and let the incident pass, but Morris suddenly approached, ripped off the last veil of the young girl's face, and stepped on it a few times on the ground. Was this forcing her to flee the planet overnight? Sure enough, for the next second, Afia's eyes welled with tears, as if she was about to cry. "You guys chat. I'm going to drop dead." That's what her eyes seemed to say. Seeing this, Lynn no longer had the heart to tease her and decided to change the subject. "Speaking of which, why did you two come here? Is there something you need to do?" He looked at Morris and asked. At this, Morris's face showed a touch of distress. "I guess we have to return to the imperial capital before the end of the year. His Highness has issued a final ultimatum, urging us to pass the entrance examination of the St. Laurent Royal College, so we've been cramming the relevant knowledge lately." Lynn pondered. Before the end of the year, that is, in one more month. It looked like he would also be returning to the imperial capital with them soon, facing the storm that was supposed to be Ivest's burden. If he were to run away, perhaps that would be a good time to do so. Or should he go back and cling to the powerful legs in the imperial capital, to have them rescue him from dire straits? For a moment, Lynn was lost in thought. "Right, what do you know about the four epics?" Morris spread a book open on the table, pointing to the complicated ancient St. Laurent language. "All this stuff crammed together is giving me a headache. Ancient history of the continent is a mandatory subject in the Royal College, and most people could score more than 90 points. In order not to fall behind, Morris and Afia had been toiling hard as well. The four epics. Lynn glanced at the knowledge recorded in the book and immediately felt his head swell. Limited by the constraints of the era, the content was needlessly complex, laced with plenty of ineffective or even incorrect information. Seeing this, Lynn pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Afia. The four epics, as the name suggests, comprise four epics. The first epic is the chaotic epic, which, having occurred tens of thousands of years ago, is hard to verify. The second epic is the era of the gods. After the chaotic epoch, the gods walked upon the earth, established divine kingdoms, demonstrated miracles, and pointed the direction of faith and evolution to the ignorant masses who lived by and burn. The third epoch is known as the Saints' Wars epoch. Due to certain unknown causes, the gods seem to have launched an extensive and prolonged holy war. That war lasted for days on end and even supposedly resulted in the fall of deities, severing many lines of faith. While saying this, Lynn suddenly paused, looking at the bewildered faces of Afia and Morris. "And the fourth epoch is the very one we are currently in, the Epic of Kings. After the Saints' Wars, the gods hid themselves, and humanity entered an unprecedented period of decline. Many powerful demons from ancient times awakened from their slumber, seizing the opportunity to rise up. These beings were as fearsome as the gods themselves, bringing catastrophic disasters upon mankind. At the critical moment, many human champions stood out. With the help of the gods, they formed resistance camps and, over time, gradually evolved into the 5 great empires. For example, the St. Laurent Empire we reside in is also known as the Holy Tree Country, famous worldwide for the great spectacle referred to as the World Tree at the center of the imperial capital. Another example is Tutankhamun, the powerful northern continental country neighboring the Saint Laurent Empire, the Sirenstadt Republic of the southern continent, and others. When Lin finished his busy day and returned to his room, it was already evening. The twilight had turned the lawn of the manor a dark gold, appearing majestic yet desolate. He had specifically chosen this time to return to his room, with the intention of completing the ritual, praying for the doomsday witch to cast a fleeting glance into the long river of history. Dusk represented her exclusive moment, this time slot being more in line with her preferences and consequently having a higher chance of success. After studying the book about ritual magic, Lin, although not yet a theoretical master, had improved vastly from before. At least for this ritual, he had become quite adept. As long as he successfully communicated with that being and completed the trials set by her, he would regain his status as a transcendent, later able to activate the divine given factor on his own using the system, essentially gaining the freedom of the skies. Moreover, he would definitely be one of the strongest of his rank, with the strongest faith and the system's enhancement. Damn, what else in the world could stand in his way? For a moment, Lin's heart surged with ambitious aspirations. Then, the ritual began. Chapter 47. Where did you come from? So, let's begin. Lin took a deep breath while looking at a large bag of items on the floor. The bag contained various ritual materials he had requested from Lady Milani. At the time, she did not ask for his reasons and approved his request directly. It was because the entire manor's food chain hierarchy was showing a bizarre trend. The top naturally was Ivest, followed by Baron Augusta, who had not yet made an appearance, and the original entourage of the Princess Rhine was also included, but due to recent events, he had fallen to the level of sitting with his brother, Glaya. As for Lin, ordinarily, he would have been the least experienced, but after the end of the creationist school incident, Ivas seemed to have issued some order, making his status in the manor extraordinarily revered. Anyone who saw him would call him young master. Thus, Lin had easily gathered a variety of strange materials. He was not afraid of being discovered by Ivast. After all, his current persona was that of an ordinary person without extraordinary abilities, which naturally would not be content with mediocrity in the eyes of others. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. The ritual he was about to perform, even if it was leaked, would only be seen as a desperate measure. After all, the majority of deities do not respond to a forsaken believer. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin opened the bag, took out its contents, and neatly arranged them on the floor. The originally spacious ground was quickly covered with various items: stacks of draft paper, bottles of liquids, remains of unknown creatures, magic gems glinting with luster. After he had taken out all the items, Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at himself in the floor mirror by his side. The reflection showed a tall, thin young man with a solemn expression, hiding in a large, dark robe, not for any particular reason but because it seemed more fitting for an aura of mysticism. Lin still respected his own character setting. At this moment, it was the time when afternoon meets evening, the twilight hour. The dark golden afterglow covered the earth, casting the sunset upon the carpet and filling the room with a dark, eerie atmosphere. Being the doomsday witch, twilight was the time when her power was at its peak during the day. Performing the ritual at this time would greatly increase the chances of success. Of course, regarding the final outcome of the ritual, Lin was skeptical and did not expect success on his first try. With this in mind, he took out a flask filled with gray-white powder, poured it into his hand. As if holding a handful of sand, the powder slowly flowed through the gaps between Lin's fingers towards the ground. Without hesitation, he began to draw the ritual pattern recorded on the blueprint with the gray-white powder. It was the bone ash of a deep-sea giant whale, which, among all known extraordinary materials, ranked among the best in magic conductivity and spiritual residue, making it an excellent material for drafting the magic matrix. Although it was his first attempt, he had a template to follow. After some frantic effort, Lin roughly managed to recreate the pattern from the paper. It was a somewhat messy pattern, as if numerous sharp, bloody thorns had converged into a cluster, wrapping around a vividly lifelike heart. Around the array were 12 blank nodes. Lin then proceeded to place various items from the bottles and jars into a specific order. The main materials were rare organs from 3 different exotic creatures, and the nodes of the ritual array held moon white crystal or blood red stone, dark night breath essence, scales of the abyssal snake, bones of a void demon, and 4 other rare extraordinary materials. These were all sacrificial items favored by Ivast in the original text. At first glance, it seemed filled with malevolence, making one think he was trying to communicate with some malevolent deity. Of course, the most eye-catching item was probably the pair of black stockings encased in a crystal box. This was a key to the success of the ritual. Lin was well aware, due to some subtle connection between the holy relic and its original owner. It often played a role similar to a GPS in rituals. After all, the river of time was incredibly turbulent, filled with endless variables, and one could easily get lost. Even deities needed anchor points for orientation, and the holy relic was that anchor point. For example, the protagonist of the original text had successfully communicated with an ancient deity who existed only in a past timeline through such a means. Of course, according to the original description, even if the communication was successful, the deity's influence on reality was extremely limited due to rules. To a negligible extent, otherwise, the world's timeline would have long been in chaos. This was the reason Lin dared to perform the ritual. Even if something unprecedented occurred, he could sever the connection at any moment, stopping the other party's actions. Looking at the preparatory work that had been done, Lin took out the last item. It was a candle, crimson as blood. Once lit, the burning part faintly emanated crying and howling sounds, which sounded exceedingly eerie. Everything was ready. He almost forgot the last step. From this moment, I am the most faithful follower of the doomsday witchivist. Lin initiated the lie swallowing on himself, issuing a psychological suggestion. Instantly, his already tense mood became utterly solemn. He felt like a pilgrim, his soul quivering slightly. The next second, Lin knelt on the ground, solemnly bowing toward the thorn heart pattern in the center of the ritual array. Then, holding the candle, he recited the prayer exactly like in the original text. O shadow of despair at the end of the river of death, supreme entity who hunts gods, doomsday witch who brings ruin and fragmentation to the world, you are the endpoint, and the conclusion, a grand will higher than all else, and the symbol of disaster and chaos. I pray to you, please pour your power into the ritual, please transmit your will into my mind. The next moment, the crystal box holding the holy relic suddenly made a noise. From this point, the materials used in the ritual began to tremble one after the other. Buzz. Various magic ores and extraordinary materials emitted beautiful lights, reflecting off each other. Suddenly, a strange chilling wind arose in the originally silent room. Although Lin did not detect any changes, subconsciously, he faintly felt a presence watching over this place. His hair stood on end, and his entire being felt as though it was locked in place. Not daring to move, however, the prayer did not stop for even a moment. The chilling sensation lasted a very long time. At a certain moment, Lin suddenly felt an inexplicable force of attraction emanating from the void. This force did not act on reality but affected his consciousness, as if it wanted to pull his soul out of his body. Not good. Although he didn't know what exactly was happening, there was no such situation in the original text. Lin raised his hand to extinguish the candle in his palm, attempting to interrupt the ritual. He thought the circulating chill wind in the room would stop as a result, but several seconds passed, and the pulling force from the void did not disappear. It even slightly intensified. Under the influence of that force, Lin's consciousness slowly floated out of his body. It was an extremely miraculous sensation, somewhat similar to soul out of body. Unfortunately, Lin had no time to relish it. Lie swallowing, release me. He tried to detach himself from his persona as a devout follower, hoping to disrupt the ritual. Instantaneously, that strange force paused, as if it had been abruptly interrupted by some invisible rule. Lin was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next second, the previously constrained attractive force suddenly expanded by tens of times, engulfing his soul with an overwhelming force. This action seemed to mock his overestimation of his own power. So domineering, so unreasonable, even ignoring the world's rules, forcefully capturing his consciousness. Who else could do such a thing, if not that woman? At this moment, Lin only felt as if an invisible hand tightly grasped him, like he was rapidly surfacing from the deep sea, a sensation of weightlessness engulfing his entire body. Moreover, the surrounding scenes and spacetime transformed into streaks of radiant light lines, receding rapidly backwards at a speed beyond what the eye could catch. It was as if he was traversing time, shuttling toward an unknown destination. He did not know how much time had passed. It might have been a year, or it might have been 10 years. Or perhaps it was just a mere second. When Lin came back to his senses, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Chapter 48. This is the grand finale. According to the description in the original text, after completing the ritual, the male protagonist received a response from an ancient deity. Although the deity could not use divine power to forcibly extricate him from his predicament, it left behind hidden information enough for him to turn defeat into victory. This was the only instance in the entire text where a deity demonstrated the ability to transcend time. Unfortunately, it still could not have an effective impact on reality. This was barely possible because the deity's status and power were extremely formidable. Had it been a weaker deity, they would have been even more powerless. After all, ordinary people, if they prayed, would only pray to a deity of their current time node. Thus, in Lin's understanding, beings from the past or future were unable to truly intervene in the present. Otherwise, The whole world would be thrown into chaos. However, he seemed to have underestimated something, unable to intervene. In the timeline is not equal to unable to intervene in an individual specifically. At this moment, having just undergone a journey akin to interstellar travel, how could Lin not guess what had happened? It wasn't that a figure from the future influenced the past, but rather that a person from the present had reached the future. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on N0 New. This place might no longer belong to Augusta Manor, even, it might not even be on the current time node. His soul and consciousness had probably, under the guidance of the Doomsday Witch, arrived at another time node. Perhaps this was 10,000 years later. Lin guessed in his mind only Ivest, who had become the Doomsday Witch, could create such a miracle that no deity could achieve. It had brought a soul from the past to such a distant future. If that was truly the case, then his purpose might already be half achieved. Next, he only needed to meet Ivest, who was now the Doomsday Witch, and become a follower of hers. If his memory served him right, at this time node in the original text, the Doomsday Witch was at the peak of her power, launching a prolonged pursuit against the protagonist's group. The enemy was weak, and he was strong. It was an excellent opportunity to become a follower. Looking at the extremely unfamiliar scene before him, Lin's heartbeat slightly quickened. At this moment, he seemed to be inside a palace. On both sides were massive stone pillars carved with reliefs, and the central path extended towards the interior of the palace, the view inside indiscernible. Lin did not hesitate, and he walked briskly inward. About 5 minutes later, a new scene gradually came into view. This place was indeed a palace, so even if the scene of rows of heavily armored guards and a high throne appeared before him, it would be perfectly normal. However, the scene he saw was not like that at first. What caught his eye was a massive statue of a deity, ancient and heavy in design, as if a humanoid silhouette reflecting an endless starry sky was hidden beneath a broad robe, looking mysterious and profound. For some reason, Lin felt as though he was in a sacred domain, with layers of praise and chanting echoing in his ears. This was the statue of the Lord of Billion Stars. As a former follower of the Heavenly Principal Church, such a thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Of course, the palatial statue was not the only one. Lin looked up. The vast palace was divided into several levels. Each level had several similar massive statues of deities, each differing in style and aura. There were gentle and inclusive beautiful women, kind and wise old men in white robes, haughty warriors on chariots, and even gruesome demons with green faces and sharp teeth, and even unusual creatures like ancient evil dragons and titanic giants with mysterious vertical pupils. They seemed lifelike, as if they all simultaneously cast their gazes. An unparalleled sense of oppression came from all directions, making it hard to resist feeling reverence. This was a pantheon. Shock filled Lin's eyes. He silently looked around and then made a new discovery. Erected in the pantheon, about 30 or 40 statues of deities. Each had a crystalline, flawless order chain extending from the palm of their hand, shimmering with a faint glow, descending from the sky like silk threads. They stretched from all directions, yet they converged at a certain spot. Following the direction of the chains downward, Lin suddenly froze. To be honest, in such a pantheon, nothing should surprise Lin, but the one thing that shouldn't be there was a woman. A woman, ensnared by countless order chains. She wore a tattered black gauze dress, her white hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, bare, delicate feet pale as snow, her demeanor both aloof and noble. Sadly, such a stunning woman was now bound by order chains at most of her joints, neck, wrists, ankles, waist. Deprived of her freedom, she could only sit at the edge of the steps in the center of the great hall, quietly flipping through the book in her hands. Upon seeing her face, Lin's breath hitched. Although she was not wearing the luxurious dresses he remembered, and her originally black hair had for some reason turned white, the curse mark on her face had vanished without trace, yet Lin recognized her at once. The woman before him was none other than the Saint Laurent Empire's third imperial princess, Ivest Laurent Alexini. Realizing this, he felt deeply puzzled. What was the situation here? According to his memory, wasn't the Doomsday Witch, who should reign supreme over the world in 10,000 years, now trapped here like a prisoner? Lin was utterly baffled. More so, he could not see any trace of the princess in the beautiful white-haired woman before him. That unpleasant smile, the gaze that viewed others as scum, an authoritative and arrogant demeanor, and a domineering way of conducting herself, all had now disappeared. In their place was a chilly deathlike silence and indifference, as if from a millennium-old iceberg. Lin instinctively walked towards the woman. Hearing the faint footsteps, the stunning woman finally lifted her gaze from the book and slowly looked up. Their eyes met in midair. Lin intended to say something, but for some reason, he found himself unable to speak. After a moment, the woman spoke first. "I felt your call, so I brought you here." Ivest, or rather, the Doomsday Witch, parted her pale lips, speaking in a cold voice. Looking at her emotionless beautiful face, Lin managed to smile. "Your Highness, it has been such a long time. May I ask, where are we?" The Doomsday Witch looked at him, then gently closed the book in her hands. As you said in your prayer, this is the end, and it is also the conclusion, she replied softly, but it has been a long time since anyone has called me that. The latter part, the witch murmured to herself in a voice no one could hear. At that moment, Lin could hardly pay attention to that. Just hearing the first part of her sentence, he froze for a full 10 seconds. Of this is the end point, the conclusion, whose end point? Whose conclusion? Evidently, it belonged to the woman before him. Lin suddenly felt a chill on his scalp. He might have been completely wrong from the start, outrageously so. This was not 10,000 years later, nor was it the peak period of the Doomsday Witch, but rather a future so distant he could hardly imagine it. In that future, Ivest had reached the end of her life. Thus, the answer was clear. The current point in time was exactly 10,000 years after the king's election had ended. The grand finale of the original novel, the cornered Doomsday Witch, Ivest, was sealed by the gods in the pantheon, awaiting the arrival of Dharma's sword, facing her tragic and sorrowful demise. Yet the horrifying revelations for Lin were not over. Seeing him standing motionless, the white-haired witch asked in a calm voice, "What is your name?" Lin clenched his fists unconsciously. "My name is Lin. Lin Bartleyan." His gaze fixed on her, trying to discern any flicker of recognition in her face, but his hope was in vain. "Never heard of it." The Doomsday Witch said indifferently. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Undeterred, he opened the system to check her information. Then, he was completely stunned. From the S-rated level and name, it was clear the woman before him was indeed the princess he remembered. But why? Looking at the number displayed in the last row, Lin felt it was absurd. Story deviation rate, 0.00%. Chapter 49, The Theory of Lake Water and the Ripples of Fate. Plot deviation, 0.00%. Lin's mind wavered for a moment. He looked at the numbers on the system panel in disbelief. The incident with the creationist school had only happened yesterday. The scenes were still vivid in his mind. He had certainly changed the fate of those more than 300 people destined to die, thereby causing a significant shift in Ivest's future trajectory. Even setting that aside, the moment when he first met her, removing her mask, was still fresh in his memory. Otherwise, where did the lie swallowing come from? If it wasn't for the system points he got from Ivest, he would never have been able to draw this divine skill, nor would he have survived the hypnosis experiment. Cause and effect, there has to be a cause for there to be an effect. That's why Lin was certain that the number should not be 0. Yet, the stark reality before his eyes plunged him into an unprecedented silence. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on N0New0. After a while, Lin seemed to think of something. Parallel world? No, impossible. In an instant, Lin dismissed the possibility in his mind. Not only did he scoff at this theory himself, but there's also another point to consider. This is the world of a novel. From beginning to end of the original story, there's just one line. Every single detail is already written in text. Moreover, Lin didn't remember the novel mentioning any similar settings. To him, it seemed more like the world. Line theory: the story begins the moment the male protagonist appears, heading towards a predetermined direction, steadily, until it concludes. If that's the case, why bother with the notion of infinite possibilities? In Lin's view, parallel worlds were just a fallacy. Take, for example, some novels he read in a previous life where the protagonist travels to another world line to save the heroine with a tragic fate, leading to a happy ending. It sounds like a happy ending for everyone, but once you consider the setting of infinite world lines, there will always be countless world lines where the heroine remains miserable. The so-called salvation is merely a self-satisfied complacency that arises after solving the problems of the current world line. Therefore, Lin did not believe in parallel worlds at all. But besides that, what else could explain this phenomenon? Perhaps it was the whole predetermined fate, cause turned into effect thing. For instance, if someone is destined to die in poverty in the future, then even if he comes into a sudden fortune, he will spend it in various ways instead of becoming rich again. Ivest would be that person in poverty, and he would be the unexpected fortune. Even though he had been there, he ultimately could not resist the will of the world to correct the plot. But that didn't make sense either. If it were true, at least that person in poverty would remember the wealth they once had and not like her, who just showed no knowledge whatsoever of feeling. The Doomsday Witch's gaze upon him. Lin was silent for a moment, then he spoke again. "Your Highness, do you remember Morris, Aphia, or Mrs. Milani?" His gaze remained fixed on her face the entire time, and this time, it seemed to be different. Upon hearing these names, unlike her previous emotionless state, the Doomsday Witch's expression stalled for a moment, then reverted to the initial coldness. Lin clearly saw a hint of recollection in her expression. However, that expression was not one of pleasant memories. "It should be about time now." After a moment, she spoke indifferently. Lin looked at her. "What do you mean?" "These people, at this point, should still be alive in the era you come from." The Doomsday Witch replied serenely, "Only, they are about to die." Upon hearing this, Lin took a deep breath. Of course, he had no reason to doubt the truth of the Doomsday Witch's words, because the original work's descriptions of the villainous imperial princess were not extensive, and her subordinates were mentioned even less. At the very least, Lin did not remember any plot involving these few people in the original work. There was only one possibility. They had died before the plot had even begun to unfold. Or perhaps, these people never existed to begin with, only coming into being because after his own arrival, the will of the world sought to satisfy basic logic by supplementing the narrative in the parts not mentioned in the original work. Of course, for Lin as he was now, these were not the main points. He committed this information to memory and then refocused his attention on the previous questions. The Doomsday Witch had forgotten Lin's existence, yet she still remembered those subordinates. Then, what was the difference between himself and Athia and the others? A flicker of enlightenment arose in Lin's heart. Perhaps because he never belonged to this world in the first place. To the natives of this place, he was an anomaly incompatible with any plotline. In impurity, with this thought, Lin suddenly turned to the Doomsday Witch. Your Highness, I have another question. During your extensive lifetime, have you ever heard the name Lin Bartleyan anywhere else? The Doomsday Witch answered indifferently. No. Lin sighed in relief. That's good to know. At those words, the Doomsday Witch glanced at him and asked softly, what do you mean? It means, to you, the era I come from is history, Lin said with a determined gaze, but I alone understand that if I truly existed in the past, it would be impossible for me to remain in obscurity. The name Lin Bartleyan is destined to resonate across the world. The previous theory of being a nobody could be overturned now. Perhaps everything in this world is predestined, but this is not the case for Lin. If from the concept of plot deviation, combined with the memory of death from his previous life, it was very likely that he was sent to this world to change the original plot. There was no such thing as parallel worlds or additional timelines here, only a single axis of time. Princess Ivest and the Doomsday Witch before him were one and the same person all along, just that one was in the past and the other in the future. Of course, this might be a bit abstract. Lin suddenly thought of a clearer example. It was as if he now stood on the shore of a lake, while the Doomsday Witch was on the distant opposite bank, with both unable to directly interfere with each other. Only by throwing stones into the lake, causing ripples and waves, could one truly affect the far shore. The act of throwing stones, in reality, corresponded to actions that changed the storyline, and the lake between Lin and the Doomsday Witch was the corrective force of the world's will, along with a full 100,000 years of time. Although some ripples of fate had been stirred at this moment, they would just get gradually dissipated by the resistance of the lake, unable to reach the other side. That's why she had no recollection of Lin, and the plot deviation had been reset to 0. Because to everyone in this world, Lin did not exist in either the past or the future, but only in the present. But this did not mean that his efforts until now were futile. After all, he had only thrown a small stone into the lake. What if one day, he could lift an entire mountain? If the ripples he created could turn into a storm, they would inevitably one day traverse those 100,000 years of time and reach the other shore. Chapter 50. I will make you remember me, Ivest. But then again, why should I go to such lengths for this woman? As Lin learned more about the timeline setting, a thought suddenly emerged in his heart. Upon reflection, he didn't even like her, and everything that had happened between them had been quite grievous. All of it had been forced upon him by that dreadful antagonist, the Imperial Princess, from the past. Although the Doomsday Witch now seemed like a changed person and wasn't so outrageous anymore, the things she had done couldn't just vanish. Moreover, Lin couldn't help but recall the scene just now. My name is Lin. Lin Bartleyan. I've never heard of you. Remembering her cold demeanor at that time, a surge of anger welled up within Lin's heart that he very much wanted to tear open his collar and show her the thorny mark she had left on his chest in the past. Although reason told him that the Doomsday Witch now had no memory of those past events, emotions couldn't prevent Lin from feeling the turmoil inside at this moment. Disgusting. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron New. You were the one who kidnapped me, completely altering the trajectory of my life, so why can you now act oblivious and sever ties as if nothing happened? He really wanted to point at her nose and question her, but in the end, he restrained the impulse. Stay calm. Do not forget the original purpose. Ultimately, he had come here to escape from that woman's clutches and sought to become a follower of the Doomsday Witch, to rekindle the divine given factor. He mustn't get things backwards. With that in mind, Lin took a deep breath and looked again at the Doomsday Witch. Your Highness, in fact I call upon you today because I have a request. What is it? The Doomsday Witch idly toyed with the order chains wrapped around her slender neck, seeming somewhat indifferent. You should be able to see that I once followed the Lord of Billion Stars, only to be betrayed by him, which resulted in me becoming God-forsaken. Lin bowed respectfully. Therefore, I pray that you will embrace me, allowing me to become your follower, to reignite the divine-given factor. It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Judging from the statues in the pantheon, the Lord of Billion Stars was also one of the chief culprits behind the sealing of the doomsday, which she surely would not refuse, right? Just as this thought arose, he saw the white-haired woman lightly shake her head. I refuse. Lin stood frozen. Why? In response, the doomsday witch did not answer but raised her forefinger and gently pointed towards the top of the pantheon. Lin instinctively looked up, following the undulations. What originally spiraled upwards at the top of the structure receded as swiftly as mirages, replaced by a sight that shocked him. At a glance, the vast, boundless starry sky unfurled before him like a scroll. But this was not the main point. Looking up at the object suspended high in the sky, Lin subconsciously swallowed. At this moment, he felt like a frog in a well, realizing just how minuscule he truly was. It was a magic weapon resembling a fortress, casting a shadow as if to engulf the entire planet in the dark before destruction. Because it was so huge, the shadow seemed to blanket the entire planet in the darkness that precedes annihilation. Dharma's sword. This was the thought that unconsciously filled Lin's mind. In the original tale, the doomsday witch was too powerful to be killed by any gods. Hence, the hero sought an alternative path, spending tens of thousands of years to completely refine a supermassive planet into such an ultimate destructive superweapon. The collision of planets was already cataclysmic by itself. With the augment of the magic matrix, its vast and boundless might was probably going to increase by several magnitudes. Ironically, Lin felt that even if the aftermath of the explosion were to destroy an entire star system, it wouldn't be an exaggeration, because at this moment, aside from Ivist, who was imprisoned within the pantheon, there were no living beings left on the entire planet. Everyone had fled to the sanctuaries created by their worshipped deities within the divine kingdom, just to avoid the ultimate battle between the protagonist and antagonist factions. Fortunately, in the end, justice prevailed, and looking at the current situation, this apocalyptic level magic weapon could at any moment bring down divine punishment with the force of thunder. When that time arrived, the doomsday witch would meet her end inside the pantheon. Once she perished completely, her divinity dissipated, and the divine-given factor within her devotees would extinguish as well. Thus, it was an utterly meaningless act. Lin's heart gradually cooled. However, the doomsday witch had not yet finished speaking. Moreover, the white-haired woman, who was usually so aloof, now had a smirk of mockery at the corner of her mouth. I have already said, I do not know. You think you are worthy to be my devotee? Gazing at her indifferent but maliciously smiling face, Lin almost thought he saw the shadow of that antagonist imperial princess. Although sensually speaking, the two were worlds apart. Lin fell into silence. Go back. The doomsday witch seemed unwilling to let him stay any longer, waving her hand lightly. The next second, a space rift glowing with black light quietly appeared behind Lin. Feeling the familiar pull, Lin knew he was about to return to his original era. This departure might be a forever goodbye. Without a word, Lin bowed his head and allowed that force to draw him into the rift. Seeing this, the white-haired woman withdrew her gaze. At the same time, chains of order hanging from all directions suddenly began to glow with a scorching golden brilliance, accompanied by the attack of the god's power. The doomsday witch slightly furrowed her brows in intense pain. Although she was seriously injured at the moment, she could still, with her current power, block the scrutiny of the gods, allowing this place to exist independently from the temporal spatial reality, unaffected by the external world. But the order chains that sealed her caused her unbearable agony every day. It was as if they were methodically breaking down her mental resolve through a form of torture and inquisition. The doomsday witch closed her eyes, quietly enduring everything. So, you were eager for me to leave because you were afraid of me seeing you in this pathetic state. Suddenly, a voice came through, prompting the doomsday witch to open her eyes. She instinctively looked into the distance. Lin, who should have been sucked into the spatial rift, was now desperately clinging to the edge of the rift, resisting the suction force around him. Half of his body was already swallowed by the black space, but he still refused to disappear. The doomsday witch's expression turned ice cold instantly. While enduring the pain from the golden light, she waved her hand once more. The already powerful force of attraction instantly increased several folds. Lin's body was as contorted as a curved shrimp, as awkward as can be, yet, he still did not release his hands. At this particular moment, the gazes of the two met again in the void. My name is Lin Bartleyan, he said through clenched teeth, glaring at her fiercely. If that is your reason for rejecting me, I will make you remember me, Ivist. He enunciated every word. Before his statement was complete, Lin could no longer resist the force and disappeared into the space rift. Chapter 51 The Death of Lin, Part 1. Lin, young master, Her Highness calls for you. The next day at noon, a knock sounded at Lin's door. His expression was one of impatience as he opened the door with dark circles under his eyes. Finding the elderly housekeeper Kasia standing at the entrance, she remained expressionless as ever, like a robot carrying out its duties. "I understand." Yawning, Lin followed her. He hadn't slept a wink since returning from the Pantheon last night, pondering how to solve the situation he had encountered. The crux of the problem was that the witch didn't seem to want him to become an end believer, but if that were true, why did she bother to drag his consciousness across 100,000 years, simply out of boredom? Or could it be that when a woman says no, she means yes? Should he have been more assertive last time? Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Lin's face darkened. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron knew that he was in quite a foul mood. It wasn't solely because he hadn't succeeded in igniting his divine-given factor. Mainly, it was that woman's tone that was infuriating. The most pressing issue at the moment was that he needed to become a transcendent as soon as possible. To become a transcendent, he had to gain the recognition of the Doomsday Witch, that is, to make a deep impression on her about Lin Bartleyan. There was only one way to do that. To start from the current timeline. Based on Lin's previous speculations, he could only cause a deviation in the storyline at present to have a chain reaction that would affect 100,000 years later. Of course, it could not be like the first time he uncovered Ivest's mask, altering just 0.01%. It had to be a significant deviation this time. Only then could the ripples of fate reach 100,000 years later and truly change the Doomsday Witch. But what exactly could he do to increase the deviation significantly and make a deep impression on her as Lin Bartleyan? Perhaps carry out execution on the spot and be the first and last man in her life? No, forget it. The reason he sought help from the Doomsday Witch was to escape Ivest's clutches. If he really did that, it would be a classic case of confusing cause and effect, and most importantly, he couldn't beat her. Lin thought grimly. Just then, the housekeeper Kasia stopped in her tracks and led him to the entrance of Princess Her Highness' study. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, Lin walked in at a measured pace. "Your Highness." He bowed properly, his face betraying no emotion. Hearing this, Ivest, who was reviewing documents, looked up. Initially, she only glanced casually, but then she noticed the thick dark circles under his eyes and couldn't help feeling a bit odd. There wasn't much work in the estate on a daily basis that would require his attention. Why did he look so haggard? However, remembering the scene from the night before last, a light of realization dawned in Ivest's heart. Then a strange look appeared in her eyes. Although Ivest had no interest in managing her subordinates' private lives, it seemed that this had started because of her. It was because she had given him that so-called holy relic that the fellow had been so unrestrained. At least, that's what Ivest thought, but was that thing really so attractive to man? It was merely a piece of cloth, at best only lightly imbued with her scent. What was good about it? Ivest was quite puzzled. Therefore, she coughed softly, her expression cool as she hinted, "You are young, you should take care of your body." Hearing this, Lin, who was about to close the door, stumbled. Damn it, why did it always feel like this woman was giving him advice with the tone of a mother who discovers dried up tissues on her son's bedside table that haven't been thrown away? One day, he vowed, he would shove those tissues into her mouth. Lin made this grand vow. "Is there something you need me for, Your Highness? You seem to have performed some sort of ritual in your room yesterday?" Returning to the matter at hand, Ivest frowned slightly. "I think I felt a strange spatial fluctuation." Hearing this, Lin, who had already prepared his response, answered, "I was trying various methods of communicating with the deities to see if there was a chance to become a transcendent again." This reason was compelling. After all, for Lin, his purpose indeed was just that, and it wasn't a lie. So Ivest believed this reason and warned lightly, "Don't do anything so dangerous again, and be careful of connecting with some indescribable beings." "Do you count as an indescribable being?" Lin commented in his mind. "As for the matter of becoming a transcendent again, you should go visit Milani later. I've had her prepare something for you, and you can also get checked." Ivest made a decision on the matter quickly, and in just a few words, Lin had no chance to refuse and could only respond in silence. This topic was quickly glossed over. "There's one more thing." Ivest's manner of speaking was brisk and decisive. "Duke Tyrus seems to have had some free time lately. He's sent over 2 invitations to the manor. There will be a charity gala tomorrow evening, and you are to accompany me." "Me?" Lin was somewhat surprised. By the way, the Moskva family also seems to have sent someone from the imperial capital to Orn City. Ivest continued without regard for his expression. "Obviously, they are here to help the second prince rally Duke Tyrus to his side." At the mention of that surname, Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Moskva, that was a surname he would never forget. The bitch Irina, who framed him as the disgrace of the nobility, is the eldest daughter of the Moskva family. In the more than a year since he had seen them, this family seemed to have grown rampantly within the Saint Laurent Empire. climbing all the way up by consuming the various resources left by the collapse of the Bartleyan family. Of course, the shadow of that prince could not be separated from this as well. It was time to see them, Lin thought silently to himself. Seeing him remain silent, Ivis knew he was digesting the information, and so she began to speak of other matters. The main purposes for my visit to Warren City this time are twofold. One is to deal with matters related to the creationist school. This has been mostly settled, except for an ancient curse they left behind that has yet to be found. As for the second, it is to establish friendly relations with the Tyrrus family. This, you should be aware of. The king's election ceremony and the elector, I know. Ivis nodded slightly, watching his expression intently. For the second matter, do you have any clues? No. Lin tried to appear deeply contemplative, then answered somewhat dejectedly. Ivis inwardly sneered. This guy's acting was just too fake. With this thought, she was ready to use hypnosis to see what kind of tricks he really had. Only when hypnotized did this guy become more obedient and honestly reveal his thoughts. But then Ivis reconsidered. It was still daytime, and it might look bad if discovered, so she suppressed the impulse for the moment. She pretended to be indifferent and nodded. In that case, you may go ahead. However, remember to come to my bedroom tonight if you're free. Yes. After Lin left, Ivis's expression returned to its usual cool detachment. She stood up, squinting slightly as she looked out the window. She hadn't lied just now. Although the cause of the matter was a dispute between the great imperial princess Helena and herself that had angered Saint Laurent Virgin Islands, she had indeed come to Warren City on a mission. According to the intelligence, the creationist school seemed to have in their possession an ancient curse of no low order and planned to commit a heinous crime with it, and her mission was to retrieve that ancient curse. But it was not until now that Ivis discovered, even after completely eradicating them, no trace of that object had been found. To be honest, Ivis had been somewhat restless these past few days. The biggest issue was not the Tyrrus family, but the lost ancient curse. It just felt like things wouldn't end so simply. Ivis looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and quietly thought to herself. Chapter 52 The Death of Lin, Part 2, Miss Milani. Lin lay on the hospital bed. You say, how can one make a woman have an unforgettable, deep impression of you? Hearing this, the brown-haired young girl who was conducting a physical examination on him stopped her movements. She glanced at Lin and then showed a hint of concern. I know my body is very attractive to you, but this matter is still a bit too early. No one is aroused by your body, Lin remarked. Impolite little fellow. Milani rolled her eyes unhappily, reverting to her usual laziness. She picked up a certain device from the side and began measuring something on Lin's head. It's strange, she mused as she worked. After you, I tried with 15 other test subjects and not a single one was successfully hypnotized. Could it be that your case is non-replicable? Milani looked puzzled. In a sense, she had guessed correctly. After all, those convicts didn't have the lie swallowing, a cheat like godly skill. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Omicron LYNN curled his lip inwardly. They continued to chat sporadically like this. Lin lay still from beginning to end, cooperating with her physical examination. I almost forgot. Princess asked me to give this to you. Halfway through the checkup, Milani seemed to suddenly remember something and threw a small bottle to Lin. Lin lay on the hospital bed and caught the bottle, noticing a green light spot inside that resembled a firefly. He was immediately stunned. This is, yes, Milani nodded. This is the latest research achievement from the No. 8 Research Institute, a divine given factor with the original owner's brand erased. I think you should be quite familiar with it. Lin fell into silence. He was indeed very familiar with it. After all, the incident where he became a god-forsaken was orchestrated by the Moskva family themselves. He was even 100% certain that the person who had personally stripped the divine-given factor from his body, the Archbishop of the Heavenly Principal Church, was also one of the conspirators. Actually, in the days after his transmigration, he had been somewhat perplexed. What exactly about the Bartleyan family was so covet-worthy that they would attack like hungry wolves? Perhaps he would only know the truth on the day he successfully took his revenge. For the sake of getting this thing, Her Highness has expended quite a lot of resources, Milani said with emphasis. Perhaps in your eyes, her usual way of doing things seems a bit domineering, but in the end, she really values you. I'd rather not have this value, Lin scoffed inwardly. Seeing that Lin remained silent, Milani didn't say much more, only admonishing at the end, this is a divine given factor from the eye of the soul belief, and for now, it's the best choice you can accommodate. Different from the three main churches that are mainstream in the empire, this belief is popular only in the southern continent's Sirenstadt Republic, and its adherents are mostly scholars who love academic pursuits. Though relatively weak in combat, It can provide you with sharp thinking and exceptional memory. If you're considering technical research, it's a good direction. By the way, you know how to use it, right? Of course, Lin replied casually. Actually, what difference does it make if he knew how to use it or not? After all, he wasn't going to use this thing. A real man should enjoy fighting. Even now, Lin had no intention of changing his goal. He wanted to have the strongest divine given factor, then with his own power, flip the whole damn world on its head. To achieve this goal, he needed to ensure the future doomsday which would remember him forever, willingly letting him become a follower, but it seemed he had to hurry, otherwise, having a divine given factor but being unable to become a transcendent would arouse their suspicions. Thinking so, Lin sighed. By the way, miss, in your opinion, what is the deepest emotion? He asked casually. Anger? Despair? Milani pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Neither. Then what is it? Lin was a bit puzzled. Anger and despair might be intense enough, but they will inevitably fade over time. Milani glanced at him. Only that which remains fresh through the long wash of time can be considered the deepest. For instance, regret. That's so like an adult, always so. Wait a minute, Lin suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. He seemed to know how to make the future doomsday which remember him forever. Miss, do you know much about potion study? Are you underestimating me? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the sound of the door being knocked, Princess Ivest responded softly. At the moment, after ending a day's work, she appeared exhausted, leaning against the velvet armchair by the window, legs crossed, fingertips twirling a glass of wine. Her slender wrist gently swayed, making the crimson liquid in the glass flow in the moonlight. Stripped of her indifference in front of others, Princess Ivest seemed a bit softer. She had changed out of her daytime attire, now wrapped in a somewhat thin white ribbon long dress, her black hair draped over her shoulders, looking both intelligent and elegant. However, at the sight of that guy walking in, Ivest's lips immediately curled into a familiar smile. The intellect and elegance of a moment ago disappeared in an instant. In its place had emerged a malevolence from deep within his bones. Seeing Lin come obediently to her bedroom, Ivest was quite satisfied. It seemed this fellow was becoming more compliant by the day. Obedient dogs are the most adorable. Thinking thus, Ivest activated her extraordinary power and prepared to hypnotize Lin with the eye of the soul mark in her palm as he drew near. She wanted to know what he had been hiding that afternoon, and how to establish a friendly relationship with Duke Tiras. That was her most pressing concern at the moment. The useless drunkards in the manor could not be relied upon, and her only hope turned out to be a 17-year-old youngster. As Ivest watched Lin slowly approach, she readied herself to open her palm, but just as she was about to do so, the young man suddenly spoke. Your Highness, I have an impertinent request. Your Highness, I have an impertinent request. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, Lin suddenly halted. Seeing this, the hand that Ivest had started to raise stopped mid-air. Ivest squinted her slender eyes. What is it? I remember you had a ring before that could detect lies, Lin said, the one you wore on your hand the day the Heavenly Principal Church visited. Was she discovered? But that was normal. After all, she had never intended to hide it. It wasn't a secret, yet Ivest was somewhat curious. This fellow's demeanor tonight seemed somewhat different from usual. It was as if he was too composed, lacking his usual deliberately conveyed groveling. Interesting. Ivest sipped her wine and asked indifferently, there is such a ring, what about it? I wish for you to wear it. Lin suddenly bowed, because I have some things to say, and I need you to personally discern their truth. That's fine. Ivest, too, was curious about what he was up to, so she didn't refuse. She took out the ring, slid her delicate white ring finger into it, and put on the ring. Then, I shall begin. Seeing that she had met his request, Lin nodded. Under Ivest's gaze, he took a deep breath. The first thing I want to say is, if you could have my wholehearted assistance, there's at least a 70% chance that you could win the king's election. The sudden statement made Ivest's hand tremble slightly. She suddenly sat up straight, staring in astonishment at the young man before her. The ring showed no reaction, that is to say, in his belief, the statement was absolutely true, although she didn't know how he arrived at the 70% chance or whether it was reliable, given his previous impressive performance and quick thinking in times of crisis. Ivest preferred to believe this was his accurate assessment of his own situation, even if it wasn't actually as high as 70%. For her, who originally had almost no chance of winning, it was already an extraordinary surprise. But why was he saying this all of a sudden? Ivest felt excited and yet confused. After all, this was the first time Lin had come clean to her according to her original plan. She hadn't dreamed that he would go this far. However, Lin didn't answer her question and continued. The second thing I want to say is that from the first day I was captured until now, I have been thinking about freedom every moment. The ring showed no reaction. Ivest's good mood immediately plummeted. She was becoming unhappy. Just as she was about to say something, Lynn interrupted her again. He suddenly smiled. I have already said 2 things, princess. In exchange, I hope you can say a sentence while wearing that ring. What sentence? Ivest frowned. In my eyes, Lynn Bartleyan is a human being with dignity, an independent individual, not a slave for others' entertainment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lynn saw Ivest's eyes turn extremely cold in an instant. A wave of invisible murderous intent radiated out. Are you threatening me? Ivest's voice was ice cold. Lynn didn't respond to her question, and after seeing her reaction, he just shook his head lightly. You're unwilling? In that case, I have a third thing to say. Ivest, I've grown tired of you and your tedious game. Lynn suddenly adopted a nonchalant tone. So, let's put an end to all this today. With those words, he pulled a test tube from his pocket. Under the light, an opaque colorless viscous liquid rippled inside. This is water ghost poison essence, Lynn explained calmly. A normal human after taking it would die of heart paralysis within a minute. Seeing the undisturbed ring, and the young man's very unusual speech, Ivest suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. What are you going to do? At the same time, countless thorns stealthily emerged, instantly rushing towards Lynn, seeking to restrain his movements, but, ultimately, it was a step too late. Looking at Ivest, whose eyes now held a hint of bewilderment and tension, Lynn smiled. I want to do this. With that, he downed the liquid from the test tube in one gulp. Chapter 53 exploded. Miss Milani, do you know anything about potionology? Are you underestimating me? Then, can you concoct a potion based on my needs? What needs? Can you create one that looks, smells, and even tastes like water ghost poison essence, but lacks its inherent toxicity? Oh, you want to deceive someone? SSS, a woman's intuition is really scary. So, can you do it? I can. A viscous, slightly sweet, cold liquid went down his throat. A faint sensation of paralysis followed the path of the liquid and began spreading throughout his body. Water ghost poison essence, in Lynn's memory, was a relatively common extraordinary potion, generally used in surgical anesthesia. An overdose would lead to cardiac paralysis and death. Source, webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron 0. Of course, Lynn naturally wouldn't risk his own life, having barely survived the system's torment. Hypnosis experiments, and Ivest's clutches. He did not intend to die just like that. Moreover, he did not think the matter was worth such risk. Thus, Lynn had asked Miss Milani to help him concoct this potion. As for whether Ivest would later discern the truth, that was not a concern for now. Currently, the most important thing was to significantly increase her plot deviation, thereby affecting the future doomsday witch. Of course, to make his acting even more convincing, Lynn activated lie swallowing. Again, perhaps because he had used it too often, he felt that he was becoming increasingly adept at it, even suggesting to himself, I'm affected by water ghost poison, could become true. Thus, at this moment, Lynn's face turned pale, and his gaze was vacant as his body started trembling. Under complete paralysis, his body instinctively leaned backwards. Unexpectedly, in the next second, layers of thorns curled around from all directions, gently supporting his body. Facing Ivest's wide-open eyes and the disbelief evident therein, Lynn cracked a smile. Inscrutable. Do you need me to count down for you? He leaned on the thorns as if indifferent to life or death. 60, 59, 58. Before he finished speaking, a cold sensation enveloped his entire body. A faint mist of ice slowly shrouded his body. Under the effect of the low temperature, his body's metabolic rate decreased, his heartbeat slowed significantly, and the blood flow throughout his body also slowed down. Lynn gritted his teeth from the cold. This woman did have some common sense, but, do you want to die? Have I allowed it? At that moment, Ivest's expression was extremely grim. She quickly walked up to Lynn and grabbed his neck. Just as she was about to exert force, something seemed to occur to her, and she ended up pulling back nearly all her strength, nearly giving a weak squeeze. Though anger and confusion overwhelmed her mind at this moment, reason told her that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. If they didn't find an antidote, he wouldn't last long before dying here. Ivest didn't want him to die for no other reason. Judging by the statement he had made to the lie detector ring, she wouldn't allow Lynn to give up his life so rashly. A 70% chance of winning the king's election? Although unsure whether it was true or false, he was the first subordinate to say such a thing to her over the years. Regardless, she wanted to win, to earn the approval of St. Laurent Virgin Islands, to hear the great imperial princess Helena beg for mercy, and to be feared by the people and the nobles. At any rate, it could not end here. If Lynn had indeed died here, she would definitely regret it later. Regret for losing such an opportunity to turn the tables. She must immediately find Milani. The thought flashed through Ivest's mind. She prepared to break through the space and bring Milani over as quickly as possible without even having time to change her dress and cloth slippers, but before she could act, a voice came from beside her. "Are you looking for this?" Lynn slowly raised another tube filled with pale blue potion, saying, "Antidote." Drinking this would quickly neutralize the excess water ghost poison, thereby alleviating the paralysis symptoms. Seeing this, Ivest halted and said coldly, "Give it to me." "I refuse." Lynn's smile did not fade, and even carried a hint of mockery. "Is this thing so important to you?" "How curious. A woman as vicious, despicable, and arrogant as you cares about something?" "Oh, I get it. Maybe you're afraid that after I die, you'll never encounter someone as brilliantly intelligent as me, and you'll end up losing tragically to your sister Helena, finding yourself in a miserable plight. Thinking about it, it really is interesting if that's your fate. Ivest, you wicked woman, may you live in lonely old age under the curse of my unrestful demise." Lynn laughed heartily, his face tinged with a pathological flush. It exploded. He and Ivest had completely blown up. Lynn felt as though his entire body was exhilarated, causing his scalp to tingle. The frustration accumulated in his heart over the days and the setbacks he had faced from the doomsday which were now fully released. Ivest, observing his manic state, immediately furrowed her brows, looking enraged. "Have you gone mad?" "I'm not mad, it's you," Lynn grinned. "Oh, and stop those little tricks of yours in the background. I know you are an autocratic woman who likes to use violence to forcefully take what you want. Try it if you can. I'll smash this potion the moment you make a move. And just so you know, this is the last one in stock in the mansion," Lynn said unreservedly. The stealthily rising blood-red thorns around them paused. "What exactly do you want?" Ivest's expression was ice cold as she looked at him. "Let's hear it. If you have any demands, I will try to meet them." Everything that had happened tonight was completely beyond her expectations. At this moment, she had no intention of pondering why Lynn had made such a bold and aggressive move. Looking at the potion in his hand, Ivest felt absurd for the first time. This guy, was he threatening her with his own life? Could there be such a thing in the world? Feeling Ivest's gaze, Lynn slowly began, "I want you to apologize for everything you've done to me so far. Not just that, but I want you to personally admit that you lost to me. Ivest, you proud woman, probably have never bowed to any man in your lifetime, right? I want you to never forget what happened tonight." Chapter 54. How about we make a bet? Just as Lynn had thought, for a woman as powerfully unparalleled as Ivest, she had never bowed her head to any man in her life. Moreover, Lynn right now was still an ordinary person who didn't even possess any extraordinary abilities. To speak such words, one must either be out of one's mind or a pure lunatic. Clearly, Lynn at this moment was the latter. Therefore, it was impossible for Ivest to agree to such a request. She was so angry she laughed. "When did you start deluding yourself into thinking I would compromise my dignity for a dog I've raised?" Ivest looked at him with the eyes one would use for an idiot, her tone icy. "If you so wish to die, then suit yourself." Saying this, she turned around, sat back down on the velvet chair by the window, and picked up her tall goblet again. How could a woman like her, with hands stained with countless blood, have any emotional fluctuations over someone else's death? The hesitation before was simply because she did not want to let such a talented person die in vain, but now he was clearly seeking death himself, so she couldn't be blamed. Thinking this, Ivest took a sip of the wine in her glass. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron News 0. Seeing her like this, Lynn shook his head. It wasn't enough. Merely this wasn't sufficient to significantly increase the deviation of the plot, nor could it impact the future doomsday which, and if he missed this opportunity, who knows when he'd find another like it. Lynn was not willing to wait another day. He wanted to become a transcendent as soon as possible, to possess the power needed to protect himself. How about a wager? Lynn suddenly spoke. At that moment, the excessive cold had turned his lips faintly purple, and the cognitive alteration brought by the lie swallowing left him numb all over, yet his eyes were remarkably clearer upon hearing this. Ivest did not respond, but the hand holding her glass paused slightly. Clearly, she was not as indifferent as she appeared on the surface. If she truly didn't care, she would probably have already frozen him into an ice sculpture, and then tossed him to God knows where. "I bet you won't really remain indifferent." Lynn looked at her. "When you take the antidote and give it to me to drink, I will have won the bet. Save your daydreams for after you're dead." Ivest said indifferently. Lynn raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "Ha." A cold smirk formed on Ivest's lips. As the third imperial princess of the Saint Laurent Empire, she felt her temper was exceptionally good tonight, good enough that she had endured this man's repeated insolence thrice, and yet had not laid a hand on him to end his life. If it were Rhine, by now, he'd probably be dismembered into countless pieces. However, it was also time for this to end. Ivis thought indifferently. It was absolutely impossible for her to take the action Lynn had just mentioned and not even the slightest possibility. Thinking this, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a movement from Lynn, not far away. Ivis instinctively looked up. She saw that somehow, he had used the last of his strength to raise the antidote high. Feeling Ivis's gaze, Lynn grinned, showing his white teeth. Then, with the swiftness of lightning, he hurled the test tube hard onto the ground. Whoosh! Along with the sound of the air being pierced, the test tube containing the blue liquid suspended dangerously close, but not touching the ground. Had it been just a second slower, the antidote would have shattered and trickled away. Once it came into contact with oxygen, the antidote would rapidly lose its potency. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lynn's action was undoubtedly gambling with his own life. He gambled on an extremely slim chance. However, fortunately, he succeeded. At this moment, a delicate circle of blood-colored thorns tightly surrounded the test tube, preventing it from being shattered. Seeing this, Lynn laughed heartily. I won. Who would have thought? You really don't want me to die, huh? Or is it? Just as Lynn was about to utter some mocking words to disgust Ivis, he suddenly saw a streak of red light flash before his eyes, accompanied by a strong impact. He blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Ivis, standing up from her chair at some distance, had a cold annoyance in her eyes. After knocking Lynn unconscious, she then returned her gaze to her own slender, fair hands. Just now, she had moved subconsciously. She didn't know why she had saved that vial of medicine. She really shouldn't have gone to such lengths for a subordinate who knew no respect, really. Although Ivis's heart was filled with chaotic emotions, remembering that he was still in a poisoned state, she reached out and took the antidote. She then manipulated the thorns to feed him the blue liquid from the test tube. After doing all this, Ivis no longer wished to see his face, which retained a hint of smugness, and carelessly tossed him aside. Yet, the question kept echoing in her mind: why did she save him? Ivis couldn't understand. She lifted her hand, looking at the ring on her ring finger, lost in thought for a moment. I have fallen in love with Lynn Bartleyan. The ring instantly emitted a red light. This meant it was a lie. Ivis snorted coldly, not taking it seriously. She had never experienced what love felt like to this day. Perhaps it was something that didn't exist at all, so it was just a casual question. After all, she was alone here. Then, Ivis continued, I don't want him to die, merely because I want to use his power to win the king's election. Under Ivis's watch, the ring remained unchanged. As expected, she silently thought to herself. It was just because she valued his abilities that she wanted to take advantage of them. It was as simple as that. But as this thought surfaced, the ring, as if delayed, suddenly trembled and flickered. The expression on Ivis's face froze. How could that be? A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. After a few seconds of thought, Ivis spoke again. I don't want him to die, not just to use his power for the king's election, but also because he is my dog. The ring trembled and flickered red just as before. Now, she fell completely silent. The slight flickering of the red light meant that the last statement was partly true, partly false. For a moment, Ivis was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. At times her gaze was clear, at times slightly dazed, at times her expression cold, at times she clenched her teeth with rage. After a long while, Ivis took a deep breath. I don't want him to die because he is the first person who said I was beautiful, so in my heart, he is more important than anyone else. After saying these words, she frowned and looked at the ring. This time, the ring seemed to have malfunctioned. It was dull and did not change at all. Ivis's expression suddenly took on an interesting cast. What a joke! She ripped the ring off her ring finger and threw it hard into the corner. Chapter 55. What a good woman. Pity she's alive. She herself would actually want to spare his life for such a superficial reason, just because he was the first one to call her beautiful. Ridiculous. Looking at the ring tossed into the corner, Ivis's expression was ice-cold. Useless thing. Although it had been thousands of years, the ancient curse proved to be unreliable, prone to all sorts of malfunctions due to its age. Her full chest heaved rapidly, as if trying to calm the dissatisfaction and irritation in her heart. Turning her head, she glanced at the wine cup on the windowsill and, without a second thought, picked it up and drained it in one go. Moments later, a faint blush of drunkenness emerged on her pale cheeks. Utterly charming, however, at this very moment, there was no one to witness it. Ivis stared unblinkingly at Lynn, whom she had knocked out cold on the floor. Falling into a long silence, it was unknown what was running through her mind. After a while, she took a deep breath, calming her emotions. The source, webnovel.com, updated on new. Omicron. Though I do not know why you suddenly went mad and staged such a drama in front of me. Ivis's face was emotionless. But there's one thing, it seems you were right about one thing. I'm afraid I will never forget what happened tonight. She muttered to herself. While Ivis did not take Lynn's gambles seriously, she ultimately did exhibit behaviors she normally would never consider. Just that alone was enough to remain etched in her memory. Ever since awakening the powerful and mysterious forces within her, Ivest had only ever been met with others' respect and fear. No one had ever dared to raise their voice at her like Lynn did, even to threaten her with their own life. If you dare do such a thing to me, don't even think about running away in the future. Ivest suddenly revealed a cruel smile. If you ever have such thoughts again, I will smash your legs. Additionally, I hope you prove to be as impressive as you claim in the upcoming king's election. Otherwise, oof. The story deviation of the S-rank character Ivest Laurent Alexini has risen to 1.53%. Lynn was awakened by the system notification sound. When he hazily opened his eyes, the paralysis that had once afflicted his entire body had disappeared, clearly indicating that the lie-swallowing state had been lifted. Then, he noticed he was lying on the ground in a strange posture. As if he was attempting to do a push-up, feeling the carpet so close at hand, Lynn instinctively propped up on his arms, intending to rise from the ground, but before he could act, he suddenly felt a force on his back. This force wasn't too light or heavy, yet it pushed his body back down. Stay put. Above him came Ivest's familiar voice, cold with a hint of an unusual emotion. You. Lynn tried to get up again, but that force kept him pinned down, unable to move. He then sobered up, realizing what was happening. At this moment, Ivest sat on the red velvet chair at the edge of the bed, holding a wine cup while gazing at the bright moon from the window, her hair black as coal, her skin white as snow. In the moonlight, she was breathtakingly beautiful, like a goddess. However, Lynn had no heart to admire this scene, only because he finally understood why he was lying on the floor in such a strange position. That woman had, at some point, taken off her shoes and rested her smooth, long legs and fair bare feet on his back. She was treating him like a footrest. Lynn was only wearing a single garment, so at this moment, the tender skin and warm sensation of her soles were transmitted through the thin fabric. However, he was far from enjoying this pleasant touch. A man may be killed, but not insulted. His heart was filled with rage, and he instinctively tried to lift his head. Due to the angle, Lynn's gaze inevitably caught a glimpse under Ivest's skirt. The bedroom was somewhat dark, but the moonlight from the window cast just the right amount of light. It was hazy and blurred. As if he could see it, yet couldn't make out the details. Oh no, it seemed the imperial princess not only went commando in real life but occasionally tried it alone. Lynn gasped in shock, and just like that, the fury in his heart dissipated like smoke. Thank you for the hospitality. He lay down again with a solemn expression, maintaining an angle where he could still catch glimpses from the corner of his eye, his posture as firm as a rock. At the same time, Ivest's disdainful voice came from above. Without my permission, do you dare to seek death so casually? Not only that, being a dog I've raised, you dare to mock your master in that manner, really ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. What do you think I should do to punish you? Lynn remained silent. At this moment, he was using the lie swallowing to deceive himself, trying to evolve his eyes into high frame rate cameras to record the good life. Seeing Lynn prostrate in silence, Ivest couldn't help but frown. She thought perhaps the man had become somewhat withdrawn because he hadn't succeeded in killing himself. Maybe she had pushed him too hard before. After pondering for a moment, Ivest decided to loosen up a bit and to lighten the punishment. So she spoke indifferently. Well then, stay prostrate there and loudly repeat, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong, until I am satisfied. Damn it, this woman is really vain. Does she enjoy hearing others hold her in high esteem so much? Lynn's expression darkened. In fact, everything he had done tonight was not truly out of impulse. The madness and anger he had shown earlier also contained quite a bit of feigned elements. If it weren't for his aim to greatly increase the plot deviation percentage to influence the future doomsday, which Lynn would never have chosen to explode at her at this point in time, it was more likely that he would continue to endure. Thinking this, Lynn suddenly realized something and hurriedly opened his system. At this moment, Ivest's plot deviation percentage had already been raised to 1.53%, and another 100 system points had been credited. Not only that, but his savings had also reached 183 points. He could draw a new ability again. Looking at it this way, the risk he took tonight was not in vain, and his goal was perfectly achieved. It was just uncertain how much impact it would have on the doomsday, which everything that could be done had been done, and now was the time to leave it to fate. With this thought, Lynn suddenly composed himself and said aloud, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. A man, when it's time to be tough, and when it's time to be soft. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Only Lynn's repeated words echoed again and again in the room. Ivest stared at the bright moon, her thoughts unknown. After a short while, she suddenly spoke out of nowhere, don't casually think of dying. Once you're dead, there's nothing left. Lynn was stunned for a few seconds, then lowered his head. Yes, Your Highness. Just as he finished speaking, he felt her delicate foot press down hard on his back. Did I tell you to stop? I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. He didn't know how long had passed when Lin, panting, stopped his repentance, wanting to sneak a few seconds of rest, but seeing that Ivas still hadn't spoken, he felt a bit puzzled. So, Lin lifted his head and looked at the woman on the seat. He saw Ivas, leaning quietly against the seat, had fallen sound asleep at some unknown time, seemingly always busy dealing with official duties, thus often staying up all night. Although her figure was tall and enchanting, her pale face showed a hint of emaciation and a faint trace of exhaustion remained under her eyes. Such a fine woman, a pity that she's alive, Lin lamented in his heart. He quietly got up from the ground, tenderly lifted her ankles, and placed them on the carpet. Then, he found a thin silk quilt from the bed beside him and stealthily draped it over her chest. Good night, Villainous Imperial Princess. Next, I will go to keep my appointment with Miss. Which Lin left Ivast's room. However, what he didn't know was that not long after he left, the woman lying on the chair suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the silk blanket that had appeared on her. Ivas gently pinched the fabric with her hand. At least he has some conscience. Chapter 56. You go kill the Lord of Billion Stars. After leaving Ivast, Lin went straight back to his room. Though it felt like a long time, in reality, he had spent just over half an hour with Ivast. The night was still long, allowing time for other activities. With this in mind, Lin lifted the velvet carpet beside his bed, revealing the wooden floor beneath. Even though a day had passed, the ritual array drawn the previous night was still faintly visible. Not only that, but the leftover extraordinary materials could barely support another prayer ceremony. The only problem was that the holy relic seemed a bit outdated, its rose fragrance had faded significantly, and he wasn't sure if it would still work. After arranging everything with practiced ease, the same ceremony as yesterday began once more. Following the previous procedure, Lin started to pray this time. He had just finished his prayer when a cold, fierce wind spontaneously materialized in the bedroom. The extraordinary power, filled with mixed spirits and spatial turbulence, whipped around, causing Lin's clothes to flutter noisily. With the rank of the future Doomsday Witch, even though she was sealed within the pantheon by the gods, the remnants of her power could still accomplish some astonishing feats. Moreover, Lin was probably the only one who had prayed to her across the timeline in the last 100,000 years. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron. So she paid extra attention. Having this thought, a familiar force pulled at him and drew him forward. Upon returning to the pantheon, Lin quickly walked towards the black gown which trapped by chains of order descending from above. This was unlike yesterday. This time, the woman with white hair and red eyes wasn't reading. Instead, she sat with her legs crossed, reclining on the stairs, gazing blankly at the roof of the pantheon, her long, white hair flowing on the ground like a stream. Silently looking at an incomplete planet weapon. Through the illusory sky screen, it was unclear what she was thinking. Hearing Lin's approaching footsteps, she blinked and came back to reality. Then, with an expressionless face, she sat up and looked at him. You really are tedious, the End Witch stated coldly. Sorry, Miss Witch. Lin shook his head and changed his address. To make sure you remember me, I had to resort to this. And it clearly worked this time. The name Lin Bartleyan was no longer unfamiliar to the End Witch. Lin casually opened the system. Character name: The End Witch. Ivast. Plot level: S. Plot deviation, 0.10%, indeed different from last time. This time, her plot deviation rate had genuinely changed, though slight. It was enough for Lin to affirm that his conjecture wasn't wrong, and the ripples of fate had indeed reached 100,000 years later. But, fewer than expected. After all, Ivast had increased the plot deviation by a whole 1%, yet when refracted to 100,000 years later, it shrank tenfold. It seemed that the world's will's remedial force was stronger than he imagined. Not only that, if this ratio was used as a reference, even if he maxed out Ivast's plot deviation, he could only enhance the Doomsday Witch by up to 10%. Lin frowned. Plot deviation wasn't a constant value. Under the effect of correctional forces, it could diminish at any time, maximizing Ivast's plot deviation didn't mean it would remain constant over the next 100,000 years. Perhaps, besides changing her own destiny, in such a vast span of time, Lin would need to change far more. He would have to get involved in those major events related to the gods and reverse everything. Perhaps only in this way could the Doomsday Witch reach a perfect conclusion. But what did that have to do with him? He was planning to escape soon anyway. The current Lin wasn't thinking that far ahead. The reason he worshipped the Doomsday Witch was merely that she could provide him with initial strength. The early stages were relatively easier to advance through, allowing him to genuinely complete the ascendancy trials she had set. Once he reached the later stages, the foundation he had built could come into play, and by then, changing his allegiance would give him a lot of maneuverability. At that moment, Lin suddenly heard a system notification: the plot deviation of S-level character, The End Witch, Ivast, has increased to 0.1%. Due to the special significance of this character at the current time point, reward points will be calculated at 10 times. Hearing this, Lin gasped. A tenfold calculation. Normally, For each 0.01% increment in plot deviation of an S-level character, he would gain 1 system point. By this calculation, hadn't he just earned a whole 100 points? Well, now he had another temporary reason to help her. To farm points, a massive amount of points. With this thought, Lin wiped the corner of his mouth to suppress his greed. Miss Witch, may I become your follower this time? The End Witch, expressionless, replied, no, and the reason. Lin wasn't surprised. I'm about to die. She looked up at the sky. What are you expecting from someone who is about to die? After a moment of silence, Lin slowly spoke, no, in my view, you're not about to die, you just don't wish to live. The End Witch coolly answered, what's the difference? Lin shook his head. Since you remember my name, then you must also remember what you told me yourself that night. The End Witch remained silent. For Lin, that was merely an event that had occurred a few minutes ago. You personally told me not to think about seeking death so capriciously. Lin spread his hands. Once a person dies, there's nothing left. At these words, the woman with white hair and red eyes revealed a cold smile. Don't you know that you should only believe half of what a woman says? Lin sighed. Sorry, I would like to correct you on that saying. Firstly, you are not a woman. The End Witch looked coldly at him, but a goddess, the most flawless goddess in the world. Lin gasped as he said the latter half. To become your follower is the honor of my lifetime. Upon hearing this, she was stunned for a second, then seemed somewhat unable to bear his sparkling eyes and slightly furrowed her brows. Secondly, I think you don't really want to die. Upon hearing his words, the End Witch shook her head. If you want to quibble, then. She hadn't finished speaking when Lin interrupted her. Why then did you respond to my prayers? He asked seriously. Was it merely a whim, wanting to find someone to chat with, and that's why you spared no effort to cross an entire 100,000 years, bringing me here? His words plunged her into silence. Seeing this, Lin raised his voice slightly. Miss Witch, I knew you 100,000 years ago, so for me, this is not a fortuitous meeting but a fated reunion. When I was rejected by the gods and had nowhere else to go, you chose me. Since that is the case, now is the time for me to repay you. The past cannot be replayed, the future can be changed. For the past me, your present is my future. And as it turns out, as long as the inertia is enough, fate is never unchangeable. Lin looked at her earnestly. So, I hope you will give me the chance to alter your future. Given that the situation is already this dire. Since that's the case, why not give it a try? Lin stared at the white-haired woman chained up. She seemed to quiet down too, slightly lowering her head as if thinking about something. The Pantheon sank into a prolonged silence. Time ticked away by the second. When the End Witch finally raised her head again, several minutes had passed. Instead of the previous coldness and lack of emotion, this time, her eyes held a trace of hard-to-detect emotions. She seemed somewhat confused. Confused as to why this man was so determined to worship her even. Though she was just a failure toyed with by fate, a puppet doomed to a tragic end. Do you really want to become my follower? She asked softly, of course. Even though, over these 100,000 years, not a single one of my followers has met a good end? That's right. His certain words left her somewhat speechless. The young man's persistence seemed far beyond her expectations. Lin was a bit nervous. His success or failure hinged on this moment. Fine. Unexpectedly, this time, the End Witch did not refuse. I agree with you. With that, she lightly lifted her wrist, and a bright red light suddenly appeared on her palm. Before he could react, the light darted out like a shooting star, instantly streaking across the sky and hitting his chest. Seeing this, Lin wasn't surprised, nor did he resist, but instead chose to silently endure. Accompanied by a strong impact and heat, he closed his eyes. At the same time, a crimson glow suddenly bloomed in the originally dark and barren inner world of his. The light was so dazzling, like creating heavens and earth, it dispelled the darkness and chaos, guiding his previously obscure soul, and clearing the confusion and uncertainty in his heart. Suddenly, Lin heard a familiar system notification sound next to his ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the faith. The End. From now on, you can spend system points to ignite new divine-given factors by yourself. Success. Feeling the powerful strength within him, Lin couldn't help but shout in his mind. At this moment, he had successfully ascended to become a first-rank transcendent. Name, Lin. Race, human. Age, 17. Faith, the End. Rank, first rank. Extraordinary abilities, lie swallowing, first rank / thorny crown, second rank. Divine-given factor, 1. Remaining system points, 283. His panel had received a qualitative upgrade. Moreover, upon sensing the form of the divine-given factor within him, Lin's Heartbeat sped up slightly. If the factor that Milani had passed on to him before was just a speck of dust, then the one before him now could rightly be called a small sun. They differed as much in terms of intensity and rank, and the enhancement and sustainability it brought to Lin were incomparable. It was even stronger than the divine-given factor from the Lord of Billion Stars he remembered from his memory. With that, the great stone that had been pressing on his heart slowly fell to the ground. From this moment, whether he was considering escaping from under Ivest's hands or returning to perform a revenge saga in the imperial capital as the son of a marquis, Lin now had a very solid foundation. Who said he had a system? Considering this, the good-tempered Lin suddenly bowed. Miss Witch, please grant me the Ascension trial to upgrade to second rank. Although he had just advanced to a first-rank transcendent and still had a long way to go, he decided to prepare in advance from his memory. The second-rank Ascension trials consisted of 4 components. Some were relatively simple, but some were difficult and very draining. At that time, it took him a full 6 months to successfully upgrade to the second rank. That was a relatively fast pace. Upon completing each trial, he would be granted new divine-given factors or some extraordinary items to enhance his strength. The difficulty of the extraordinary trials beyond the second rank would spiral upward. Thus, the highest he could quickly reach for now was just the second rank. Noting Lin's confidence, the end which seemed somewhat inconclusive, I need you to help me kill an enemy named Kiasti. Looking at the young man who had just become her follower, she spoke indistinctly. Lin nodded. Please tell me more detailed information about this person so that it would be convenient for me to investigate when I return. For some reason, he vaguely felt that this name seemed familiar. His real name is indeed Kiasti. However, he also has several other widely known honorifics. The end which rested her chin in her hand, her expression calm, such as Sky Dominator, Pale Demon King, the Light at the Dawn of Chaos, and the Lord of Billion Stars. Chapter 57. Undermining the faith of the Heavenly Principal Church. When the Doomsday Witch uttered the first few titles, Lin hadn't reacted yet, only feeling that something was amiss, but when she spoke the last sentence, the nature of the matter completely changed. What? I went and killed the Lord of Billion Stars? Lin was stunned. It was like being pulled onto the track on your first day learning athletics, only to have Bolt come facing you. To your surprise, he says he's just the starter and your real opponent is Barry Allen from Central City. He wished he could slap himself. How cheap is that? Miss Witch didn't even mention setting up an Ascension trial for you. Just an extra question, Lin thought with a rigid expression. To step back 10,000 steps. Even if he now forcibly cheated and possessed the power to instantly kill a deity, but a person and a god residing in different dimensions, he might traverse the entire continent and still not find him. Thinking of killing where there's no place to kill. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. So, this is nothing but a pipe dream. Watching Lin, now sweating profusely, the previously calm-faced Miss Witch suddenly lifted the corners of her mouth into a slight smile. I originally thought you were just a mortal who didn't know the vastness of heaven and earth, she said, her red lips parting lightly, but now it seems, you're not completely fearless. Feeling Miss Witch's sense of mischief, Lin took a deep breath. He decided to retract his first impression of the Doomsday Witch. It seemed that even after 100,000 years, with such a deep life experience, she still hadn't managed to change some of her bad characteristics. Speaking of which, why the Lord of Billion Stars again? This guy seemed to have quite a fate with him. After all, his predecessor was previously a follower of his, having belonged to the Heavenly Principal Church. However, due to the incident known as the Noble Shame, his predecessor and the family had fallen from grace and became God-forsaken. Although now it appears, all this was schemed by the Moskla family and the Heavenly Principal Church as the leading nobles. That high and mighty deity might not even be aware of such trivial matters. Lin didn't know much about family affairs, but thinking about it, according to the original text, the Archbishop of the Heavenly Principal Church was actually a supporter behind the second prince, while his predecessor's father was a staunch royalist, unwilling to intervene in the king's election. Perhaps the contradiction was triggered from here. For a moment, Lin's thoughts were all over the place. Looking at his face changing unpredictably, the Doomsday Witch frowned slightly, thinking that this guy was really starting to consider the feasibility of killing a god. She didn't regard Lin as any normal person. What normal person would pray to her stockings, repeatedly professing to become her loyal disciple? Forget the previous request, Miss Witch said lightly. What's coming next is the trial I truly need you to complete. Do you know where the power of the deities truly comes from? Her voice was cold and pleasing. Seemingly feeling a bit uncomfortable, the Doomsday Witch waved her hand casually. In an instant, a velvet chair, somewhat familiar to Lin, materialized beside her. She sat cross-legged on it, her pale, delicate toes lightly touching the ground. Lin snapped back to reality, responding, the power of faith. Hearing this, the Doomsday Witch nodded slightly. Correct. The so-called power of faith, she explained, is formed by the spiritual will of countless devout believers. It serves both as an anchor and as a source of conversion for divine power. That is why the gods select agents in the human realm, establish churches, and spread the gospel to garner belief in them. However, this power does not originate from the gods themselves. Though immensely potent, it is not without drawbacks. Upon hearing this, Lin had a realization and his eyes swiveled. Do you mean that if all the followers of the heavenly principal church were eliminated, then the gods would lose their source of power and could fall from grace at any moment? The doomsday witch seemed to be choked by Lin's brilliant scheme and couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, she closed her eyes. In a sense, yes. For instance, during war-torn years, when weaker nations were ravaged by invaders, the tyrants could easily commit acts of mass murder. It wasn't necessarily because they were that brutal, but rather, it involved contests among deities. After a large number of believers perish in a short time, the divine power of a god would substantially wane, leaving them vulnerable to enemies. But the heavenly principal church was different. Apart from the Saint Laurent Empire, the church also had a considerable number of followers in other countries, millions in total. How could one possibly kill them all? It was simply not feasible. Seeing the doomsday witch suddenly fall silent, Lin offered an awkward smile. My apologies, please continue. The cold woman with white hair and red pupils glanced at him and slowly stated, there are 2 things I need you to do. The first thing, I need you to hunt down at least 100 transcendents from the heavenly principal church, none below 2nd rank. Lin's face darkened. Just the first task was tough enough that he was only 1st rank at the moment. Even with the divine-given factor of doomsday faith and system assistance, he could only hope to fight across ranks a little against 100 people. Just one attacking him directly could be overwhelming, and to pick them off one by one, who knows how long it would drag on. Moreover, Ivest would never allow it, so the hunting must happen in secrecy. This would only slow the progress further. Seeing that Lin remained silent, the doomsday witch didn't mind and continued, the second thing, I need you to weaken the populace's belief in the Lord of Billion Stars to some extent. Weaken belief? The doomsday witch nodded lightly. Weakening their faith is tantamount to weakening the divine origin power. Lin was confused, but belief is intangible, how can I weaken it? That is for you to figure out. The doomsday witch's voice grew slightly colder. Seeing this, he sighed, can you tell me why I need to do these 2 things? An experiment. Experiment? Borrowing the words you used before, the doomsday witch gently lifted her white wrist, observing her slender fingers. As long as the inertia from the past is strong enough, fate is not unchangeable. I want you to try weakening his origin power 10,000 years ago to see if it could affect his future. Not much is needed, just a trace. Looking at the expression of the doomsday witch at that moment, Lin asked, why? She didn't answer his question. Instead, under Lin's stunned gaze, she gently rolled up her lotus-leaf-edged sleeve, revealing a section of her snowy, slender arm. Lin looked up and saw a scar there. A scar, of a very strange appearance. Chapter 58 Eternal Chosen. The witch's arm was very white and beautiful. Despite being such a powerful woman, her wrists were so slender, creating a somewhat heart-stirring contrast. It seemed she noticed Lin's strange gaze, for the doomsday witch's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. What are you thinking? Cough cough, nothing. Lin averted his gaze, focusing on the scar. It was an odd-looking wound, terribly uneven, as if it were a crack produced by the shattering of space. The edges of the scar glowed faintly red, revealing the witch's own efforts to heal herself. But each time it healed a little, the scar would fracture again, like a shattered mirror. The cycle repeated endlessly, never fully healing. Moreover, the interior of the wound wasn't the bloody mess that Lin had expected, but was instead a pitch-black base. Amidst the darkness, there were also faint dots of starlight, as if it led to a vast and boundless universe. Sensing Lin's confusion, the doomsday witch said indifferently, this is called a dimensional rift, Kiasti's most adept and troublesome technique. Had the Lord of Billion Stars become so powerful? Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0. To leave an incurable wound on the legendary Doomsday Witch. Lin was stunned. Seeing his expression, the Doomsday Witch frowned slightly. At that time, I single-handedly confronted 8 deities, including the fertility mother goddess and the dragon of tyranny. Had it not attacked from the shadows, I would have been impossible to wound. Moreover, even then, I ripped off one of its arms as a return gift. If its power had been just a bit weaker at that moment, this wound would no longer exist. Lin's silence seemed to kindle the witch's competitive spirit, prompting her to explain, a rare occurrence. Alright then. By that account, The witch was still amazing, and Lin also came to understand her reason for setting up these two trials. Weakening the power of faith goes without saying, as an indirect method. It could reduce the Lord of Billion Stars' origin power. As for hunting down the heavenly principal church's transcendence, it also aimed to weaken the power of faith. However, this was a direct method. After all, even the weakest first-rank transcendent was worth 100 ordinary people in terms of providing the power of faith. This was one of the reasons deities continually bestowed the divine given factor, to enhance the strength of their own transcendence. The Doomsday Witch's actions intended to reduce the impact of the Lord of Billion Stars' stealthy strike by using Lin's maneuvers from 100,000 years ago, thus changing the outcome of her injured arm. Not much was needed, just the slightest bit would suffice, but to go back 100,000 years, for Lin, might not be a matter of just that little bit. After all, the world's correcting power was terrifying. Lin fell silent and began to ponder deeply about the feasibility of this task. Seeing this, the Doomsday Witch sighed lightly. "Come here." Snapping out of his thoughts after a few seconds of hesitation, Lin slowly walked towards her. With her sitting in a chair and Lin not being short, he had to look down at her. The Doomsday Witch raised her hand slightly. She intended to place her hand on Lin's forehead, but seeing him stand so stiffly, she frowned. "Kneel." Lin obediently did so. Feeling the refreshing fragrance close at hand, he inhaled lightly, unfazed. Just then, he felt a delicate and cool soft touch. Subconsciously looking up, he saw Ivast's hand had quietly covered his forehead at some point. "You're touching my Tianpuza." In that instant, with no idea what to say, the somehow fitting sarcastic remark popped into Lin's mind. At the same time, as luck would have it, he suddenly felt a strange power surge into his mind. It was a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Due to unknown factors, host has mastered a new extraordinary ability. The system's notification sounded. "Don't overthink it, this is just a normal blessing," the Doomsday Witch said lightly. "All who worship me receive it." Why does it feel like a case of protesting too much? Lin subconsciously opened the system and indeed discovered a new ability in the extraordinary ability category. Name: Eternal Chosen Rank. 5th rank effect. Passive ability: you will gain the favor of the Doomsday Witch. Activation condition: Faith in Doomsday upgrade requirement. Unable to upgrade, you call divine favor an ordinary blessing? Lin couldn't help but laugh. Generally speaking, the chosen were titles given to powerful transcendents, most favored by gods in the world, and within the same faith, there could only be one. She really said so, and he really listened. But unexpectedly, even after 100,000 years, this woman's habit of saying one thing and meaning another still hadn't changed. Blessings come fast and go fast. A few seconds later, the Doomsday Witch gently withdrew her hand. She looked calmly at Lin, who was kneeling on the ground. "Then, I leave this matter to you. I will do my utmost." Lin sincerely replied. However, it seemed she was not quite satisfied. "Not do my utmost, but must achieve it. If you damage the reputation of the Doomsday Witch, I will kill you. Yes. Also, take this." While speaking, the Doomsday Witch took out an old, yellowed piece of sheepskin and tossed it to Lin. "If it's nothing particularly important next time, don't perform the ritual. Just write on this paper." When Lin woke up again, he found himself lying on the cold floor of his own room. The ritual array he had drawn before was now faint and indistinct, having completely lost its function. Lin slowly got up and used a carpet to cover the traces. Then, he sighed and lay on the soft bed. It had only been a brief 10 minutes or so, yet the changes he underwent were earth-shattering. Not only had he been reinstated as a transcendent, but he had also become a follower of the Doomsday Witch. Last of all, he had been saddled with 2 exceedingly difficult missions. Up to this point, Lin still had no idea what to do. Was he supposed to pretend to be a follower of the Heavenly Principal Church and defecate in the street to lower people's faith in the church? That was far-fetched. Lin shook his head, but to be fair, the trial given to him by the Doomsday Witch wasn't unacceptably hard. If he wanted revenge, he inevitably had to confront the Archbishop of the Heavenly Principal Church. Since it was a confrontation bound to happen sooner or later, he might as well take it as a rehearsal now. Lin thought quietly to himself. The night was not yet deep, and occasionally, the sound of a maid walking with muted steps could be heard from outside the window. It was then that a faint knock sounded at the door. "Master Lin, may I disturb you for a moment?" It was the voice of Nina, the maid. Lin got out of bed and opened the door, finding her standing at the doorway with a heap of things in her arms. "What's up?" Lin asked casually. Nina handed over the items in her arms. "Master Lin, Miss Kasha sent me to give this to you. It's an invitation from the Tiras family, and there are also the garments you need to wear for the banquet tomorrow night." "I got it." Closing the door and returning to the side of the bed, Lin casually threw the box with the garments aside and picked up the invitation to look at it more closely. "Tiras," he suddenly fell silent, as if lost in thought about something. Chapter 59 I want to become a master of the indomitable path. The afternoon of the next day, upon the suggestion of a maid, Lin, who had nothing better to do, made his way to the training ground at Augusta Manor. He planned to stretch his muscles for the first time in a while and contemplate the direction of his future upgrades. Though it was called a training ground, it was really just a vast expanse of sandy soil constructed at a corner of the manor's side. The ground was dotted with numerous straw dummies for training purposes, and shelves nearby were filled with various types of wooden weapons. There were single-handed swords like the Scottish broadswords from his past life, sabers used specifically for horseback riding and slashing, maces and warhammers with extremely realistic counterweights, and even long-handled axes painted in dark gray. At this very moment, a group of brawny men with bare chests were sweating profusely in the training ground, happily frolicking. These men were all trusted aides of the Augusta family, and some were even transcendents. They were training their bodies here because they were not on duty rotation. Lin did not greet them, but instead found a quiet corner to attend to his own matters. First, he opened the system. At this moment, he had only one divine given factor. Generally speaking, a regular first-rank transcendent could accommodate up to 4 divine given factors in their body. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0. It wasn't that having too many would be unbearable for the body. In fact, almost all transcendents didn't feel like they had reached the limit of divine given factors they could accommodate when advancing to the next rank. It was simply because they were too precious. The only way to obtain a divine given factor was by completing a trial from the gods. The problem was, even transcendents of the same faith and same rank might not receive the same trials each time. Some people might have 3 or 4, like Lin's predecessor, others might be less fortunate, or perhaps their faith wasn't pure enough, ending up with only one trial, just igniting one divine given factor before having to advance to the next rank. This led to a wide disparity in the levels of transcendence. Within the same rank, those with a higher number could be more than 10 times stronger than those with less. Despite this, looking back on the history of the Saint Laurent Empire spanning over 1,000 years, even including those rare chosen by the gods forever, there had never been anyone who reached the limit of divine given factors at any rank. But today, Lin might just become such an exception. Looking at his impressive 283 system points, Lin took a deep breath. System, upgrade me. Would you like to spend 80 system points to ignite 8 divine given factors? Yes. The next second, accompanied by 8 intense red lights bursting forth like the sun, Lin's originally barren and desolate inner world was once again enhanced with a dazzling brightness. But he was not satisfied yet and furiously clicked on the plus sign. The current rank's maximum capacity for divine given factors has been reached. Well, okay then, Lin let out a sigh. His predecessor had accommodated 4 divine given factors when at the first rank. He had spent a whole half a year completing trials such as preaching doctrines to 1,000 people, hunting down 20 cultists, and collecting 10 pieces of rare meteorite fragments before barely managing to do so. But at this moment, Lin had far outstripped the previous half year's effort in just 3 seconds. It looked like 9 divine given factors were the limit that a first-rank transcendent could withstand. Lin tried to control the immense extraordinary power within his body, focusing it at his fingertips. With a faint red glow, he lightly pressed his index finger against one of the nearby training posts. Moments later, the rough tree bark surface was clearly imprinted with a deep indentation. Just as expected, Lin was delighted. This was exactly why he insisted on choosing the Faith of the Doomsday, which the abilities like corrosion and strength could easily cause such an effect as well, but in essence, they were worlds apart. The latter, no matter what, was merely a violent change constrained by the laws of physics. The former was more like a concept that forcibly erased a part of the wooden post. The annihilation attribute, one of Ivest's innate powerful talents. Of this attribute, both in terms of destructive power and stamina, was top-notch in the early stages. And in the high-rank stages, it was terrifying to the extreme. According to the descriptions in the original text, even some things governed by rules or concepts could be forcibly eradicated, such as temperature. Ivest had previously demonstrated her ability to lower temperatures many times, which was not any kind of ice-based ability. It was merely her erasing the notion of heat from her surroundings. Although Lin was currently far from being as skilled as she was for other first-rank transcendents, it was still a dimensionally reductional strike. If he could also draw upon another strength-based extraordinary ability, it would be a complete breakthrough. Lin thought silently. But speaking of extraordinary abilities, he suddenly remembered something else. It seemed those 2 skills could also be upgraded. Would you like to spend 10 system points to upgrade Lie Swallowing to 2nd rank? Yes. Upgrade successful. Due to unknown factors, your original ability has undergone a new change. Oh, Lin became curious and opened to check. Name, Deception Game, rank, 2nd rank, effect, while retaining the abilities of lie swallowing. Each time the host lies, it will be considered the start of a game. If the lie holds, the game is won, and the host has a chance to temporarily steal an extraordinary ability from the other party. The larger the rank difference, the lower the success rate and duration of the theft. Activation condition: possess more than 8 divine given factors. Points needed to upgrade: 90. This skill seems kind of awesome. Lin was lost in thought. Not only that, he seemed to have retained the original lie swallowing's ability, that is to say, the two could be nested. By using lie swallowing to make his own lies come true and then getting a successful game judgment. That was probably how it worked, but upon closer consideration, it wasn't that outrageous. After all, the success rate of lie swallowing decreased as the opponent's rank increased. Using lie swallowing on ordinary people, the success rate could be said to be 100%, but against a first-rank transcendent, the probability would drop to below 1/3. The higher the level, the harder it was for the lies to hold up. Moreover, it wasn't guaranteed to steal the opponent's extraordinary ability even if the lie took hold. So in a strict sense, this whole thing still depended on luck. Thinking this, Lin casually upgraded the thorny crown as well. However, this time the ability did not change, only its effects were somewhat enhanced. Name: Thorny Crown. Rank: 3rd rank. Effect: under this ability, you can accumulate the pain you feel and release it with double the amplification. Activation condition: possess more than 6 divine given factors. Points needed to upgrade: 150. Not only did he get double the amplification, but the previously required double pain had also disappeared. Lin was very satisfied with the current effect. He had 143 system points left, enough for one more ability draw, but Lin decided to save them for now. After all, his luck was just too terrible. What if he ended up drawing a support or sneaky ability again? He decided to wait until the recent events concluded, find an opportunity to obtain an ancient curse that could increase his luck, and keep it on him before drawing a new ability. In any case, Ivas didn't need him to contribute any combat power at the moment. He could just lurk in the shadows and level up. After all, he had just declared earlier today that he had successfully accommodated the divine given factor of holy insight faith that the princess had furnished for him. So no one had expectations for his combat power. They only regarded him as a strategist type of player. Little did they know, this was exactly the effect Lin wanted. He aimed to become a master of holding out. After sorting out the system's business for about 10 minutes, Lin then turned his attention to the training dummy in front of him. Thorny Crown. Activate. He had expected to see a strange scene similar to the Prisoner of Destiny when he first activated lie swallowing. Unexpectedly, nothing happened at all. Although Lin was somewhat puzzled, he didn't inquire too deeply. Bang! He punched the straw-wrapped part of the dummy. A strong dull pain surged through him. Subsequently, Lin distinctly felt that the pain seemed to transform into a kind of energy that flowed into his body, stored in a peculiar way, ready to be released at any moment. For now, the Thorny Crown was the only attack ability he possessed. Therefore, under the guise of exercising his body, Lin began to store some pain energy secretly, just so he'd have some self-defense capability. With that in mind, he started punching the dummy forcefully, one punch after another. The original body's physical condition wasn't weak. After all, he had once joined the military, and although his muscles were not explosive, they contained strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Bang, bang, bang. Time flew by swiftly. Unknowingly, the sun on the horizon also began to set, casting a magnificent sunset across the sky, and Lin's forehead, as well as his body, were drenched in sweat. He had been training here all afternoon. At this moment, his fists were swollen and bleeding, with the slightest touch bringing a heart-piercing sting. However, this was the result he wanted. Feeling the increasingly immense pain energy inside his body, Lin was in a very good mood. He took out a bottle of potion he had prepared in advance from his pocket, uncorked it, and gently applied it to the surface of his fists. A cool sensation accompanied the wounds as they began to heal at a visible speed. That would be enough for today. He had to attend a banquet with that woman, Ivist, later in the evening, hosted by Duke Terrace, so he needed to take a bath and clean up properly. If he went looking as disheveled as he was now, she'd probably skin him alive. Thinking this, Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to head back to the manor, but as he turned around, he found himself surrounded by a group of people. The manor's trusted aides who had been training in the sand just moments ago had somehow gathered behind him. At a glance, although most were ordinary people, there were also a few first and second rank transcendents among them. Is there something you need? Lin glanced at them and asked, "Are you the outsider who made young Master Rhine hit the wall twice?" The bald-headed leader, clenching his fists eagerly, said, "You've been practicing all afternoon. Do you need us to be your sparring partners?" Sensing their ill intentions, Lin smiled, "Sure. Chapter 60. It's like someone brings you a pillow just as you're dozing off. Glaya, Master Glaya, something terrible has happened. As Glaya was searching for Lin within the manor, he suddenly heard the frantic voice of a maid coming from behind him. Looking at the maid's rushed appearance, Glaya felt puzzled. What's the matter? Upon hearing this, the maid stopped in her tracks, gasping for breath. Master Lin and over 30 of the practice field's trusted aides, they've started fighting. Do the trusted aides have any problems? Glaya was stunned and subconsciously asked. After all, given that guy's character, he would never make a move unless he was sure he could completely outwit them. Thus, the first thing he worried about was his own family's guards. The maid shook her head repeatedly. Seeing this, Glaya's heart sank. Master Lin, he beat up the trusted aides. Beaten to death. Source, webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron New. Glaya's scalp tingled. Damn it, Lin, what on earth have you done? Looking at the breathless maid, Glaya instinctively prepared to rush to the scene of the incident. He made them cry. 5 minutes later, ow, it hurts, damn it. It really hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. Help! Help! Looking at the muscle-bound brutes rolling on the ground in the practice field, wailing and weeping, Glaya's expression was rigid. What on earth has happened here? He turned his gaze to Lin, who was standing beside them. However, Lin just shrugged. To be honest, I only punched each of them once. Your family's aides need to be replaced. I don't believe you for a second. Looking at Lin's innocent appearance, Glaya was filled with exasperation. By the way, I was actually looking for you for a reason, Lin said, patting his shoulder and signaling not to fuss over such trivial matters. I'm set to attend a dinner with the princess soon. Tell me about Liar Terrace. Although Glaya was puzzled, he still put the matter at hand out of mind and rolled his eyes. That's actually why I was looking for you. For some unknown reason, my father suddenly sent me to represent the Augusta family at the dinner, suggesting we go together. As for Duke Terrace, he's a legend in the military. There are so many things to tell about him that it would take days and nights to finish. What specifically would you like to know? Glaya rambled on. Lin pondered for a moment. Do you know what he has come to Orange City for this time? Of course, it's for money, Glaya said, shaking his head. Recently, the Demon Clan battlefield has been somewhat unstable, and the South is likely to go to war again. And what is most needed for war is supplies. So right now, Duke Terrace needs to raise a large sum of money to prepare for a winter offensive that might come in a few months. Lin was surprised. How does he plan to raise funds? Just through this charity dinner? Since the original text did not mention this part of the plot, his understanding was still somewhat limited. Although the dinner had invited many nobles and celebrities from Orange City and nearby cities, and some had even traveled thousands of miles from the imperial capital to get a chance to meet with Duke Terrace, but in the end, the amount that could be raised was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Glaya answered without hesitation, of course not. The dinner is just feeling out the stony ground. The real purpose is to get a clear understanding of the attitude of the nobility in the church towards his next move. What move? Taxation. Glaya identified the core of the issue. Since Orange City and the surrounding cities are too far from the imperial capital and there are constant wars, the empire's control over this area is very low. One can see the signs from one thing, and that is taxes. As far as I know, the empire hasn't received full taxes from these cities for several years. Most of it has been embezzled by the local church and officials, and they gloss over it with all sorts of excuses. For example, certain large churches have tax reduction policies exclusively for themselves. They clearly scrape off the common people's fat, but they don't contribute a penny. Yet these powers are entrenched and have deep ties with the imperial capital. You can't just recklessly cut them down. Hearing this long piece of dialogue, Lin considered thoughtfully, so that's why Duke Terrace is so troubled and has to come here in person? Exactly. Glaya nodded. The two walked together, falling into brief silence. After a moment, Lin asked out of curiosity, in your opinion, among the many local churches, which one is the most insatiable? It's definitely the Heavenly Principal Church, Glaya replied without hesitation. If you ask me, these people preach doctrine all day long, but they don't do a single good deed. 60 to 70% of the people's money ends up in their bellies. Heavenly Principal Church, isn't that a coincidence? Hearing his answer, Lin's eyes lit up slightly. That he had been worried about not having a breakthrough point for the trial of the Doomsday Witch, and now it suddenly appeared before him. It was like someone serving a pillow to a sleepy person. Noticing the familiar glint suddenly flashing in his eyes, Glaya shuddered a little. Although they hadn't been acquainted for long, he knew from his understanding of Lin that the guy was probably scheming against someone again. If Lin suddenly began after a moment, if a heavenly handsome guy could help Duke Tyrus raise this large sum of money and crush the heavenly principal church's arrogance, what could he get? Glaya looked at him. He could gain the friendship of the Tyrus family and the favor of the princess. After all, the princess has long sought the support of an elector. Northorn City, Bartleyan Mansion. At this moment, a luxurious black carriage was parked on the wide road in front of the mansion's entrance. A richly dressed middle-aged man stood in front of the carriage, watching the well-arranged line of servants at the mansion's entrance. Still no word from that boy? No, Butler Sherlock, the leading manservant, glanced at him cautiously. Lin, that boy hasn't been back since he left the manor last time. Even after searching all over Orn City, there's been no trace of him. Keep looking. They said, alive, we want to see the person; dead, we want to see the corpse. The man known as Butler Sherlock snorted coldly. Also, have you forgotten what I said before? Don't call me Butler. In this city, I am the spokesman of the Bartleyan Mansion. Call me Master. Sorry, Master Sherlock. Let it go, but don't let it happen again, Sherlock said with an annoyed wave of his hand. How is that other matter progressing? Most of the Bartleyan family's assets in Orn City, including real estate, have been mostly accounted for. Over the years, they have also gradually been laundered into your personal assets. Sherlock frowned. Not my personal assets, the Moskla family's private assets. Remember, after tonight this mansion will welcome its new master. Understood. The manservant wiped the sweat from his face. Seeing that the time was about right, Sherlock spoke up again. Duke Tyrus has also sent an invitation to the Bartleyan family. I'll go and see, and by the way, welcome that distinguished person from the Moskla family. Make sure you look after the house well. Yes, master. What if that boy comes back? Upon hearing this, Sherlock said indifferently, beat him severely, then lock him up. The manservant's face showed a hint of hesitation, but after all, he is from the Bartleyan family. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. The Bartleyan family? What Bartleyan family is there now? Sherlock sneered coldly. An old man in a coma, a waste expelled from the imperial capital. Oh right, there's also a minor miss far away in the imperial capital, currently missing, dead or alive. Do you really think they can stir up any trouble? Recalling the boy who arrived like a walking dead, completely broken, he couldn't help shaking his head. The Bartleyan family was in decline, without any hope of turning the tables. If the boy knew what was good for him, he would be best off dying quietly somewhere out of sight. It was just that his own foresight was advanced, having pledged allegiance to the right power early. Otherwise, he might also face reckoning. Chapter 61a. I have a plan. When Lin had changed into his formal attire and arrived at the manor entrance with Glaya, a luxurious and spacious four-wheeled carriage had already been stopped in the middle of the road. From the thorny emblem carved on it, one could tell that this carriage must be that woman's exclusive ride. Two young masters, please get in. Her Highness has been waiting for a long time. The elderly housekeeper Kasha gestured calmly outside the carriage. Seeing this, Glaya suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if struck by a sudden thought. Hey, I suddenly have a stomach ache. Why don't you go ahead with Her Highness, and I'll follow later in another carriage? With that, he turned to leave. Nonsense, he certainly didn't wish to share a room with that terrifying princess, but how could Lin let him have his way? Having to share a carriage with that woman meant the risk of hypnosis causing who knows what mischief. He grabbed Glaya by the neck in one swift motion, ignoring his struggles, and dragged him into the carriage. From the outside, this carriage was already an overly extravagant model, yet, when Lin stepped inside, he found that the space appeared to be 4 to 5 times larger than it looked from the outside. It seems that some kind of spacefolding extraordinary ability had been used. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New 0. At this moment, a tall woman dressed in a rose-colored fringe long dress was sitting idle beside the window, resting her chin in her hands, boredly watching the street scenes. Tonight, she had taken off the black pattern mask and wore a butterfly-style half-face mask instead, exposing her snow-white chin and crystalline red lips, looking both sexy and enchanting. Upon hearing the commotion, Princess Ivas turned her head to look at the two who had entered. Her gaze first landed on Lin. At a glance, one could see the already exceptionally handsome black-haired youth, now dressed in an opulent and exquisite buttoned-up formal attire with white lace lining, giving him a look of pride and elegance. Princess Ivas was very satisfied with her own taste. Not bad at all, looking quite presentable, she commented indifferently, after her gaze lingered on him for 7 or 8 seconds. After all, the formal wear was personally chosen by her. In fact, according to the original procedure, the tailor should have come to provide sample garments for one to choose the preferred style, but Princess Ivest found it tedious, and coupled with her controlled desires, she didn't think to ask for Lin's opinion and casually chose something she liked. "You look very beautiful tonight as well, Your Highness," Lin said with a look of admiration as he performed a courtesy. Under Glaia's horrified gaze. Upon hearing this, Princess Ivest let out a cold smile. "You're quite bold." But in the end, she didn't issue any substantial punishment. Perhaps it was because there was a third wheel nearby. After their brief exchange, Princess Ivest glanced subtly at Glaia, frowned slightly, and then shifted her gaze away again. "The princess just now found me an eyesore, didn't she?" Glaia's legs went weak. He found a corner like a quail and bowed his head low, like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. He didn't even dare to take a deep breath. All he hoped was that Her Royal Highness would not focus her attention on him during the journey. Of course, as it turned out, he was worried over nothing. Lin chose a seat opposite her and sat down. Then the carriage door slowly closed, and the carriage began to move smoothly. Princess Ivest, resting her chin on her hand, turned to Lin. "What are your thoughts about tonight's banquet? If Your Highness wishes to get closer to the Tiras family, simply cater to their desires." Lin pondered for a moment. "They want money, so giving them money should suffice, right?" Princess Ivest huffed lightly. "If it were that simple, why would I bother asking you? To satisfy the 3 major armies under Duke Tiras with money, even my financially potent brother would find it a strain. A rough estimate, just the initial sum would be at least 500,000 gold coins," Princess Ivest said blandly. "Moreover, is an alliance formed on purely monetary interests truly solid? In other words, there's a lack of funds," Lin criticized internally, but his face remained expressionless. After a pause, as if struck by sudden inspiration, Lin exclaimed, "Hey, Your Highness, I have an idea." "Let's hear it." Seeing his eager attitude to advise, Princess Ivest's expression relaxed slightly, and she nodded for him to continue. "The blood volume of a healthy adult male is roughly 8% of his body weight, which amounts to about 80,000 drops. Lin's eyes shone brightly, "and according to my previous tally, there are over 5,000 clergy in Orange City from the Heavenly Principal Church alone. If we were to capture all of them and throw them into the Greed Magic Box's containment chamber, that would probably—" "Okay, stop, don't say any more." Princess Ivest's eyes flashed with a hint of headache as she held her forehead and spoke, like a quail huddled in a corner. Glaia was sweating bullets. This must be the Grim Reaper incarnate. Compared to Lin, it seemed the dread-inducing princess had suddenly become the embodiment of kindness and compassion. "I've also considered this idea before, trading death row inmates for some gold coins," contemplated Princess Ivest before shaking her head. "But the Greed Magic Box isn't as simple as you think. As the amount of blood it absorbs increases, the ancient entity sealed within will gradually awaken. In short, it will become quite troublesome." So she had considered this already? Glaia immediately decided to retract her previous thought. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence, and so, they traveled without a word. 10 minutes later, the carriage slowly pulled up to a spacious street and the carriage door opened. At this moment, the night had fallen, and the streetlights just began to illuminate. What came into view was a noble mansion that wasn't overly luxurious. It was vast in area, but unlike the nouveau riche in Orange City, it exuded restraint and understated elegance. However, at this very moment, the road was blocked with various carriages parked alongside it, making the spacious street impassable. One after another, lavishly dressed nobles entered Tiras Manor, flanked by their servants, shining brightly. "Let's go," stood up Princess Ivest. "Also, I am attending the banquet in disguise this time, so be mindful of your behavior." Dressed in a red gown, she carried herself with regal poise, like a queen attending a grand event. Since very few people knew of her presence in Orange City, even with a mask, it was hard for others to associate her with the infamous Third Imperial Princess. Lin nodded. Under Glaia's gaze, he pulled a beak-nosed crow mask out of his pocket. "What's this for?" Glaia asked in surprise. Quietly hearing her question, Lin responded seriously and loudly, "If I don't wear it, wouldn't Princess be the only one wearing a mask? I think, at the very least, I should help share the burden of those odd stares directed at her. And you too, as a subordinate, you lack such awareness." Saying this, he swiftly put on the crow mask. Glaia was stunned, as if she comprehended the perils of the human heart for the first time. "Holy shit, is this directed at me?" She looked around but found nothing suitable to cover her face. Her complexion darkened, and she resigned herself. At the same time, she seethed with resentment. "Damn it, this guy really knows how to brown-nose. No wonder Princess favors him so much." Indeed, upon hearing Lin's words, Princess Ivest, who walked ahead, paused momentarily, a fleeting smile crossing her lips. "Bishop, about the banquet later, somewhere around the corner, a question came from within a discreet carriage. Yes, I know, the middle-aged man known as the bishop responded indifferently. We, the local forces led by the Heavenly Principal Church, will probably face questioning from Tyrus, but this is within our expectations. Stay updated via Empire. If he knows his place, he'd better accept our olive branch. Then he might be able to leave with a sum of money. Otherwise, he shouldn't think of getting even a penny. His subordinate seemed puzzled by the response, but he is a duke after all, and he commands an army. Not just him, there are other dukes in the Saint Laurent Empire with real power, the middle-aged man said with a cold smile. Moreover, the politics of the border cities are very complex, and having been appointed as governor for less than a year, he wouldn't want to get involved. Otherwise, why do you think he hasn't used the military to impose taxes by force? I see. Wait, Bishop, who is that? The subordinate caught a glimpse of someone outside the window. Hearing this, the Bishop of Warren City's church district, Moselle, looked up. That person is the rumored third imperial princess Ivest? Is she also attending this banquet? Moselle frowned, but I didn't see her name on the guest list. She must have come in disguise. His subordinate guessed. Upon hearing this, Moselle appeared contemplative. After a long silence, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. What do you think, if someone were to accidentally reveal the identity of that evil princess during the banquet, wouldn't it make the scene quite interesting? Chapter 62. The Neglected Princess. I feel so embarrassed. In the resplendent banquet hall, Glaya lowered her head in shame, feeling the strange stares coming frequently from around, but the figure beside her, wearing a sharp beach crow mask, Lin, seemed to think otherwise. He held a drink in his hand, slipping the straw through the eye portion of the crow mask, sipping it with a slurping noise. Anyway, I'm wearing a mask, so the shame will fall on the Augusta family, not on me, he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, his gaze swept around subtly. The banquet had already begun. People moved back and forth inside the hall. At the center stage, musicians played delightful dance tunes. A long dining table beside showcased exquisite floral patterned tablecloths, expensive silver candelabras, and offered steaks, desserts, fruits, and various cold dishes for everyone to pick from. The number of guests present, excluding the servants, had probably exceeded 200. Read New Adventures at Empire. The scene was undeniably grand. The entire terrace mansion was splendid, with crystal chandeliers on the ceiling casting a bright yellow glow, and the floor's porcelain tiles sparkling with intricate golden patterns. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. The time for dancing had not yet arrived. People were scattered in small groups throughout the ground floor hall, holding champagne and conversing. As for the imperial princess, as soon as she entered, she was greeted by several young ladies and noble women of the Tyrus family. The anticipated scene of her being ostracized did not occur. After all, those present were from the Duke's family, and Ivest was the royal family. As long as the mask stayed on, the etiquette was maintained. That's the bishop responsible for the Heavenly Principal Church in Orange City, said Glaya quietly at that moment. His name is Moselle Brandy, a prominent invisible power broker locally, reportedly with deep connections to numerous nobles in the imperial capital. Lin looked thoughtfully at the middle-aged man dressed in a church robe. Just then, the lighting in the mansion dimmed slightly, then focused on the corridor on the third floor. Everyone looked up. A middle-aged man with a heroic appearance, dressed in military uniform, stood at the edge of the staircase. He appeared to be around 40, with slicked-back black hair, a well-built physique, and his military jacket adorned with countless medals of honor by Lyre Tyrus, the organizer of the evening. And the head of the Tyrus family. His gaze swept over the crowd authoritatively. Seeing that everyone was silently and nervously watching him, Duke Tyrus suddenly smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this charity fundraising dinner, his voice boomed. I hope you have fun and enjoy drinks on this long night. And for those gentlemen and ladies who are still single, I have only one request. Lose the single. Enjoy the dinner and the upcoming dance. With that, he raised his glass and downed it in one go. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly warmed up, reaching a climax immediately after. Duke Tyrus descended from the staircase, picked up another glass of wine from a servant's tray, and slowly mingled among the guests. He stopped now and then to exchange pleasantries with a lady, whispered with a noble, or shared a mutual smile. Though a military man, he was still a noble deeply rooted in the upper reaches of the empire, naturally familiar with these protocols. However, after watching for a while, Lin sensed something was amiss. Logically, even if Ivest wasn't the most honored guest tonight, she should at least be among the top few. But this old man had already switched several glasses of wine, enjoyed lively chats with many nobles from Orange City, and at least greeted those he was unfamiliar with, but he completely missed the imperial princess, from start to finish. He did not once approach her to speak. Lynn couldn't help but turn towards Ivest, who was standing by the side of the other women. Although she was still occasionally engaging in conversation with those around her, Lynn, who knew her well, detected a trace of coldness in her red eyes. It was clear that Ivest also understood the hidden meaning behind Duke Tyrrus's actions. Sending an invitation and observing all formalities was a mark of nobility and respect towards the royal family. But as a military man, he did not want to get involved in the king's election so early, or to make a move that showed where he stood. Or perhaps, he simply did not think highly of Ivest. Whichever the reason, it was enough to irritate her. Do you feel like the temperature around us has dropped a bit? Glaya suddenly commented. Time flew swiftly soon. The banquet was halfway through. Watching the donation box being pushed to the center of the hall, everyone fell into silence. Clearly, the highlight of the evening was about to begin. They all understood that the Tyrrus family was not truly unable to come up with the funds for the disabled soldiers. They were using this facade to probe certain matters. Or perhaps, to urge some people to take sides. Watching the silent crowd, Duke Tyrrus, as if oblivious, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, next is the charity donation segment. Thank you for your generous participation tonight. On behalf of over 20,000 disabled soldiers from the military department, I offer you my sincere respects." Saying this, he made a slight bow before everyone. Instantly, the room was engulfed in silence, with everyone glancing around, seemingly to observe the reactions of others. Clearly, nobody wanted to be the first to give it. The powers in Orange City were intricately interlinked. Pulling one thread could affect the whole situation. Two families might share deeply intertwined interests. How could they not see that Duke Tyrrus was asking them to lay down their cards? But once you become the first mover, your happy days in Orange City would come to an end. After his departure, there would surely be suppression and exclusion by the entire city's power. After all, the taxes that had accumulated over the years amounted to a terrifying astronomical figure. If they were really to make up the entire sum, it would be extremely damaging. Rather than being individually hewn and deboned, it was better to form a united front, showing the Duke that the local snakes could be fierce. Moreover, it shouldn't be their turn to be the first mover. Observing the scene before him, Duke Tyrrus slightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly understanding something. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanying the sudden applause, everyone's attention was drawn towards the source of the sound. Seeing the middle-aged man in a church robe, many breathed a sigh of relief. Bishop Moselle made his way through the crowd, clapping his hands while exhibiting a respectful demeanor. "I've long heard that the Duke is sympathetic to the soldiers. Seeing it today, I truly find it admirable and well-deserved of his reputation." Although Orange City is located at the frontier and the Heavenly Principal Church has a difficult time moving around here, out of humanitarian concern for our soldiers who protect our homeland, I will donate 5,000 gold coins to the military department on behalf of our church. Saying this, he placed an envelope into the donation box. "Thank you for your generosity," Duke Tyrrus said flatly. As far as donations were concerned, this was undoubtedly a large amount, but he showed no joy whatsoever. Meanwhile, a round of appreciative applause broke out in the hall. Hearing the noise from behind, Moselle gestured for silence and then looked sincerely at Duke Tyrrus. Additionally, "I have another gift I'd like to present to the Duke and all the distinguished guests present here tonight." Chapter 63 Dividing the Cake. Said this, Moselle Bishop glanced over his shoulder at his subordinates. The others immediately withdrew. A few moments later, within the crowd present, there was a movement to the sides and expressions of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Before them, a dessert cart had been pushed to the front from the center of the pathway by AMA, and it was a large food cart with a specially ordered, giant 4-layer cake adorned with various colors, which looked quite tempting. Considering its size, it could likely be divided among everyone present with plenty to spare. Seeing such a spectacle unfurled, a hint of shadow crossed Duke Tyrrus' eyes, yet he remained silent and turned to Moselle Bishop. In response, Moselle Bishop bowed again. "I heard that the Duke's birthday is coming soon. Considering your busy military duties, I did not dare to disturb you rashly, so I thought to take the opportunity of today's charity dinner to offer you Heavenly Principal Church's sincere blessings." His gaze was earnest, giving Duke Tyrrus ample respect. After all, the other was a figure of high authority. Even though there were those stronger than the Duke backing him, it was naturally better if he could be won over with benefits. Moselle's actions had dual significance. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. Leading in donations was meant to show that without his endorsement, the nobles would not align with him, and the cake was akin to an olive branch thrown to Duke Tyrrus on behalf of those behind him. Either take no money and leave, or join them and share the cake. The choice was suddenly in Duke Tyrrus' hands. Seeing him remain silent, a wave of delight surged in the bishop's heart. thinking he was considering the implicit offer. He promptly added, "This cake was specially made in Orange City's largest workshop, and it's quite large. Even if we served every guest here, there would still be more than enough. Since that is the case, I take the liberty of distributing this cake on behalf of everyone here, if I may." Saying this, he took a plate and a cake knife handed over by a subordinate. "Mr. Tyrrus, you are the most powerful and influential person here," he said with a smile. "The largest, sweetest piece should naturally go to you." Saying this, he prepared to make a cut, but just then, the until now silent Duke Tyrrus finally spoke. At that moment, his face bore none of the smile from the beginning of the dinner. It was calm yet carried an intense majesty, like the forewarning of a storm. "You're distributing the cake," he coldly said, "just a regional bishop of the Heavenly Principal Church, who gave you the authority?" His words concerning the cake cut deeper than just cake sharing. At this point, the topic clearly touched on the true purpose of Tyrrus' visit and the fundamental conflict between them. "Taxes? What are they actually talking about?" Glaya said blankly, staring at the tense atmosphere of the moment. Lin scratched his crow mask. "In general, it's likely about a conflict between imperial power and nobility." Duke Tyrrus represented St. Laurent Virgin Islands in tax collection, yet such a high-ranking person was facing resistance from the local powers. If they didn't have the support of those long-standing nobles from the imperial capital behind them, how could they dare be so bold? "Although I don't quite understand," Glaya glanced at him, "but it seems that the princess has always hoped that you could help. Shouldn't you do something later?" "Do something? Help the Heavenly Principal Church to disperse their forces? Don't be foolish. In this situation, it's best to wait and see." Lin chuckled. "Only a fool would volunteer to be a live target." Glaya looked at him again, hesitating to speak. Upon hearing Duke Tyrrus's sudden aggression, the actions of Moselle Bishop froze. He looked up to see the other man's imposing expression, his tiger-like eyes almost glowing with authority as they bore down on him. Fortunately, the Moselle Bishop had weathered many storms, so he did not show any fear outwardly. "It seems you are displeased, Sir Duke. If that is the case, then you may divide this cake." Saying this, he prepared to hand over the dinner knife he held. This was actually a significant concession. Moselle thought Duke Tyrrus's appetite was too great and that he wanted more, so he prepared to temporarily agree to satisfy his greed. But unexpectedly, Duke Tyrrus shook his head again. "I said you don't have the right to divide the cake, which doesn't mean I do." He once again refused the Moselle Bishop's kindness. For a moment, the Moselle Bishop stood rooted to the spot, his expression slightly darkening, and hearing such unreasonable words, the atmosphere around cooled down. Pairs of solemn eyes turned towards Duke Tyrrus, thinking he was about to cause trouble. Just then, someone from the crowd suddenly asked, "Respected Sir Duke, since you put it that way, then may I ask, who does have this right? Can't it be decided by an internal election among us?" This was a well-meaning joke. The speaker apparently held a prominent position in Orange City, so the people around responded with a few low chuckles. He seemed to be trying to ease the tense atmosphere in this manner, but Duke Tyrrus did not take it as a joke. "Election? That sounds like a not half-bad idea," he said lightly, swirling the red wine in his glass. "But it also brings up two problems. First, it will ignore the wishes of a minority, like guests present here. Perhaps not everyone wishes to share this cake with you, but they are forced to pinch their noses and swallow it." Saying this, Duke Tyrrus scanned the room. Indeed, there were a few guests whose faces showed hesitation. Second, who can guarantee that the person elected will not develop greedier thoughts after tasting the delicious cake, seizing what should belong to others, leading to unfair distribution? Saying this, he glanced subtly at Moselle Bishop. As if hinting at something, Moselle Bishop's face turned from pale to red and back. Just then, another voice spoke up from the crowd. "What if we appoint a specific person to monitor the one who divides the cake?" The speaker was a member of the city council and also local nobility. "That idea is even more foolish." Duke Tyrrus shook his head. "You would certainly collude with each other." Hearing this, that person's face turned deathly pale. Clearly, the corruption within the power structures of Orange City was already well known. Chapter 64. Such a trivial matter. Why bother, my prince? Duke Tyrrus chose to just touch upon that topic. He did not linger on the aspect of that member of parliament, but rather surveyed all those present. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have shifted again. Compared to the previously tense ambience, after initially being hard-pressed, Duke Tyrrus had restrained his own authority, wondering what exactly was on his mind. The topic of who has the right to divide the cake had evolved into how to fairly divide the cake. The original accountability aimed at Moselle and the others suddenly transformed into a discussion about the empire's political system. The clever ones among the audience caught the implications and breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the Duke still had some apprehensions about the heavenly principal church and the great nobles of the imperial capital. At the very least, he wasn't willing to completely burn bridges. Thus, he redirected the topic of conversation. With this in mind, some in the crowd boldly suggested, perhaps, one could improve the treatment of the person dividing the cake, allowing him to cut a large piece for himself first. Once his greed is satisfied, he will surely become much fairer. Duke Tyrus shook his head. Do you think human greed has limits? Once a large slice is divided, they will inevitably covet the second, and in the end, even if they can't finish it, they will want to take the cake home. That is human nature. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. The speaker, upon hearing this, hung their head in shame. Several guests were discouraged in succession, and the people present lost the will to continue the discussion. However, on reflection, it seemed that what Duke Tyrus had said made some sense. At the same time, a question slowly took root in many people's hearts. Exactly how could distribution be carried out most fairly? Clearly, no one was naive enough to think that they were merely discussing cake. Of course, all those present were influential figures and beneficiaries themselves. The distribution they discussed was limited to their own stratum. For a moment, the whole room fell into silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Duke Tyrus suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Regarding the topic I just presented, does anyone have a better answer? Don't feel too pressured, think of it as a small digression over tea and dinner. Additionally, if someone's answer satisfies me, then I will reserve the last half hour I had planned to spend in my study tonight for him, to hear his ideas and thoughts. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Realizing the implication of his words, everyone showed a hint of astonishment. Clearly, Duke Tyrus was extending an olive branch. Unlike the cornering he earlier did, he was looking to support promising talents. If someone truly caught the Duke's eye, even if they couldn't gain a foothold in Orn City, it was akin to securing eligibility to enter the social circles of the imperial capital. Compared to this remote corner, it was indeed a heavenly leap. Immediately, everyone had different thoughts, yet recalling how the few prior responses had not satisfied him, hesitation crept in. After all, the problem of distribution had always been a perennial headache for any country. How could it be solved so easily? Just as the gathered guests were deep in thought, the Moselle bishop, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly spoke up. My Lord Duke, if we were to discuss such a matter in public, I believe that there might be an august presence whose opinion we cannot ignore. Looking at Duke Tyrus, he seemed to have regained his composure. August presence. When this statement spread throughout the banquet hall, everyone fell into bewilderment. Who could be considered more august than by Liar Tyrus? At the scene, sensing the uncertainty of the crowd, he did not keep them in suspense but raised his head and looked towards a corner that nobody was paying attention to. Following his gaze, everyone saw the tall figure standing beside Lady Tyrus. She was dressed in a red gown, wearing a butterfly mask, and looked incredibly aloof. Not only that, at the sight of her, everyone felt a subtle sense of disgust and anxiety. Who was she? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Seeing this, Moselle raised his voice. Respected Ivest, might I ask for your esteemed opinion on the Duke's recent topic? Ivest? Why was she at this banquet? Could it be that the royal family was also getting involved with the border tax issue? Hearing this name, many people present instinctively took a step back. Clearly, they were not unfamiliar with the notorious Third Imperial Princess. Even if they had not seen the curse mark on her face, the mere actions she had committed were enough to be etched into their memories. In an instant, the scene became somewhat chaotic. Their gazes, as if by agreement, converged on the red-gowned woman, eyes filled with fear and rejection. At this stage, things had clearly spun out of control. Redirect the disaster. This was Moselle's idea upon learning that Ivest had attended the banquet incognito. Shift tonight's conflict and focus onto the despised Third Imperial Princess. Loathsome perhaps, but they couldn't fault him for it. Moselle knew all too well the ruthless character of the evil princess. But would she truly dare? Would she dare kill a district bishop of the heavenly principal church in public, after angering Saint Laurent VI, just because he exposed her identity before everyone? If she really did that, it wouldn't just be murdering one person, it would also mean declaring war against the heavenly principal church and the great nobility. At that time, no one could save her. Although she possessed terrifying strength, in this world one couldn't do whatever they wanted merely because of power. Even the gods could not achieve this feat. Unfortunately, Bishop Moselle had miscalculated one thing. He had grossly underestimated the extent to which this madwoman could be merciless in her extreme emotions, and, fundamentally, what kind of terrifying being she truly was. Hearing the sudden words from Moselle, Ivest's gaze swept over coldly. With a surge of overwhelming intent to kill pervading the atmosphere, even as a fourth-rank transcendent of the heavenly principal church, he Instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, feeling the emotions hidden within those blood-red eyes brought a wave of fear that was visceral and assaulted Moselle's heart. He stood there stunned, his legs shaking involuntarily. No, she really seems like she would kill someone, Moselle thought subconsciously. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Your Highness, I would also like to hear your thoughts. To everyone's surprise, including Moselle who didn't see it coming at all, it was Duke Tyrrus who spoke. He held his wineglass, smiling faintly as he looked toward the silent Ivest in the distance. Uncle Tyrrus, you, staring at Duke Tyrrus, who for some reason had put her on the spot. Ivest was puzzled, she didn't understand. From being indifferent to her from the beginning to now making her the target of everyone's scorn, even if he had little faith in her and was unwilling to support her openly. Why go this far? At this moment, feeling the varying gazes of everyone present, a strong sense of irritation and anger welled up inside her. This feeling of being treated as an abnormal entity and gawked at had always been a deep-seated issue for her. She had experienced too many similar scenes from childhood to now. Each time, just like now, she was isolated and unsupported. It was as if the entire world had abandoned her. Ivest clenched her fist, her fingernails digging deeply into her palm. Damn. She was almost unable to restrain the desire in the depth of her heart to destroy everything. Crack. At this moment, the sudden sound of glass shattering completely disrupted the already tense atmosphere. Everyone instinctively looked over among the crowd. A youth wearing a pointed beak crow mask, holding half of a wine bottle in his hand, attracted everyone's attention. Obviously, he had just smashed the bottle against a nearby pillar, causing the noise. Sorry, my hand slipped. The youth apologized with a smile. Are you saying you accidentally picked up the bottle on the table and at just the right moment accidentally smashed it against the pillar? Who would believe that? Though no one knew what this guy intended, it was clear that it was a foolish move. Unfortunately, the crow-masked youth didn't know the thoughts running through everyone's minds at this moment. He walked forward slowly, casually picking up a glass of juice that had been on the table and gently swirling it around. It was just juice. But this guy stirred it as though it were wine. Duke, sir, you seem to be discussing some interesting topics just now. Would you mind if I, an outsider, joined in and happily discussed it together with you? The youth asked curiously. Hearing his words, Duke Tyrrus raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, he didn't feel the same sense of guilt and awe from the youth as he did from the others around him. It was as if the youth's status didn't exist at all. Interesting. You may. Duke Tyrrus glanced at the youth. Although right now I am asking her why bother troubling her highness over such a trivial matter? The crow-masked youth interrupted Duke Tyrrus's words. His statement made his position clear. Duke Tyrrus paused for a second and then narrowed his eyes slightly. Following that, he turned and faced the youth of unknown origin. Well then, tell me, in your view, what would be the fairest way to distribute a cake so that everyone gets a piece? Duke Tyrrus was curious. He wondered what kind of answer the guy, who stood up on this occasion and drew fire away from the third imperial princess, would come up with. If it was just to seek attention, then he... At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on the youth, yet, this intangible pressure did not seem to affect him at all. The crow-masked youth shrugged. It's simple, when it comes to dividing the cake, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it? Duke Tyrrus's voice dropped colder. This answer did not satisfy him. At that moment, he clearly saw this young man as someone seeking attention. A faint anger began to rise in his heart, but before he could express his anger, he heard the youth speak again. That's right, anyone can divide it. Only, let the others pick first, and the last remaining piece should be his. Chapter 65. Anyone who dares to share my cake is my enemy. When Ivest heard the crisp sound of breaking glass, she didn't lift her head immediately. She was completely immersed in her own emotions, enveloped by madness and disdain. To the extent that she couldn't perceive the outside world. Just as she had said, she had witnessed similar scenes countless times, but some things do not become routine with experience. The scars of the past gradually accumulate over time, piling up on one's heart. With just a gentle touch, they would become fresh and bleeding wounds once more. When she was a child, before fully awakening to her powers, her siblings did not feel such fear and rejection towards Ivest, because they found her appearance repulsive. They would tease her in secret, time and again. After all, even St. Laurent Virgin Islands did not care for Ivest back then. Bullying such a little girl brought no guilt to them. Although they were siblings by blood, they never treated her as family from start to finish. Source: webnovel.com. Updated on Omicron. They would accidentally remove Ivest's mask at the public royal family banquets, then scatter far and wide, laughing while watching the guests reveal expressions of fear and disgust, and she, surrounded by whispers and gossip, could only cover her face and see her wide-eyed eye. In the end, St. Laurent Virgin Islands never truly punished those pranksters. The only thing deserving rebuke was scaring the guests. On reflection, perhaps it was the shadows of the past that made her Even now with her powerful abilities, feel an uncontrollable oppression towards such scenes, yet she could never really kill all the nobles present who despised her. It didn't matter anymore. Ivis took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the desire within her to destroy everything. After all, it had always been this way, always. Duke, sir, it seemed you were discussing some very interesting topics just now. Could I, an outsider, join in and discuss with you all pleasantly? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Ivist's ears. She instinctively lifted her head and spotted the figure. For some reason, the moment she saw the crow-masked boy, the heavy stone pressed on Ivist's heart suddenly vanished. When the Duke of Tyrus heard the crow-masked boy's reply, he was about to get angry, but upon realizing the implication behind those words, he froze. The last pick of the cake, at a glance, it seemed quite ordinary, like a response meant to attract attention, but upon deeper consideration, one could sense the truth it contained. As he had said before, human greed knows no bounds. Once the person dividing the cake has the initiative, they will subconsciously seek their own benefit, just like the heavenly principal church, which embezzled a large portion of the city's taxes. But if they were to choose last, then justice would be unprecedented, because if they followed the original thought, the large piece of cake would be taken first, and what's left for them would just be scraps. The idea was interesting, but it was merely an idea and could not be applied to reality. After all, if it came to that point, it was not just the person cutting the cake who mattered, but also those wanting a piece and their status. However, just regarding this small topic of conversation after dinner, the boy's answer was undoubtedly perfect, but he did not reveal his thoughts, looking at the boy indifferently. Is that your answer? An idealist living in a world of their own? Of course, although it's impossible to apply in reality, the boy smiled. This answer only pertains to splitting the cake. Real-life situations are another matter. Duke Tyrus looked at him. Then if it were you, facing a similar real-life issue, what would you do? Hearing these words, everyone glanced at each other. Could they not hear that at this moment, the Duke was testing the boy's mind? Maybe the participant for this evening's library discussion had already been decided. For a moment, all eyes were filled with envy and curiosity. Envy because the lucky one seemed about to gain the Duke's favor. Curiosity because they had never heard of such a youth in Orange City. At the same time, they were also curious about his upcoming response, hearing Duke Tyrus speak. The boy answered without hesitation. In reality, I would first distinguish who are enemies and who are friends. Oh? Duke Tyrus seemed interested. How would you discern? At this, the boy chuckled. Quite simple. Those who want to take a piece of cake from my hand are my enemies. Besides that, all are friends. Just as you said earlier, if there's cake left over, I'll take it to go. Why leave it for them? The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Even Duke Tyrus didn't expect that he, who had just advocated for equal distribution, would now give such a retort. His eyes filled with astonishment as he sized up the other party. Then, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. What an interesting little fellow. The Duke couldn't hold back his amusement. What's your name? My name is Lin, Your Grace. The youth raised his glass in a toast. Very good, Lin. Your reply pleases me. Come to my study after the dinner. We shall have a good chat. Feeling the tension that had been mounting just moments ago completely dissipate, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. These people really don't know what's good for them. If that madwoman was truly provoked, it would be hard for everyone here to hope for a painless end. Although it was still just the early stages of the original story, the current Ivist indeed possessed strength comparable to, or even surpassing that of, the deceased former archbishop from the heavenly principal church lying in his coffin. Later on, she would become increasingly formidable, slaying gods in her way. It was a pity she wasn't as ruthless as the protagonist group and ultimately failed, yet even so, killing these insignificant characters would be a piece of cake for her. So, for the sake of his own life, Lin had to stand up. Weren't you just saying you refused to be an easy target? Glaya suddenly spoke up from beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin instinctively retorted, You know nothing. This is what we call demonstrating holiness in front of an audience. Didn't you see that His Grace has already been won over by my personal charm? Is there not even a little bit of it because you saw Her Highness isolated and helpless, and acted on impulse? You're overthinking it. Lin rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Glaya didn't argue back, just looked at him with a grin. Men tend to say one thing but mean another. Unfortunately, Lin hadn't realized this and scornfully laughed to himself. Pity her? What a joke. With one hand, she could wipe out everyone present. Looking at the woman in the red dress standing quietly in the distance, Lin's gaze met hers midair. He had expected to receive a look of approval from her. Instead, Ivys simply stared at him straight on. Her gaze was very cold, remaining on him from beginning to end. Inscrutable. It was only after a long while that she slowly closed her eyes. Who knows what she was thinking? Lin felt a bit unnerved by her gaze. Could she hold a grudge? against him for ruining her chance to wreak havoc. But when he thought about it, if something that significant had happened, the original story wouldn't have omitted to mention it, right? Lin's thoughts were in turmoil. Just then, he suddenly felt his shoulder being patted from behind. The pressure was heavy. As if filled with resentment, Lin instinctively turned around and discovered a figure behind him that seemed somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembered that this person was supposedly the caretaker arranged by his family in Orange City. Sherlock, wasn't it? Lin furrowed his brow. With unpleasant memories experienced by his predecessor surfacing in his mind, those servants and the residents, they all treated him with disrespect. With this guy's approval, he had not had the chance to settle the score, and now the man had taken the initiative to approach him. "Why are you here? Come back with me right now." The caretaker Sherlock, oblivious to his displeasure, frowned and looked at him with a cold glare, eyes betraying a trace of disgust. Hearing this, Lin's mind went blank for a few seconds. The commanding tone made him momentarily feel insecure, as if he were the servant. How had this guy managed to thrive until now? Lin was puzzled, but before that, his body instinctively responded, smoothly pulling out a revolver from his pocket, raising the gun, aiming, bang. Chapter 66 Kill Kill Kill. The time rewound to 10 minutes earlier. Staring at the nobles in the banquet hall, each with extraordinary poise and splendid clothing, Sherlock held a champagne flute, a smile on his face. From time to time, familiar guests would pass by, greeting him with a smile. After all, having spent nearly 20 years in Orange City, everyone had come to regard him as the spokesperson for the Bartleyan family. Although the family was currently in decline, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and they were still much stronger than many of those present. Moreover, they had heard that this astonishingly capable butler had seemingly established a connection with the Bartleyan family's enemy, the Moskva family. Although they despised such an act of betrayal, in their hands, Sherlock did control many private assets. There were often dealings of mutual benefits. As time went on, many had truly forgotten his status as a butler. After all, not everyone could be as wealthy as he was, even if that wealth had been siphoned from his own household. And feeling the guests' goodwill, Sherlock felt very appreciated. For so many years, he had worked diligently for the Bartleyan family, also that one day he could stand out as he did now. Source: webnovel.com, updated on N0New0. While the Marquis was alive, Sherlock had not been able to fully shed his servant's identity. On the contrary, it was now that the other was comatose that Sherlock had truly become a part of the city's upper class. The feeling of being on equal terms with those nobles was truly exhilarating, but it was still not exhilarating enough, because he was not a true noble. He could only barely compare with them by relying on the Bartleyan family's name. The good news was that he now had an opportunity that might allow him to shed his butler's identity and truly become a lower noble. Master Dalion, rest assured, I will quickly locate that boy's hiding place and capture him for you to deal with personally, Sherlock said humbly to the young man beside him. His name was Dalion Moskva, who had come all the way from the imperial capital and was chosen by the Snow Eagle family to attend tonight's banquet. Of course, he also possessed another, more esteemed identity, the Valkyrie Irina Moskva's younger brother. Just this connection alone was enough to make most of the nobles attending the banquet tonight look up to him. This was why Sherlock was so subservient. However, the other party seemed unappreciative. The young man named Dalion scoffed, for something as low as you, being associated with the Moskva surname is an honor in your life. Do not think that, with the Bartleyan family's paltry offerings, we would hold you in high regard. You have a long way to go. Hearing this, Sherlock's tone became even more subservient. The young master's criticism is valid. When one is under another's roof, one must bow. Seeing him like this, although Dalion was quite annoyed by that guy's disappearance, he decided to leave it at that. Looking at Duke Terrace starting to fundraise in the distance, a hint of sharpness appeared in Dalion's eyes. A prestigious elector he was. The reason that Dalion had been sent by his family to Orange City, and to take over the Bartleyan family's assets, was merely incidental. The main purpose was to establish connections with the currently troubled Elector Duke Terrace. The Moskva family had deep ties with the Heavenly Principal Church, and these two forces, currently thriving in the imperial capital, had unanimously chosen to stand behind the second prince, who was gaining great momentum. In their eyes, the most likely candidate to win the king's election was none other than the dazzling prince, who shone like the sun. Everyone else, including the great imperial princess Helena, simply fell short. Therefore, the Moskva family had decided to pay a great cost to woo Duke Terrace. If they were to form a strong alliance, the second prince's path to the future would be clear and unobstructed, and as of now, no one seemed capable of preventing them from reaching out to Duke Terrace with an olive branch. Although it was unclear why the third imperial princess Ivest was present here, he did not think for a moment that this person, known as the Calamity, had even the slightest chance of gaining Duke Terrace's support, because the offer from the Moskva family was simply too lavish. So lavish that even an acting duke would be tempted. Thinking this, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Under the gaze of Dalion and Sherlock, the young man with the crow mask stepped forward, coming to the assistance of the third imperial princess. Not only that, but he seemed to have also earned the favor of Duke Tyrrus. Who was this person? Simultaneously, the question arose in both their minds. My name is Lin, sir, the other party answered nonchalantly. The next second, his words echoed in their ears. Sherlock felt a chill run through him. That he had never imagined that Lin, who had vanished from the manor for over half a month, would brazenly appear at tonight's banquet. Feeling the murderous gaze from Master Dalion beside him, Sherlock broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to rush up and tightly clutch that boy's neck, demanding to know what exactly he intended to do. Leave it to me, Master Dalion. Sherlock wiped off the sweat. I will bring him back to the manor, where you can deal with him as you please. Useless, Dalion snorted coldly. After the crowd calmed down a bit, Sherlock hastened his steps towards Lin's direction. Meanwhile, his heart filled with loathing and anger. It was all because of this fellow that he had failed to make a good impression in front of Master Dalion. The dream he had long held of being a noble might well be shattered because of this. The possibility made Sherlock completely lose his reason. He had never considered that Lin was actually his master, because the day that kid was banished to Orn City, watching him with the posture of a defeated dog, bereft of any backbone, Sherlock realized then and there that his opportunity had arrived. Such a pushover, he thought he could need him however he wanted. Thinking this, Sherlock impatiently patted the young man's shoulder. Why have you shown up in a place like this? Come back with me right now, he commanded domineeringly. He had assumed that the other party would, as before, silently comply with his directive, but to his surprise, something unexpected happened. Under Sherlock's gaze, the young man in front of him looked at him, first stunned for a few seconds, his eyes seemingly filled with confusion. Then, suddenly the other party smoothly pulled out a revolver. Without a word, without a question, he simply and casually took aim at his throat. With a bang, he fired without hesitation. The shock in Sherlock's eyes couldn't be hidden. He reflexively covered his throat, stumbled backward a few steps, fell to the ground, and convulsed uncontrollably. Blood spread across the marble floor like paint. Feeling the life force gradually dissipating from his body, Sherlock couldn't understand where had that blooming young man from his memories, who seemed lost like a homeless dog, gone, and the wealth and honor he had longed for seemed about to slip away again in the last second. Before his consciousness faded, Sherlock vaguely saw a hint of careless nonchalance in Lin's eyes. As if he had just kicked a stray dog lying by the roadside to death. So that was it. In the eyes of these nobles, I was nothing but a servant from the beginning to the end. You just killed him like that? At the instant the gunshot rang, Glaya shuddered, then asked with great agitation. After all, in his impression, this kid had always been calm and didn't seem like someone who would act rashly out of impulse. What? Should I have let him swagger in front of me for a bit, wait for my emotions to ferment, then rise against the current at the most depressing moment, deliver a speech slapping him in the face, and then kick him to death? Lin shrugged his shoulders. That would be too much trouble. Besides, even if he were going to do that, it would depend on who the person was. If the fiancé he was facing right now were standing in front of him, Lin might indeed pull off such a stunt, shouting, "Do not bully the poor just because they're young," to bolster his momentum, and then cling tightly to Her Highness's coattails. The problem was, this guy was just a butler, an utterly insignificant minion. Lin even felt sorry for having wasted a bullet on him, but the people around didn't seem to think so. The instant the gunshot resounded, many present instinctively lay flat on the ground, and quite a few ladies screamed. Order was only somewhat restored when the guards arrived at the scene. "Duke, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duke Tyrrus looked at Lin with a solemn expression. "As for you, you'd better give me an explanation." "My lord, I think it would be best if I explain to you." Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. A haughty young man emerged from the crowd. "First let me introduce myself. My name is Dalion, from the Moskva family of the imperial capital." While there was arrogance in Dalion's eyes, he bowed meticulously. "Also, this person in front of us is named Lin Bartleyan. You should have heard of the history between our two families. Whether you call it a misunderstanding or say a traitor got what he deserved, it's a case that was adjudicated by Judge Nitro. But now he has just shown up at such a solemn and respectable banquet, all the while thinking of venting his personal grudges, even going as far as killing my butler. This is undoubtedly an arrogant provocation to the Duke. I suggest that this man be immediately arrested for murder and thrown into jail to await judgment." Dalion spoke clearly and methodically to everyone present, as well as to Duke Tyrrus. With just a sentence or two, he twisted the other party's position into a highly unfavorable situation. Hearing these words, Duke Tyrrus immediately furrowed his brow deeply. He turned to look at the young man in front of him, who had won his favor just a few minutes before, yet found his expression extremely calm. Seeing this, Duke Tyrrus fell deep into thought. While he pondered, Dalion suddenly turned and walked up to Lin. Looking at the ridiculous mask on his face, he couldn't help but sneer. "Long time no see, Lin." The once celebrated star of the academy, now fallen to such a state. If those of your peers led by Siley saw this, they'd probably be too shocked for words, right? Hearing the provocative words, Lin remained silent. Seeing this, Dalion's smirk grew even more mocking. "Also, Sister Irina asked me to send you a message. Your divine given factor is very useful. But, if you want to live, never come back to the imperial capital in this lifetime." Having said these two sentences, Dalion straightened up, looking scornfully at the young man before him. But the next second, his pupils shrank sharply. The revolver in Lin's hand, somehow, was now aiming at his heart. Then, bang! Twice in quick succession. Chapter 67. Why did I provoke him? For many nobles, including Dalion, they had everything from the day they were born. A respectable family, a good education, the power to treat commoners like animals, friends of the same rank. It was undoubtedly a wonderful thing. So wonderful that even small flaws could be reluctantly overlooked. Yet even so, even though they were born with things that people yearn for in their dreams, their lives were still not entirely as they wished, because there were rules to follow. These rules were not the laws of the Saint Laurent Empire, but those intangible, unspoken rules among the nobility. For example, always leaving a way out. At least on the surface, this had to be done. Even the Moskva family, after such persecution of the Bartlian family, still chose to spare Lin's life by simply banishing him to the frontier. As for the subsequent assassination attempts on him, they were actually instigated by a small faction within the family. Thus, under the influence of his environment, Dalion had also gradually etched these noble rules deep into his bones. He had indeed followed them all along. Source: webnovel.com, updated on N0new. Until today. At the moment the gunshot sounded, Dalion felt as if someone had fiercely punched him in the chest, and he staggered backward several steps. Then came an intense, unbearable burning pain. He instantly displayed an expression of disbelief. He dared to shoot. He dared to shoot? He dared to shoot a Moskva family heir in public? Until the moment he collapsed to the ground, powerless, Dalion couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality, thinking he was merely experiencing a nightmare. But when he saw Lin's calm eyes through the crow mask, he finally realized something. I'm going to die as one of the most likely heirs to the Moskva family. He hadn't yet had the chance to fully enjoy life, and now he was going to die at a backwater banquet in such a ridiculous way. There was no crowd to accompany him, nor were there petals thrown in the air. All of this, just because he had provoked that madman a few times. Dalion's consciousness gradually faded. At the last moment of his life, the emotion that lingered in his heart was not hatred. It was regret. Damn it. If I had known he was a madman, why would I provoke him? Why did I provoke him? Dalion's vision darkened, and his head slumped to the side. In his last moments, what he saw was the still warm body of Butler Sherlock not far away, the very existence he regarded as no better than pigs and dogs. It turns out, in the eyes of this madman, we are no different. Damn it. The moment the gunshot rang out, Duke Tyrrus's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire hall. What the hell are you trying to do? With this roar, the space around them seemed to become disturbed and fluctuate. Everyone was stunned by the scene that had suddenly unfolded. They never imagined that this young man could be so brazen. It wasn't enough to kill a butler, he even dared to shoot a Moskva family heir right there. Feeling the Duke's fury, Lin looked down at the revolver he was holding, unknown when, had turned into a heavy iron lump, crashing heavily to the ground. This was the ability to control gravity, and the technique was extremely refined, not damaging his palm in the slightest. Such a pity, since Lin had started at frame zero, even Duke Tyrrus hadn't reacted. After all, he had already killed a butler. Who could have expected that this wasn't enough, and he would publicly shoot a Moskva family heir? For a moment, Duke Tyrrus was overwhelmed with indescribable fury. The previous favor and liking he had for Lin disappeared completely, replaced by an urge to tear him apart entirely. It wasn't that Dalion couldn't die. He could even die bitten by stray dogs in a ditch after leaving here. That wouldn't matter, but he absolutely could not die at a banquet he was hosting. And no matter what the stance of Duke Tyrrus was, the mere occurrence of such an event tied him to it. It wasn't that he feared an emerging noble family that had risen in recent years. It just made no absolute sense to make an enemy out of nowhere. After all, the Moskva family and the Heavenly Principal Church had deep ties, and also had an extraordinary relationship with the second prince. This troubled him greatly. Furthermore, his visit this time was for the purpose of collecting taxes. Yet, He hadn't had the chance to hear what the Moskva family had to offer before allowing their envoy to die so easily. Even if Duke Tiras did not wish it, it would still be perceived as a hostile signal by the other party. Instantly, extraordinary power surged throughout his body, the ferocious energy causing the surrounding marble floor tiles to crack and break. Duke Tiras's eyes widened with fury, and he lifted his right hand, ready to suppress the assailant on the spot. At the critical moment, Lin suddenly exclaimed, "Duke, I know you are angry, but regardless, the man is already dead." His words seemed to be pointed. The words seemed to have some effect as Duke Tiras's gaze sharpened and his movements paused for a moment, but ultimately, anger overpowered reason. An invisible gravitational surge descended from the sky, sweeping towards Lin's position. Why won't he listen to advice? Even in such a dire situation, Lin showed no fear, he only sighed softly. It seemed he was waiting for something. The next second, crisp footsteps sounded, and a graceful figure clad in a long red dress appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing in front of him. "This is the last time I will call you Uncle Tiras," Iva said, her expression icy cold and her long black hair fluttering gently as a strong crimson force field enveloped her. "Please think carefully about whether you really want to strike at my subordinate." Her voice was utterly emotionless, suggesting not a hint of sentiment, yet the aura she emitted was overwhelmingly powerful, as if stepping any closer to Duke Tiras would result in his immediate decapitation. "His Highness is formidable." Watching the stunning figure standing before him, Lin mentally gave her a thumbs up. The atmosphere immediately became tense. To any observing eye, in the brief collision of extraordinary power, it appeared that Duke Tiras, who seemed strong and dominant, had fallen into a disadvantage, his complexion pale, yet the tall and slender woman in the red dress remained unmoved, effortlessly suppressing her opponent. A look of surprise appeared in Duke Tiras's eyes as he stared intently at Ivast in front of him. Has she grown so much stronger? Feeling the looming threat of death, Duke Tiras snorted coldly. "Would you strike at me for a mere subordinate?" "You could try," Ivast responded coolly. "I never thought your highness would be so protective of your subordinates," said Duke Tiras coldly, a bit breathless. "But I wonder if this protection extends only to—" "Shut up!" Ivast instinctively cut him off. Though Ivast's words were somewhat offensive, Duke Tiras seemed not to mind that. Rather, it was that boy, who had easily broken through all of Duke Tiras's many years of carefully maintained chi cultivation skills, who truly was a talent. Looking towards the young man standing nearby with a raven mask, the anger in Duke Tiras's heart gradually subsided. Not that he had forgiven Lin, but merely because what he said was true. The deed was done, and the man was dead. Rather than feeling angry about an irreversible mistake, it was better to think about how to compensate for it afterward. After a moment of silence, Duke Tiras suddenly raised his hand and dispersed the surrounding extraordinary power. Then he looked at the floor, now cracked from their collision of powers, as well as the guests who had retreated far away. "I apologize for the unexpected events this evening." Duke Tiras coughed lightly. "The banquet is over. Please be careful on your way home." Once the host of the banquet allowed it, the nobility present, as if granted a reprieve, thanked him and left the hall. Clearly, the events of this evening were likely more exciting than anything they had encountered in their lives. It wouldn't be long before news spread throughout Orn City. Seeing the guests dispersing, Duke Tiras then gave another order to his subordinates. "You there, take care of his body properly." "Yes." The guards carried away Dalian's body. After everything was done, Duke Tiras slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he began to reflect on the night's events. The first half went smoothly, clearly stating his position and setting a strong tone for the local nobles in the church, but later on, due to Moselle's disastrous manipulation, the entire situation took a dramatic turn. And the real instigator was this boy who was outwardly insane but more rational than anyone. Only now was he beginning to vaguely understand Lin's purpose. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was never truly angered by Dalian's poor tactics. It wasn't a spur of the moment but premeditated. That reckless kid. "Oh well, come to the study with me," he chuckled coldly and then looked towards Ibis nearby. "How about it, Your Highness? Calmed down now? If so, please join me for a chat." Chapter 68. The Third Hypnosis. For K. Big, after leaving Tiras Mansion, Moselle wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly walked toward the carriage with the help of his subordinates. What a bunch of lunatics. Even now, he was still immersed in the atmosphere of the earlier encounter, unable to extricate himself for a long time. At first, he barely escaped death at the hands of that madwoman. Then he witnessed members of the Moskva family, who had good relations with the heavenly principal church, being threatened with death and killed on the spot by that lunatic. Lastly, it had escalated to Duke Tiras personally taking action, yet he couldn't subdue the opponent at all. Was the third imperial princess really that powerful as the rumors suggested? Could it be? For a moment, Moselle's face shifted between different expressions. After returning to the carriage, he felt slightly relieved, feeling the wheels slowly turning. Moselle was filled with mixed emotions. Bishop, do we need to? He has already rejected our overture, wanting to take the whole cake for himself. But that's impossible. Moselle clenched his teeth. From now on, our only path is conflict, a fight to the death. Damn Terrace. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Moselle slammed his fist into the carriage. Seeing this, his subordinate fell silent, not daring to say a word. It was a long time before Moselle's emotions stabilized somewhat. Tell everyone at the church to be vigilant, his gaze firmly fixed on the street lights beginning to illuminate outside. They will probably be watching us closely, waiting for a chance to bite a chunk out of us. Don't give them that opportunity. Yes. Led by a maid, Lynn walked toward the direction Duke Terrace had left. Moments later, with the familiar scent of roses, he sensed another figure by his side. Why were you so impulsive just now? She didn't look at Lynn but calmly gazed ahead. I told you before, I would avenge your grievances. Lynn shook his head. It wasn't impulsion, on the contrary, I was completely rational. Such an extremely stupid provocation, and you expect me to be hot-headed? Impossible. Hearing this, Ivis slightly furrowed her brows. And the reason? Of course, it's for you. Lynn glanced at her and noticed she was even taller than him in her high heels. Feeling somewhat dejected, you must understand what it means for the Moskva family to send someone over. If he managed to reach Duke Terrace before us, you would stand no chance. After all, you can guess how generous their offer would be to win him over. So, the only way out was to kill Dalion on the spot and then, before the second prince could send someone else, win Duke Terrace's friendship and respect. By then, a strong alliance between the Duke and Your Highness would mean even the Moskva family wouldn't fuss over a mere heir. As for Lynn, the killer, he believed Ivist would not abandon him, but under pressure, it was entirely possible to stage a fake death scenario of switching a raccoon for the crown prince. Then, Lynn could completely retire behind the scenes. This also offered more convenience to his escape plan, killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Ivist was unaware of his thoughts at the moment. Seeing this, Lynn thought she still had concerns, so he comforted her. Your Highness, don't worry, I had considered all the consequences before doing this. That's not what I meant. Ivist seemed to have more to say but stopped, her expression hidden by the mask. Never mind, we'll talk later. Strange woman. Although Lynn was puzzled, it was not good to keep asking. The two of you, we've arrived. After leading them to the door of Duke Terrace's study, the servant left. Ivist pushed the door and entered. At that moment, Duke Terrace, who had been impeccably dressed earlier, now had his suit jacket off and was puffing on a pipe, enveloped in smoke. Seeing the two enter the study, a complex expression flickered in his eyes, but he remained composed on the surface. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a while, he spoke lightly. Do you think this tactic will draw me onto your side? Of course not. Lynn shook his head. Actually, if the Duke really wants to dissociate from us, it's quite simple since so many eyes witnessed everything tonight. Duke Terrace was puzzled. Then why take such a risky action? I wanted to seize an opportunity for Her Highness. An opportunity? Duke Terrace pondered on the words, then chuckled. But I feel like Her Highness doesn't really want this opportunity. Looking at the cold gaze from Ivist, Duke Terrace shook his head. If tonight's events are considered a test, does Your Highness know what score she would get? Full marks. Ivist responded without hesitation. 0 marks. Duke Terrace suddenly slammed the table. I've never seen any king candidate act as ridiculously as you. In my eyes, you don't really want to be the emperor, nor do you have the capacity for it. Did you really want to kill everyone who looked down on you just now, huh? Let me tell you, if you dare to kill someone at the banquet today, tomorrow you'll dare to push the empire's people into an abyss of irreparable doom. Chapter 69, 68 Third Hypnosis, for K Big Chapter, _2 Such foolish acts, it's not just me, I fear no wise person in this world would choose to support you, to assist you. Duke Terrace, as if infuriated by non-resistance, went on at length. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he glanced at Lynn, who was pretending to be a quail at his side, and revealed a cold smile. Of course, you're an exception. Thanks for the compliment? Lynn didn't know what else to say and could only reply dryly. In his view, Duke Terrace's burst of anger was actually a good thing. It would have been tougher to deal with him if he had maintained a strictly official attitude, only, his relationship with Ivist didn't seem as estranged as he had imagined. Noticing his puzzled gaze, Duke Terrace sighed deeply while smoking. The princess's mother and I were childhood friends. Oh shoot, this gossip is crunchy, fragrant, and sweet all at once. Lynn couldn't quite keep his expression under control and awkwardly changed the subject. By the way, Duke sir, it seemed you were using the Heavenly Principal Church's gravity system powers just now? Correct, Duke Terrace did not hide it. I myself am an unbeliever, but I underwent the first transplant surgery of the divine given factor over a decade ago, and I didn't experience severe rejection. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Noamicron. Saying so, he clenched his fist. Unbelievers. Lin recalled this minor detail from the original story and suddenly understood. Strictly speaking, the princess was also an unbeliever, not worshipping any deity. However, her power source was different, more mysterious and secretive. Even the original story didn't reveal much, only that it was related to an ancient and terrifying entity from the era of chaos. After all, she was not the main character, little was written about her. It seemed he had to uncover these secrets himself. Lin thought silently, looking at the two silent individuals. Duke Terrace suddenly spoke up. Let's get back to the point. I know why you two made such a scene tonight. But to put things into perspective, my friendship with your mother has nothing to do with this, he stated coolly. Honestly, I don't think highly of you, and for the sake of the Terrace family, I won't board a ship destined to sink. Compared to you, the second prince is the one most likely to ascend to the throne. Hearing this, Ivest's expression, which had eased slightly, turned cold again, yet, due to his status, she refrained from reacting. Unless you can present something that can persuade me, Duke Terrace shifted his tone. We're all adults here, we should understand that only interests matter. Tell me, what can you offer compared to the Moskva family and the second prince? His gaze rested upon Lin. Even Ivest raised her eyes, watching him with a peculiar look. Why is everyone looking at me? Lin thought, damn it, but still he honestly answered, we can let you make money while standing. His words silenced Duke Terrace. Make money while standing? He repeated the phrase. Do you mean to imply that I'm now begging on my knees? Duke Terrace found it somewhat absurd. Young man, clarify your statement, or you're in for it. Hearing this, Lin chuckled. Whether you're begging on your knees, you know better yourself. Tax revenue is the backbone of a country's operation and its primary source of finance. The actions of the leeches in Orange City are equivalent to severing the empire's economic lifeline. Perhaps this is an exaggeration, but it certainly feels that way. Duke Terrace subconsciously lit his pipe and continued puffing away. Lin continued, you came here to collect taxes, which should have been smooth sailing, but what about the reality? You were hindered at every turn by local nobles and the church. What should have been a rightful act has now become a hassle you've created for them, and you even had to host a charity event to test the waters. If not for the silent approval of the nobility and the high ranks of several major churches, they couldn't have gone this far. Yet you can't deal with them and can only share a piece of the pie when they are dividing it up. Tell me, isn't this begging on your knees? Duke Terrace's demeanor turned serious, and he instinctively wanted to retort, how could I possibly? If it were within your capability, you would have had the military flatten them by now. Lin interrupted him. It's not that you are weak, but rather the collective power of those behind the scenes is too strong. These words plunged Duke Terrace into complete silence. Even he had to admit that the kid made some sense. Ever since he had arrived in Orange City, he had encountered adversity at every turn. Not only that, but in the several other neighboring border cities, his men also faced extremely strong resistance. Did he really need to kneel down and beg for food? No, impossible. Duke Terrace subconsciously denied the thought. When it came to collecting taxes, he served as the spokesperson for Saint Laurent 6. If he chose to capitulate, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that the imperial power was weaker than the nobility. That's why, after all the events of tonight, Duke Terrace had not lost his wits with anger but instead had brought Lin and Ivest to his study to continue the discussion. If he truly accepted the conditions from the Moskva family and colluded with the heavenly principal church, the frustration inside him would not dissipate, nor could he explain himself to His Majesty for a moment. Duke Terrace's expression fluctuated. I can issue a military decree. Lin seized the moment to throw his next bombshell. 10 days. In 10 days, you will stand not only victorious but also profoundly enriched. If I fail, military law will handle me. Observing his eager demeanor, a hint of doubt flickered in Ivest's eyes. She did not know that this was actually a directive from the future doomsday which compelling Lin to weaken the faith of the heavenly principal church. However, seeing him hustle about fervently for her cause stirred within her a feeling, not altogether displeasing. Ivest thought silently, that's your own claim. After a long silence, Duke Terrace suddenly snorted coldly, of course, I always act on my words. Seeing this expression, Lin finally relaxed. The first step was thus achieved. Now it was time for the second step. As he pondered the plan that had already formed in his mind, Lin fell into a deep contemplation. All right, since we've tentatively agreed, you may leave now. Duke Terrace suddenly waved his hand, somewhat impatiently adding, I have things to discuss with Her Highness. Not cool, man. Dropping him like a hot potato. Lynn was stunned when he came to his senses, noticing a signaling glance from Ivest. He refrained from saying more, only casting a slightly annoyed look at Duke Terrace before leaving the study. Of the room plunged back into silence. After Lynn left, the expression that had just been on Duke Terrace's face completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. With the private matters settled, it was now time for official business regarding the sealed object that His Majesty mentioned earlier. My men seem to have located where the creationist school has hidden it. However, the current state of that object is somewhat strange. Hearing this, Ivest's pupils contracted. After many days, she once again heard news about that sealed object. That was also the real reason she had come to Orange City. Back in the carriage, Lynn listlessly gazed out at the scenery. While he was curious about what exactly Duke Terrace wanted to discuss with Her Highness, they seemed not to want to let him know. A few minutes later, as the carriage door opened, the familiar scent of roses instantly enveloped his nostrils. After a brief conversation, Ivest returned to the carriage, deeply preoccupied. Seeing her mood seemed somewhat down, Lynn did not wish to provoke her, choosing instead to sit quietly by her side. But sometimes, the more you wish to avoid trouble, the more it comes looking for you. Look up. Suddenly, Ivest's cold, melodious voice reached Lynn's ears. He instinctively obeyed. Then, he saw the woman's palm flashing a green light, aiming the imprint of the eye of the soul at him. Oh snap. Chapter 69. What is this woman up to? Although Ivest always liked to catch Lynn off guard with unforeseen beginnings, as they spent more time together recently, Lynn had gradually been able to react. So, the moment he heard her speak, he was always ready to trigger the lie-swallowing state. The long-missed sensation of awkwardness swept through him, and Lynn re-entered the wondrous state of soul out of body. Gazing at the bewildered boy behind the crow mask, Ivest's eyes flickered with complexity, and she remained silent for a long while. After a while, she suddenly stood up, slowly approaching Lynn, bent down, and gently removed the mask from his face. The handsome countenance of the young man came into view. Feeling the extreme closeness of the two, Lynn's heartbeat skipped. What is this woman going to do? At that moment, Ivest's sweet breath, like orchids and musk, lightly sprayed on his face, which was somewhat distracting, but she herself seemed unaware of it. Or perhaps, in her view, since he was currently under hypnosis, she thought he would never notice regardless. But for Lynn, it was a severe test. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0. Having caught a fleeting glimpse of the smooth ravine beneath Ivest's neckline, he nearly failed to maintain the pretense of the lie-swallowing state. Not only that, but Lynn suddenly had an illusion. Why did it feel as if her posture was about to kiss him? Lynn thought dumbly, but he was very clear that this was impossible, and indeed it was. Ivest seemed to just want to take a good look at Lynn's appearance, her crimson eyes constantly focused on his face. Beyond that, there were no further actions. It was as though she was rediscovering Lynn Bartleyan. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally ended what felt like an extremely long interrogation for Lynn, and sat back down across from him. Ivest let out a soft sigh, casually removed her mask, revealing her beautiful face, and looked out the window. What she saw was the still bustling night view of Orange City, but she had no heart to enjoy it. The first question, Ivest said softly amidst the mild jolting of the carriage, when you intervened on my behalf just now, what were you thinking? I was thinking about how to stop you from killing everyone present, Lynn complained inwardly. However, the reply obviously could not be that. He suddenly realized something. The events of the evening had been too fraught with complications, far beyond anyone's expectations, even Ivest herself. Therefore, his perfect handling of the situation likely left a very profound impression on her. This impression was different from before, when he had coerced Ivest with suicide to face her true feelings. It was purely a positive impression. For instance, if this were a Galgame event and Lynn the player had chosen all the correct options, then the heroine Ivest's favorability might have slightly increased. Although he didn't know by how much, it was undoubtedly an unprecedented improvement. This was different from his previous flattery or deceiving her under the guise of hypnosis. It was an act of rescue that Lynn had taken of his own volition. Ivest seemed to have felt his sincerity with that in mind. Lynn had an idea. I was thinking, it would be great if I could kill all those people who were disrespectful to your highness, he answered woodenly, but I can't do that, and I can't bear to see your highness helpless and alone, so I had to choose to help you in my own way. At this very moment, Lynn had utterly forgotten the conversation he had with Glaya. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to boost favorability, to make her lower her guard in the days to come. Is that all? Ivest asked again. I also felt sorry for you at that time. Lynn's response was startling, yet Ivest merely paused for a fraction, not bursting into fury. After a moment of silence, she said indifferently, you've got quite the nerve, but don't take this as a precedent. Yes. For some reason, he now detected a faint sense of world weariness in Ivest that he had no idea what Duke Tyrrus might have said to her just now. The second question, Ivest did not give him time to think. After you fired the shot, were you scared of the pressure Duke Tyrrus's uncle brought upon you? Very scared. Then why did you dare to fire? You once said that without your permission, I can't die. At that time, I was quite certain I had not heard you issue a go die command, so I understood, no matter what I did, I would not die. Because you did not permit it, so I would never die. Even if Duke Tyrrus personally took action, it would be the same. Though his voice was somewhat monotonous, his words were very sincere. So sincere that they gave Ivest a pause, and she fell into an ineffable silence. She had not expected that he would take such an insane action simply because of a command she had given before. The last question. After a long silence, she spoke again. It seems you never care about what others think. That's right. How do you manage that? Ivest asked softly. At this moment, she recalled what Duke Tyrrus had said in his study room. Those swayed by emotions can never become qualified leaders. Though Ivest did not believe there was anything she needed to correct, she still kept those words in her heart, thinking about it carefully. The sky in front of her seemed to be living proof all along the way, except for that inexplicable suicide attempt that night. He seemed to have shown a bone-deep calmness from beginning to end. No circumstance could provoke severe emotional fluctuations in him, let alone influence his judgment. Perhaps that was the reason he had been able to perfectly resolve all matters. Therefore, Ivest was very curious to hear his answer. When a mirror is dirty, we don't think our face is dirty, Lynn began slowly, so why should we feel that it's our problem when facing others' mockery and malice? To put it simply, if 1,000 people doubt me, then those 1,000 people are all idiots. That was Lynn's philosophy of life. A trace of surprise appeared in Ivest's eyes. After a while, she came back to her senses and a faint smile lifted the corners of her mouth. That's really in your style. After saying that, she turned her head again, looking out the window. The shadows of buildings cast through the window and the lights on both sides of the road rapidly shifted back and forth in the carriage as it sped along. Everything around was eerily quiet, even with the lie swallowing. Lynn felt somewhat restless at this moment. You, woman, say something, will you? He silently thought, and this thought soon turned into reality. Gazing at the swiftly passing view outside the window, Ivest seemed to think of something. Thank you. She suddenly said this out of the blue. For an instant, Lynn thought he was hallucinating, but then he realized it was neither false nor illusory. It was truly happening before his eyes. Looking at her own reflection in the carriage window, Ivest's lips parted. She seemed to want to say something else, but in the end, she couldn't utter a word. At last, those complex and awkward thoughts still condensed into the briefest of phrases. Anyway, thank you. Chapter 71, 70 I have special skills for robbing money, thank you. This should have been an utterly mundane phrase, yet, from the mouths of those ungrateful, it was a phrase impossible to hear. Ivest was such an example. She was nasty and temperamental, always carrying herself with a cold arrogance that made everyone want to stay away. In Lynn's original conception, this phrase was something that could never possibly come from Ivest, unless her brain had malfunctioned. Yet tonight, Lynn seemed to have witnessed this once-in-a-lifetime scene. She actually thanked him. This arrogant, haughty, and malicious woman had actually uttered those words to someone. Lynn was stupefied. Not only that, he was somewhat flabbergasted, because it was truly astonishing. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0. So astonishing that he couldn't believe it. Under the influence of the lie swallowing, he maintained a serious demeanor, unsure of what to say. Chaotic, wasn't it? Just as Lynn was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, he heard Ivest speak again. Additionally, there's something I lied to you about. She seemed to be talking to the hypnotized person before her, yet also seemed to be facing herself. Curiosity stirred again in Lynn's heart. You're actually the first dog I've ever raised. She gently held her chin, gazing out the window. The one I mentioned before was raised by Helena. To get back at her, on her birthday, I personally strangled her most beloved puppy. Despite describing such a hair-raising deed, Ivest's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she was recalling some fond memory. Lynn didn't know that this was the biggest secret she had harbored in her heart before the age of 12. Why she chose this moment to reveal it was unbeknownst to him. Very peculiar. Hearing Ivest's words, Lynn's face darkened. Damn it, do you think this kind of talk will make me happy? Your first dog and all that. No, that's not right. Reflecting further, he seemed to have taken many firsts from this woman. First hypnosis, first time actively coming to her rescue, first time giving stockings, first time saying thank you. He truly was a man of deep sins, and he didn't know to what extent the storyline would deviate when he eventually made his escape from her side. Forget it, what's the point of saying this to you at this moment? Ivest shook her head. then raised her hand to release the hypnosis. Forget everything I just told you. The next second, Lin's consciousness returned to his body. How did my mask fall off? Lin looked blankly at the crow mask lying nearby, his acting suddenly intensifying. That was something he had forgotten. Hearing his confusion, Ivest's brow furrowed slightly, but she was not alarmed. Don't be afraid. She seemed to revert to her usual demeanor, her lips curling into a nasty smile. I just hypnotized you for a moment to make you perform a striptease, and you ended up forgetting to put the mask back on afterward. I must say, your dancing wasn't bad. Damn it, this woman was adding her own dramatics again, Lin complained inwardly, but outwardly, he had to maintain a somber composure and sat back in his seat. Seeing this, Ivest felt somewhat bored and casually shifted the topic back. And the agreement with Uncle Tyrus, are you confident? Of course. 10 days? Just 10 days. Then go ahead and do it. Let them see just how excellent my subordinates are, Ivest Laurent Alexini declared, as you command. You actually came back alive? Upon returning to the manor, Glaya greeted him with a look of shock on his face that he had witnessed Lin's awe-inspiring actions throughout the evening, one thrilling twist after another, as if riding a roller coaster. Unexpectedly, the iron-blooded duke, a military man, also spared his life. While dodging Glaya's physical examination, Lin shook his head and said, I merely killed 2 dogs. What price should be paid? Those were the heirs of the Moskla family. Glaya corrected him loudly, there are many heirs in the Moskla family, not just him. Lin shrugged. Besides, they're just heirs. As long as that family's core pillar, that damn Valkyrie, is alive, they can regroup at any time. Less than a month remained before their return to the imperial capital. Lin had already begun planning some matters in advance. However, there were more pressing matters that needed his attention now, helping Duke Tyrus reclaim taxes and, to a certain extent, weaken the faith of the Heavenly Principal Church. The former wasn't actually that restrictive. He merely needed to retrieve enough money to serve as military funds within 10 days. Of course, it had to be cake seized from the local church for Duke Tyrus to get his revenge and earn money while standing. As for the latter, it was even simpler. Ultimately, to weaken a church's faith, one only needed to act in a way that would shake the people's hearts. To put it simply, make them question the faith they had always held. How to question? Just make these ignorant people feel as if they have been deceived like never before. With that thought, Lin spoke, rest well tonight. We are going to be very busy in the coming days. Glaya pondered, you already have a plan? Of course, Lin nodded. Collecting taxes is just done in 2 ways. Which 2? Forceful collection and administrative collection. How about forceful collection? Just raid their houses directly. Fuck, and administrative? First find a suitable reason, then raid their houses. Glaya was stunned. Is it really that violent? Just a joke, Lin patted his shoulder. But that's more or less the framework. Otherwise, do you really think using just those soft methods would make those greedy parasites spit out everything they've swallowed? Alright, remember to arrange for more manpower to make these items overnight. Amidst a whispering breeze, Glaya's brows furrowed even tighter. Will this really work? He was very puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. The next morning, accompanied by noisy clamor, countless citizens and passers-by crowded the city square of Orange City, the largest in the city, located near King's Avenue. This district was already the busiest and most congested in the city, and today, the flow of people had multiplied several times. People whispered among themselves while looking towards the center of the square. What were those things for? Observing a line of glass cases suddenly appearing on the square, they all had the same question. Chapter 72, 71, Endure the hardship, teach the church and nobility a lesson, I'll bear the scorn. So, what exactly are those things you had me prepare for? Gazing at Lin, who was leaning on the railing at the edge of the high platform, Glaya asked out of curiosity. At this moment, the 2 of them were standing at the top of an extremely tall building, with a large brass bell, engraved with historical marks and traces of the years, hanging in the center. It was simple and heavy in design. It was undoubtedly the highest point of a bell tower. This bell tower was known as the Villainous Bell Tower, one of the most iconic structures in Orange City, built with funds from the city council, towering at 169 meters and the tallest building in the city. It had a history of over 300 years. Just a street away from Villainous Bell Tower lay the South District's municipal building and the immensely wide city square in front of it. A statue stood at the center of the square, commemorating the first mayor of Orange City. However, these weren't the focal points. The key was that from Lin's current position, one had an excellent view, with more than half of the neighborhood in sight. At this moment, the city square, which should have been nearly deserted on arrest day, was inexplicably surrounded by crowds of all sorts. Even at this distance, the din of noise and chatter could be faintly heard. Hearing Glaya's question, Lin didn't even turn his head. Those things? Of course, they're for fundraising. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Last night, upon his return to the manor, he had ordered Glaya to have someone make 12 massive glass storage boxes, made of transparent material, so one could clearly see inside from the outside. Not only that, but each glass box also had an opening at the top. At that time, Glaya had no idea what they were for. Thinking about it now, they were simply donation boxes, just made very big and transparent. Fundraising? Glaya was taken aback for a few seconds, then looked at him doubtfully. Then, what's the difference between what you're doing and the charity dinners hosted by the Duke? The difference is, he's begging on his knees, and I'm outright robbing. Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Glaya became even more bewildered, and typically, this guy just enjoyed keeping people in suspense. You mean to say, you want to make money off the poor? Of course not. Then whose money do you want to make? Whoever has money, I'll take theirs. Lin spoke with a certain inscrutability. In any case, let the nobility and the church suffer. I'll take the infamy upon myself. For some reason, looking at Lin's back, now exuding a sense of concern for the country and its people, Glaya suddenly felt an urge to hit him. In the center of City Square, out of nowhere, a row of large, transparent glass boxes had appeared. Each box was as tall as a person, empty inside, with nothing stored. Carefully counting, there were 12 glass boxes in total. The size of each box was identical, neatly arranged together. What exactly this number represented was anyone's guess. Looking at the originally empty city square, now with these peculiar items appearing, many people stopped to look. Some were just passing by and inadvertently noticed what was in front of them. Others had received the news and specifically came to join in the excitement. Orange City was neither too small nor too big. The city's population was around 8 or 900,000, but once there was any sudden big news, it would take no more than 2 days to spread through the mouths of the city's residents. At this moment, looking at those boxes, the people present were unanimously puzzled about their purpose. It was also unknown if this was related to the new tax law the city council was about to enact. What do you think these boxes are for? In the midst of the noisy crowd, people occasionally whispered their inquiries. I don't know, maybe they're for collecting public opinion? Another person shrugged their shoulders, making a not-so-funny joke. Wait, look, someone's coming. Just then, at the front of the crowd, a sharp-eyed person seemed to have spotted something. Soldiers clad in the standard armor of the Augusta family's private guard were seen carrying a pile of items towards the 12 glass donation boxes in the center of the square. This inevitably attracted the attention of many people once again. It seemed that these matters were probably the doing of the Augusta family. Since the family usually had a good reputation and was rather low-key, it did not provoke any backlash from the people present. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the guards began hanging wooden plaques, inscribed with writing, in a certain order on the fronts of those 12 glass boxes. People instinctively looked toward the plaques. After seeing the writing clearly, they were unanimously stunned. Heavenly Principal Church, Silent Church, Fertility Church, Desolate Sect, War God Cathedral, Adower Knowledge Society, the Slant Sect. The writing was neat yet succinct, just as they had seen. Each wooden plaque bore the name of a local church in Orange City. Not only that, each plaque corresponded to an empty glass box. At this point, the crowd had an epiphany. The reason for the 12 glass boxes was precisely to correspond with the 12 well-known local churches in the area. Given Orange City's location on the border, it had more relaxed control over religious beliefs. Additionally, being adjacent to surrounding countries, some foreign faiths were able to take root and grow here. For instance, the state religion of the Dust Sand Country, Tutankhamun, the War God Cathedral. These adherents of strength had not given up on this small piece of the Saint Laurent Empire. Moreover, since this area was close to the Demon Clan battlefield with frequent wars, over time it had actually gathered a large number of devoted followers. There were several other similar churches, however. Compared to the Heavenly Principle, Silent, and Fertility, the three major churches of the Saint Laurent Empire itself, they were still at some disadvantage. Add to that the conflicts of doctrines, so the friction between these churches, both openly and in secret, was not insignificant. At this moment, the actions of the Augusta family had everyone baffled. What exactly were they up to with this display? Not only the crowd present, but also many nobles and church clerics hidden in carriages or secret spots were experiencing an unprecedented confusion. Fortunately, moments later, the confusion was resolved. Looking at the glass donation boxes marked with the names of churches, those guards then brought over some ladders and climbed up high with several banner signs. Then, the first banner was hung. It carried a long string of writing, clear enough for everyone to see. Every year, approximately 30% of soldiers drafted into war return as permanently disabled veterans. According to incomplete statistics, after leaving the military service, these disabled vets tend to become detached from society and live without any security. Looking at the content on the banner, the people's eyes widened in shock. What did this mean? Clearly, everyone was unable to grasp the current situation, but moments later, another banner was hung below the first one, another set of data. 60% of these disabled veterans develop mental health issues, or even choose suicide, within 3 years after retiring from service. Were those disabled veterans they had never paid attention to really facing such a miserable fate after retiring? People exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Then, the third and fourth banners were hung. The governor of the southern province, Duke Tiras, hereby initiates a call for charity, hoping that the local churches and nobles of Orange City will be motivated to donate. We cannot let those soldiers who have bled and cried for our homeland suffer in vain. The square fell into a rare state of collective silence. At this moment, rather than the initial confusion over what they were doing, the crowd was now totally captivated by the content recorded on the banners. Was this a fundraising initiative? Yet, it seemed that the intended recipients of the fundraising were not the average citizens, but the local churches and nobility instead. People's minds began to race. Lastly, the fifth banner was hung directly above the 12 large glass boxes, undeniably conspicuous. Let us see which faith is the kindest and most generous. Chapter 73, 72. Lynn. What on earth did you do? Faith in Orange City was incredibly diverse, with the doctrines of many deities being propagated far and wide. Even though their teachings would often result in a variety of conflicts, and friction between the churches was incessant, there was one point on which they were not all the same. And no matter which deity it was, when compiling their scriptures, they would guide their followers to become kind and generous individuals. This was a positive direction for human nature. Only thus could order continue to function normally, and the power of faith they received would become even purer due to this. Watching the last banner being hung up by the guards of the Augusta family, everyone fell silent, although up to now they still hadn't understood why these people chose to fundraise in such a manner before the public eye. There were many amongst the onlookers who belonged to these churches, and a surge of impulse welled up in their hearts. After a long while, a frail old man slowly approached. He pulled out a small handful of copper coins from his pocket, attempting to drop this money into the glass box belonging to the Heavenly Principal Church. May the Lord bless you, he prayed shakily, looking up at the banner. But just as the old man was about to tiptoe to deposit his savings into the box, a guard approached from the side. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Sorry, sir. The guard's voice was very polite. We do not accept donations from ordinary believers here. The old man was taken aback for a few seconds. Why not? Because Master Lin said he does not take poor people's money, the guard explained briefly after escorting the old man away, as if fearing that the onlookers from afar wouldn't understand. The guard once again explained loudly, if anyone wishes to donate, then they must at least bring a proof of ownership for 3 properties within Orange City, or financial documentation showing an annual income exceeding 5,000 gold coins. This explanation astonished everyone. The fundraising events they had previously experienced always sought ways to coax money from their pockets, but this situation was reversed. Not only did they refuse their donations, but they also required proof of wealth. How strange indeed. A peculiar sentiment arose unanimously in the hearts of the people. However, after looking around at the still watching crowd, the herd mentality ultimately took over. After figuring out what was going on at City Square, they satisfied their curiosity. The brief hubbub then ended. Although today was a day of rest, for the sake of bread and milk for their wives and children, many still had to bustle about for a living. Before long, the crowd that had gathered on City Square had dispersed. Only a few remained, loitering about in 2s and 3s. Before long, half a day had swiftly passed by. During this process, the devout followers of the churches, upon seeing the banners, would occasionally come forward wishing to donate. Most of them, though, were poor people from humble backgrounds. So they were all turned away at the door. Not until evening came did the 12 glass boxes on City Square stand silently in their original place, utterly emptied. It was as if they hadn't caused the slightest ripple in this city, but in reality, what happened today spread like a virus. Just a single night spread was enough to be known by the whole city. Almost every citizen was aware that the Augusta family and Duke Tiras had joined forces, attempting to raise a security fund for disabled soldiers through donations from local nobles and churches. You're saying they've put on another fundraising event, and in front of a large public audience? Inside the Heavenly Principal Church, Bishop Moselle was stunned upon hearing his subordinates report. That's right, and not only that, They even hung up several banners. The subordinate repeated the contents of the banners. Moselle gradually stood up unconsciously, pacing back and forth in the room while pondering. After a long time, he suddenly revealed a cold smirk. To think I was concerned about such a grand show they put on. It turns out I was overthinking it. Tyrus, you and your people wouldn't naively think that with just this petty trick, you could snatch the money right out of our pockets, right? Fools! Inform the surrounding churches that if they still want to share in the money, now is the time to set aside prejudices and conflicts. This is an offensive from Duke Tyrus, and only by perfectly repelling it, or even hurting him, can we grasp more benefits in the future. Tell them, this is my request. No, it is a demand. Any church or noble who dares to donate to this damn event from now on is an enemy of our heavenly principal church. Days passed quickly in the blink of an eye. 4 days had gone by in these 4 days. The fundraising event in the city square hadn't cooled down as time progressed. On the contrary, it had even been explosively brought up again and again in the daily conversations of the citizens throughout the city. Every day, a large number of people would pass by the city square, stopping to watch for a long time. This was merely to check the situation inside those donation boxes, because it was just too strange. Even after 4 days, not a single gold coin had entered those glass donation boxes marked with the church's names. It was as if all the churches had chosen silence by some unspoken agreement. For a small part of the laypeople without faith, this seemed hardly surprising, even feeling like Duke Tyrus was shooting himself in the foot, but in the eyes of most believers, this act seemed to imply something else. Let's see which religion is the kindest and most generous. But ironically, the donation boxes below were empty. This stark contrast was impressive. Every time the believers from the major churches saw the words on the banner, they would fall into an agitated mood. Afterward, they'd hurriedly leave the place as if fleeing, and when they went to their respective churches to pray and confess, inadvertently asking about this matter, those clerics would reveal an expression of profound secrecy. Unknowingly, an undercurrent had begun to stir in Orange City, however. At this moment, the perpetrator of this series of events was leisurely sitting in the garden, enjoying afternoon tea. Lynn sipped his hot black tea while comfortably basking in the sun. He had indeed been relaxed these past few days, thanks to that woman Ivest. She didn't seem to possess any exceptional leadership qualities, but one thing commendable about her was her willingness to delegate. At least, to fulfill her agreement with Duke Tyrus, Ivest had generously opened up all the permissions of the manor to him, but she herself had been conspicuously absent lately. After that night's late conversation in Duke Tyrus's study, Ivest had become busy with some news she had received, and not only was she often not seen around the manor, but the few times she returned to rest, she always looked haggard and covered with dust, her face showing exhaustion. Even once, Lynn saw fresh blood on her face that she hadn't wiped off. God knows which unfortunate souls had suffered. It wasn't only Afia and Morris, their faces were frequently missing as well. It was only the likes of Glaya, the scoundrel, who could still hang around him and alleviate his boredom. Next, I'm going to do a magic trick that confuses men. What kind of trick? A successful performance. Looking at the embittered Glaya, Lynn burst into hearty laughter. Just then, the butler Kasha suddenly approached him from behind and whispered, Master Lynn, Duke Tyrus is here for a visit. Tell him I'm not available right now. Bullshit. Before he could react, the roar of Duke Tyrus came from behind him. The stocky middle-aged man strode directly towards him, his expression dark, seemingly in a bad mood. Oh no, the slacking off had been discovered. Lynn quickly put down the bone china teacup in his hand. Good afternoon, Your Grace. Good afternoon? Good my ass. Duke Tyrus started cursing right away. Come on, tell me, what the hell have you been up to these past 2 days? Chapter 74-73. This is my way to break the situation. Looking at Duke Tyrus, who was extremely angry at the moment, Lynn felt very calm inside. It was obvious that the events at City Square had already spread throughout the city, and he himself could not possibly be unaware. Not only that, but Lynn had specifically noted on the banner at that time that this move was an initiative of Duke Tyrus. This was tantamount to pushing him into a pit of fire and making him a target of public criticism, even. The reputation of the Tyrus family abroad would be affected. Outsiders would only think that the seemingly powerful Duke family was actually just a commander without any followers. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Duke Tyrus's prestige. So upon learning about Lynn's actions, Duke Tyrus couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to Augusta Manor. He was very angry now and wanted to have a good questioning with Lynn. Take it easy, Your Grace, Lynn sighed. I know you're in a hurry, but hold off for now. In my view, the more urgent party right now should actually be the church. Upon hearing this, Duke Tyrus was stunned for a moment and then scoffed. those guys are busy banding together to confront us. What do they have to be anxious about? Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Lyn shook his head. If you look at the matter from the perspective of the public and the believers, you will find that the situation is completely different. What do you mean? Although he had come with anger at first, at this very moment, under Lyn's persuasive words, Duke Tyrrus gradually calmed down. He conveniently sat in a vacant seat nearby, supporting his knees with both hands, sitting upright. Seeing this, Lyn continued, "Let me give you an example. If your grace were a devout believer in the Fertility Church and one day you passed by the city square and saw those donation boxes and the banners above them, wouldn't you want to contribute to your faith?" Of course. Duke Tyrrus wanted to retort, but after actually putting himself in their shoes, he realized that it was indeed the case. Those glass donation boxes were transparent precisely so the passing pedestrians and the surrounding crowd could clearly see the amounts inside them as well as the corresponding churches and faiths. This led to a problem. The poorer, or rather, those who are more disillusioned with life, are more likely to cling to the elusive religious faith like a drowning person grasping at straws, believing that God will save them, and once they have developed a devout faith, these people will display a maniacal side. For example, a common trait among most humans, vanity. Not just the wealthy engage in comparison to safeguard their faith. Sometimes, the poor and ordinary people also become quite frenzied because they truly believe that the deity is watching over humanity. So after these glass donation boxes were set up in City Square, in order not to lose face for their church, they would vigorously support the fundraising. Believers would eagerly compare, seeing which church donated more money. After all, this was a blatant display opportunity under everyone's eyes, and between churches and believers that normally have friction and conflict, the atmosphere would become extraordinarily tense. No believer would want their church to contribute less money than the others. In the end, it would definitely turn into a citywide pathological frenzy. Unfortunately, Lyn had anticipated such a situation. Therefore, from the beginning, he had ordered the guards to prevent ordinary believers and people from coming to donate. Thus, those donation boxes that should have been filled long ago were still completely empty. Just think about it, the banner above the donation boxes and the empty situation inside. It's nothing short of a perfect irony for those believers. Although it's not fatal, it's enough to make them have some doubts about their faith during their spare moments amid their busy lives. For instance, why have I donated so much to the church, yet in the end, they are still not contributing anything? Lyn said indifferently. At that moment, Duke Tyrrus was deeply engrossed in thought. In fact, as soon as Lyn began to speak, he had vaguely guessed the other's intentions. This is really quite an ingenious approach. The last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart dissolved as well. After a moment of silence, Duke Tyrrus once again voiced his doubts. But if they choose to start afresh, what will you do? Currently, those people led by the Heavenly Principal Church were banding together in rebellion. To resist Duke Tyrrus and to keep their followers heartened, they might very well hold another donation ceremony. In essence, it was merely a case of moving money from one hand to another. In the end, it was simply another round of bloodsucking from the populace while the money returned to their own pockets. "It's too late," Lyn said with a smile, "my lord, it's already the fourth day. If I'm not mistaken, starting tomorrow, this contest between royal power, the church, and the nobility will see a shift in roles." For some reason, the young man before him gave off the illusion that he could turn defeat into victory at any moment. "So, what are you waiting for now?" Duke Tyrrus looked at Lyn and asked. Lyn raised his index finger. "I am waiting for the opportunity to break the deadlock. Scapegoat." As soon as he finished speaking, the butler Kasha returned and whispered to Lyn, "Young master, the bishop of the Slan sect wants to meet with you. Look, here he comes." Led by a maid, Bishop Yivo Traore arrived at a garden with a nervous demeanor. At this moment, his heart was filled with tension and fear. As the bishop of the Slan sect in Orange City, he was taking the risk of being antagonized by the Heavenly Principal Church to meet with the mastermind behind the scenes. Such was the plight of a small church. Speaking of the Slan sect, there wasn't much remarkable about it. Bishop Yivo wasn't a native of Orange City. He came from a small country nestled between the Saint Laurent Empire and the Tutankhamun Empire, where the populace predominantly worshipped the earth god and were mostly followers of the Slan sect. This country was rich in magic stone mines and could prosper merely from export trade. Yet, a man is not guilty of the crime of carrying jade, he is guilty of the crime of wearing it. After rapidly amassing wealth, they caught the attention of the Tutankhamun Empire. Since this empire worshipped the war god and glorified strife and violence, what followed was a typical war of aggression. Yivo fled his country amidst that war and decided to travel far and wide to preach his faith to ensure the survival of the Slan sect. eventually arriving in Orange City. Fortunately, this place advocated for religious freedom, providing fertile ground for nurturing sects. In the years that followed, the sect gradually grew and expanded. Although nowhere near the scale of the Heavenly Principle Church, they had gathered nearly 10,000 devout followers. Within Orange City, however, many problems ensued. Firstly, the teachings of the Earth God conflicted with those of the Native Fertility Church, repeatedly drawing warnings from the City Council and the Security Bureau demanding changes to their doctrines. This was absurd. He was merely a bishop. What authority did he have to alter the scriptures on behalf of a god? Second, a few years ago, the War God Cathedral moved into Orange City and began aggressively acquiring followers. This church belonged to the Tutankhamun Empire, a sworn enemy of Yivo's native country, so peaceful coexistence was not an option. Under the duress of these two powers, the living space of the Slan sect was gradually encroached upon. By now, it had virtually become the weakest church in the locale, even showing signs of near extinction. Thus, to survive, he eventually sought out Augusta Manor. Looking at the markedly younger than anticipated youth and the taciturn Duke Terrace beside him, Bishop Yivo felt a vague sense that he had come to the right place. Chapter 75-74 The Rift in Human Hearts. The giant black dragon, with a wingspan of several tens of meters, issued a deep roar as it swiftly swept through the sky, creating strong currents of air. Atop the broad back of this dragon-type demon beast, a seductive woman in a red dress leaned against a cushion, her delicate, fair fingers idly playing with her black, lustrous hair. Lost in thought, Your Highness, the entrance to those ruins in the mountains is up ahead, and the sealed object mentioned by the Duke is likely hidden in the deepest part of the labyrinth. A small black cat suddenly jumped out beside the lady in red, speaking human language. I understand. Hearing Athea's words, Ivest composed herself and responded faintly. At this moment, aside from her, the subordinates from Augusta Manor had also gathered on the other side of the dragon's back. They seemed to be on the brink of undertaking a formidable task. As Ivest looked down at the continuous mountains and dense forests rapidly receding below, she remained silent, except for the days when battles were needed. Her subordinates seldom spoke to her, limiting their daily conversations to questions like, "What would Your Highness like to eat today?" Somehow, the image of Lynn unexpectedly surfaced in Ivest's mind. If he were here, it surely wouldn't be this boring. Ivest mused silently. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New 0. It was her third day away from the manor, and as for the deadline agreed upon between Lynn and Duke Terrace, a full 5 days had already passed. She wondered how things were being handled. With his capabilities, he should have already gathered tens of thousands of gold coins by now. For some reason, a slight smile curled the corners of Ivest's lips. Lamanta hurriedly ran towards his work cart. Followers of the War God Cathedral were known for their sense of duty, believing that a man should be the pillar of the home, and as one of them, Lamanta had indeed lived up to this. Though not wealthy, working as a cargo unloader at the cart service from dawn till dusk earned him only a few silver coins, but he provided the best life he could afford for his wife and children. At this moment, dawn was just breaking. As a devotee of the War God, he took a slight detour just to pass by the city square. He had been doing this quite often lately. He had no particular reason other than to satisfy a slight curiosity in his heart. He wanted to check if the 12 donation boxes were still emptied. He assumed the city square would be as deserted as it had been the previous days at this hour. Unexpectedly, when Lamanta arrived at the city square, he saw from afar that it was packed with diverse groups of people, completely surrounding the area. What had happened? With a trace of curiosity, Lamanta, who should have been in a rush to unload goods, suddenly stopped and headed towards the square. There were many people, and the area was filled with chaotic and strange murmurs. This further piqued Lamanta's curiosity. Fortunately, being strong, he managed to push his way through to the front of the crowd after some effort. Lamanta wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked toward the donation boxes in the center of the square. He was stunned. At this moment, the expected sight of the empty glass boxes had vanished. Instead, a different scene had unfolded. The donation box that just yesterday sat relegated to a corner adorned with the Slan sect insignia had somehow moved to the center of the room. Not only that, it seemed like a victor's podium, supported by a high pedestal. This elevated the Slan sect's donation box ahead above the other 11 glass boxes. It was particularly conspicuous. It was as if, in competition with the other churches, it had gained a striking advantage. However, that was not what surprised Lamanta. What truly shocked him into silence was that the formerly empty Slan sect glass donation box now contained a pile of glittering coins. Each coin bore the portrait of Saint Laurent I, signifying that they were indeed genuine gold coins. What kind of lavish wealth was that? Lamanta, in his life, had never seen such a massive pile of gold coins gathered together, and could not even begin to estimate its value. but the glass donation box was labeled with the amount. 20,000 St. Laurent gold coins. But why was it the Slan sect in Orange City, which had low visibility and even had long been suppressed and oppressed by their war god cathedral? Lamonta was utterly perplexed. At the same time, whether it was an illusion or not, the empty donation box of their war god cathedral was placed, quite coincidentally, next to the Slan sect's, right beside it, due to the high pedestal of their opponent. The war god cathedral's box appeared particularly shabby. Lamonta faintly felt a sense of embarrassment just then. Under the distant official notice board, another burst of cheers suddenly erupted, catching bits of the conversation. Lamonta barely made out the content of the newly posted announcement on the wall. Be it known, starting today, all devout followers of the Earth God who have been with the Slan sect for over 3 years will be granted the title of honored good citizens by the City Council in recognition of the Slan sect's contribution to the Veterans Disability Fund, and will enjoy benefits such as tax relief. Lamonta's mind exploded. Why was it them? The feud between the War God Cathedral and the Slan sect was almost public knowledge throughout Orange City, yet today, these followers of the Slan sect, who had been at the lowest end of the faith's pecking order, had suddenly turned the tables and taken charge. Looking at the small crowd cheering in the distance, Lamonta recognized several people who he had publicly ridiculed, colleagues who were followers of the Slan sect. At this moment, the banner above the donation box seemed particularly glaring. Let us see which faith is the kindest and most generous. Had this been a few days ago, that question would have remained unanswered, but from today, it became a glaringly obvious fact. The Slan sect was the kindest and most generous faith. At a time when all other churches chose silence, it was them who stood out and donated generously to the public, who could not see the deep implications like the nobles could. These superficial pieces of information were all they could grasp. Thus, from this moment on, that conclusion would gradually spread and ferment among countless citizens. It wouldn't be long before it swept the entire city. Looking at his own church's empty donation box, Lamonta suddenly felt a bit ashamed. So he lowered his hat brim and hurriedly left the chaos. It was not just him, similar scenes were occurring all over the city square. Chapter 76-75. It's really a thoroughly captivating kidnapping of faith. Heavenly Principle Church. Inside the church, may my Lord bless you, dispel all your sickness, and bring health to your body and mind. Looking at the devout elderly believer in front of him, the Moselle bishop in black robes said with a smile. After the believer in front of him had left, he looked at the few remaining people inside the church, and his expression gradually became subdued. After a busy morning, he finally finished today's confession duty. Accompanied by a priest, he quickly left the church. As he walked, he casually asked, "How is the situation with the terrace side?" "My Lord Bishop, they have been unusually silent lately, seemingly staying inside their estate all day, not going anywhere." "Have they met with anyone noteworthy?" "As of now, we don't know, but there shouldn't be any oversights." "Don't be too careless." Moselle suddenly stopped. "I just received news that because of the accidental death of the Moscla family heir, the second prince is furious and has decided to come to Orange City in person to question the murderer. Judging by the time, it should be within this week. I do not wish for His Highness to witness a mess filled with oversights upon his arrival." Understood. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. Just then, a clergyman in a hurry suddenly ran up to them. There's been trouble, my Lord Bishop." As he spoke, he leaned close to Moselle and spoke quickly and softly. Throughout this process, Moselle's expression darkened. In the end, he suddenly punched a nearby stone column. "Bastard! How dare they, that group from the Slan sect? How dare they? A bunch of fools! They've really messed up my big plans." The bishop, usually poised and genteel, disappeared. In his place was a look of fierce anger. "Do you think you can safely take root in Orange City with Terrace's protection? Watch out, or you may not see tomorrow's sun." Moselle bishop grumbled vehemently to himself. Of course, these words were more bluster than anything. After all, it was only with the support of those behind him that he could barely compete with Duke Terrace over taxes, and most of the time he still had to play it coy. If the Slan sect truly had the protection of a duke family, how could a mere district bishop like him touch them? The true power had always been not in him, but in the existence behind him. After a long while, Moselle bishop finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, calming the irritation in his heart. "It doesn't matter. If it's just this one church wanting to make a scene, then let them. As long as the rest of the churches stand united, their scheming will be nothing more than a pitiful and laughable clown performance." Moselle thought. Naturally, alas, he overlooked something. Sometimes, alliances formed through external forces, though they seem stable, are actually riddled with hidden fissures. Once someone makes the first move, the whole edifice can topple like dominoes, and then it's beyond reversal. In the evening, after a day's work, Lamonta arrived at the confession room of the War God Cathedral. As a common believer, he could only meet with a priest. After confessing, he felt a slight purification and relief. In his soul. So he decided to bid farewell to the priest, but as he turned to leave, Lamonta suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, lowering his head, "Mr. Priest, regarding what happened on the city square today, does the church have any thoughts?" As a follower of the war god, he looked down from the bottom of his heart on the languid followers of the slant sect, always feeling that it was a heretical belief that should disappear from the world. Of course, such thoughts came from the irreconcilable blood feuds between the countries behind the two churches. Some points of conflict and hatred were also subtly instilled into people's minds through the doctrine. So even within the Saint Laurent Empire, friction was common between the followers of both sides. Clearly, for the majority of the War God Cathedral's believers, being overshadowed by the slant sect was a source of great shame. Hearing the question, the priest paused for a few seconds before replying in a formulaic manner, "The Lord has his own plans." After seeing off Lamonta, the priest was silent for a moment before hastily proceeding to visit the district bishop, Lord Luke. All the believers who came for confession today basically asked about that incident. "I know," the bishop named Luke said with some annoyance. Not only them, even the patriarch there sent a message, questioning why there was such a significant fluctuation in the faith anchor point here in Orange City. "Damn it, the Heavenly Principle Church really has done us in." The priest tentatively asked, "So, shall we make any changes?" Hearing this, Bishop Luke fell into silence. The empire has been at war so frequently in recent years that the supply of the power of faith is often unstable, Luke muttered, and the total amount of the power of faith directly determines the state of the Heavenly Father. So for us, what's most important is not money, but to hold tightly to this pure source of faith in Orange City, and maintain the stability of the people's faith. Speaking of which, the person who set up this game is really formidable, playing the art of division and manipulation to the extreme, utterly shameless. Even if you know there's a pit in front of you, you still have to jump into it. Bishop Luke said through clenched teeth. After a moment, he waved his hand and said to the priest, "Since they just want money, let's satisfy their demand." The slant sect donated 20,000 gold coins? We shall donate 30,000, no, 50,000. Let the entire city see just how generous and kind our War God Cathedral really is. The next day, City Square was crowded once again, looking at the donation box emblematic of their own church filled with twice the amount of gold coins as that of the slant sect. Many of the War God's believers suddenly stood taller, as if basking in reflected glory. Not long after, the news that the War God Cathedral had thrown 50,000 gold coins to provide living support for discharged disabled soldiers quickly spread throughout the city. From this moment on, the precarious balance was completely shattered. The following night, inside the silent church, all the clergymen gathered together, discussing major matters with grave expressions. They worshipped the bright moon goddess. Due to the special nature of their doctrine, the church placed great emphasis on women's rights and status, with nearly 90% of their believers being local women from Orange City. However, this also led to a fundamental conflict with the ideas of the War God Cathedral. After all, one side respected women's rights and advocated for independent personality, while the other side promoted female obedience to their husbands and viewed the husband as the authority, a clear embodiment of patriarchy. Quite naturally, when these two collided, even if it was not a clash of fire and water, they were still mortal enemies. This was the conflict and prejudice brought by differing doctrines. Besides the coexistence of the three main churches of the Saint Laurent Empire itself, other faiths had deviations in ideology to a greater or lesser extent. I propose we ignore the demands of the Heavenly Principle Church. There have already been plenty of female believers crying out that those War God followers who like to stir up domestic violence are recently picking fights everywhere, acting like they've gone mad. As one of the three main churches of the Saint Laurent Empire, we absolutely cannot let foreign faiths trample over us. But the Heavenly Principle Church, since when did the Silent Church become a subsidiary of theirs? Good. That's the decision, then. The following day, the news that the Silent Church exceeded the War God Cathedral with a donation amount of 70,000 gold coins and topped the list caused another heated discussion. At that time, only 6 days had passed since Lynn's agreement with Duke Tyrus. On the 7th day, because of the example set by the Silent Church, the Fertility Church, which had been scorned by its believers, came forward with 80,000 gold coins and set a new record for the highest donation. On the Same day, the War God Cathedral added 20,000 gold coins to their donation amount, settling for second place. On the 8th day, the Desolate sect, which was at odds with the Fertility Church, joined the battlefield. At the same time, the Silent Church, Fertility Church, War God Cathedral, and the Slan sect each made additional donations to various extents. These clergy from the churches were seemingly blinded by the overarching trends and simply couldn't stop. After all, if they backed down now, not only would they be outdone in terms of the amount, but it would also render their initial investments utterly fruitless. Although they resented Lin, the instigator of the current situation, down to their bones, but given the circumstances, they had no choice but to follow through with gritted teeth. On the 9th day, apart from the Heavenly Principle Church and a few others who were still observing, the remaining 12 local churches all fell into this pit and couldn't turn back. This once again sparked a frenzy among the people. At this moment, the majority of the glass donation boxes in the city square were filled with gold coins. On the 10th day, only the Heavenly Principle Church still maintained an empty state, while the other 11 churches had all fallen. And in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a notice bearing the likeness of Lynn Bartley quietly made it onto the blacklist of all the churches. Good lad. Damn, you're a genius. Late at night, within Augusta Manor, Duke Terrace's laughter thundered through the heavens. How could he not be overjoyed? In just a short 6 days, the previously barren donation boxes had been filled with gold coins from various churches. A rough estimate was that one donation box could hold about 100,000 St. Laurent gold coins, and out of these 12 boxes, apart from the Heavenly Principle Church which had none, most were filled. The few that weren't filled still had at least 50 to 60,000 gold coins. By this calculation, that was almost 900,000 gold coins in income. Originally, Duke Terrace had expected to collect 500,000 gold coins in taxes from several border cities combined, but now, everything was in disarray. Just from Orange City alone, nearly 1 million had been shockingly gathered. This also indirectly showed how much the parasites clinging to the Empire's branches had siphoned off over the years. It was truly an exhilarating faith kidnapping. At this moment, Duke Terrace looked at Lynn with a burning gaze. He suddenly felt an urge to whisk him away to the military to serve as a deputy officer, because this kid was truly talented. He had fulfilled their agreement in just 10 short days, something even he had not expected to happen. Watching Duke Terrace's expression at the moment, Lynn, however, remained very calm. Seeing this, Duke Terrace suddenly stopped his laughter. It's finally over. But how come, kid, you don't look happy at all? Over? Lynn shook his head. This is hardly the beginning. The fattest sheep, I haven't even touched yet. After all, the current Lynn had merely fulfilled his promise to Duke Terrace. However, the trial set by the doomsday which had yet to bear fruit, although the events of these past few days were enough to shake the faith of the Heavenly Principle Church's followers, it was far from weakening the power of faith. To change the future, Lynn decided to add more fuel to the fire. Chapter 77, 76. Lynn's knife. To truly weaken the faith of the people in Orange City towards the Lord of Billion Stars, Lynn felt that he needed to add more fuel to the fire. So that very evening, he set fire to the Heavenly Principle Church. Time rewinds to this morning, at the city square. Due to the fundraising turmoil that had stirred up Orange City over the past few days, nearly every church in the city had been involved. Thus, it had now evolved into a competition between religious beliefs. Most of the faithful had become fanatical. Not only that, but it had become a daily pastime for the city's people to pass by the city square at least once a day to check on the varying amounts in the donation boxes. Under the onslaught of large sums of money, their spirits gradually numbed. After all, it was wealth they could never possess in their lifetimes. They actually had to thank Duke Terrace for letting these poor people have a glimpse of the world. It seemed that things would continue to be vigorous like this. However, unexpectedly. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. This morning at the city square, something had changed once again. The banner was still the same, but there was a change in the donation boxes below it. Memory served, just yesterday, of the 12 donation boxes lined up, 11 were filled with copious amounts of gold coins, leaving only the box representing the Heavenly Principle Church empty. But today, those 11 boxes that had contained the gold coins had vanished without a trace. There was just one lone empty box left under the banner. Let us see which faith is the kindest and most generous. The empty glass box, Heavenly Principle Church, it was starkly conspicuous and blinding. This scene led one to think of certain peculiar things. This act was like blatantly writing, "I'm specifically targeting you, Heavenly Principle Church," on their faces. For a moment, many of the other faith's followers present couldn't help but show a hint of a stifled smirk on their faces. Snort! Somebody finally couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. This laugh acted as a fuse, setting off a continuous burst of Laughter from the people at the city square. The laughter was deafening, audible even from a block away. These laughs seemed to turn into invisible blades, deeply stabbing into the hearts of many Heavenly Principle Church followers present. Already overwhelmed with shame, they could no longer endure and fled the place like bereaved dogs, muttering, "May the Lord bless us," under their breath. Actually, it wasn't fair to blame the other faith's followers for adding insult to injury. People had been suffering from the Heavenly Principle Church for a long time. If there was a hierarchy of disdain among religious faiths within Orange City, then the Heavenly Principle Church would undoubtedly stand at the very top if they scorned other faiths with their absolute advantages of having the largest number of followers, the most sealed objects, and the strongest extraordinary powers. This scorn was reflected in various intangible aspects of daily life, giving an impression of superiority. However, now, just with a banner and an empty glass box, their arrogance had been thoroughly shattered. The invisible hands behind this fundraiser had, with such a simple method, twisted the other 11 faiths together, even the followers subtly united, reaching a consensus to trample the once lofty Heavenly Principle Church underfoot. The Heavenly Church followers, who usually sat at the top of the hierarchy, had now become the lowest. Meanwhile, the Slan sect had taken advantage of being the first to donate, substantially increasing their number of followers. Deep night, Heavenly Principle Church. Moselle paced back and forth in his room, his expression graved. His face alternated between sullen, smooth, angry, and desperate. The news of what happened today at the city square had once again reached his ears. For Moselle, who was already irritable and restless, this was doubtlessly another heavy blow. During tonight's evening prayer session, followers who had come for the ceremony had, after it ended, unanimously chosen to stay inside the church. Though they didn't utter any words of accusation, their silent and disappointed looks communicated a mute protest. Clearly, the recent series of events had impacted these originally devout followers. They hadn't expected that the Heavenly Principle Church, supposedly the wealthiest, would remain silent in this citywide fundraiser. As if to say, yes, this is exactly what we are, neither kind nor generous. Damn it. Thinking this, Moselle couldn't help but approach the dining table, poured himself a strong drink, and downed it in one gulp. Should he compromise? No, compromise was an act of maximizing losses. Being the last church to donate without showing any sincerity was tantamount to bowing down to Duke Tyrrus. The powerful nobles behind him and the Heavenly Principle Church headquarters far in the imperial capital wouldn't allow it. But if he were to persist stubbornly, the 150,000 sources of faith the Lord had in Orange City would be somewhat shaken. Whichever choice he made, it was already a case of trying to mend the fold after the sheep have scattered. For him, a dilemma either way. The most crucial issue was that there were only 3 days left until the arrival of the second prince in Orange City. If he couldn't handle this matter properly within these 3 days, dying would be difficult, let alone living. Thinking so, a bead of sweat trickled down Moselle's forehead. He didn't know if it was from nerves or the heat from the alcohol. No, that's not right. In a daze, he vaguely smelled a burning scent. At the same time, his room's door was violently knocked. "Bishop, it's terrible. The church is on fire." Fire broke out from the Discipline Institute and the monastery, and it's almost out of control now. Please hurry and leave the church and seek refuge outside. How is this possible? Why do such unlucky incidents keep happening to him one after another? At this moment, Moselle felt like he was about to explode. Although, as a fourth-rank transcendent, he didn't have to worry about being burned to death, he still decided to follow his subordinate's advice and go out to take charge of the situation. Just a second before leaving, Moselle seemed to think of something, paused, and his gaze subconsciously glanced towards a particular spot on the bookshelf. Those boxes contained mechanisms and were protected by thick walls. Surely they wouldn't be reached by the fire. Moselle hesitated. Recently, Duke Tyrrus's army was just outside the city. He couldn't blatantly transport this batch of money to the imperial capital. It had to remain temporarily in his room. Apart from him, no one knew about the existence of this money. Moselle planned to personally present the money to the second prince when he arrived at Orange City, as funds for the king's election. Meanwhile, his subordinate's urging voice came from outside again. "I'm coming," he replied impatiently, then pressed down the hesitation in his heart, and left his room. What Moselle didn't know was, at that moment, his every move was being watched by a figure outside the window. When Moselle arrived at the church entrance, he discovered that somehow, the space had filled with a dense crowd. These people were devout followers of the Heavenly Principle Church, living in the nearby blocks. They had rushed over as soon as they heard about the fire. Their eyes, filled with worry, looked at the church engulfed in flames. Some even knelt on the ground to pray unconsciously. Although Moselle was impatient, he put on a friendly face. "Everyone, don't worry. It's just a minor accident. The fire will be under control soon. The Lord will protect us." At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. With the church's security level and construction materials, was it really so easy to cause such a large-scale fire? But before he could delve deeper, a cheer erupted in front of him. Upon hearing the situation, joyful expressions appeared on the faces of the devout followers. May the Lord protect us. Moselle is truly reliable. We hope it doesn't affect the upcoming Samuel festival. Does the church need our help with the repairs? Whether it's donations or manpower, we're ready to contribute. Right, Mr. Moselle. Hearing the buzzing discussions of the public, Moselle's mind became somewhat disturbed. It was better to disperse the crowd first. Thinking this, Moselle prepared to give a quick response, suggesting the followers head home to rest, aiming to minimize the impact of the incident. But just then, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him that he instinctively looked back. He saw about a dozen clergy in church robes, now walking towards him in pairs, carrying 8 large wooden boxes. Moselle paused for a moment. As the bishop of Warren City Parish, he remembered the faces of all his subordinates, but he had no recollection of these people in front of him. Could they be newly recruited staff? Impossible. The Heavenly Principal Church's vetting was very strict. Personnel were absorbed one by one. It made no sense for a dozen new faces to appear suddenly, and not only that, Moselle still felt something was off. Moments later, he realized what was wrong. The wooden boxes the clergy were carrying, from the style and patterns, felt very familiar. Were they the ones hidden in the secret room behind his bookshelf? Under his dumbfounded gaze, the unfamiliar clergy quickly moved, and in just a few seconds, brought the boxes up to him. Seeing this, the followers who were initially ready to leave seemed to smell something unusual about to happen, and they stopped in unison, watching intently. Moselle suddenly grew panicky. Stop right there. His body radiated faint purple extraordinary power, and he instinctively manipulated the gravity, ready to suppress these strangers in church robes on the spot, but it was all too late. Whether it was an accidental slip or their clear intent, during the transfer, the leader of the clergy suddenly stumbled and fell forwards, causing the box he was holding to dip. Then, it uncontrollably rolled to the ground. In an instant, the lid flipped open with a clang, clink clank, accompanied by the familiar metallic crashing sound. Countless St. Laurent gold coins spilled all over the ground under the dim firelight, rolling everywhere. Bishop Moselle. The 1 million gold coins from the 8 boxes in your room are all accounted for here. They haven't been damaged by the fire. Please advise on the next steps. The clergy who had fallen seemed to be quick-witted. After scrambling up from the ground, he stood up straight, performed a military salute, and spoke loudly. Seeing the mass of gold coins rolling on the floor, the onlooking followers were silent for a few seconds, then suddenly exploded into uproar. How could there be so much money? Didn't the priest say the church has been struggling with finances lately? Bishop Moselle, please explain the source of this money and why you refused to participate in the fundraising event at the city square. Why was this money moved out of your room? We need to know the truth. Seeing the raging crowd of followers, Moselle's mind buzzed and exploded. Someone is setting me up. Chapter 77. Good evening, Mr. Bishop. Who is trying to harm me? At this moment, Moselle thought to himself, gritting his teeth in his heart. Looking at the furious mob before him, he realized that he was at a crossroads that would decide his future. It was certain that everything that happened tonight would spread like wildfire throughout the entire city, no, even the southern province, and even to the distant imperial capital. That if he couldn't handle the crisis he was currently facing well, then he would truly be done for. Moselle's legs went slightly weak. However, having experienced countless storms over the years, his mentality was naturally far superior to that of ordinary people. So, although his thoughts were chaotic, his face only showed a slight stiffness, and he didn't appear panicked. If he himself lost his composure, then the situation would be completely irretrievable. Thinking thus, Moselle took a deep breath. Feeling the various gazes in front of him, he suddenly shouted, "Silence!" His voice, laced with extraordinary power, filled the entire room. It seemed that the people, sensing that Bishop Moselle was not displaying too much composure at the moment and still harbored a glimmer of hope, looked at each other briefly and then decided to listen to what he had to say. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. The previously noisy scene gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Moselle let out a slight sigh of relief. You must be thinking right now that Moselle is a greedy man, with so much money. He must have pocketed all the charitable donations and offerings to the Lord for himself, am I right? Is that the image of me, Moselle, that you cannot trust? Moselle said coldly, looking at Bishop Moselle, who was usually kind and friendly but now extremely serious and angry. Some believers subconsciously dared not meet his gaze and looked away. Indeed, could Mr. Moselle, who was charitable and cared for his followers, really be a greedy and sinister person? Many people felt a twinge of confusion. The public is so easily deceived. In the face of authority and credible speech, no matter how outrageous and illogical the actions taken, they could still justify themselves. After all, Moselle represented the heavenly principal church. In the minds of these believers, the bishop, who was visible and tangible, was more concrete and able to elicit real feelings than the Lord of billion stars, whom they had never witnessed performing miracles. They believed in the church's rightful God, but their belief was not solely in him. For a large church is essentially a whole made up of countless intricacies of people and events. As part of this whole, Moselle became the object of deep trust in the hearts of the people of Orange City. This trust relationship is actually a means of sustaining faith. Looking at the silent crowd, Moselle's heart relaxed. The most difficult hurdle was over. He continued, since you are all curious as to why the Heavenly Principal Church has not participated in the fundraising for the disabled soldiers from the beginning, I'll take this opportunity to answer you. The Lord once taught us to be good and do good deeds, and not to ignore the suffering of others. To follow his teachings, since we learned of the news, we have been thinking about how we might do our part for those soldiers who protect our country and homes. This period of silence was not due to the church's indifference, but rather we were utilizing all connections to secretly raise funds. As you can see, Moselle pointed to the gold coins scattered on the ground, these, and those, including all in the box behind me. All of these are intended as charitable donations in the name of the Heavenly Principal Church, and are certainly not my personal property as you imagined. Do you understand? Moselle spoke sternly, word by word. Of course, this was a lie. If he really had to donate all that money, he would definitely not see tomorrow's sun. This move was just an unavoidable stalling tactic. In his view, the public were creatures without memory. He only needed a few hot news items to erupt over the next few days in Orange City to easily divert their attention from this matter. So that's how it is? That's 1 million gold coins, more than all the other churches combined. Does that include the portion I donated? The Heavenly Principal Church is truly commendable. Watching the excited discussions among the public, Moselle Bishop breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had just barely managed to scrape through this obstacle. However, the very next second, a discordant voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Oh? Does the bishop mean to say that these 1 million gold coins behind you are all meant to be donated to the disabled soldiers of the empire? The owner of the voice spoke while parting the crowd. If so, I'll thank you and the church for your generosity on behalf of Duke Bartlean. The moment he heard this voice, Moselle felt goosebumps all over his body. It was that madman. He instinctively looked up and saw a handsome young man with a coat, black hair, and blue eyes, striding towards him, escorted by several guards. It's you. Recalling their initial encounter at a charity dinner a few days ago, Moselle couldn't help but clench his teeth. It was because of this little madman, who had shot and killed the heir of the Moskla family on the spot, that he had been severely reprimanded by the second prince. Who would have thought that this man was also behind this incident? No, maybe from that night onwards, he and the third imperial princess had already brought Duke Tiras on board and planned that fundraising event. So, this was an enemy who would not rest until one of them was dead. A chilling intent surfaced in Moselle's eyes. Good evening, Bishop. Lynn spoke calmly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a gun from his pocket and fired a shot into the air. Everyone, go back to your homes. Don't you see that the bishop is busy dealing with matters? Such lack of discernment. Lynn said impatiently, watching the crowd that could be easily manipulated and deceived by those above them. After some commotion, the people dispersed in a bit of a panic. Good. Feeling some quiet returning to his ears, Lynn's expression returned to normal, now that everyone has scattered and the fire is more or less out. Bishop, shall we now discuss the matter of this donation? Were you waiting here for me all along? Moselle looked at Lynn with a dark expression. At this moment, how could he not guess that everything that happened tonight was this youngster's doing? First, he planted seeds of discontent and doubt in the believers' hearts using public opinion, then meticulously set up the wildfire, outing the location where he had stashed the tax revenue. In the end, he detonated those seeds in the believers' hearts right before their eyes. Truly, cunning and shameless. Lynn shrugged. Don't answer a question with a question, Bishop. Hearing this, Bishop Moselle gave a cold smile. Do you think you've got me cornered? That you can use public opinion to coerce the church and put me on the pyre? We'll see, you little bastard of the Bartlean family. With that, he turned to leave, but then, a light and drifting sentence reached him again. The second prince should be almost here, according to my calculations. Chapter 79, 78 Lie swallowing. eternal God. Yes, the distinguished highness was soon going to arrive at Orange City. Under normal circumstances, such public opinion was easy to manage, for the local news agencies were partly owned by the church, but times had changed. Once this guy here decided to spread unfavorable news during the stay of the second prince in Orange City, the consequences for himself could be disastrous. Thinking this, Moselle suddenly stopped, his expression changing uncertainly as he fell into an unprecedented silence. Seeing this, Lin did not urge him on, but simply played with the gun in his hand with a snicker. After a long while, Moselle slowly turned around. "Let's talk," he said, as if he had forgotten what he had just said, his brow furrowed. "I don't think there are irreconcilable conflicts between us to reach a point of no return. You should know that it wasn't me who stripped the divine-given factor from your body. Essentially, your enemies are only the headquarters and a few from the Moskla family." Moselle decided to compromise temporarily. If he could concede a small portion of his wealth in exchange for their temporary ceasefire, it would be worthwhile. 900,000. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Omicron LYNN opened with a steep demand. Moselle immediately responded, "Impossible. Besides, this isn't a good place to negotiate. We should find another place to talk." With that, he signaled with his hand, and two trusted subordinates immediately came over to change places. Lin pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Fine, but I will decide the time and the venue. I don't trust people from your heavenly principal church." As if I could trust you, Moselle thought coldly to himself, then shook his head. "Right now, you are asking me for money, so I have the right to decide all this." He rejected Lin's proposal. Honestly, Moselle was already harboring a strong intent to kill at this moment. He decided to set up a deadly trap for the other party. By getting rid of this menace completely, not only could he immediately end all recent happenings, but he could also gain the friendship of the Moskla family. Then there's nothing to discuss. Lin looked very unperturbed, turning around to leave. Seeing this, Moselle panicked. After all, the initiative was entirely in the hands of the other party. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth. "You decide the time, I decide the place." Hearing this, Lin stopped. He seemed to be wrestling with whether the deal was worthwhile. After a moment, the young man with black hair and blue eyes turned back to Moselle and his two subordinates. "Start with the venue." Hearing this, Moselle sighed with relief. "It's in the church." He intended to set the venue inside the church, as it was convenient with all his people around, but looking at the vast ruins that had been burnt down, Moselle immediately stopped speaking. The church was no longer suitable. Where should it be, then? A property of his own in Orange City? No, after all, it was inside the city, and if something went wrong and created a huge scene, it would be over. If he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill him, it had to be somewhere under the church's jurisdiction, secretive, and seldom visited. There was only one answer: the Samuel Bell Tower in the northern outskirts. Moselle slowly stated. Samuel was the first bishop of the Heavenly Principal Church in the Orange City congregation years ago. To resist the onslaught of the demon clan, he led all the transcendents of the Heavenly Principal Church outside Orange City to stand until death, ultimately dying heroically. To honor him, people spontaneously built the Samuel Bell Tower where the heroes had died. Not only that, but on this day every year, believers of the Heavenly Principal Church would gather to ring the bell and pray for the spirits of the heroes. This was not an official ceremony organized by the church but a spontaneous act by the believers. Over time, the Samuel ceremony had gradually been passed down, no longer controlled by the clergy of the church. However, because the location was remote, nobody usually went there. Even if someone died inside the bell tower, it would go unnoticed. That was why Moselle chose this place as the negotiation site. Okay, Lin did not hesitate, then as if he just remembered something. "However, I recall that 7 days from now is the day of the Samuel ceremony. Is it all right to choose that location? Are you still thinking about 7 days from now? Try to survive my hands first then." Moselle's heart was filled with cold laughter, but he maintained a normal expression on his face. To reach a consensus, maybe just one evening tomorrow will be enough. "Alright, let's set the time for tomorrow evening then," Lin decided confidently. "I hope to see your sincerity then." "You will see it," Moselle replied indifferently. Lin nodded his head, then prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Oh, one more thing. To prevent any unforeseen complications during the negotiations, only the two individuals behind you are allowed near the Samuel Bell Tower. Anyone else appears, and I will turn hostile at any moment." "Okay." Moselle agreed to his demand. Rather, it was exactly what he wanted. After that, Moselle watched Lin leave the Heavenly Principal Church, looking at the gold coins scattered all around him and the ruins of the burned Heavenly Principal Church at the back. He took a deep breath. If he could kill this main culprit, then everything would be worth it, even if it offended the third imperial princess. As long as that granted him the protection of the second prince, he didn't believe that woman would dare to kill him. With that thought, Moselle decided to use the last bit of time to plan thoroughly for the assassination. Do not speak of what just happened to anyone, he instructed his trusted subordinates. Consider this plan a secret operation involving only the three of us. Also, have the men stationed at the Samuel Bell Tower pull back and give them the day off. He still understood the principle that secrecy leads to success. Being a fourth-rank transcendent himself, with two third-rank subordinates and some powerful sealed objects from the church of this lineup, unless a fifth-rank legend came personally, even if the opposition was prepared, there would be no return. That woman surely couldn't assign a legendary fighter as his bodyguard, right? Yes, Bishop. After watching Bishop Samuel leave, the two subordinates began whispering to each other, why do I remember that the Samuel ceremony is not 7 days later? One of the subordinates hesitated, maybe you remembered wrong. The other seemed unaware of any anomaly. I also recall it's in 7 days. Besides, even the bishop didn't say anything. This minor ceremony that the church never cares about, you better not worry about it too. Yes, indeed. At this moment, inside a speeding carriage half a block away from the Heavenly Principal Church, Lin slowly released the power of lie swallowing. Having ascended to second rank, he was now able to influence mid-rank transcendents to some extent, making them believe his lies, for example, muddling their memory of time. Of course, this was also because people like Moselle, being in high positions, had never really cared about this minor ceremony and thus did not remember the date. Just a slight twist was enough to make them believe the words Lin said. Looking out of the carriage window at the street scenes, Lin remained silent. What he sought from the beginning was never money, but to destroy the faith in people's hearts. Everything was ready, he just needed the right opportunity. Chapter 79, The Collapse of Faith. Moselle, seated in the chair, pulled out the pocket watch from his pocket for the third time tonight. 10 o'clock sharp. After shifting his gaze from the watch face, Moselle looked around once more. At this moment, he was in a rather cramped room, with an old-fashioned, somewhat dilapidated long table set before him, and another chair placed at the opposite end of the table. As a venue for negotiations, this place seemed too rudimentary and inevitably gave off a sensation of insincerity. Yet, if one considered it as a site for murder and disposing of the corpse, it appeared exceptionally fitting. The moon shrouded in darkness, a night with a biting wind, and scarce human presence, every aspect felt exceedingly eerie, and indeed, Moselle had chosen this location for the purpose of murder. The top floor of the Samuel Bell Tower. Just then, a soft knock on the door suddenly could be heard from outside. Please come in. Moselle felt a smile brewing within him. Source: webnovel.com, updated on New Omicron. To think one would maintain such polite decorum on the brink of death. He wondered who it was they were trying to impress. He had never doubted whether Lin would attend these negotiations. After all, there truly was no irreconcilable conflict or dispute between them. Lin's previous actions, as well as the citywide church fundraising, essentially boiled down to money. He was in cahoots with Duke Tyrrus, therefore there was no way he would pass up the opportunity to extract a considerable sum of money from him. The concessions Moselle had feigned would surely let Lin's guard down, and at that moment, his fangs would be bared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bishop Moselle caught sight of Lin's face, one he absolutely despised. You're quite early. Lin slowly walked into the room, glancing around. You wouldn't have set up some kind of trap in advance, waiting for me to fall into it, would you? A flicker of tension ran through Moselle, yet he remained composed on the surface. If you are so apprehensive, why bother coming at all? Don't worry, there are no traps here, just my two subordinates. That's for the best. Lin nodded, then took a seat in the chair across the table. Following him entered a militarily dressed, burly man of average appearance with a bear-like physique. Moselle took a glance and, seeing an unfamiliar face exuding only a very faint trace of divine-given factor aura, paid him no further mind. All right, I've come as per the location you've set. Lin got straight to the point. So, how do you want to talk? Although murderous intent surged within him, Moselle, out of caution, decided nonetheless to play along for a while. 50,000 gold coins. Remove those things from the city square immediately. Moselle stated the price he had in mind. In addition, in regards to the recent public opinion involving Heavenly Principal Church, you had better not stir up any more trouble thereafter. Even though he realized how outrageous the condition was, he still put it forth. This was Moselle giving Lin one final chance that if he could indeed accept such terms, Moselle might even sigh in relief. With just 50,000 gold coins, he could easily cover it with the wealth he had amassed over the years. Furthermore, avoiding offending that fearsome woman from Ivest family seemed to him a deal well worth taking. But, just as he had anticipated earlier, the condition was preposterous. Are you joking with me? Lin scoffed, multiply that number by 10, and then maybe I'll consider it. So, there's nothing to discuss? Moselle's eyes suddenly turned ice cold. I think the one who doesn't want to talk seriously here is you. Lin suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. Seeing this, Moselle's subordinates immediately took a step forward. With the glow of divine-given factor blossoming, a powerful unseen force descended from above like an unexpected gravity, smashing fiercely onto Lin's bodyguard who was just behind him. The burly guard grunted and dropped to one knee. Witnessing this, Lin's gaze towards Moselle suddenly darkened. What are you trying to do? So you too can show such an expression, huh? The boy who had always seemed so composed now, for the first time, betrayed a tinge of seriousness as the situation spiraled out of control. Moselle found this incredulously gratifying that he had been deeply impressed by this man's ability to kill two people without changing his expression at the banquet that evening and had even felt a twinge of fear. But now it appeared that he had simply never been pushed to the brink. Any person, when facing the threat of death, would reveal a side rarely seen, asking me what I want to do. Of course, it's to break our agreement. Moselle smiled, gesturing to his subordinates to seize him. He was ready to savor the sight of this man's pitiful struggle for life at the last moment. You are quite naive. Moselle shook his head. To think you'd come here for negotiations, bringing only one person, without any precaution whatsoever. As the two men gradually closed in on him, Lin fell silent, and to them, this demeanor also seemed like the intent to cease all resistance. Just as Lin was about to be forced down onto the table by Moselle's men, he suddenly spoke. Are you planning to kill me here? Of course. Moselle sneered. For someone who has hindered the progress of the church, this is an outcome you should have anticipated long ago. By doing this, aren't you afraid of violating the imperial laws? Lin spoke again, seeing his shoulders being pressed down and that he seemed to have no intention of resisting. Moselle slowly got up from his seat, leaning on the table. I find it surprising that a bastard of the Bartleyan family, after experiencing so much, would still harbor such naive thoughts. Law? That is what the powers behind me devised to maintain the authority of the privileged class. The bishop of the church and a transcendent himself spoke. I am one of them. Only animals and the lowly need to abide by such farcical things. Hearing this, Lin fell into silence. A moment later, he spoke again. My second question, why are you so intent on putting me to death? What's with all the questions? Moselle replied impatiently, asking this and that. In the end, you're just going to die anyway. Let's just chat. As you said, I'm going to die soon anyway. In the face of danger, Lin, who was forcefully held down in his seat, still had the mood for joking and laughter. Seeing this, Moselle snorted coldly. I've told you before, because you hinder the progress of the church. I actually didn't want to kill you, but you brought it upon yourself by actively delivering yourself into the hands of Duke Tyrus to be his tool. What he intends to do, you must be very clear about. He is confronting all the churches in the city, Moselle said indifferently, but he has the title of a duke and a powerful army to protect him. Even if he can't benefit from us, he can still remain unharmed. But you're different, you're just a decline of the Bartleyan family, banished and worthless, and the highness you follow is the third imperial princess, seen as a demon by everyone, without any foundation, just like having the phrase, I am a soft persimmon, please squeeze me written all over your face. Tell me, in such a situation, who's going to die if not you? I see. Lin nodded. But from the beginning to the end, I have never actively asked you for anything. The only thing I did was merely to seek some welfare for those disabled soldiers. How noble, Moselle shook his head, but I've told you many times, your actions have indeed hindered the progress of the church. So, what exactly is the progress of the church you speak of? Lin suddenly interjected. Moselle's tone grew slightly higher as he answered with certainty, the money in those lowlifes' hands, that is the church's progress. Do you know how much the heavenly principal church can extort from those fools every year? 800,000. Annually. A glint of zeal appeared in Moselle's eyes. The donations and offerings we collect from them have reached such numbers. And yet, they still have to be grateful to us, thinking that it's the heavenly principal church that has relieved them of the empire's exorbitant head tax. So tell me, how can you not love such beings who, like pigs and dogs, are so easily deceived? Even Moselle himself didn't realize that he had fallen into some strange state of mind. Perhaps he felt so certain that Lin was about to be killed that he was showing this unguarded side. And you, what you did, sought to divert the money we worked so hard to draw from them into your own pockets. This is outrageous. Moselle slammed the table. Seeing this, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lin's eyes. So, all this money in the end, was it sent to the imperial capital? Who did it go to? Of course, it was. At this point, Moselle suddenly furrowed his brow. He felt that from the beginning, Lin had been easily drawing words out of him, the names of those families in the imperial capital. Obviously, he couldn't just carelessly blurt them out. There were even a few ancient and long-standing surnames so dreadful that just uttering them would give him shivers. Seeing this, Lin's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to get information about the people behind the scenes from him, but it seemed that Moselle wasn't foolish to that extent. Anything else you want to ask? Say it all together. It seemed that Moselle had decided to satisfy Lin's curiosity thoroughly before his departure. One last question. Lin looked directly into Moselle's eyes. What exactly are the common people and the believers in your eyes? Without hesitation, Moselle responded, pigs and dogs. No, perhaps that's inappropriate. At least pigs and dogs have various uses. They can be eaten or kept as pets for amusement. But for those who only sigh in their lives, blaming all their misfortunes on fate, they're nothing but garbage, who only serve the purpose of being drained and exploited by us besides spewing endless negativity. Are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfied, quite satisfied. Lin suddenly raised his hand and lightly clapped. Now that you're satisfied, prepare for your departure in peace. Moselle's smile faded as he took one last look at the young man's face. Wait a moment. Lin suddenly shook his head. Before that, I have something I want to tell you. The next second, in Moselle's abruptly widening pupils, the young man in front of him suddenly broke free from his restraints and slowly stood up from the chair. How did you, my lord? For some reason, we suddenly can't move. One of the subordinates answered in panic. Moselle was taken aback, but Lin was indifferent to their reactions and slowly walked towards the window. The first thing, you see the public as pigs and dogs, the public sees you as the enemy. With these words, he pushed open the somewhat ashy window. Looking at his calm demeanor, for some reason, Moselle felt an extreme unease. The second thing, I actually lied to you last night. Lin's mouth suddenly curled up in a mischievous smile. The Samuel ceremony is not in 7 days, but tonight. Buzz. Moselle's mind exploded in that instant. After grasping the meaning behind Lin's words, his face went pale, and he stumbled a few steps backward. Then, with a rusty turn of his neck, he twisted his gaze to the window. The bell tower below, which had been empty upon arrival, was now crowded with a throng of people holding candles. The speckles of candlelight illuminated the contours of the otherwise dark surroundings. It also revealed many faces that were both familiar and strange, pale and full of fury. Chapter 81. Reporting to Your Highness, I have exceeded the task. For K, in the very instant Moselle caught sight of the scene outside the window, he felt as though his soul had been sucked dry in a flash, leaving his spirit and vigor completely depleted. At the same time, when he heard the second sentence from Lin's mouth, his muddled brain suddenly flashed with a stroke of understanding. Yes, the Samuel ritual wasn't supposed to be 7 days later, but why had he firmly believed? Thinking this, he looked dispiritedly toward the instigator of it all. Noticing his gaze, Lin smiled and said, You're a pig. Yes, I am. No, that's not right. Moselle once again sensed something off and shook his head vigorously. Mind control? Hypnotic suggestion? No, if it were something like that, the sealed object he had to prevent soul attacks would certainly have worked. This must be some kind of more mysterious and powerful ability. Meanwhile, the believers and citizens below seemed to have finally recovered from the initial shock, and angry glares converged on Moselle, fists raised and waving, with curses spewing from their mouths. But strangely, even though he was only a few floors up, Moselle couldn't hear any sound coming from outside. It was as if everything around him had been muted. Source: webnovel.com, updated on new. Omicron. What exactly did you do? He asked, bewildered. In response, Lin took out a magic stone the size of a palm from his pocket, engraved with colorful, flowing magic matrix patterns, soundproof magic. As he spoke, Lin tapped a certain note on the magic stone. The next second, as the invisible barrier inside the room slowly dissipated, the furious and indignant shouting and cursing sounds rushed in nonstop from the window like a tide. Moselle's face turned even paler, and amplification magic. Lin tapped another note on the matrix. The next second, his voice suddenly magnified several times, echoing from the high bell tower throughout the surroundings. This gadget was something he had asked Lady Milani to create. The principle was very simple, and it had been camouflaged. Without the help of a search-type sealed object, it would be impossible to detect with the naked eye. Seeing this, a sense of absurdity arose in Moselle's heart. My subordinates and I have been watching here from yesterday until now. You couldn't possibly have had the time to set these things up without them noticing. You really are naive, Lin sighed. It certainly wasn't yesterday, but from the very beginning. The beginning? Moselle clenched his fists subconsciously. Yes, from the very start of everything. Lynn stepped forward and patted his shoulder, further back than you would think. From the night I decided to form an alliance with Duke Terrace, I had already begun making arrangements. How is that possible? Moselle clenched his teeth, not believing a word he said. Do you think you have the power to foresee the future? In a sense, having read the original work, I really do, Lynn retorted in his heart, but his outward appearance remained calm. Let me teach you. The process of creating a perfect plan first requires a clear understanding of what you want to achieve. He manipulated the magic stone to disable the amplification magic and put the matrix back into his pocket. Do you think that to gain the Duke's friendship, my goal is to rob you of your money? Isn't it? Moselle revealed a bitter smile. Big mistake, indeed. Lynn drawled lazily. Moselle, you've misunderstood me. I've never cared about the little sum you have, because making money is really easy for me. My goal has always been just one thing. And that is, to utterly annihilate you and the heavenly principal church behind you. That's right. He wasn't here to make money at all. Or rather, making money was merely incidental. The primary goal was always to complete the trial set by the Doomsday Witch. Hearing this, Moselle seemed to fall into an unprecedented confusion. He couldn't understand what grudge he and this man could have, why he would go to such lengths to utterly annihilate them. Could a father's murder even be more so? Could it be because of some slight at the dinner that night, towards the third imperial princess? A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in Moselle's mind just because of that minor incident? Moselle felt a ridiculous urge to laugh, but he couldn't muster a smile at the moment. He felt like a clown, seeing him fall into confused contemplation. Lynn didn't care and continued, if the plan is made with that purpose in mind, then everything becomes clear. To cleanse you and your church from the faith of the people, I must first break their blind belief. And to destroy that belief, I need to stir up their anger, shatter their worldview, and make them feel deceived like never before. To achieve this, I must expose the ugly thoughts hidden deep in your heart to the public eye. So from the day the banquet ended, including using a series of methods to force you into negotiations with me, this moment of you revealing your true thoughts has been part of the plan. Lynn's voice remained very calm. Moselle, however, felt an absurdity unlike any before. The negotiations were ultimately initiated by his side. He even personally chose the location. Could this kid mean that he had also calculated in advance that the negotiations would take place at the Samuel Bell Tower? Chapter 82-80, Reporting to Your Highness, I have exceeded the task. For K_2 if I really answered like that, it would be as if they were treating me like an idiot. Sensing the anger mixed with a hint of confusion in Moselle's eyes, Lynn shook his head. Actually, it doesn't matter to me where you set the negotiation location. You're a cautious person, and since you came with the intent to kill me this time, you'll definitely choose a location that is within your control. Under such conditions, relying on Duke Sir's intelligence network, I had already cleared up all your and your close aides' secret properties in Orange City, sent people in advance to infiltrate them, and set up the two kinds of magic matrix we saw earlier. Even if today's negotiation site was some private residence of yours in the city, the outcome would have been the same. Perhaps it's fate that the burial site of the initial bishop, such a heroic figure, has ended up becoming the final resting place for the last bishop like you. It's like everything has come full circle. In Lynn's view, after this incident, the Heavenly Principal Church's prestige in Orange City will suffer an unprecedented weakening. There's even a possibility that they might choose to abandon this source of faith that is no longer pure. Moselle finally had nothing to say and fell completely into despair. No, there might be one last path to take. In a moment of extreme crisis, he suddenly thought of something. Now, Moselle, bereft of reason, lifted his head with bloodshot eyes and stared viciously at the instigator before him. Source, webnovel.com, updated on N0 knew that if he could dispatch the chief culprit right here and then kill all these lowly commoners below, no one would know what happened today. As a fourth-rank transcendent, and with the enhancement of the sealed object, he could easily achieve this. With this in mind, the pale purple glow of the divine-given factor began to emanate from his body. A powerful gravity slightly distorted the space around him, the ground slowly sank, and even the glass at the windows couldn't withstand this strange energy, instantly shattering. In a place like Orange City, his fourth-rank power was enough to do whatever he pleased. The demon-like woman appeared to be out on a mission and had not returned, making Lynn, at this moment, undoubtedly at his most vulnerable. As long as no fifth-rank legend came in person, then I guess right now you must be thinking, if the guy in front of you doesn't have the protection of a fifth-rank powerhouse, then you still have a chance to turn the tables? Lin looked at him and suddenly snapped his fingers. Well, I actually do. The next second, the burly man who had been subdued and half kneeling behind him, suddenly stood up and took off the hat from his head. Looking at the completely unfamiliar face, Moselle couldn't detect any sense of threat from him, but then, the burly man spoke. What's with that finger snapping? You think I'm your summoning beast? The voice was very familiar to Moselle. In an instant, he realized the burly man before him was an impersonation by someone. Duke Tyrrus himself had come in person? Moselle's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Sorry, Duke sir, but I'm going to have to trouble you with the next part. Lin replied with a smile as he took a half step back, ushering the Duke to the forefront. Although the old fart was crazily suppressed by that woman Ivist at the dinner party, it didn't mean he was really that weak. On the contrary, just being able to have a brief fight with her was proof of his powerful strength. Looking at the utterly hopeless Moselle before him, Duke Tyrrus shook his head. The game is over, just surrender peacefully. Moselle Brandy, you have desecrated the faith of the Heavenly Principal Church, and as the governor of the southern province, I hereby arrest you on charges of heresy. You can, why waste words with such scum, Duke sir? Since we now have a reason to confiscate property, let's get to it. Lin suddenly interrupted him. As for the fellow in front of us, just hang him from a streetlight or something. Consider it a welcoming gift for the second prince who has not yet arrived in Orange City. That very night, the explosive news of the downfall of the current bishop of Orange City's Heavenly Principal Church, Moselle, swept through the entire city in an instant. At the same time, a piece of insider news quickly spread throughout all the major churches. Don't ever mess with the rumored third imperial princess, because she has a mad dog by her side that bites at the sight of people. If you don't believe it, Moselle Brandy, who simply offended her with his words, serves as the most vivid example of what happens. The next day at noon, high in the center of the green grass lawn of the Augusta family. Are you sure Her Highness is really returning today? Looking up at the clear sky, Lin asked Duke Tyrrus, who was beside him. Should be. Hey kid, have you been a bit too full of yourself these past couple days? You don't even use sir when you speak to me? Duke Tyrrus beside him seemed somewhat annoyed, but after taking a look at Lin's current appearance, his eyes flashed momentarily with a sense of helplessness. The youngster was sitting on top of a giant wooden box, filled with gold coins collected from various churches in Moselle. The churches had contributed about 900,000 in total, and the remaining 1,100,000 were all donated by the Heavenly Principal Church previously, because the city's churches were as solid as iron. He couldn't find an angle to start trouble and could only look at the treasure mountain and sigh. But now, Lin had provided him with a perfect reason and excuse to go after the Heavenly Principal Church. Following such an atrocious scandal, it would not only shatter the public's faith in the church but also severely damage the empire's credibility. After all, those officials and nobles hadn't been kind to the public either. So last night, after dealing with the Moselle situation, he enthusiastically led people to raid the Heavenly Principal Church. Of course, he didn't touch the sealed object or the holy relic but made off with all the cash. 2 million coins in total were an astronomical sum. It was far more than their initial agreement, the 500,000 gold coins and military expenses that Duke Tyrrus required. It was many times over. However, at Lin's request, Duke Tyrrus didn't immediately take the money away but collaborated with him to stage this scene, waiting here for the return of the princess. Do you actually enjoy people looking at you with shock and admiration? Duke Tyrrus asked with a bit of annoyance in his voice that said, even he himself had woken up smiling from his sleep these past 2 days. Realizing it wasn't a dream, his smile became even more jubilant. Upon hearing this, Lin shrugged. What are you saying? If a man doesn't show off, what's the difference between him and a dead man? Speaking of which, Duke, what exactly did you and Her Highness talk about after the banquet that evening? And what has she been up to these past 2 days? Since the original novel mentioned very little about this part of the plot in Orange City, Lin was also unclear about how the plot would develop. Hearing this, a serious look flashed in the eyes of Duke Tyrrus. That's a secret. Never mind, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Oh? It looks like they're coming back? Lin's gaze suddenly shifted to the spinning shadow high above in the sky. With the shadow gradually descending, a giant black dragon with a wingspan of over several dozen meters hit the ground like a meteor, carrying wind and airwaves with it. Lin looked up there. The majestic woman in a red dress stood on top of the dragon's head. Behind her on the dragon's back, there were several familiar faces including Morris, Aphia, and Rhine, about a dozen or so people, all looking travel-worn. However, Lin's gaze moved past the irrelevant people and met Ivest's eyes in midair. Looking into those cold red eyes, Lin didn't hesitate and jumped down from the box. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, he flung the lid open with one swift motion. "Reporting to Your Highness, I have completed the mission beyond the required quota." Chapter 83, 81. Is this subordinate a bit too excellent? Time rewound to 10 minutes prior. Lin stood atop the giant dragon, looking down at the vast torn city from high above. The lingering sternness in her eyes made her appear imposing and formidable. Moreover, the dozen or so subordinates behind her also seemed rather silent. The mission had failed, although there were no casualties among her crew. Lin had not succeeded in retrieving the sealed object hidden in the underground relics by the creationist school. As Duke Terrace had mentioned earlier, the state of that sealed object was very strange. Even when Lin herself had exerted most of her power, she could not take it away. It was at least a level 2 sealed object. Lin had made the judgment then, such high-level items often possess a strong self-awareness and could construct variously laws based on their inherent traits. Even Lin was reluctant to act rashly without understanding its characteristics. Moreover, a so-called level 2 sealed object was just a conservative estimate. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. New Omicron. She had a hunch that the true rank of the object might be even higher. Thus, for the safety of herself and her subordinates, Lin, after much hesitation, decided to withdraw first. After all, she was not a professional containment personnel. It would be better to leave such matters to the church. Nevertheless, this was a secret mission assigned by St. Laurent Virgin Islands. Failure would undoubtedly lead to punishment. Despite having endured many similar punishments throughout her life thinking this, Lin's mood was somewhat soured. As the rate of the dragon's wing flapping slowed, they rapidly descended. Before long, they saw the lush green lawns of Augusta Manor. Lin glanced indifferently, but her attention was soon drawn to a figure standing in the center of the lawn. Why was he here? She frowned slightly. Eafia, who had transformed into a human form and was wearing tight leather clothes, came closer with wide eyes. "Princess, it's that guy. Wasn't he helping the Duke? How does he find the time to come here to meet us?" "I don't know." For some reason, upon seeing him, Lin's dwindled spirits lifted slightly. As if she had encountered a beloved toy. Hearing this, Morris peeked his head out from the shadows on the dragon's back. "From what I know of him, he's probably already solved the Duke's current problem, which is why he is so leisurely." "Ha, what a joke, that's 500,000 gold coins." A discordant voice suddenly interjected. Rhine, standing among the crowd, spoke coldly. Morris shrugged. "Although I too cannot imagine how anyone could extract 500,000 gold coins from those stingy church people in just 10 days. Remember, that's Lin we're talking about." Rhine's expression stiffened. As the others looked his way, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He was dreading someone bringing up the incident that happened in the cellar that day. Ever since Lin had tricked him twice, Baron Augusta's gaze upon him held less pride and he showed more concern towards his brother, Glaya. This was quite uncomfortable for Reiner. Princess, why don't we guess?" Eafia suddenly leaned closer to Lin. "Let's guess how much gold coins he managed to gather for the Duke." Lin did not respond. Seeing this, Eafia, undeterred, spoke first. "I guess 600,000. She vividly remembered how Lin had handled the creationist school followers a few weeks ago, and thus had no doubt about his capabilities. Morris seemed interested too. "I guess 500,000. He was still more conservative. "Do you all trust him that much?" one of the subordinates asked, curious. Although he had heard of Lin's name before, he had never seen him in action and hence did not have a good impression. All he knew was that the princess seemed to value that guy a lot, instructing them to address him as young master. Of course, Eafia and Morris said in unison, 1 million. Just then, Ivas suddenly spoke up. "If it's him, he definitely won't accept less than this number." This statement rendered everyone silent, exchanging glances in bewilderment. 1 million? What concept was that? For many medium and small cities, that was about the total annual tax revenue, and what the princess implied was that Lin had managed to secure an entire city's annual tax revenue from the hands of the church in just 10 short days. That was a bit far-fetched, unless Duke Terrace wanted to go to war with the church and the great nobles, to outright plunder their homes with the army. That might be possible. For a moment, strong doubts arose in many people's hearts, but due to Ivast's authority, they dared not voice their concerns. Next to them, Eafia was looking at her with an extremely complex gaze. Unexpectedly, it was their own princess who trusted that man the most, but where did such trust come from? With these thoughts, the black dragon landed smoothly amid the violent airstreams and hurricanes it stirred. A hint of curiosity emerged in everyone's hearts, even dispersing some of the gloom brought by the previous mission's failure. They all wanted to know to what extent Lin had succeeded. Before they could even inquire, The moment the giant dragon landed and stabilized, Lynn jumped down from a huge box, then, including Ivest. Everyone watched as he flung open the lid of the box. Instantly, a dazzling golden light shone under the sunlight, somewhat blinding. Everyone squinted unconsciously. At the same time, their hearts skipped a beat. What was this? Staring at the box full of gold coins, even Aphia was completely dumbfounded, not to mention those who harbored doubts about Lynn. Ivest silently watched Lynn, her eyes slightly stunned. Your Highness, I have exceeded my task. Just then, Lynn suddenly spoke up in a tone loud enough he wished the entire manor could hear. In this incident, the expected target was 500,000 gold coins, but the actual amount obtained was 2 million gold coins. All earnings are gathered here, and I have honored the mission. How much? Hearing that amount, everyone was so shocked they were practically charred on the outside but tender on the inside, standing frozen on the spot. Yes, they had heard correctly. It wasn't Morris's guess of 500,000, nor Aphia's guess of 600,000, nor even Ivest's guess of 1 million. It was an amount that surpassed their highest expectations by several multiples. Damn it, did that mean, in just 10 days, this guy had managed to pull off the total annual tax revenue of 2 or 3 small cities? Among the crowd, Ryan's eyes went dark, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Unfortunately, no one cared about his thoughts at that moment. They stared blankly at the box of gold coins, speechless. Seeing this, Lynn, standing beside the box, thought these folks weren't satisfied enough, so he nudged Duke Tyrrus with his elbow, as if signaling him to do something. Duke Tyrrus's face darkened. He shot Lynn a look, as if to say, I can't afford to lose face like this. Lynn rolled his eyes in response. You promised me before. After a moment of silence, Duke Tyrrus sighed and then suddenly straightened his back, looking solemnly at Ivest. Your Highness, starting today, the Tyrrus family will form an official alliance with you. Aiming to support your ascent to the throne, we will provide all possible assistance. His voice was not loud, but enough for everyone present to hear clearly. For some reason, at that moment, Ivest suddenly felt her heartbeat slightly quickened. A wave of joy enveloped her, making her feel as if she were floating on clouds. Feeling somewhat light, she subconsciously looked at Lynn not far away, an uncontrollable thought arising in her heart. This subordinate of hers seemed a bit too outstanding, didn't he? Chapter 84-82, A Woman's Sixth Sense. Awesome, damn, that felt incredible. Feeling the gazes from everyone around him, Lynn felt utterly relaxed, as if he were about to ascend to heaven in the next second, but outwardly, he showed no sign of smugness. He stood solemnly beside the chest of gold coins as if he had merely done something trivial. It took a while before people could reluctantly recover from the shock of the 2 million cash bounty. Their faces still wore a stunned expression. Aphia's little face, however, was inexplicably flushed, and her cat ears twitched from time to time, because all of this was just too shocking. Noticing that Ivest's gaze remained fixed on him, Lynn couldn't help but clear his throat. Your Highness? His prompt brought her back to her senses, and she took a deep breath. The full chest beneath her military coat heaved for a moment before settling down. How did you do it? Ivest tried to make her voice sound very calm. Source, webnovel.com, updated on new. But no matter how much she disguised it, the tone mixed with a hint of unusual emotion was captured by Lynn. From the somewhat bright sparkle in Ivest's eyes, it was clear that she was extremely pleased at the moment, even somewhat beyond her usual character. Nonsense. Anyone would be over the moon if they had a subordinate who could rake in 2 million in 10 days. Ivest always felt that she didn't love money. Nor was she a money grubber, but now, looking at that entire chest of gold coins that almost covered the lawn, she realized how wrong she had been. Hearing Ivest's question, the subordinates behind Lynn also cast complicated glances at him. It seemed everyone was curious about what exactly he had done. Upon hearing this, Lynn answered nonchalantly, oh, it was nothing. I just pressured those churches into paying a protection fee. Also set a fire and killed a bishop. And by the way, I raided the Heavenly Principal Church. Before people could come to terms with the sensational first and second statements, Lynn's light third statement immediately silenced everyone. Bro, was your life this colorful in the past 10 days? And, what did you say, you raided the Heavenly Principal Church? New Envel chapters are published on Navgo.c Sigma. Many felt darkness creep before their eyes, nearly fainting, because among them were many transcendents who worshipped the Lord of Billion Stars. Ivest frowned and looked toward Duke Tyrrus. In some ways, he's not wrong. Duke Tyrrus twitched the corner of his mouth and honestly replied. At this point, Ivest truly became restless. I was away for just a few days, and you stirred up such a big mess in Orange City. That's impressive. The next second, Ivest's figure flickered, appearing before Lynn. Then she grabbed his collar and dragged him toward her study. Duke Tyr the uncle, come as well. 10 minutes later, Lynn sighed. Anyway, that's more or less what happened. After a brief narrative, he had explained the recent events to Ivest. At the moment, Ivest leaned against the window, looking out at the vista, and fell into an unprecedented silence. After a while, feeling the somewhat awkward atmosphere and the suggestive glances from Duke Tyrrus, she finally snapped back to reality. "Well done," Ivest said, looking at Lynn, and then, feeling it insufficient, she added, "Very well done. I will properly reward you afterwards. As long as I have your Highness' approval, all this is worth it." Lynn flashed a forced smile. "Ha, as if I need your approval." He scoffed internally. Just then, Duke Tyrrus suddenly glanced toward a corner, as if something had briefly caught his eye, but he quickly came back to the present. "How is the progress on your Highness' mission?" Duke Tyrrus remembered the reminder from St. Laurent Virgin Islands. "Did you retrieve that item?" "No." Ivest sighed softly, seeing that. Duke Tyrrus's eyes suddenly grew stern. Even Ivest was at a loss, indicating that the current state of that object was very dangerous, to the point of being a really thorny issue. But for now, with Lynn still around, he wasn't ready to delve deeper. If all else failed, they would just have to leave it to the professionals of the church. Realizing that Ivest's earlier good spirits had suddenly diminished, Duke Tyrrus couldn't help but offer reassurance. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Even if that object wasn't recovered, the commotion this lad has caused lately is enough to earn you a decent score at the Holy Oak." Holy Oak. Upon hearing this name, Lynn pondered thoughtfully. In the original work, this institution was specifically established for the king's election and had a very long history, passed down through an entire family generation by generation, and dedicated to serving the royal family. This family would add or deduct points for each person based on the daily behavior, achievements during the king's election period, and reputation among the populace of both princes and princesses. Initially, there was a baseline score, and how much one could get after that was entirely up to their own ability. After the king's election ended, the Holy Oak would consider the comprehensive scores of each prince to elect the new ruler of the St. Laurent Empire. This was a very interesting setup. It was uncertain how much support from an elector and assisting the empire in recovering taxes would add to this woman's score. Lynn thought quietly to himself. Upon hearing this, Ivest nodded. "I know, but," as she spoke, her gaze shifted back to Lynn. "I'm still somewhat puzzled." Ivest slightly furrowed her brows. "It just doesn't seem like something you would do." If one were to describe Lynn's approach, it would be like cutting through a mess with a swift blade, much like gunning down the heir of the Moskva family during the banquet. It looked wildly arrogant, but there was a deeply logical rationale behind it. In contrast, Lynn's actions over these 10 days, except for the fundraising effort, which was a stroke of genius, seemed to exceed his usual mode of conduct. Duke Tyrrus wanted 500,000 gold coins. In theory, after looting those 11 churches, they had already acquired far more than the target amount. Yet not only did he not stop, he risked it all, driving Moselle to desperation. If it was for the subsequent income of over 1,000,000 gold coins, Ivest didn't quite believe it. Taking the risk of assassination, foregoing the strategy of lying low, and choosing this time to reveal his hand in a hard clash with the heavenly principal church? Although it resulted in a sweeping victory, it was bound to attract the enmity of the imperial capital. Moreover, he didn't seem like someone who would eagerly curry favor with Uncle Tyrrus. So, there was something amiss with the logic here. Lynn must have had an unknown reason for targeting the heavenly principal church to such an extent. A woman's intuition could be frighteningly accurate, especially since there was another woman involved. Strictly speaking, they were actually the same person. Thinking this, Ivest's twisted character flared up again. Asa master, even if her adorable pet dog kept a secret from her, it would make her very sad. So sad that she would want to wring his neck tightly and hold him in her embrace. "Tell me, your real reason for going after the heavenly principal church." Ivest's expression seemed calm, but it was indeed laden with danger. Of course, it was for the witch Mississippi. But he knew very well that such an honest answer would most likely get him killed in an unpleasant way. Sensing this danger, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Lynn's forehead, but his exterior remained as composed as ever. "Of course, it's because of hatred. Having been deprived of the divine-given factor in my body, I am so filled with hatred that I can't sleep night after night, and the mastermind behind all this is none other than the cardinal of the heavenly principal church." The rationale was a bit strained, but it was still passable. With Duke Tyrrus still present, Ivest, despite her doubts, decided to let Lynn save some face. But just then, Duke Tyrrus, who from the start had been glancing frequently towards the corner of the room, finally asked the question that was on his mind: "Why is there a ring in the corner that keeps emitting red light?" As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere instantly froze like ice. Duke Tyrrus immediately realized that he might have said something wrong. He stood up hastily from the sofa, ignoring Lynn's murderous glare, and laughed awkwardly. "Well, you two talk, I'll be leaving first." Ivest revealed a sweet, polite smile. Goodbye, Uncle Terrace, and remember to close the door on your way out. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, the vast study was suddenly left with only two people. Looking at Lynn's solemn expression, Ivest regained her composure. She took off the military coat draped over her shoulders, revealing her shapely figure, walked to the desk, and allowed her pert bottom to press out an enticing curve against the edge of the table. Then, with legs crossed, she gently lifted her long, beautiful legs wrapped in boots. A few days not seen, and someone seems a bit naughty again. Doesn't he? For some reason, her breathing became somewhat rushed. Chapter 85-83, Obedient No, Dude? Lynn was dumbfounded as he watched Duke Terrace pat his buttocks and walk away. At this moment, only he and Ivest were left in the room, eerily quiet. Ivest was sitting on the edge of the desk, looking down on Lynn from above. Her beautifully booted foot gently lifted and rubbed against his chest, circling back and forth. Despite her seemingly flirtatious actions, Lynn remained disheartened. Your Highness, don't talk. Ivest's boot tip suddenly touched his heart, as if feeling something. Your heartbeat seems very fast. Are you scared? A slight smile curled on her lips. Seeing Lynn sweating profusely, Ivest felt a surge of pleasure. The previous depression due to the potential punishment from St. Laurent Virgin Islands had vanished. However, Lynn couldn't find it within himself to be happy. Swallowing his tears, was he expected to tell the truth? Your Highness, I killed the members of the Heavenly Principal Church for another woman. But don't rush, because that woman is actually you in the future, and strictly speaking, you two are the same person. I hope we can get along harmoniously and lovingly in the future. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. Putting aside how he would explain the whole situation, based on his understanding of Ivest, the peculiar woman, there was an 80%, no, 100% chance he would make his future self jealous. It wasn't that this woman liked him so much. It was due to her pathological possessiveness with her personality. Could she possibly be friendly with the Doomsday Witch? Upon knowing her existence, the thought alone was laughable. For a moment, Lynn was caught in a difficult situation. Seeing him seemingly pondering how to bluff his way through, Ivest was not angry, her lips slightly upturned. Go, pick up that ring. The ring had been angrily thrown into the corner by her the night she was coerced by Lynn's suicide threat. Since then, she never bothered with it again. That time, she was convinced that something was wrong with it, thus deciding never to use it again. However, she immediately forgot her own words from last time. Maybe it was because the ring's nature was of two opposites. When the answer was unwelcome, it was considered bad. When used on Lynn, it was deemed good. Lynn was still thinking about how to make excuses, but when he heard Ivest's command, he immediately despaired. After a moment of silence, he sluggishly walked to the corner and slowly picked up the ring, then, with the speed of lightning, stuffed it into his mouth. He intended to swallow the ring, at least to survive the present predicament, but the next second, Lynn felt as if he was sinking into a spatial mire, unable to move his entire body. Ivest leisurely walked over, as if she had anticipated Lynn's move. Feeling the scent of roses close to his nose, Lynn wanted to speak, but Ivest pinched his cheeks first. Be good, open your mouth. Her voice was gentle, but her actions were not. Under Lynn's gaze, Ivest extended her fair index finger, seemingly unfazed by the saliva in his mouth, and effortlessly plucked the ring out. Feeling the fleeting delicate touch on his tongue, Lynn's heartbeat skipped a beat. At the same time, the muddy feeling around him seemed to lighten. After all was done, Ivest casually tossed the ring back into Lynn's hand. Don't repeat this. She seemed in a good mood and did not wish to punish Lynn over this trifle. And, don't you understand me? Ivest slowly walked back to the desk, adding, the more you want to hide something from me, the more relentlessly I will seek the truth. Come here now. Hearing this, Lynn sighed, holding the ring in his hand. He slowly approached Ivest. Tell me, Ivest said calmly, your attack on the Heavenly Principal Church wasn't for yourself, so who was it for? Lynn, seemingly reluctant to answer the question, hung his head in silence. Seeing this, Ivest didn't hurry, treating it as a private game between them. She didn't use hypnosis because that would have taken away much of the fun. Is the other person a woman? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked the question she cared most about. Yes. After a moment of silence, Lynn chose to answer. The ring didn't light up, indicating it was the truth. Seeing this, Ivest's expression instantly turned cold and distant. So, just a few days after your master leaves, you were led astray by another wicked woman? I don't recall raising such a disobedient dog. As she spoke, she gently pressed her boot onto Lynn's shoulder, yet, seemingly afraid of hurting him, she only lightly rolled it back and forth a few times. Tell me her name. Ivest's voice was icy cold. Hearing this, Lynn drew a deep breath. It's you. Whether he could turn the situation around was hinging on this moment. Success or failure hung in the balance, The ring didn't light up, this meant he was telling the truth. Seeing this, the tension in Ivest's eyes instantly eased. Because of me? Her slight displeasure vanished in an instant, however, a hint of confusion surfaced in her heart. Yes. Lynn decided to seize the moment. I drove the Heavenly Principle Church to this situation, all because of you, from the beginning to the end. The ring still didn't react. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like this type of rhetoric could fool the ring's lie detecting function. Why? Ivest asked subconsciously. Because those people hurt you. Lynn answered ambiguously. His statement wasn't false. After all, during the War of the Gods, a group of deities had conspired against the Doomsday Witch, but to Ivest, it took on a different meaning. Those people. She subconsciously recalled what happened at the banquet that day. Moselle Bishop had publicly exposed her identity, drawing fearful glances from everyone present. Later, when she hypnotized him in the carriage, Ivest had asked why. His answer at the time was, I was thinking how nice it would be to kill all those disrespectful people present. But I can't do that, nor can I stand idly by as you are isolated and unsupported, so I had to help you in my own way. Ivest initially thought that his own way referred to him deflecting the Duke Terrace's questions at the banquet, but now, it seemed there was more to it. A ludicrous idea surfaced in her mind. Just because Moselle somewhat offended her, he, like a mad dog, went on a rampage, causing chaos in the Heavenly Principle Church, and even killed a bishop. Was all of this really done for her? Suddenly, an indescribable emotion surged in Ivest's heart. Her already slightly heated breath quickened even more. Chapter 86, 84. Do you want to asterisk me? Why is the dog I raised so adorable that I can't help wanting to do something to him? Looking at the handsome youth with black hair and blue eyes before her, Ivest suddenly felt a surge of impulse in her heart. She really wanted to strip him naked right here and bite into every inch of his skin, deeply imprinting her teeth marks on it. This was an extremely twisted psychology that normal people would have a hard time understanding. On one hand, she found him very cute, and on the other hand, she wanted to see him wail in pain through acts of hurt, leaving her exclusive mark on him. Of course, this was just a dark thought that flickered through Ivest's mind in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, reason prevailed. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her slightly accelerated heartbeat. As a leader, always clear-cut in rewards and punishments, she wouldn't allow herself to treat a great contributor under her command this way. Moreover, after a brief touch of emotion, Ivest's suspicion flared up again. Having never felt kindness from the outside world from a young age, she was not good at handling such things and always subconsciously believed that there were traps involved. After all, this was the second time in recent times that Ivest had received kindness from Lynn. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron News 0. The first time was during a dinner party. This time it was in the face of Heavenly Principle Church. To tell the truth, deep down she was somewhat at a loss. Everything Lynn had done appeared to be just within the boundaries of a subordinate, yet vaguely exceeded that. This couldn't help but stir some thoughts in her. However, Ivest didn't want to show her inner turmoil on her face. Instead, she said with an air of calmness, lift your head up. Lynn subconsciously lifted his head, looking at his handsome face. The impulse surged again. Damn it, Ivest bit her tongue hard, trying to regain her clarity. At the same time, she said with a feigned sneer, did you do all this for me? What a loyally obedient little dog you are. As your master, I'm very pleased. Looking at the ring that wasn't emitting a red glow, Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this woman was putting on a show for him. Even though she had been too moved to speak, she still wanted to show this kind of forced sneer. Ivest seemed to realize this too, and she immediately coughed lightly, attempting to conceal her emotional slip. Then, she spoke again. But how come I remember that not long ago someone hysterically came to me with a drama that threatened me with their death? Has it only been a few days, and you've had a complete change of temperament? Crap. Lynn's just relaxed mood tensed up once again. This was indeed a big problem. In Ivest's eyes, his recent actions were actually off-charactered. It wasn't that he couldn't do them, but that he had overdone it. Not long ago he had called her a lonely, old, bad woman, but a few days later, he had become loyal guard dog, snapping at anyone he saw. He had crafted an image of himself that was too loyal, which in turn made people suspicious. Seeing Lynn at a loss for words, Ivest suddenly remembered the outrageous comment he had made when she first hypnotized him, I want to sleep with you. For a moment, Ivest felt playful. She wanted to see how this guy would react when really faced with this issue. So she said in a cold tone, I once read in a book, when a man is willing to step forward for a woman, it's highly probable that he's taken a fancy to her body. So, did you do all this because you want to sleep with me? Ivest's red eyes indifferently glanced at the ring in Lynn's hand, waiting for his answer. I don't. Lin answered with great confidence. Unfortunately, the very next second, the ring embarrassingly flashed red. Lin took a deep breath. Thought he personally didn't want to sleep with her, but his lower body seemed to think otherwise. Damn it, betraying me at the critical moment, huh? He roared in his mind. Sure enough, a fleeting smile passed through the corner of Ivest's mouth. Honestly, a boss who was excited because their subordinate might have a sexual fantasy about them is probably as bizarre as her, but on the surface, she did not show it, silently staring at Lin as if she was prepared to observe his next reaction. At this moment, Lin could only feel an extremely awkward atmosphere lingering between the two of them. Of course, in the end, the awkwardness was his alone, thus. He tried to come up with a different way to alleviate the awkwardness. Your Highness is so beautiful, and I am a man with normal physiological reactions. Lin tried to appear calm and collected. To be honest, I think that if I did not entertain those thoughts, that in itself would be an insult to you. For me, I may have thought about it, but I didn't dare. The ring emitted red light again. Lin was stunned. No way, bro, are you challenging me? His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although I do think and dare, in my eyes, you will always be Your Highness, awe-inspiring and majestic, not a woman. Twinkling, okay, you are so beautiful, it's impossible for me not to see you as a woman, but believe me, in this lifetime, I will never do anything that disrespects you. Twinkling, you might as well have me eaten by a shark. Twinkle, twinkle, shining brightly, alright, shut up. Finally, Ivest couldn't bear to watch anymore. Although she really wanted to laugh at this moment, laughing in such a situation would lead to misunderstandings. So she said coolly, I know you are very bold, but I didn't expect your audacity to reach this extent. According to my usual temperament, you should be being punished already. However, considering your contribution this time, I, the Imperial Princess, will spare you for now. I hope you can distinguish clearly in the future what you should and should not think about. Lin felt like he had been granted amnesty and immediately stopped his clumsy defenses. It seemed that this topic was skipped over for now. The personal matters ended, and now it was time to talk business. After regaining her composure, Ivest looked at Lin. Your contribution this time was truly significant, so I have decided to reward you properly. Just like last time, you may make a wish to me. Whatever it is, I will try to fulfill it. More empty promises? Lin snickered inwardly, not falling for that again. Luckily, this time Ivest did not stint. In addition, since you've become a transcendent again, it seems you still don't have a sealed object of your own. Ivest continued, remember to visit Milani tomorrow afternoon, and have her take out 1-0106 for you. 1-0106, all of Lin's dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. The digits at the beginning of the code represented the rank order of the sealed object, and if this woman hadn't lied to him, it meant he was about to own an extremely precious level 1 sealed object. That was the highest rank, after level 0, and in every aspect, it was definitely superior to minor trinkets like the Deceit coin or the deadly demon doll. If it could strengthen my weaknesses in combat, that would be great. A hint of joy emerged in Lin's heart as he thought gleefully. Truth be told, in terms of value, if he found a suitable buyer, the price of a level 1 sealed object might even exceed his crazy earnings of the past few days. This woman had finally become generous for once. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing that he seemed very pleased, Ivest also felt a lot lighter in mood. I've been acting somewhat strangely lately, she thought silently. Meanwhile, the familiar system prompt sounded in Lin's ears. The plot deviation of the S-rank storyline character Ivest Laurent Alexini has increased to 2.07%. This was an adjustment for the plot changes he had made over the past 2 days. It looked like, once he got back, it was time to ask the witch for some rewards as well. Just then, Ivest's voice reached him again. Additionally, if there's anything in Orange City that still needs to be wrapped up, take care of that soon. In a few days, we will be preparing to return to the imperial capital. So soon, Lin was suddenly startled, but upon reflection, Ivest's objective for coming to Orange City had been achieved. Having successfully gained the support of an electorate, he just hadn't expected that he would be returning to that place so soon. Chapter 87, 85 I want you to use every means to please me. At dusk, staring at the yellowed parchment on the desk in his room, Lin's expression was grave. After he left from Ivest's side, he had gone straight back to his room and dug out this object. Although the witch miss had stuffed the parchment into his hands last time he left the Pantheon, he realized upon reflection that she hadn't told him the exact method of USELIT should just involve writing on it, right? Thinking so, Lin picked up the fountain pen, pondered for a moment, and began to write. Dear Miss Witch, regarding the 2 trials you arranged last time, I have completed one of them, not only successfully breaking the faith of the Heavenly Principal Church in Orange City but also killing a bishop, and even consigning the entire church to the flames. Of course, I mention these not because I believe I have done something remarkable, nor to seek praise from you. and certainly not to obtain any reward from you. After all, this is something I, as a believer, should do, and you need not take it to heart. Mainly, I wish to inquire whether the temporal inertia I have caused this time has successfully affected the future? Has that scar on your arm disappeared accordingly? I hope you can enlighten me. Having written this far, Lin stopped his pen, looking at the parchment, which showed no reaction. A hint of doubt arose in his heart. Source: webnovel.com, updated on Omicron. Could it be that it had to be written in the format of a letter? With the thought of giving it a try, he added a sentence at the beginning: to Miss Ivest, the doomsday witch of 100,000 years hence. This time, the parchment finally reacted. The ink that had soaked into it seemed to undergo some unimaginable change and disappeared from the paper at an incredibly fast pace. In just a few seconds, the parchment had returned to its original state. This, a successful communication. Lin felt somewhat curious. Subsequently, he began a very long wait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It was not until 10 minutes later that Lin, his face darkening, realized he was probably being left on red by. That woman. It was indeed bizarre. The current Ivest was using all means to keep him by her side, yet the future doomsday witch seemed to have no desire for anything. That indifferent, world-weary look in her eyes remained fresh in Lin's memory. That he clenched his teeth and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Left on red, playing the aloof goddess. Are you thinking so? Lin continued to write with his pen. Regarding the ritual formation for praying to you, I've discovered quite a few nodes that can be optimized after my recent research. However, because the previous holy relic seems about to lose its effectiveness, I have been fretting over this recently. Fortunately, the event this time was handled quite well, so in addition to rewarding me the sealed object, you also agreed to fulfill one of my wishes. Out of my devotion to you, I would very much like to see you again, so I am prepared to use this wish to exchange for a new holy relic. Furthermore, according to my conjecture, the more personal the holy relic, the more it is imbued with your life essence, the better the effect of the prayers will be, and the longer the time it will preserve. This time, I will ask of you, from the current time node, for one of your personal undergar, Hong. The next second, accompanied by a sudden and terrifying attraction, Lin felt his consciousness instantly depart from his body. Trying to compete with me, looking at the familiar pantheon before him, Lin thought gleefully. At the same time, he received the settlement information from the doomsday witch, the plot deviation of S-rank story character, the end which, Ivest, has increased to 0.2%. Due to the special nature of this character at the current time node, the reward points will be calculated at 10 times. It looked like his guess was correct. Every 1% increase on Ivest's side would cause a 0.1% change here. Still too little. Thinking so, Lin looked into the distance and noticed the doomsday witch, with her white hair and red eyes, still wearing that slightly tattered black chiffon dress, sitting on the steps of the temple. That he wasn't sure if it was his imagination. The order chains that had been entwined around her seemed to have diminished in number. Feeling the familiar human presence, the doomsday witch looked up at him. You are very bold. Her tone was very cold, as if irritated by what Lin had just written in his letter. After all, her personality and memories now were completely different from the past Ivest, so much so that they could be considered two different people. After 100,000 years, there was no longer any sign of her former pathologies and madness. The current doomsday witch, doing something like what the past Ivest did, such as taking off her stockings in front of subordinates, was completely out of the question. As a deity, she even found it somewhat intolerable that he kept praying to her with her personal clothing. Apologies, I just wanted to see you, which is why I resorted to such a scheme. Lin sighed. The doomsday witch watched him coldly for a moment, then closed her eyes. However, as for the second trial you undertook for me, you did quite well. She spoke softly. As she did so, the end which lifted her somewhat tattered cuff, revealing her slender and fair arm. The dimensional rift that had once run through the whole arm seemed to have healed significantly, but there was still a dark seam with cracks, snaking like a scar across her wrist. Chapter 88, 85. I want you to use every means to please me. 2 Haven T fully healed yet. Was it because the momentum of the fate I had created wasn't strong enough, and I was just a bit short? For a moment, Lin furrowed his brows deeply. You needn't blame yourself. Sensing his gloom, the doomsday witch suddenly spoke. As far as I know, you've done the utmost that you could at this moment. After all, Lin had shattered the entire faith of Warren City, even burning down the heavenly principal church to the ground. There were no excess sources of faith for him to continue weakening, so naturally, he had reached his limit. So, I shall reward you. Saying this, the doomsday witch's palm suddenly revealed 3 shimmering, crimson divine factors, but just as she was about to infuse Lin with these factors, she sensed something and suddenly furrowed her brows. You've already ignited 9 divine factors, reaching the limit of first rank? The Doomsday Witch's voice carried a hint of surprise. This is some personal secret of mine, could you please not inquire further? Lin tentatively asked. Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New. From the beginning, he knew he couldn't hide it from Miss Witch, so he never intended to conceal it. After all, how could those sealed objects that hide one's aura and power possibly withstand the gaze of a deity? Fortunately, he roughly knew the character of Miss Witch, whether she was described as aloof or world-wearied. In any case, as long as he refused to speak, she probably wouldn't be like that madwoman Ivist, forcing him by stepping on his head. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the Doomsday Witch didn't say anything, seemingly skipping over the topic. Lin thought she would find some other way to reward him, given that he was in great need of items like sealed objects. Unexpectedly, the next second, the Doomsday Witch still waved her hand, infusing the divine factors into Lin's body. The light flashed in an instant. Before he could even express his amazement, accompanied by a familiar surge and burning sensation, Lin suddenly felt a change within himself. His body didn't burst from the excess divine factors as he had imagined. On the contrary, upon entering his dark and barren inner world, the 3 extra divine factors seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rushing towards 3 of the ones he originally possessed. With twisting and fluctuations, 2 of the divine factors fused into a new divine factor under Lin's gaze. It can be like this. Even having read the original story, Lin never remembered such an absurd thing happening. After the fusion, the newly born 3 divine factors were a full size larger than the other 6. Not only that, but even the red glow they emitted was brighter. As if they had been enhanced. Lin looked toward the Doomsday Witch puzzlingly. Seeing this, she answered indifferently, as you can see, the divine factors I bestowed can become stronger through continuous fusion. Of course, at present, enhancing 3 is already your limit. If you wish to continue strengthening them, you'd better forge your body to be even more robust. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He had thought the male protagonist's limitless increase of divine factors in the original story was already heaven-defying enough. He never expected that the Doomsday Witch was just as exceptional. For example, under the same ability and number of divine factors, Lin, who believed in Doomsday, could activate his powers 3 or 4 times more effectively than an ordinary person, and if on this basis, his divine factors could continue to enhance and multiply, then this multiplier would rise exponentially. Could it be that I am the destined male protagonist? Lin revealed a profound expression and touched his chin. In that case, my future plans would have to change. Upon advancing to the next rank, he could first max out the divine given factor through the system and then rely on the new divine factor obtained from completing the witch trials to enhance the old ones. Of course, as Miss Witch had said, he now needed a more robust physique to withstand the enhancement of the divine given factor. If only he could draw a similar extraordinary ability. Lin mused silently. The points he had saved up from before were still there, enough to draw another ability. But at that time he thought his luck was terrible and was planning to find a sealed object that could increase luck and try his fortune later. It seemed that he could only ask for the omnipotent Lania Dream's help tomorrow. Thinking this, Lin, who had a clearer picture for his future planning, couldn't help but say, Miss Witch, do you have any new trials to assign to me? The previous trial requiring him to hunt 100 transcendents of the heavenly principal church was not yet complete, a task too difficult to finish in a short period of time. So he came up with a new idea. The more trials he completed, the more divine given factors he could enhance. In this way, he would get ever closer to his goal of gaining freedom from that woman. Lin had thought the Doomsday Witch would let him continue to weaken the faith of the heavenly principal church or perhaps strike out at some other church. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his question, a flicker of something unusual passed through the Doomsday Witch's eyes. What date exactly is it now in the era you live in? After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, I don't quite remember. Lin thought for a moment, but according to the timeline, it should be the eve of your return to the imperial capital. Upon hearing this reply, the Doomsday Witch imperceptibly furrowed her brow. Could it be that it was already that time? A flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. However, she maintained a calm exterior and said nonchalantly, How are Aphia and the others? Are they all right? Very well, it's just that they seem to have recently failed a mission and looked somewhat disheartened. Although he did not know why she suddenly inquired about the condition of these subordinates, Lin still answered honestly, I see. The Doomsday Witch murmured to herself. Another prolonged silence ensued. Minutes later, she slowly stood up, her bare jade-white feet showing. With both hands, she picked up her skirt, dragging the order chains upon her body, taking one step at a time toward the upstairs steps until she reached the highest point. With her back towards him, she gazed at the colossal Divine statues above the pantheon, silent for a long while. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Doomsday Witch spoke. I do have a task for you. What task? Lin held his breath, all ears. She did not turn around but stood atop the highest point, looking down. Somehow, Lin suddenly felt that her silhouette at this moment seemed somewhat tragically beautiful. The next second, Miss Witch's barely perceptible voice floated into Lin's ears. I want you to, by all means, please me. Chapter 89-86, Lin, you must survive pleasing you. Lin was stunned for a few seconds before shaking his head firmly in his mind. The guy was no king of humor, always following the path of a cold-hearted, resolute soldier king. How could he possibly engage in the shameless act of peddling laughter? Besides, compared to pleasing this emotionless witch miss, who was like a corpse, Lin felt that the chances of making Ivest fall for him were higher, even though that madwoman didn't understand what love meant and merely saw him as a toy and a pet. It was much better than coping with the world-weary attitude of which Mississippi Lin certainly didn't think he had the capability to leave an indelible mark in the heart of a deity who had lived for 100,000 years. As if sensing his inner doubts, which Miss standing above turned around, watching her lightly lifting her skirt, Lin remained silent. Only at times like these could he sense a hint of grace on her, rather than her indifferent and detached divinity. It was as if the highborn imperial princess antagonist had briefly returned to her. The me I spoke of pleasing is not the me now, which Miss said with her red eyes looking down from above, but the me from your era. I see, but then Lin was somewhat puzzled. A source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron 0.0. Wasn't this what he was doing every day now? Although it felt a bit stifling to think about it, strictly speaking, it was indeed the case. To gain her unprecedented trust, to become her most relied upon confidant, and to have the highest freedom and authority. Everything Lin had done recently was aimed at this goal. He was secretly accumulating strength while looking for an opportunity to escape. He really didn't know of any other way to please Ivest, that madwoman. Thus, Lin asked with some confusion, what's the purpose of this trial? He didn't understand. Why would witch miss whimsically make him woo the pastor? This didn't seem like something a deity would do. Hearing this, the Doomsday Witch responded expressionlessly, you've always wanted to escape from the past me, haven't you? Lin gave a sheepish smile and did not answer. On the last day before the return, I will suddenly receive a task. Witch miss straightened her dress and sat on the steps. This task will take a very long time to complete, so everyone else except the personnel responsible for combat will be sent to the imperial capital in advance. Another task, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin's eyes. It was as if he saw the first light of hope, with the long for freedom within grasp. In the eyes of Ivest and others, he was now a transcendent who believed in holy consciousness, lacking combat ability, so the likelihood of them keeping him close was not high. If that was the case, save your messy fantasies for after you leave this place. The Doomsday Witch seemed to detect his inner thoughts and coldly interrupted, do you think, at that time, I would let you escape so easily? Lin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his face fell. Indeed, with her level of suspicion, knowing that he had been thinking of running away not long ago, how could she possibly let him go so easily? Moreover, Ivest was well aware that once someone talented like him returned to the imperial capital, he could very well be recruited by other princes. He might even catch the eye of Helena, his sworn enemy who could not bear to share the sky with him. Considering this possibility, the probability of escaping from her side was almost zero. But because according to her character, even if she had to destroy something she desired with her own hands, she would never let it fall into the hands of another. So, you must use every means to please her before she carries out the temporary task, to leave her with a precious memory. Only in this way, you might seize the only chance in my life when I am soft-hearted. I see, I understand now. After a long silence, Lin nodded. The person who understood Ivest the best was definitely herself. So since Witch Miss had said so, he could only follow suit, although Lin vaguely felt that her words seemed to hide some critical information not explained, and there was also the strange fact that, with Witch Miss's cold nature, why was she so concerned about his escape plan today, even proactively offering strategies? Lin didn't understand and could only attribute it to the machinations of the divine. Moreover, it wasn't as if she would definitely answer just because he asked. In the end, he would have only embarrassed himself anyway. As long as he could gain his freedom from that woman's side, that was all that mattered. As for the process, who cares, then, how should I please you? Lin pondered for a moment, then spoke again. It has nothing to do with me, the Witch Miss stated coldly. It was you who told me to conquer my past self, but now you act indifferent, like some tsundere. Lin complained in his mind for a while. Silence fell between the man and the deity. Lin had thought that, given her personality, she would have driven him out of the pantheon once there was nothing left to say. To his surprise, after a long silence, she spoke again, there is one more thing. The Doomsday Witch said softly, "Please, speak. If you have the chance, help me say thanks to Aphia and the others." For some reason, a trace of surprise flickered in the Doomsday Witch's eyes. It was as if she recalled some extremely distant memory. "All right, I will pass the message on." Lin nodded his head. It seemed that even beings with long lifespans felt a bitter wistfulness when recalling memories of the distant past. The Doomsday Witch fell silent again. She waved her hand, watching as the spacetime rift slowly shattered behind Lin. Feeling the familiar pull, Lin didn't resist, letting his consciousness be drawn into the passageway. The grand scene inside the Pantheon slowly disappeared before his eyes. The woman in the black dress with white hair also slowly turned around, no longer looking at him. A moment later, tranquility returned to the great hall. Only the slight sound of the order chains accompanied the Doomsday Witch's steps. She gently lifted her slender wrist as if sketching something in the air. Moments later, a series of images materialized before the Doomsday Witch. If Lin hadn't already left, he would have immediately recognized these people. Of the images included Aphia, Milani, Morris, and even Ryan, Glaya, and the others from Augusta Manor. None were omitted. Gazing at these cold visages, an unspeakable emotion emerged in the eyes of the Doomsday Witch. "I'm sorry," she said quietly to these false images. "He was too weak and he came too late. In the end, it's impossible to stop what will happen next." She seemed to be muttering to herself, yet also speaking to the shades. "Unfortunately, they lack life, standing motionless like statues in their places." After a long silence, the Doomsday Witch waved her hand, dispersing the phantoms. Then she slowly lifted her head, gazing through the dome of the Pantheon, toward Dharma's sword, which rivaled the size of a planet. High above, "The past cannot be revisited, but the future can be changed. These were the words you said to me. Though I don't know why you possess the power to overturn the inertia of fate, you definitely are the key figure who can change what happens 10,000 years from now. So, you cannot die. Even if it includes that Irisme, no one can escape the worst outcome. At least, we must get you out of Orn City. Lynn Bartleyan, you must survive." Chapter 90, 87. Mom. The next morning, Orn City train station, the station, which should have been bustling with people, was now eerily empty, exuding a chilling and solemn atmosphere. Only 2 columns of security bureau guards were neatly arranged on both sides of the platform. The leaders were members of the city council and many local nobles. At this moment, they had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, occasionally exchanging glances, their eyes betraying their unease. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a train whistle rang out, and a luxurious train emblazoned with the national crest of the Saint Laurent Empire slowly rolled into the station and came to a smooth stop. It had arrived. The sense of tension immediately surfaced in the eyes of the officials and nobles present. A moment later, accompanied by the slow opening of the train doors, several soldiers looking like guards stepped down onto the platform with stern expressions, their gazes sharp as blades as they swept over the crowd. It was as if the slightest misstep would have one branded as an assassin, to be executed on the spot. Finally, escorted by the guards, a handsome young man with silver hair emerged from the train, his expression indifferent. He wore a luxurious robe embroidered with pale gold patterns, tall and slender, his bearing noble and proud, exuding an aura of distinction and arrogance. Second Prince Philip Laurent Alexini, Source, webnovel.com, updated on Omicron New Zero. The esteemed prince, touted as the most likely to win the king's election, and who had outpaced all others in the Holy Oak organization's rankings. Everyone's heart was startled. Seeing this, the mayor of the city council, with a full smile on his face, hurriedly approached but was stopped by the prince's guards. "Your Highness, Second Prince, I am Lujo Hendricks, the mayor of the Orn City Council. You, spare me the empty pleasantries." Felix glanced over, his tone still somewhat mild. "I have come to Orn City to relay some matters. Just pretend I don't exist. But, get lost." Upon hearing this, the mayor gave a sheepish smile, stepped back a few paces, as if he felt relieved after being scolded. Second Prince Felix couldn't be bothered with these people and didn't leave the station right away but instead turned his head to the carriage and asked, "Are you coming with me?" There was silence inside for a while before a voice as clear and melodious as a lark replied, "No need, you go attend to your matters. I have Aisha and the others accompanying me, we'll just take a look around." The voice was pleasant and young, naive like that of a young girl. Hearing the words, Second Prince Felix nodded. "Also, remember to get along well with Sister Ivist." The voice inside seemed a bit concerned, adding another reminder. "I know, Mother," Felix responded calmly. "It's only about delivering Father's command to her and picking up someone, that's all." After saying this, he swiftly left the station surrounded by the guards and boarded the carriage that had been prepared outside. Lanier Dream. "Please, help me." The moment Lin arrived at the underground laboratory, he threw himself on the floor, weeping and clutching onto Milani's delicate legs under her white lab coat. Seeing this, a hint of headache flickered in Milani's eyes. First it was the water ghost poison essence, and then several magic matrices. "You've had a lot of issues lately, do you really think I have nothing else to do?" But as she spoke, she still dragged an old chair over, signaling Lin to sit down. Though just a girl with a slender frame and chestnut short hair as messy as a bird's nest, she had the composure of an adult. To tell the truth, if Miss Milani were a towering scientist with a height of 1.7 meters, a slim waist, and long legs, Lin would definitely fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, she isn't. Lin wiped away the non-existent tears, then sat down in front of Milani and took a sip of the tea. She handed him warm with a hint of sweetness and a smooth texture. Sorry, seems like I gave you the wrong one." Milani suddenly covered her small mouth, saying somewhat surprised, "Then what am I drinking?" Lin looked at the tea with a yellowish tint in his cup. "I was busy testing data this morning and didn't have time to go to the bathroom, so I just dealt with it on the spot." Milani scratched her head. Lin's mouth gradually widened. "Alright, just kidding, it's actually just barley tea." Milani revealed a slight, mischievous smile of success. "So, what do you need from me this time?" Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "I've been feeling quite unlucky lately. Do you have any potions or sealed objects that could boost my luck for me to use?" He planned to try drawing a new ability later on. "You might have some misconceptions about luck." Milani sighed. "Those supposed fortune potions are really just eliminating certain distractions in your mind to some extent, allowing your thought process to flow more smoothly, making optimal choices more often, which is why people mistakenly think they can boost luck. To truly turn one's luck around involves the realm of the divine. Even after humanity's research for hundreds of years, there's hardly been any result. As for sealed objects, they're even rarer." At these words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lin's eyes, but Milani suddenly reached into her bosom and pulled out a simple necklace. "As it happens, I have one." Lanny, a dream. Lin's eyes lit up as he grabbed her slender hand. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Milani averted her gaze subconsciously. "My real age is probably close to your mother's. This sort of behavior, Mom. You really are shameless." Seeing his unabashed attitude, Milani was stunned for a few seconds, then sighed. "You win, take it." Feeling the lingering warmth in the palm of his hand from the beautiful girl's original milk-scented necklace, Lin didn't hesitate to open the system. A minute later, looking at the list with the addition of a brand new ability, he revealed a somewhat profound smile. Name: Burning Flame Giant Dragon's Heart. Rank: 4th rank. Effect: Passive ability: your physique will gain a minuscule enhancement with every beat of your heart. Activation condition: none. Upgrade requirement: unable to upgrade. With this ability, the problem he had encountered with the witch, which was his physical strength not being able to withstand further enhancements from the divine given factor, was perfectly resolved. "Indeed, I am the destined protagonist. You're laughing in such a lewd manner." Beside him, Milani, resting her chin on her hand, watched Lin's incessant silly laughter and couldn't help but comment, "By the way, Princess Ivest asked me to give 1-0106 to you. If you have time later, come with me. It's kind of unfair how she plays favorites, giving even this sort of thing to you."